1.4 billion people are frantically competing for degrees and wealth, unaware that 1 year from now, with the mana awakening, all of this will become worthless scrap paper, and you have already begun to devour the sun. News reports vaguely describing strange phenomena across the country are still playing, yet you stand alone before the gates of Tsinghua and Peking universities under a scorching 74-degree sun. The eerie, blazing sun is nearly melting the earth, but without hesitation, you step toward the deadly sunspot. In that searing, heart-piercing instant, a mechanical voice explodes in your mind. Ding. Contact with solar attribute detected. Beginning to compile. A pale blue stream of data frantically refreshes on your retina. Acquired SSS tier cultivation technique, golden sun breathing art. Just as you breathed in and out under the blazing sun, pushing yourself to the absolute limit, your blood transformed into golden magma. The heavens and earth flickered between light and darkness, as if the sun were synchronizing with your breath. A colossal surge of mana shattered your shackles, and the projection of a gilded divine axe soared from the ground. The apocalypse has not yet arrived, but you have already embarked on the path to divinity. Just because my vocational school isn't good enough compared to my girlfriend's university. She broke up with me in public. But I don't care one bit. Because mana awakening will begin in a year. By then, all sorts of mutated beasts will appear to wreak havoc on the cities. Money and academic credentials won't matter at all. The only path to greatness is becoming a powerful awakener. And I awakened last night. Auto-compiler system. Which can automatically generate top-tier techniques. To automatically generate top-tier martial arts techniques. Over the next year, I will exclusively harness all the anomalies caused by mana. And forge my very own path to martial divinity. Chapter 1, The Countdown to Mana Awakening, and the School Beauty's Breakup Text. It was the 8th month of summer, and dark clouds hung heavy in the sky. Raindrops wove into fine threads, piercing the air as they fell, landing lightly on the ground. In Taisher, inside a high-rise apartment building. So, the mana awakening is set to fully commence in 1 year. Right now, almost the entire world is methodically continuing to develop modern society, completely unaware that in a year's time, the academic credentials and wealth they so fervently pursue will become nothing more than worthless scraps of paper. The era of the awakener is about to begin in 1 year. Fong stood in front of the mirror, muttering to himself. The mirror reflected his figure, slender but not gaunt, with a youthful yet resolute face, the kind of appearance favored by the older generation. Once the mana awakening begins, the world will undergo earth-shattering changes. Monstrous beasts will mutate and wreak havoc on cities. The entire world will evolve in an unknown direction. Power is everything. Only by becoming stronger will one be qualified to secure a place in the future. Fong took a deep breath. Having read countless novels about mana awakening, he understood these truths all too well. Fong had originally been just an ordinary high school senior who failed the college entrance exam and missed out on a bachelor's degree. If there was one thing worth mentioning, it was that, thanks to his striking good looks, he had a girlfriend in high school who was the school's most beautiful girl. Chingli. She was stunningly beautiful, had a slender figure, and her grades and family background were flawless. After the college entrance exams, she was accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University. With a bright future ahead of her, she came from a wealthy family and was truly a prodigy. At the thought of this, Fong couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. And precisely because Chingli had been accepted into Tsinghua or Peking University while Fong, that good-for-nothing, had scored just high enough for a vocational college, the students at school were all gloating, saying the two of them were definitely doomed. Tsinghua and Peking University versus a vocational college, it was like the moon versus the mud on the ground. They were on completely different levels. However, times had changed. A flicker of thought crossed Fong's mind. I wonder what it'll be like for the campus queen of Chu University when she finds out a year from now that her college degree and all the knowledge she painstakingly acquired through years of hard study will be completely useless. His eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. After all, who could have imagined that mana awakening would actually happen to me? As for why he knew all this so clearly, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Mana has been detected and has officially begun to slowly awaken. The auto-compiler system has been activated. Mana Awakening Countdown, 364 days, 11 hours, 55 minutes, 35 seconds. As the system's owner, Fong thought to himself, this is the standard equipment for a time traveler. May every handsome time traveler possess the system of their dreams. Amen. This is the very beginning of the Mana Awakening, the starting point of everything. This system originates from the ultimate source of the universe. Utilizing top-tier algorithms imbued with cosmic mysteries, it can automatically generate cultivation techniques based on the spiritual entities the host encounters. Current number of cultivation techniques, 0. Seeing the system details displayed, Fong's pupils widened in shock. Automatically generate cultivation techniques? In this era, no one has the slightest inkling of the Mana Awakening. Only I, through this system, know that it is about to begin. I'm a full year ahead of everyone else. And during this year, as the Mana Awakening slowly unfolds, all manner of spiritual fruits and anomalies related to it will be mine alone to enjoy. This is a race that no one else has even started yet. And by the time they realize it, I'll already be light years ahead, having attained divine mastery in the martial arts. Fong's eyes shone brightly. After the Mana Awakening, not only humans but also plants and animals will undergo mutations as a result of being infused with mana. Moreover, the entire earth will be filled with a radiant vitality, giving rise to countless super spiritual fruits with special effects. Consuming them will grant extraordinary power. Most importantly, after the Mana Awakening, celestial phenomena will also be affected. Rainbow-colored pillars of light, akin to the aurora, may appear. Strange constellations will form in the night sky. Divine fire will descend and celestial thunder will erupt. If I can reap the benefits of these phenomena, I too will undergo a brilliant evolution. Moreover, all of this serves as the finest material for my writing to craft powerful martial arts techniques and abilities. Everything I see can be woven into cultivation techniques. Judging from the description, this seems to be merely a preliminary feature. Various other benefits aligned with Mana Awakening may emerge in the future. Now that mana has gradually revived, signs of celestial and terrestrial upheaval are beginning to manifest in every corner, and the concentration of mana is already sufficient to support the birth of Awakener. The curtain on Mana Awakening has not yet been fully lifted. Training in secret, walking the edge of the abyss. A year is enough time for me to develop. Fong looked down at the view outside the window. In the bustling, opulent metropolis, crowds thronged and bustled. In this world, money and power divided people into distinct social classes, with clear-cut hierarchies. But this will be shattered in a year's time. The world will be turned upside down and reshuffled. Those in high positions will fall, while up-and-comers will rise to the top. Qingli hasn't contacted me in 3 days. Fong suddenly thought of his campus beauty girlfriend. Having been admitted to Peking or Tsinghua University, and with her looks and other qualities, she was undoubtedly one of the very best, a true prodigy with a limitless future. Compared to her, Fong, a vocational college student, was indeed just an ugly duckling. However, once the Mana Awakening was activated, all of that would change completely. But just then, to Fong's surprise, his phone suddenly vibrated. A message from Qingli had arrived. Fong, I've thought it over carefully, and I don't think things between us are very realistic. A college romance will eventually reach the moment when we both wake up, and it's probably only then that we'll realize we aren't really a good match. Spending a lifetime together requires courage, and it also requires a match made in heaven. So, let us break up. The same old breakup cliché. Yet Fong, who knew the whole truth, felt something quite different. Damn. Why does this feel like that old saying, fortune shifts with the tides? He found it even harder to suppress the smile on his lips than AK did. Chapter 2, The First Sword After Coming Ashore First, Slain the Beloved. Admittedly, Qingli's breakup came as no surprise to Fong. After all, for most people no, for everyone except Fong, who knew about Mana Awakening. Everyone believed that. When Qingli got into Tsinghua or Peking University, while Fong got into a vocational college, these two were destined to go their separate ways. Their past might indeed have been wonderful. But just as Qingli said, it was time to wake up from the dream. The fairy tale romance of their school days really did need to come to an end. Such a cliché opening. I used to see this kind of getting dumped start all the time in Mana Awakening. Can't you come up with something a little more original? She'd seen it often before. Was this the first sort of success, striking down the object of one's affection first? She never expected it would happen to her now. Fong gave a non-committal chuckle. Times have changed, young lady. Fong tapped the screen, typed the word OK, and sent it. On the other side. The Villa District by Jiangyue Lake. On the balcony, a delicate silhouette was silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling glass. Rain kept streaming down her stunning eyes as she clutched her phone tightly, looking somewhat conflicted. The phone vibrated once, and a single word popped up. Okay. She looked down, her eyes flickering as if she couldn't believe it. But even as she stared at the phone as if trying to burn a hole through it, the other person still only replied with that single character. No further messages followed. It was like a pebble tossed into the ocean, stirring up not a single ripple. Qingli couldn't help but bite her lip lightly with her pearly teeth, leaving a deep mark. Was his reply so crisp and decisive? Was he faking it, or was it genuine? Qingli couldn't help but open the message again, poring over that reply repeatedly. But to her frustration, she actually detected a hint of coldness in that single character. Thud. Qingli's expression turned icy. She flung her phone onto the sofa and turned to walk downstairs without looking back. The rain fell in a steady drizzle for a while, until it had drenched the city like a soaked capsule, before finally letting up. A high-rise apartment. After replying to the message, Fong paid no further attention to his ex-girlfriend, the campus beauty. He walked into the living room and turned on the TV for the first time in a long while. At that moment, the midday news was airing on TV. Fong sat on the couch and watched intently. Fishermen in coastal areas discover a giant abalone so large it takes 10 people to encircle it, suspected to be a product of nuclear wastewater. On the screen, an expert sat in his office, dressed in a suit and tie, speaking earnestly to the camera. The situation humanity currently faces is extremely grave, unprecedented in history. This time, we cannot find solutions in the past. We can only rely on our own abilities to adapt to the environment as best we can. Upon hearing this, Fong furrowed his brow slightly. At first glance, these words sounded like nonsense, but upon closer reflection, they were deeply unsettling. Sure enough, the reporter's next report stated that these giant abalones had also been discovered inland. In response, experts advised residents should take appropriate protective measures at home. They neither reassured the public nor denied the abalone's mutation. Instead, they simply urged residents to take precautions. To someone like Fong, who knew the inside story, this response seemed more like they were aware of some other underlying cause but couldn't speak openly due to instructions from higher-ups. He speculated that this was most likely a warning issued by the government to the general public regarding the Mana Awakening. To ensure people were adequately prepared, the government had no choice but to give them advance notice. Fong switched to another channel. The news was still reporting on strange phenomena. An ancient tree at a 5A-level scenic spot is growing at an abnormal rate, with roots spreading over 10 li, drawing crowds of tourists. According to the report, the scenic area had been closed for routine maintenance and was temporarily off limits to the public. The report specifically emphasized that construction noise would be disruptive during the maintenance period and urged tourists not to visit the area in the near future. Fong watched the news and stroked his chin. Maintenance? Isn't this really just a quarantine? To him, this seemed more like a form of quarantine imposed by the government. By isolating the ancient tree that had drawn the crowds, they were indirectly ensuring the safety of visitors. Fong flipped through a few more channels. He found that the news on every channel followed the same tone. Cracks have appeared in the earth, suspected to be caused by abnormalities in the Earth's energy meridians. Giant vines are hanging down from the depths of the sky, their origin unknown. Rail tracks have been torn apart in multiple locations, resulting in some casualties. In short, it all boiled down to one message: strange phenomena are occurring across the country. Stay safe. There is an ancient saying in Xia: a gentleman does not speak of the strange, the violent, or the supernatural. In the past, There had been news reports of such frequent anomalies, but they were never broadcast so extensively, let alone to the point of dominating the news feed. The only possibility was that the higher-ups had deliberately released this for the public to see. It seems the world has already begun to witness numerous supernatural phenomena. It's just that, under the government's cover-up, a semblance of calm is being maintained, Fong muttered to himself. This subtle, gradual approach to reporting is a standard tactic. It allows ordinary people to accept the facts without even realizing it. Over time, when the truth can no longer be concealed, the public will still be able to keep a cool head and trust their country. This approach is relatively more troublesome to implement, but its effectiveness far surpasses the neighboring country's tendency to resort to zero-yuan purchases and Gatling gunfire at the drop of a hat. Just then, Fong's gaze was deeply drawn to a scrolling news headline. The news read: UV levels at Peking and Tsinghua campuses far exceed normal levels. All incoming freshmen are advised to take sun protection measures. Qingbei? Fong suddenly remembered his ex-girlfriend, the campus beauty. She had also been admitted to Qingbei, and today was the first day of classes, so the campus was probably bustling. However, this thought merely flashed through his mind. More importantly, Qingbei was easy to find whether by taxi or subway, and compared to those mutated animals and plants, the intense UV radiation wasn't particularly dangerous. All he needed to do was protect himself from the sun to avoid getting sunburned. After giving it some thought, Fong decided to head over to Qingbei. The next day, at 10 a.m., a figure stood at the entrance to Qingbei. The sun blazed fiercely, casting a long shadow behind him. The withered leaves on the branches drooped listlessly overhead, as if they were about to be scorched at any moment. Holding an umbrella, wearing a hat, and having applied sunscreen, Fong looked up, wiped the beads of sweat rolling down his face, and squinted at the sky above. Damn it, the sun was beating down as if it were singling out this campus for special treatment. The ground was so scorching it felt like it was about to melt, and the golden sunlight blazed like a raging fire. The glare was so intense it was impossible to keep his eyes open. A security guard stepped out of the guardhouse, cautiously testing the ground's temperature, then glanced at the thermometer in his hand. 74 degrees. Damn it, I'm getting paid 2,000 a month to risk my life for you? Chapter 3, Golden Sun Breathing Art. Gazing at the blazing sun, inhaling and exhaling the heat. The north gate of Qingbei University. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Blazing sunlight flooded the entranceway. At 74°C, the ground seemed on the verge of smoking. Fong stood inside the milk tea shop next to the north gate, gazing into the distance. He watched as the sunlight poured onto the ground, forming dazzling golden patches, and the scorching air seemed to emit a faint hum. Even the slightest breeze carried a scorching heat, making one feel as if they were inside a giant furnace. Time itself seemed frozen by the blazing sunlight. Strangely enough, while the area by the north gate was unbearably hot, the campus beyond the gate remained completely normal. It was as if the sun were singling out the north gate for special attention. Mana awakening. A celestial phenomenon. Fong already understood the reason behind this scene. Just then, detected a major celestial phenomenon. Preliminary detection indicates solar attribute fluctuations. Please approach and touch the solar attribute with your finger. The system will automatically begin acquiring data. Start data writing. Successful writing will grant 50 writing points. A mechanical prompt sounded. Fong paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Compilation points? What are those? You may use compilation points to forcibly implant the compilation data you've obtained into any object. Does compilation data refer to the sunlight? And what does forcibly implant mean? Fong wasn't entirely sure he understood, but one thing was clear: these compilation points were obviously useful. He'd figure out exactly how to use them later. The immediate priority was to get some sunlight and acquire the writing points. With that in mind, Fong stood up and strode quickly toward the north gate. Young man, don't come over here. The temperature over here is terrifyingly high. I've already requested the school administration to close this gate and direct everyone to use the other gates. You absolutely must not come over here, you'll get burned. The security guard stood at the gate and, seeing Fong approaching, immediately waved him away. Apparently, the school had already issued a notice. There wasn't a soul in sight at the north gate, let alone any students. However, Fong paid no heed to this. Ignoring the guard's protests, he walked up to the north gate and held his hand out into the golden sunlight. The moment he extended his hand, the sunlight turned Fong's fingers golden. Whoa, that's hot. He couldn't help but gasp. The moment his skin touched the blazing sun, it turned bright red and swelled slightly. Fong clutched his injured finger, feeling intense pain radiate from his fingertip. At the same time, a notification sounded in his ear. Detected intense solar attribute fluctuations. Unlocked, solar attribute data template. Initiating ultimate computing power, compiling. In an instant, the golden light, like countless golden threads, frantically wound its way up Fong's fingers and along his arm. What's happening? The security guard standing nearby couldn't help but freeze in his tracks. For a split second, he saw dazzling sunlight cascading like a waterfall over the young man. That blinding light was even more dazzling than the scorching sun in the sky. Holy shit, what the hell? This guy looks like he has turned into a little sun. What's with that incredibly brilliant light? Why does it feel like this sunlight is echoing the giant sun in the sky? Wait, how come the radiance emanating from him is even more dazzling than the sun itself? The security guard shielded his eyes with his hand and squinted at the scene before him. At that moment, he was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Fong could hear the system's voice ringing in his ears. Compilation successful. You have obtained the solar attribute technique, Golden Sun Breathing Art. Gaze upon the blazing sun, inhale and exhale its intense heat, and use the Golden Sun Breathing Art to temper your body. The cultivation technique you created requires no learning, it has already been unlocked. Fong suddenly opened his eyes, fiery, blazing light igniting within his dark pupils. He flashed a smile at the stunned security guard, then the Golden Sun Breathing Art within him abruptly activated. Boom! Streams of golden light instantly surged toward Fong. The entire Qingbei campus was bathed in that brilliant radiance. Fong was enveloped in dazzling golden light. The light was blinding, he looked as if he were a celestial deity standing in the heavens, ruling over the blazing sun. With each breath, the golden light surged through his internal organs. It was as if his essence and marrow were being purified, and his physical body tempered. Throughout this process, impurities were continuously expelled from his body. Fong stood beneath the blazing sun, his entire body radiating light. He could feel a peculiar transformation taking place within him, a force of the purest, most yang energy coursed through his body in rhythm with his breath, making him feel as if he'd been run over by a wheel. The sensation made him want to howl in agony, yet not a single sound escaped his lips. Then he felt as though he had stepped into the very heart of that blazing sun, countless rays transformed into a fiery wheel crashing within him, unleashing unprecedented destructive force. Every cell in his body was constantly shattering and repairing itself. It was an utterly terrifying, supremely pure, yang energy. In a mere instant, his body had been purified and tempered by the golden yang energy tens of thousands of times. He discovered that an incredibly brilliant golden light was now flowing through his veins, the golden light intertwined with his vital blood, coalescing anew and coursing through every limb and bone. After this, every vein and meridian in his body contained the most potent, pure yang energy, imbued with abundant vitality and immense destructive power. With every breath, he exhaled and inhaled a blazing intensity. That golden sun seemed to have been swallowed into his body, transforming into his own vital energy and blood. Is this the Golden Sun Breathing Art? Fong was completely absorbed in the experience. The sensation of this body tempering was painful, yet truly exquisite. At that moment, he could not hear any sounds from the outside world, so naturally, he didn't notice. The golden light here had caught the attention of quite a few students from Qingbei University. Sitting in their classrooms, they all looked over in this direction. Holy shit, what is that? No sooner had the words left their mouths than suddenly, the heavens and earth grew dark. When they looked up, the sun had vanished from the sky. Weird, did it get dark? Am I seeing things? It's light again? Then dark again. Holy crap, it feels like the sky is breathing as it alternates between light and dark. Does the sun actually breathe? The world flickered between light and darkness. Light. Dark. Like a breathing rhythm, light and darkness cycled, day and night alternating. Yet it wasn't the sun overhead causing this spectacle, it was Fong. With each breath he took, the world flickered between light and darkness. As darkness instantly engulfed the world, everything around him plunged into an endless abyss of the unknown. The scene was utterly spine-chilling. The stray cats at the academy scrambled in panic, hiding in haystacks and meowing as they trembled. The moment the light returned, the metal gates at the north gate crashed down and melted. Beep beep beep. The alarm shattered the silent air, simultaneously snapping Fong back to attention. Fong opened his eyes, his gaze filled with astonishment. "Ha? Did I do all this?" All he could see was a scene of utter devastation, as if the place had been bombarded. As the culprit behind it all, Fong made an instant decision. Run. Chapter 4, Mana Awakening Pioneer. The South Gate of Qingbei. Banners fluttered in the breeze, and the area was teeming with people. Volunteers welcoming the freshmen stood under the scorching sun, their eyes scanning the crowd of incoming students in search of newcomers from their departments. Yet, without exception, everyone's gaze fell upon the tall, graceful figure at the entrance. They all instinctively paused for 2 or 3 seconds before looking away. Setting her beauty aside, she exuded a cool, aloof aura. Her eyes, as expressive as peach blossoms, seemed to hold a glint of ice, appearing both aloof and alluring, while her long, silky hair, flowing like a waterfall, added a touch of innocence to her aura. This was Qingli. She had just arrived at Qingbei alone to complete her registration and was waiting for her luggage. Standing at the entrance, her gaze fell upon a couple standing nearby, lost in each other's embrace. Love-struck fools. After watching for a moment, Qingli averted her gaze and snorted softly. She knew full well that setting foot on the Qingbei campus meant she was halfway to success in life. Once she stepped through those doors, she would have to sever all ties with her past. Fong's resolute face flashed through her mind. The moment the exam results came out, they were destined to belong to 2 different worlds. Now that they'd broken up, everything from the past had vanished like smoke. She would start a new life. As for Fong, he was bound to be nothing but a burden to her. After completely severing that last thread of longing in her mind, Qingli slowly straightened her posture and set off toward the Qingbei campus with long strides. However, boom! Just as she stepped onto campus, an incredibly dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the direction of the north gate. The north gate seemed to be illuminated by a sun. The golden light cascaded down like a waterfall, bathing the surrounding trees and buildings and casting a reddish glow over half the campus. Bathed in the golden light, the once peaceful entrance to the campus was instantly filled with a mysterious aura. The students nearby all stopped in their tracks at the same time, staring in astonishment at this sudden spectacle. A girl with a ponytail jogged over to Qingli's side. She was a new friend Qingli had just met, easygoing and a good match in personality, and at that moment, she, too, noticed the strange sight by the north gate. The north gate? Isn't that closed? Yeah, maybe another supernatural phenomenon is happening. Supernatural phenomenon? Strange things have definitely been happening more and more lately. Qingli muttered under her breath. Recently, strange phenomena have been popping up all over the place: mutated giant trees, pythons as tall as small hills, and bizarre rains that have been falling in the south for months. It's not just here in China, the same is happening abroad as well. Behind the seemingly calm surface, a hidden current seemed to be surging, brewing a cataclysmic upheaval. While it was frightening, it also sparked intense curiosity. Let us go check it out. High temperature warning at Tsinghua University's North Campus Gate. Students, please stay away from the North Campus Gate. Do not approach. The campus broadcast system announced the alert instantly. But Qingli had already arrived at the North Gate, and the scene before her made her frown slightly. As far as the eye could see, the metal gates of the North Gate had been melted by the scorching heat. The ground was crisscrossed with cracks, as if ravaged by a massive inferno. Rocks and soil had been melted into a chaotic mass of lava by the intense heat, radiating such intense heat that no one dared to approach. A scorching odor permeated the air, stinging people's eyes, while scattered metal fragments glinted with a faint afterglow on the ground. The scene was utterly terrifying. And you're telling me this is just high temperatures? I'd believe it if you said the place had been doused in magma. Are you kidding me? How could 74 degrees possibly cause this? Even an artillery barrage wouldn't do this much damage. I really feel like times have changed. Haven't you noticed how strange the news from Siagwa has been lately? Things that challenge our worldview are happening everywhere. It's simply unbelievable. Can any of the smart kids here explain why the sky just went dark and then bright again? So I wasn't the only one who felt like the sky went dark a few times just now. I thought I was going blind. For a moment, they were all stunned. What is going on? What are you doing? Just then, a stern rebuke rang out. The principal strode over. Though usually kind-hearted, his voice now carried a note of irritation as his authoritative gaze swept over everyone present. What are all of you doing gathered here? Didn't you receive the text message telling you not to come? Hurry up and report for roll call. Anyone who doesn't show up will have their credits deducted. Everyone flinched. The principal rarely came to campus. Even more terrifying was that the principal hadn't come alone. Behind him was a group of men in military uniforms, each exuding an extraordinary aura that put immense pressure on these ordinary college students. It felt as though even a single extra glance would make it hard to breathe. Amid the shoving and jostling, they were all led away, and the north gate was sealed off. However, the shocking marks on the ground were unmistakable signs of a supernatural occurrence. Qingli walked at the very back of the line. Just before they left, she faintly heard one of the men in military uniform mutter under his breath, "It seems to be man-made." Has someone else who has had prior exposure to mana appeared? Man-made? Mana? Could such a terrifying scene actually be the work of humans? Her gaze swept across the forest, and she thought she glimpsed a figure in the distance. Fong? The next second, she shook her head to herself. Impossible. How could he possibly be on the Qingbei campus? In the lush, verdant park. A figure strode in quickly, and only after confirming that his silhouette was completely out of sight from the north gate did he stop and let out a sigh of relief. Fong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He'd gone too far. In the early stages, before mana had fully recovered, causing such a commotion would definitely draw attention from higher-ups. But exposing himself too soon wasn't a wise choice. At least, he had no intention of doing so just yet. So he fled. However, what Fong hadn't expected was this. The sensation caused by the golden sun breathing art was actually this massive. Fong looked down at his body. He now resembled a tiny golden sun, with a terrifying golden light coursing through his body and waves of intense heat emanating with every breath. It looked a bit terrifying. If anyone happened to walk by and see him right now, they'd definitely snap a photo or record a short video. I feel like my whole body is brimming with power right now. Fong spread his palms, and a golden, searing light appeared in the centers of his palms, flowing along the lines of his palms like a living breath, flickering between light and dark. It looked breathtaking. Fong now felt reborn. The golden sun breathing art had filled every cell of his body with the vigorous power of the blazing sun, something ordinary cultivators highly valued yet could never attain. The solar attribute is domineering and vigorous, and his body, tempered by it, has taken these characteristics to the extreme. Never mind that mana awakening hasn't even begun yet. Even in the late stages, only the most gifted prodigies would have a chance to possess such a top-tier cultivation technique. And now, in his very first body tempering session, Fong had already utilized such a powerful, domineering, supremely yang, and supremely vigorous technique. With his very first step, he was already far ahead of everyone else. Chapter 5: The Mana Cultivation Association. By the time Fong returned home, it was already evening. He had a quick takeout meal, took a shower, all of which took less than 9 o'clock, but he was already planning to go to bed. Today's long journey had left him exhausted. He didn't even feel like playing video games. I can't sleep. I just can't fall asleep. Fong tossed and turned in bed for a while, sighed, and sat up again. A scorching wave of heat coursed through his body, leaving him incredibly energized. At that moment, Fong began to practice the golden sun breathing art once more. The supreme solar attribute tempered his internal organs, and all his solar attribute mana, carried by his breath, constantly coursed through his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As his internal organs were cleansed by the golden sun breathing art, he could faintly hear the high-pitched roar of his blood boiling with every breath. Within him, his vital energy surged and churned like scorching waves. Fong's body trembled slightly as he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration welling up endlessly. His body was undergoing supreme evolution under the forging of the blazing sun. Golden light flickered in Fong's eyes as he exhaled deeply. Hoo-oo. The golden sun breathing art was indeed powerful. After practicing it twice, the most noticeable change he felt was an improvement in his physical condition. His stomach ailment had vanished, and now he felt only a warm, comforting sensation in his stomach. I've already begun my cultivation journey. This is a brilliant path of evolution. The manna of heaven and earth is the world's most precious nourishment. Some of the ailments in my body have disappeared as a result, and my physical condition is better than ever. Fong murmured. This was the benefit of evolution. Even though the mana awakening hadn't officially begun yet, one could only imagine that in a year's time, the physical fitness of the entire population would be elevated to a level of strength previously unimaginable to previous generations. After slowly calming his breathing, Fong still couldn't fall asleep, so he lay in bed scrolling through the news. The news sections were still dominated by reports of the supernatural. Most people had already noticed the gradually increasing number of strange phenomena, which had given rise to various speculations. Some blamed nuclear contamination and condemned it vehemently. Others suspected that the Xia Kingdom was testing new weapons that couldn't be disclosed to the public. Still others firmly believed in doomsday theories about the destruction of Earth. What's this? Fong's gaze was drawn to a trending topic. Mana Cultivation Association updates its realm chart. The Mana Cultivation Association. This was an online association formed a year ago, primarily dedicated to occasionally publishing guidelines on mana cultivation. When the association was first established, it released a post titled Basic Knowledge of Mana Cultivation, which caused quite a stir online. In the eyes of most ordinary people, the association was just a source of amusement. After all, the novel Mana Awakening had been all the rage for so many years. Who would thought someone would actually compile a quick guide on cultivation? They must be out of their minds. At first, the content spread quite widely, but people soon realized that the Mana Cultivation Association only posted rules that weren't nearly as entertaining as the novel, so they scattered like birds and beasts. Later, only a few hundred die-hard fans remained, posting and starting threads from time to maintain a sporadic level of activity. Fong had also read those so-called cultivation guidelines back when the group was at its peak. At the time, he was just a casual observer who never practiced cultivation himself, but it all seemed pretty plausible to him. Unexpectedly, a year later, this association has suddenly gone viral again. Thinking about the recent spate of strange phenomena, Fong found himself inexplicably clicking on the thread. Pinned Mana Cultivation Guidelines. At the top was the very same cultivation guide he'd seen before. It opened with deeply esoteric phrases like, "The mana of heaven and earth is the root of all vital energy, encompassing celestial phenomena and nurturing all living things." To summarize, mana is rare, and we must absorb it into our bodies the right way to sustain our practice in the long run. That is true enough, but the question is, what exactly is the right way? For those who believe in science, this is no simpler or more straightforward than waking up at 3 a.m. to sit in the living room at a 45-degree angle facing the moon to absorb the mana of heaven and earth. That's why this association was nothing more than a flash in the pan. Online it quickly faded into obscurity. Fong scrolled through a pile of useless pinned posts. His fingers were practically smoking before finally finding the post that had sparked the heated discussion. Detailed breakdown of cultivator realms. He instinctively clicked to view it. The page opened to a blue background with white text, featuring a large Mana Cultivation Association logo at the top center, along with the date and time and the association's signature in the bottom right corner. It was simple and straightforward, with no flashy embellishments. It had the feel of an official Xia state announcement. Upon closer inspection, there was even a watermark labeled Nationally Certified at the bottom. A national watermark? Fong stared at the watermark for several seconds. Already aware that mana was about to be revived, his first thought was, could this announcement have been issued by the government? Could this Mana Cultivation Association be some kind of signal from the government to those who already come into contact with mana? Newcomers are most prone to taking the wrong path, even awakeners are no exception. Without a reliable mentor and the correct cultivation techniques, it's all too easy to lose control and fall into madness, and once that happens, it's a huge hassle. He glanced at the distinctive official seal, which appeared at the end of every pinned announcement. The Xia Kingdom regulates this area very strictly. National watermarks like these can't be faked, doing so would result in an official warning. Yet this association was still operating openly. Could it be that there's really something behind it? The more Fong thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, so he kept scrolling down. As soon as he clicked in, he saw several highly upvoted, sharp comments. Holy crap, this can't be a joke, right? They're actually creating a classification for Awakener, huh? It's like a novel coming to life, huh? This is too funny. Don't say another word, guys, I've already started my training. Folks, in the middle of the night yesterday, my pig pen suddenly cracked open for no apparent reason. I suspect it's that so-called supernatural phenomenon too. I've got to join the association to learn a trick or two so I can round up my pigs. The guy above really has lofty ambitions. No wonder people online these days are such a bunch of jokers. Just look, they can twist the comments on such a serious announcement like this. You can only imagine how wonderful their mental state must be. Fong clicked on the link. At the very top was a simple, clear table. He clicked to open it. First realm, Dominion stage. Second realm, Spirit forging. Third realm, Vidra. Fourth realm, Divine Moon. Fifth realm, Rising Sun. Sixth realm, Polar Star. Seventh realm, Nuclear Void. Eighth realm, King. Chapter 6, Breakthrough. Dominion stage, 1 star. The human body is, by its very nature, a treasure trove brimming with infinite possibilities. However, in this world, it is naturally sealed off. Mana is the key that unlocks it all. At first, these realms were known only through records found in ancient ruins. As people gained the ability to cultivate and evolve, more and more ancient ruins were explored, and these realms were gradually fleshed out. Now, to prevent fellow cultivators from straying onto the wrong path, these realms are being made public. I hope you will compare them for yourselves. Fong let out a hiss. Judging by this introduction, it certainly sounds quite convincing. Scrolling down, there was a detailed description. First realm, Dominion stage. Using the divine art of the Dominion stage to harness the mana of heaven and earth, forge weapons of the mortal realm. Utilize the innate chi of heaven and earth to temper the physical body's projection. This realm has no entry barriers, it requires no special aptitude and makes no distinction between the wise and the foolish. Perseverance alone is enough to enter it. Use mana to forge the physical body into a weapon of the mortal realm? Fong pondered for a moment. He sat up and activated the Golden Sun breathing art. Feeling the surging heat, he immersed his mind and spirit within it. Guided by the Golden Sun breathing art, the mana within his body surged with ferocious power, like a rampaging dragon. This mana was incredibly scorching, imbued with a mysterious and transcendent essence. The beginning of cultivation lies in tempering one's physical body into a weapon of the mortal realm, then using that weapon-like body to contain the mana of heaven and earth. The very first step in this process is to attempt to control the mana and forge a divine form. At first, Fong's movements were a bit awkward, but soon he could feel the mana twisting and converging at his will, like a brush drawing a dragon's path, gradually taking shape. In an instant, Fong's body suddenly felt as if it had broken free from its shackles. The projection of a divine axe, flowing with molten lava, slowly took form. He had reached the Dominion stage. Fong felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body, as if he had been reborn. With the mana awakening imminent, the entire world was groping in the dark, but with the Golden Sun breathing art, he had undoubtedly carved out a bright path through the darkness. It was unlikely that anyone else in the world could advance as effortlessly as he had. Moreover, Fang's divine axe was somewhat different. It was adorned with gilded radiance, shining brilliantly, likely due to the golden sun breathing art. Reaching the dominion stage is just the beginning. It says that after breaking through this realm, I need to channel mana to power the divine axe. Each time the divine axe strikes, it signifies that my realm has risen by 1 star, but even giving it my all, I can only swing it once. Fang murmured. The dominion stage comprises 9 stars in total. Each time the divine axe is activated, it consumes a tremendous amount of mental and physical energy. The chi and blood within his body surged and roared. The divine axe rang out, ready to strike, roaring and boiling as it swung down. 1 star. This was Fang's current realm. The power of the golden sun breathing art was on full display at this moment. He instantly felt himself make contact with the divine axe, its searing heat scorching his soul. Golden light flickered across his entire body, like a blazing sun. It was the chi and blood within him refined by the golden sun breathing art raging and boiling, with every cell, bone, and muscle resonating wildly. Golden light flared up ceaselessly, like a blazing sun partially obscured by a giant hand, lifting a corner of its mysterious veil. A muffled groan escaped his lips. Scorching power coursed through his limbs and bones. Fang let out a satisfied sound from his throat. If he were to channel the golden sun breathing art now, what kind of results would he achieve? At a mere thought, Fang instantly activated the golden sun breathing art. Previously, when he used this technique to temper his body, he was still an ordinary person. Even the most powerful cultivation methods could hardly unleash their full potential. Although his bloodline had undergone some transformation, it seemed as though all his power was concentrated in one place, preventing him from fully demonstrating his strength. But now, it was different. That power surged like a boiling river, flowing directly to every limb and bone. His skin glowed with a faint golden light, and a terrifying force permeated everything from the tips of his hair to his fingertips. He had truly achieved inner balance. Fang savored the sensation. He felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. From acquiring the breathing technique to actually cultivating it, it had taken only a single day. In that brief time, he had managed to break through directly to the first realm, 1st star. It might sound a bit like bragging, but his cultivation speed was truly staggering. It seems this Mana Cultivation Association really does have what it takes. Fang glanced at his phone. This post-Kuden tea have come at a better time. Right now, all Mana Awakening pioneers were feeling their way forward, but the path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles and requires extreme precision. There is no room for detours. This post a single cultivation realm chart had instantly set everyone's course straight. Fang was definitely one of the beneficiaries. If he had to figure it out on his own, his breakthrough certainly wouldn't have happened this quickly. This chart saved him a lot of time. The first realm is the dominion stage of condensation, where you temper the physical body. But what about the subsequent realms? Fang continued reading. Each realm in the post was accompanied by a detailed explanation. The second realm, spirit forging, involves using the physical body forged 9 times by the divine axe to cultivate inner spiritual energy. It sounds a bit difficult, but in reality, it's a more precise and subtle control over mana. However, this level of control requires extensive practice, which Fang currently struggles to achieve. The third realm involves using inner spiritual energy to achieve harmony among the 5 senses and interconnect all bones. It can be called the Vajra realm. The fourth realm. Fang scrolled down through the text. The earlier sections offered some tips to aid in breakthroughs, but the further he went, the briefer the descriptions of each realm became. When he reached the 8th realm, there was only a single short sentence. 8th realm, King. With the hidden palace as the core, fuse the power of the sun, moon, and stars, support the heavens and ground the earth, hold the universe in your hands and sit upon the throne of the world. Fang's heart gave a start, and a vision instantly flashed through his mind. In the vast, boundless abyss of the underworld, a figure sat high upon the throne. With every gesture, the heavens and earth trembled, the sun and moon spun, mountain ranges shattered, and rivers and mountains surged backward. What an ultimate power! It practically transcended the laws of the universe. How could a human possibly possess such power? Isn't that just a god? The focal point of the divine array, the mandate of the way of heaven. Holy crap! I'm getting all fired up for no reason at all. I scrolled all the way to the bottom. There was a comment with a lot of replies. The comment read, "I've learned something." The replies were mostly insults. Most people said the original poster was delusional, that only a fool would make up such a story, and that anyone who believed it should get their head checked by a psychiatrist. There were also some well-meaning people advising him not to take it seriously. Real life comes first. Looking through it all, it seemed no one actually believed it. They were all just ranting and pointing fingers. Fong, however, had a different take. He suspected that this thread starter was also a mana awakening pioneer. Just like himself, they gained something from this cultivation chart, which is why they simply offered a quick thank you. Unfortunately, the others didn't realize that. A year later, when the curtain on mana awakening is fully lifted, just how terrifying will those people they've been mocking become? Chapter 7, Writing Points, Solar Attribute Implantation? After reaching 1 star in the Dominion stage, Fong felt as if every pore had been gently smoothed out. It was incredibly refreshing. Just as he was about to go to sleep, he suddenly remembered that the system had unlocked a new feature earlier that day, which he hadn't had time to check yet. He opened the system panel. In the corner, several large characters he had long forgotten caught his eye. Programming points, 50. Fong frowned slightly as he looked at the line. What exactly were these programming points for? He had been so immersed in creating cultivation techniques that he hadn't delved deeply into this feature. I'd better take a good look at this now. The description on the system page was concise and clear, summarizing the purpose of writing points in a single sentence. You can use writing points to forcibly implant the writing data you've obtained into any object. Fong stared at that sentence. It seemed like a mysterious passageway leading to an unknown realm, perhaps even more powerful than writing techniques, or at the very least, certainly no less so. However, now that he had writing points, programming data refers to solar attribute. So what does this forcefully implant mean? Fong's gaze casually fell upon the mug on the table. Its crystal clear glass body shimmered under the light. Did this count as any object? Do you wish to consume programming points to implant solar attribute into this object? A prompt appeared on the panel. Seeing this, a flash of understanding crossed Fong's eyes. So forced implantation means enchanting an object to give it extraordinary abilities. Take this mug of mine, for example. If I choose yes, this mug will become a mug imbued with a solar attribute. That's incredible. Although a cup isn't very useful, what if it were a knife? A gun? Or some other kind of weapon? A knife infused with the solar attribute would undoubtedly unleash boundless power in battle, the forces of scorching heat and destruction intertwining along its blade, crushing enemies in an instant. At this thought, Fong's mind raced. If I were to forge a weapon that fits my hand perfectly and then infuse it with the solar attribute, wouldn't it become my own unique weapon? A custom-made weapon with extraordinary power far superior to anything available on the market. With that in mind, Fong opened the shopping app on his phone and, after a quick search, found a specialty knife shop. As soon as he entered, his gaze locked onto a Tang-style sword featured on the shop's homepage. The blade, measuring 3 chi and 7 cun, was broad and sturdy, with an incredibly sharp straight edge. The handle was crafted from sandalwood, simple and unadorned, accented only by a touch of gold at the top and a crystal clear white pearl inlaid in the center. Although it was still in its original packaging, it looked impressive enough. This is the one. Fong tapped the place order button, and the order was immediately processed. The screen displayed next day delivery. Wow, that's efficient. After finishing all this, Fong finally began to feel a bit sleepy. He yawned, stretched, and flopped onto his soft, large bed. At that moment, in the city shrouded in darkness, a figure clad in a black and silver uniform was darting through the streets. Her movements were agile and otherworldly, and her eyes glowed with a faint silvery light, making her look like a spirit of the night. She seemed to be chasing something, and her headset kept flashing with lights. I still haven't caught that rabbit that devoured the night spirit fruit. Its speed is simply astonishing," she said into her earpiece. As she spoke, her form flickered unpredictably as she soared over an apartment building. Under the waning moon, a stunning arc flashed by, like a shooting star in the night sky. A passerby happened to look up and rubbed their eyes. "I think I just saw someone fly by, but that's the elevator shaft." The headset flashed a blue light, and a lively female voice came through. "You have to be extra careful. It just devoured the spirit fruit, and its mutation and evolution aren't complete yet. It's highly likely to continue evolving and growing stronger. Don't let your guard down for a second." "I understand," the girl in the uniform whispered softly, gazing ahead as her figure gradually blended into the night. Amid the wave of mana awakening, a new era was slowly unfolding, an era brimming with opportunities, yet accompanied by immense crises. The world was undergoing great upheaval, and strange phenomena were appearing frequently. The revival of mana had given rise to countless pioneers, but it had also spawned numerous vicious beasts. These creatures were brutal and savage, posing a massive threat to humanity. And the rabbit before her was one of them. Having devoured the night spirit fruit, it possessed the ability to move stealthily through the darkness. Not only that, but these creatures were highly aggressive toward humans. If she didn't subdue it in time and allowed it to mingle with the crowd, it could very well endanger the lives of ordinary people. As Su Qingying thought of this, she suddenly furrowed her brow. She sensed that the aura she had been tracking had suddenly changed direction and darted straight into a nearby high-rise apartment building, which meant ordinary people's lives could be in grave danger. "Damn it, that rabbit has entered a residential area." Su Qingying's expression turned grim as she turned and vanished into the night. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fong was lying in bed, just about to fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard a very eerie sound, a chaotic, jumbled noise that sounded as if a nest of rats were throwing a wild party under his bed. What the heck is that? Fong wondered if he was hearing things. He'd been living in this apartment for several years. How could rats suddenly appear? With that thought, he rolled over and didn't think much of it. But before long, the sound returned. Squeak, 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 squeak. This time the noise was even louder. It felt as though the rats' party had reached its climax, and they started some sleazy sexual antics, the sounds rising and falling in intensity. Fong couldn't take it anymore. He opened his eyes. Click. The light came on. He stepped out of bed in his slippers and searched the room thoroughly, but of course, he found nothing. Is that someone else's pet making that noise? Fong furrowed his brow slightly. He had already reached the Dominion stage. His hearing and eyesight far surpassed those of ordinary people, so it wasn't strange to hear sounds from other people's homes. Since it belonged to someone else, there wasn't much he could say about it. Fong returned to bed and lay down again. This time, he finally didn't hear the sound, but just as he was slowly drifting off to sleep, that annoying noise started up again. Squeak. This time, it wasn't just a simple cry. It was a shrill, piercing sound, as if the creature were being forced into some kind of sexual transaction with a strong man. Each note sounded like fingernails scraping against the ceiling, making his scalp tingle. Fong lay on his side, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Damn it! It's so loud. Chapter 8, Instantly Slaying the Strange Rabbit. The ultimate high-tier attribute bearer. The night was as cool as water. A chilling aura permeated the silent hallway. Whose pet is this, yelping nonstop in the middle of the night? And that sound is so wretched. Could it be abuse? Fong climbed out of bed in annoyance, pushed open the door, and stepped out. After the start of autumn, the evening breeze had already taken on a chill, yet the night air didn't penetrate him in the slightest. His body was scorching hot, like a ball of fire. In the pitch-black hallway, Fong seemed to emit a faint glow, making him look quite out of the ordinary. Guided by the sound, Fong walked on until he finally spotted the culprit. A rabbit. The rabbit was curled up in a corner, trembling all over and radiating an aura of agony. However, as Fong drew closer, he caught a whiff of a pungent stench. He stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the creature before him. This rabbit was far from what one would call a rabbit. Its entire body was pitch black, a pair of fangs protruding from a blood-red maw, its crimson eyes flashing with ferocity, and its fur was a tangled mess, standing on end like steel needles, a truly terrifying sight. Under the dim glow of the emergency light, this beast appeared even more twisted and grotesque. It was not cute in the slightest, but downright repulsive. Fong couldn't help but exclaim, "This rabbit! It's fucking ugly." This monster was no longer a rabbit, but a creature twisted and mutated by evil forces. It let out a hoarse screech, and upon hearing the sound, its eyes locked on the Fong. The dim corridor was deathly silent, with only a faint light flickering in the shadows. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the silence, and the lights flared to full brightness, illuminating the red liquid slowly trickling from the rabbit's mouth, a color like blood, flickering in and out of view under the light. Fong's heart sank. So, the foul odor he smelled earlier was the stench of blood. This rabbit has already become a mutated beast. It's displaying extreme aggression even before fully evolving. Its Dark Knight attribute will intensify its frenzy. If we don't stop its evolution in time, this entire building will be drenched in blood. Fong's eyes flickered slightly. The next moment, he walked slowly toward the rabbit. As the lights flickered, the distance between man and beast grew ever closer. The rabbit's eyes blazed with ferocity, its bristling fur standing on end as it snarled at Fong. It was roaring, it was threatening. The golden radiance flowing around Fong exuded a powerful, sacred force that struck fear into its very soul, as if it were being suppressed by an irresistible power. In the dim light cast by the flickering lamps, the standoff between man and beast felt exceptionally tense. It was afraid of this slender figure. Boom! Just as it howled, that figure suddenly struck. Golden light shone brightly, as if 10,000 suns were blooming in the palm of his hand. A majestic aura surged suddenly. Fong's entire body was enveloped in a terrifying golden light, pure and supremely yang. He unleashed a punch. Boom! A sound like thunder exploded. Golden ripples surged and splashed all around. A bloody hole appeared with a thunderous crash in the rabbit's chest. Immediately afterward, its mangled body exploded, sending countless fragments of flesh and blood flying, each shimmering with a golden glow, like dazzling shards of gold. The rabbit's eyeballs flew out helplessly, eventually falling at Fong's feet, their eyes filled with despair and fear. Those eyes seemed to speak of endless confusion and bewilderment. Until the very last moment of its life, it could not understand. Why was this creature before it so terrifying? Fong stared coldly at the eyeball. Crack! His foot landed precisely on the eyeball. A thick stream of blood spurted from beneath his foot, like a crimson spark blooming in the darkness. He knew full well that although this rabbit had acquired the night attribute, its mutation process was not yet complete, and the solar attribute happened to be its natural counter. With that single punch, the powerful solar attribute energy within him erupted, instantly killing it. He'd only been training for a day. And he'd already managed to kill a mutated rabbit with a single punch. Although his opponent hadn't fully mutated yet, he was already quite satisfied. What a beast, disturbing people as sleep in the middle of the night. It has absolutely no manners. Fong yawned. After a busy day, he was dead tired. He turned around lazily, not even glancing at the ugly rabbit carcass on the ground, and walked straight toward his room. Not long after he left, a graceful figure landed outside the window, her long legs striding urgently into the hallway in an attempt to intercept the rabbit. She rushed inside, but her pupils suddenly contracted. The floor was covered in flesh and blood. There was no intact corpse to be seen, only scattered limbs and broken bones, a mangled mess of flesh and blood all jumbled together. Dead? Her heart sank instantly. The rabbit still carried residual Dark Knight attributes. She had to recover them. This was a sub-attribute of the Dark attribute, possessing an extremely high level of perfection. As Su Qingying drew closer, she suddenly furrowed her brow. Wait a minute. This aura. Such a scorching aura, supremely vigorous, powerful, vast, and warm. It's not a sub-attribute at all, but a solar attribute of the highest possible level? Su Qingying's expression grew complex. During the initial stage of the Heaven and Earth Mana Awakening, many individuals with attributes emerge. Since celestial anomalies are generally accompanied by natural phenomena, and there are currently no orthodox cultivation methods. Most pioneers possess some sort of attribute. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most basic and the easiest to encounter. However, those with attributes like thunder, solar, light, and darkness, which carry inherent risks, are extremely rare, as they are difficult to manifest. What a pure solar attribute! Its revival level is at least 80 or higher. This person possesses extraordinary talent. Judging by their aura, they're only at 1 star of the Dominion stage. After confirming this, she gently tapped her earpiece and immediately reported the situation to her superiors. That rabbit is dead. Well done. Did you kill it? Not me. Someone else intervened. Su Qingying quickly reported everything she had witnessed. After listening, the person on the other end fell silent. A layer of stillness hung in the air, as if time had stopped. After quite a while, the other party consulted their records and slowly spoke. Is there actually a pioneer with an extreme high-tier attribute in your area? Yes. Su Qingying furrowed her brow slightly, staring at the flesh fragments on the ground, which still glowed with a faint golden light. There is no record of him in headquarters files, the voice on the other end said, sounding slightly excited. A pioneer with such monstrously exceptional talent, we absolutely must find a way to get to know him. Su Qingying nodded deeply. She had been stunned when she saw it with her own eyes just moments ago. What an extraordinary solar attribute talent! Such natural talent would undoubtedly rank among the very best in Xia Kingdom. In a situation like this, joining any organization would guarantee unlimited resources. Sure enough. The next second, instructions from her superior came through the earpiece. Put your current assignments on hold for now. Your top priority is to stay there, track down the pioneer, and make sure to document everything. Ideally, we'd be able to convince him to join our mana cultivation association. Understood. Su Qingying replied softly, her gaze falling once more on the rabbit-esque corpse. Who exactly is this mysterious figure? Chapter 9, Another Breakthrough. The Golden Suntang Sword. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze blew. Having slept soundly, Fong woke up early, sat upright on the windowsill, and prepared to begin his cultivation. The day's work begins at dawn. The brilliant sunlight shining upon me makes my cultivation even more effective. Awakener like them sometimes take extremely dangerous risks in pursuit of pure perfection, such as cultivating the solar attribute under the blazing sun or the lightning attribute during a thunderstorm. The results, of course, were evident. Visualizing the sun helped him enhance the efficiency of the golden sun breathing art, so Fong gazed at the rising sun, breathed in the morning air, and exhaled slowly. The golden sun breathing art circulated within his body. It continuously transformed into wisp after wisp of golden breath, surging toward him. After entering the Dominion stage, the scene he witnessed within his internal realm while practicing the golden sun breathing art became even more magnificent. Lava flowed over the massive divine axe, exuding a majestic, domineering, and mysterious aura. Meanwhile, the breath transformed by the golden sun breathing art wrapped around the axe handle like countless threads resembling giant dragons coiled around the divine axe, eager to strike. Fong's breathing remained steady. As the golden threads multiplied, they seemed to weave a cocoon around the divine axe, cradling it within. The divine axe hung there quietly. Just then, suddenly, the threads gripped the divine axe and yanked it violently. The axe, as heavy as 1,000 June, as massive as a mountain or a peak, suddenly shifted slightly, as if poised to swing downward. Another breakthrough? A look of joy flashed across Fong's brow. At the Dominion stage, each breakthrough requires swinging the divine axe. One swing equals 1 star. However, swinging the axe consumes a tremendous amount of mental energy, and without adequate preparation, one risks injuring oneself due to insufficient strength. He tried to sense the situation by channeling his mental energy. I've already reached the threshold of 2 stars. I'm just 1 step away. Fong could feel that the axe wasn't as heavy as it had been yesterday. He was like a tireless woodcutter. The first time he picked up the axe, he could only swing it once. After practicing for a while, he could swing it twice, and so on. Diligent study and arduous practice, day after day. One day, he would be able to wield this divine axe with ease and complete freedom. The same applies to cultivation. There is no secret, only perseverance. The golden sun breathing art also played an indispensable role in this process. After all, cultivation is infinitely more intricate than chopping wood. Without a refined and powerful cultivation technique to guide him, no amount of practice would yield results. Just then, a thought struck Fong. He channeled the golden sun breathing art with all his might. Threads of golden light tightly bound the divine axe, pulling it downward with unstoppable force. Golden light surged forth, merging with the searing, scorching magma, like a golden dragoness heat wave driving the divine axe down with relentless force. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. The divine axe plummeted violently, plowing a long, scorching, pitch-black trail in its wake, its blazing heat intense and overwhelming. Once, twice. The divine axe swung down a second time. This meant that Fong had directly advanced to 2-star. He had just broken through to 1-star yesterday, and today he was already at 2-star. This rate of advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Phew! Fong exhaled a breath of scorching air. At that moment, looking in from the outside, the veins on his body displayed an eerie golden pattern of faint, shimmering gold. This was the effect of the golden sun breathing art after his breakthrough. The chi and blood within his body had been transformed into a sea of pure gold. Although I'm advancing quickly, it's because I already sensed this when I broke through to 1-star. I hadn't fully exhausted the residual energy accumulated from my previous cultivation. From here on out, I'll have to level up step by step, with a down-to-earth approach. If other pioneers heard Fong say this, they'd likely be so enraged that their chi and blood would surge to their heads, causing them to spit blood and curse him for being a Versailles. 2 days, just 2 days to advance to 2 stars in the Dominion stage. Is there any justice in the world? Throughout this process, the overwhelming power of a top-tier cultivation technique was fully on display. Those practicing ordinary cultivation techniques spent more time than Fong, yet gained less, and their advancement was certainly not as fast as his. With every star I break through, my physical body feels a bit stronger. If I were to break through to the next realm, it's hard to imagine just how powerful my body would become. Fong clenched his fist. He felt brimming with power. Before, a single punch could knock out a kid. Now, not even a 190-pound, 8-pack abs athletic student could withstand his blow. This was the added benefit of cultivation. As one levels up, the physical body becomes increasingly formidable. Therefore, while defeating opponents of higher tiers sounds simple, the physical aspect alone presents an insurmountable gap. After his breakthrough, Fong could feel the solar attribute mana surging around the divine axe within him, vibrant and abundant. My solar attribute was already pure to begin with, and after being tempered, it has become even more pristine. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. Is that a delivery? I'm home, I'll open the door now. Fong answered the call while opening the door. Sure enough, a SF Express delivery guy was standing outside. After opening the package and signing for it, Fong was in high spirits and smiled. These days, delivery services tend to drop packages at lockers or pickup stations, forcing people to go down and get them themselves. Deliveries brought right to your doorstep are practically extinct. Inside the delivery box lay a Tang sword. By touching an item, I can forcibly implant attributes into it. I've tried this with a mug before. Fong pressed his hand directly against the Tang sword. Do you wish to consume crafting points to implant the solar attribute into this item? Yes. Boom. In an instant, a golden light surged forth, enveloping the Tang sword. It seemed to have been instantly imbued with some mysterious power, making one feel as if they were gazing directly at the sun. Unlike the fire attribute. If fire is simply combustion, then the solar attribute is the ultimate, searing heat. One can look directly at a torch, but cannot look directly at the sun. A single glance is enough to burn a person to ashes. Its grandeur is immeasurable. Infusion successful. Fong reached out and gripped the Tang sword imbued with the solar attribute. He could feel that this sword was in perfect harmony with the power within him. They shared the same origin and fed off one another. Fong weighed the sword in his hand, his fingers gently brushing along the blade. Perhaps it's because I've cultivated by visualizing the sun. Now I possess pure solar attribute within me, and this sword is the same. Our attributes align, we're a perfect match. Although it's still in its original packaging, I feel even more powerful with it. After all, in future martial artists' battles, combat might not simply involve ordinary clashes of blades. Fong wanted to test the solar attribute power within this sword. He stepped outside and made his way to the back mountain. The back mountain was secluded aside from couples sneaking off for trysts. No one usually came here. Fong drew the Tang sword from his waist. He tapped the blade in the air. In an instant, a streak of golden light from the blade blazed so fiercely it obscured all dust. The sky was set ablaze by the golden glow, as if the great sun were burning fiercely. Everything around him seemed to melt away in the intense flames. Fong's eyes flickered slightly. His first thought was, "That was close. I came to this deserted back mountain." Chapter 10, Spirit Weapons. Excuse me, are you a pioneer too? That was way too much of a commotion. I wonder if anyone saw me and might report me for setting the mountain on fire. Fong quickly sheathed his Tang sword and looked around. Fortunately, he checked to make sure no one was around when he came up, and since it was work hours, hardly anyone had noticed him. Fong turned and walked away. Little did he know. Just as his figure vanished behind the back mountain, a slender figure appeared in a flurry at the spot where he'd been standing. Su Qingying, holding a cup of milk tea, circled the rooftop but didn't see anyone. She stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it! He got away again. I stayed up all night keeping watch, and just as I went to buy a cup of milk tea to stay awake, he vanished. I must be going through a rough patch lately. Su Qingying opened her little mouth and bit down viciously on the straw a few times to vent her frustration. After receiving instructions from the organization last night, she had disposed of the rabbit escorts and then set up a stakeout near this apartment building, mimicking a police stakeout. Based on her extensive criminal investigation experience, 9 out of 10 criminals like to return to the crime scene. Don't ask why the last one doesn't. That's what they always say in the videos. Anyway, she waited and waited last night near the stairwell where the rabbit's body was found, so long that the flowers had withered, but no one showed up. All she saw was a little brat who overslept, was about to be late for school, and was crying while getting spanked. As for his brat traits, they were definitely off the charts, but as for solar attribute? Not a trace of it. This is so infuriating. They're forcing me to work overtime again. Su Qingying let out a deep sigh, and immediately, her gaze was drawn to the traces on the back hill. Wait a minute. That's it. The rooftop was covered in fallen gold. Even though much of its radiance had faded, the light still stung her eyes. There had been a few small flower pots on the ground. No one knew who had tended them, but now they'd been scorched dry and charred, giving off a burnt smell. Scattered golden light blanketed the ground, shrouding the dust in a thin golden veil, dazzling yet chaotic. Su Qingying's expression suddenly changed. Here we go again. Here we go again. Leaving me another mess to clean up. What am I supposed to do about these flowers? Where am I supposed to go to buy an identical pot to replace them? Her heart felt so weary. As members of the Ether Guild, ensuring the peaceful lives of ordinary people was their inescapable responsibility. The higher-ups were currently planning a frog in boiling water approach. Instead of publicly announcing that mana was about to be revived, they were using the news and other means to gradually weave these bizarre incidents into people's daily lives. That way, when the actual revival occurred, ordinary people wouldn't be caught completely off guard. When out on missions, they're always cautious, and then even more cautious, terrified of causing a big scene and having to face the sour expressions of the cleanup department upon their return. But right now, Su Qingying hadn't even seen that ultimate solar attribute pioneer, and this was already the second time she had to clean up his mess, and each time, it was outrageous. She'd have to make a mental note to settle this score. Su Qingying crouched down, and as she looked down to inspect the scene, her beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. Impossible. Last night, the aura I sensed wasn't particularly strong. It should have been someone who just entered the Dominion stage, only a single star. But today, that aura has clearly grown much stronger. What shocked her went far beyond that. Her breathing quickened as she looked at one of the marks. Not only that, But there's also an extremely powerful aura mixed in here as spirit weapon? Impossible. This is simply impossible. Spirit weapons are extremely rare. Even the entire association has only one or two of them, and since the installation of the spirit energy cores isn't yet perfected, no one is allowed to use them. Su Qingying's pretty little face alternated between a furrowed brow and a look of shock. Spirit weapons were a technology that existed only in theory. Infusing a weapon with an attribute allows an ordinary weapon to unleash unimaginable power accordingly. A user who wields a spirit weapon is far stronger than an ordinary awakener without one. Due to current technological limitations, spirit weapons have not yet been fully released. So how did one end up here? How could a mana awakening pioneer possibly possess a spirit weapon that even the association struggles to manufacture? Su Qingying bit down on her straw, pacing back and forth restlessly. At that moment, she really wanted to just go downstairs, knock on the door of the apartment building, find that mysterious solar attribute bearer, and ask what on earth was going on. But she couldn't do that. No awakener is permitted to disturb the lives of civilians under any circumstances. This was the ironclad rule enshrined in the Ether Guild's first principle. It could be said that this was a consensus every mana awakening pioneer had to internalize. The vast nation of Xia had a massive population. The impending mana awakening society was, in itself, a destabilizing factor that would reshuffle existing social norms. At this critical juncture, even the slightest oversight could trigger widespread panic. At that point, social unrest combined with cataclysmic changes in the heavens and earth would truly usher in the end of the world. That is why Su Qingying had resorted to this waiting for the rabbit to come to the tree approach to find that mysterious solar attribute bearer. Unfortunately, Lady Luck had not smiled upon her. Never mind. I'll have to look into the spirit weapon matter some more. Something this important can't be reported on a whim. Su Qingying sighed and resignedly helped Fong clean up his mess. In the apartment, inside the bedroom, Fong sat on the sofa, taking stock of his haul. 2-star Dominion stage, a solar attribute Tang sword not bad. My strength has seen a massive boost. For an awakener, the sooner you acquire a weapon that suits you, the better. However, Fong's mind was on something else at that moment. I wonder if attributes can be stacked on the same item. My sword currently has only one solar attribute. If I visualize and acquire other attributes, can I implant them into this sword as well? He would certainly need to meditate and create other techniques in the future. It was impossible that he would have only the solar attribute. If he acquired more attributes, whether they could be imbued into the same item would be another question. I have to say, forced attribute imbuing is quite useful. Once I've collected more attributes, I'll not only have a sword that matches my attributes, but I'll also be able to enchant my clothes and even my pets. The important thing is that each of these items will be tailor-made for me, perfectly suited to my own abilities. Fong muttered under his breath. He lay on the couch, his finger subconsciously pressing the power button on his phone. Just then, the phone vibrated once, and the screen lit up. You have a new reply. Fong tapped to open the message. He recognized the sender. It was the guy from yesterday who commented, "I've learned my lesson" under the post, only to be mocked by everyone as a hypochondriac. Yesterday, while scrolling through the thread, Fong had casually given him a like. He never expected to receive a private message from him now. Excuse me, are you a pioneer too? Seeing this, Fong raised an eyebrow slightly. Instead of replying, he asked a question in return. Are you? The other person was online and replied quickly. Yes. Chapter 11, A Chance Encounter. Heading to the site of the Great Cosmic Upheaval. The account page was very simple. Even the username was the system default. The other person seemed convinced that Fong was a pioneer and sent several more messages in quick succession. Nickname Atug72, I took a look at your browsing history. You've been paying close attention to the recent celestial anomalies, and since you gave me a like yesterday, I'm going to take a guess you're also a mana awakening pioneer. Nickname Atug72, I have a few friends who are all pioneers. We often get together to discuss things, and we're always on the lookout for other pioneers. Fong furrowed his brow slightly. Instead of replying to the message, he first switched away from the screen, found his privacy settings, and set his browsing history and replies to private. For now, with mana yet to be reawakened, martial arts take precedence. Amid the changing times, there are far too many martial arts pioneers whose true intentions remain unknown. Since Fong didn't know this person's background, it was best to proceed with caution. Only after doing all this did Fong switch back to the chat interface. Fan, what do you want from me? Username atug72 is typing. Username atug72, actually, we just want to make a friend. Nothing more. Nickname atug72, there are 3 of us in total. We've been sticking together for mutual support ever since the world turned upside down. You know, that's pretty common among pioneers. We all have a feeling that major problems are likely to arise in the future, and it's always good to make more friends, so we've been searching online to see if we could find any pioneer big shots. After searching high and low, you ended up finding me, right? Fong felt this person was pretty straightforward. It was the first time he met someone who laid everything out on the table after just a couple of sentences. He even laid out his friend's secrets too. Fan, I'm a newbie too. Nickname atug72, oh, you're a newbie too? Well, that takes some of the pressure off me. Since we're all newbies, we can discuss things together from now on. Clasped fists. If you have any questions, just ask me, brother, I'll tell you everything I know. Fan, thanks, bro. Clasped fists. Have you looked at the Spiritual Cultivation Society's cultivation chart? How's your progress going? Username atug72, I was just about to tell you about that. Let me tell you, that body tempering divine axe, I tried to condense it yesterday. Damn, it took every ounce of my strength. That divine axe is way too damn hard to condense. Out of the 3 of us brothers, only one of us succeeded. Hee, pretty impressive, huh? Fan, impressive. Username atug72, to be honest, I feel like right now, there aren't many who can manifest a divine axe. As for those of the opposite gender who reach the dominion stage, they're all monsters, pure and simple. Fan, oh? Username atug72, actually, I've got some inside info. You know the national team has a lot of pioneers, right? They're only at the 1-star dominion stage right now. Rounding up, we're second only to the national team. Is the national team only at 1-star dominion stage too? Fong looked pensive. He probed a bit more, asking indirect questions, and found that the other person was indeed telling him everything. He seemed quite sincere. Username atug72, by the way, another piece of inside info, I've discovered a special location where a celestial anomaly is expected to occur. Want to check it out together? If so, we could team up in the future. Fong pondered for a moment. Fan, sure, send me the coordinates. Celestial and terrestrial anomalies. He was indeed in desperate need of this kind of intelligence. These days, many pioneers were constantly scouring the world for such anomalies. As beneficiaries of this era, they were eager to reap even greater rewards from them. When pioneers encounter these anomalies, whether they're rare natural treasures or attribute-enhanced weapons, they can use them to boost their strength accordingly. Shortly after, the user with the nickname atug72 sent over a file. It turned out to be a compressed file. Inside were not only detailed addresses and photos, but also a 5,000-character analytical essay. It provided a thorough analysis of the local topography, historical origins, and the progression of changes. Then, shifting gears, it suddenly turned to the topic of natural anomalies, concluding that there were definitely treasures to be found there. Fong clicked on the photos to take a look. What met his eyes was a dim, pitch-black underground river. Not long ago, it had suddenly and inexplicably burst into flames, transforming into subterranean magma, undoubtedly the work of a celestial anomaly. Crimson gold lava surged through the black rock passageway, coalescing into a searing fire dragon. The flames blazed brilliantly, dazzling and fierce. Yet the flecks of gold within it, like scattered starlight reflecting the sun, stood out strikingly against the crimson fire dragon. It's the same as my solar attribute. Fong recognized the uniqueness of this phenomenon at a glance. It seemed this journey would yield him quite a lot. The next day. Thai City, Binmu District, a clearing in the woods. On the rock face of a nearby mountain was a stone door, from whose crack a wave of heat swept toward them. A group of young men and women stood before the door, all appearing to be in their youth. Each was an attribute-bearing pioneer, the strongest among them at 1 star of the Dominion stage. At that moment, they were gathered around a girl dressed in a white hiking outfit. Several of them seemed to regard her as their leader. Her name was Zhang Xiaoya. She was the creator of the compressed file and the first to discover this underground magma vein. Furthermore, she had a hidden identity. Not long ago, she had successfully joined the Mana Cultivation Association as a full-time employee. Few people knew that the Mana Cultivation Association was actually an official department of the Xia Kingdom, with extremely high admission standards. Ordinary pioneers couldn't even find a way in. Zhang Xiaoya's successful admission was undoubtedly due to her financial clout, and she owed quite a few favors as a result. The map Xiaoya shared is really detailed. I found it as soon as I arrived. It was a breeze, someone nearby said, trying to strike up a conversation with her. Zhang Xiaoya smiled faintly. I also want to thank you all for coming along to explore this underground river with me. Once we're inside, we'll need to look out for one another. Of course, of course. As the group exchanged pleasantries, a man with a small mustache standing nearby kept checking his phone, as if waiting for someone. Oldly, when is that friend of yours supposed to show up? He'll be here soon. Didn't he say 10 o'clock? It's only 2 minutes until then. Oldly glanced at his phone again as he spoke. A short, stocky man with a crew cut standing next to him nudged his arm. That online friend you mentioned, is he really coming or not? We've never even met him. Can we trust him? No idea. We've still got 5 minutes. Let us just wait and see. As Oldly spoke, he sent a text message from his phone. Username atug72, are you here yet? We're waiting for you at the entrance. You'll see us as soon as you arrive. Zhang Xiaoya took in their behavior and shook her head slightly to herself. When she arrived, she hoped to see if there were any outstanding pioneers she could help introduce. Now it seemed forget it. Hey, he is here. Oldly looked up suddenly and waved in a certain direction. Everyone turned to look in unison. Chapter 12, Detecting Internal Flames, Acquiring Crimson Blade Art. A figure slowly emerged from the woods. A young man with a tall, straight posture. He looked no older than 20, wore a tang sword at his waist and exuded a powerful aura. He strolled over at a leisurely pace, and just as he reached the doorway, the time on his phone read exactly 10 o'clock, not a minute more or less. So your brother Fan? Oldly gave him a few appraising glances. Why was he younger than he imagined? He assumed the other guy would be around his own age, even though they were both approaching 30. Are you the one with the system nickname? Fong gave a faint smile and said hello. Then he stepped aside on his own and said nothing more. Come to think of it, we're all I-types pretty introverted. Not like me, an E-type a total social butterfly. The short, stocky man with the crew cut who spoken up first stepped in to smooth things over. He had a cheerful expression when he smiled, his face was creased with wrinkles, and he clearly looked like someone who was always smiling. Zhang Xiaoya, however, couldn't help but glance at Feng a few more times. She sensed that he was quite capable, but unfortunately, he had a rather aloof personality and didn't say much to break the ice. Since everyone is here, let us get ready to go down. Zhang Xiaoya slowly pushed open the stone door. Boom! As the stone door swung open, a dazzling golden light burst forth. As the gap widened, a wave of murky energy surged out from within. The heat hit everyone, leaving them drenched in sweat. Yet their expressions betrayed a sense of fervor. A new era was about to dawn. This was their chance. Zhang Xiaoya was so excited her fingers trembled. Whether it was a stroke of luck or a danger, success or failure hinged on this very moment. As for Fong, he merely glanced up at the golden light. It's the solar attribute, just as I thought. Let us go. The underground river, also known as a subterranean stream, was located within a limestone cave. In many limestone caves, stalagmites, stalactites, stone curtains, and stone flowers grow alongside the rivers, creating a scene of dazzling beauty and eerie mystery. Judging from the analysis and images provided in the compressed file, this underground river was no exception. Its interior likely featured an irregular, tree-like pattern and was quite lengthy. Once inside, the surroundings suddenly grew dark. Someone turned on a flashlight, illuminating a rugged path flanked by sheer rock cliffs. The sensation of entering the cave was like being locked in a sealed room, inevitably evoking a sense of unease. "Who is going first?" Zhang Xiaoya asked. Old Li and Flathead exchanged glances, then fell silent in unison, as if their mouths had been sewn shut. "I'll go first." Fong, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up. He stepped past Zhang Xiaoya, who was holding the flashlight, and moved to the very front of the group. His back looked sturdy and reassuring. "I'll hold the light and walk behind you. You two figure out the rest yourselves," Zhang Xiaoya said without turning her head. And just like that, an odd-numbered group was formed, with Old Li bringing up the rear, effectively on his own. As Zhang Xiaoya carefully shone her flashlight on the path, her gaze involuntarily drifted to Fong's back. From the very beginning, she sensed that this guy was mysterious. It wasn't the kind of aloofness that comes from staying silent. It was a mystery that radiated from his very demeanor. Zhang Xiaoya had met quite a few pioneers, but most of them carried a sense of superiority, yet the man ahead of her didn't. She couldn't detect any of that in him. For some reason, she vaguely sensed a warm aura. It was quite contradictory. "Brother Fong, slow down a bit. Watch out for the loose rocks underfoot. Stay closer to the inside. It looks like water is dripping from the left. A few drops have already hit my head. Are you guys tired? Let me know if you're thirsty. I've got bottled water in my bag." Calls like these came from behind them every now and then. The group would occasionally exchange a word or two, but most of the time, the other three were talking while Fong just listened. In this group, Fong was a relative newcomer, but judging by the way they treated her as an equal, they considered her one of their own. Easy going? Just a down-to-earth person. Only now did Fong truly understand the urgency of the person online with the nickname Tug72. They clearly wanted to find a few reliable teammates in this uncertain future. It felt very real. "We're almost there." Fong, who was walking in the lead, suddenly spoke up. "Ah, it's lava!" Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise. The group had already reached the banks of the underground river. The scene before them was even more compelling than the photos. The pitch-black passageway resembled a tunnel hewn from the depths of the earth, with searing red, churning magma flowing through it, billowing with white steam. As the lava flowed, it pounded against the sheer cliffs, producing a sound like waves crashing against the shore. It really is lava. To think that genuine lava is actually flowing through this underground river, this looks way too eerie. If we post this, people will say you're just really good at photo editing. Do you guys feel hot? It's so weird, it feels a little warm, but not really hot. Now that you mention it, our clothes have been soaked all the way here, but that's normal in the summer. Is this really how it's supposed to be next to magma? As the group chattered away, Fong had already crouched down and plunged his hand straight into the magma. The surging magma instantly engulfed his hand. The group was instantly horrified. "Dude, are you out of your mind playing around like this? That's magma. You're actually touching it with your bare hand?" Zhang Xiaoya's breathing quickened. Old Li, standing nearby, immediately reached out to grab Fong's arm, but the very next second, Fong raised his hand out of the magma on his own. His palm was smooth, without a single sign of a burn. Fong spoke up. "It's not that hot. This magma is very special." No sooner had he finished speaking than he plunged his hand back into the lava. This time, he went deeper than before and finally felt a surge of heat. A fiery serpent licked at his fingertips, sending a stinging sensation through them. Cool on the outside, hot on the inside. It really does feel like fire burning in water. Fong was deep in thought. Suddenly, he sensed an immense danger.
Fong reacted with lightning speed, swiftly pulling his hand back without hesitation. Boom!
The very next second, the spot where his hand had been moments ago suddenly exploded, erupting in blinding flames that instantly flared into a raging inferno. A suffocating wave of heat swept toward him. As the magma met the air, it let out a deafening roar. Lava spattered everywhere, burning everything to ash, while the flames danced like a giant dragon. In that moment, it was as if the earth itself were roaring in fury. What just happened? The crowd took a few steps back, still reeling from the shock. They had narrowly avoided being caught in the blast. If they'd been hit, their heads would have been blown right off. Fong also took a step back. Staring at the lingering sparks from the explosion in the air, various lines of source code flickered ceaselessly in his eyes. Detected celestial anomaly, inner flame. Analyzing. Activating ultimate computing power, coding in progress. You have obtained Crimson Blade Art. Internal flame template, internal high temperature, carries explosive attributes, astonishing destructive power. Crimson Blade Art. Unlike the Golden Sun breathing art, which requires drawing the sword to reveal its true power, every strike carries the roar of flames. Every strike is the might of blazing fire. When this sword technique is used, the blade is enveloped in a layer of raging fire, and every swing becomes a bolt of fiery lightning. The blazing flames condensed at the tip of the blade are ignited by his fighting spirit. In that instant, the energy released by the crimson flames rivals the scorching heat of the sun. Fong's eyes burned with intensity. This Crimson Blade Art complements my Tang sword perfectly. This is ideal. I can infuse this inner flame attribute into the sword, doubling its power. Do you wish to spend crafting points to imbue this item with the inner flame attribute? Yes. In an instant, countless crimson rays surged into the Tang sword at his side. Tiny cracks appeared on the blade inside the scabbard, and searing bubbles continuously rose from the blade's surface like foam. As the inner flame was infused, rippling patterns of flame began to appear on the blade's surface. The flames surged ceaselessly, emitting a hissing sound as they burned. A bright flash streaked across the hilt, and the center of the blade seemed poised to unleash a burst of explosive flames at any moment, a blaze that would detonate instantly, igniting the surrounding air. An attack technique of ultimate explosive power. The higher one's cultivation level, the more powerful the explosion when wielded by a master. The might of this sword technique rivals that of reviving a celestial calamity. A true explosion, it could easily destroy an entire city. Pretty brutal, Fong said with a smile as he felt the heat of the Tang sword. I like it. He happened to be missing exactly this kind of thing. I can feel it too. I feel it too. The man with the flat top haircut looked surprised. I can feel it. With just a little more cultivation, I'll be able to officially embark on the path of cultivation. The others had already crossed their legs and sat on the ground at some point, having just sensed the waves of renewal. They needed to hurry and absorb the mana from the heavens and earth. They were all pioneers, with abilities on par with one another. The competition was all about who could progress faster. Fong didn't rush into cultivation. On this journey, he had already gained something far more precious. Suddenly, he heard a series of strange sounds. The sounds weren't very loud. The three who were cultivating didn't hear them, but they seemed to be getting closer and closer to where they were. Fong carefully pinpointed the direction and said calmly, "It seems we aren't the only ones who discovered this place." Chapter 13, The Tang Sword Resonates. The earth is charred black. Outside the stone forest, several figures had appeared in the previously empty clearing, each with a concealed aura. Clearly, they were also mana awakening pioneers. At that moment, they stood outside the stone gate, checking the map on their phones. The heavens and earth are in upheaval, and strange phenomena abound. We must hurry inside to avoid being beaten to the punch by others. That phenomenon must be right beneath us here. I can sense that unique fluctuation. Let us go. Every opportunity before the mana awakening is invaluable. Let us not waste any time. Boom! Deep beneath the ground, a piercing explosion suddenly erupted. A wave of heat poured out from the stone gate as if a sun had melted below, and the cracking sound thundered in their ears. A crimson wave surged from the ground like a serpent. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. What a powerful fluctuation!
It's coming from underground. Could it be that someone beat us to the site of great change?
They exchanged glances and immediately darted through the stone gate. When the group arrived, they saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the distance, absorbing mana to cultivate. Instantly, their expressions turned cold and hostile. In this era, it was common for pioneers to clash over the sites of great celestial and terrestrial upheavals. Every location of such an upheaval involved the extraordinary, and every aspect held the potential to bring one great fortune. Faced with such heavenly treasures, the fewer people sharing them, the better. But now, with two groups present in this underground river, they were like beasts vying for territory, brimming with hostility toward one another.
To make matters worse,
as the number of people in the underground river grew, the inner flame within began to stir restlessly. The mana generated by such anomalies is limited generally. Once the maximum capacity is reached, the phenomenon collapses.
Vying for locations is also a mandatory lesson for pioneers.
And this time, both groups had set their sights on the exact same spot. The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged.
You guys won in two? We found this spot first. My friend S already started absorbing mana. Dude, why don't you guys go somewhere else?
The man with the flat-top haircut stood up and positioned himself beside Fong and Oldly, who was absorbing mana.
Who is your dude? A loser who hasn't even reached the Dominion stage. Do you really think you're worthy of calling us brothers?
The pioneer across from them gave a contemptuous smile and took the first step forward.
The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a one-star Dominion stage cultivator.
Immediately afterward, another man stepped out from behind him. He was towering and burly, standing at 1.9 meters. He looked like a wall, exuding an overwhelming presence. He, too, was a one-star Dominion stage cultivator. The man with the crew cut's expression darkened. In their group, only Zhang Xiaoya was a one-star. He and Oldly hadn't yet reached the Dominion stage, and Fong was a newcomer who seemed clueless about everything. His strength likely wasn't much to speak of either.
Now they were outmatched. The gap between them was vast. In a situation like this, even the sharpest tongue was no match for brute force. Got it? Now get lost.
The one-star pioneer snorted derisively, not even glancing at them as he strode straight toward the lava below. Clearly, he didn't take this group seriously at all.
Zhang Xiaoya trembled with rage.
The other side had two one-star Dominion stage pioneers, and judging by their strength, neither was weaker than she was. They were not opponents they could afford to provoke.
Survival of the fittest, the strong prey on the weak.
This was an ironclad law of nature.
Under the overarching premise of mana awakening, pioneers were like the alpha males among animals, those who wielded immense power and authority.
An alpha male didn't rely on humility, but on the number of corpses torn apart beneath his feet, a form of strength far more straightforward than any throne or crown. Weak pioneers weren't worthy of the resources needed to grow stronger.
Zhang Xiaoya bit her lip lightly with her pearly teeth.
She took a step forward, just as she was about to speak up in protest. At that moment, a figure moved before she could.
Fong strode forward, positioning himself between the two teams. The evening breeze began to pick up,
and his hair fluttered in the wind.
It seemed as though a golden glow enveloped him, though upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an illusion. At that moment,
Fong raised his hand slightly, tilted his head, and reached behind him toward the bandages wrapped around his body.
Suddenly,
he clenched his fist, gripping the bandages above, and a blazing flame flared up between his fingers. Brighter than the stars in the night sky, denser than the cumulus clouds above, it pulsed like a blazing sun sinking toward the horizon, and the object within was clenched in Fong's hand. The bandages wrapping it melted and crumbled the instant the blaze erupted.
A knife?
The pioneers were stunned. From the fiery glow gradually emerging from Fong's hand, they seemed to make out the outline of a sword hilt.
Fong raised his hand slightly.
From within the blazing light, he gripped the hilt with one hand and slowly drew a slender tang sword. The crimson flame tang sword. Why does this sword look so strange? The figure across from him narrowed his eyes slightly, staring in bewilderment at the slender tang sword in Fong's hand. Ripples of light rippled across the blade's surface.
In that moment, he was struck by an incredibly blinding sensation as if he were staring directly into the sun. Clang! The Tang sword vibrated, its blade enveloped in a layer of dancing flames. Fang held it at an angle, the tip pointing slightly toward the ground. The raging fire poured out like mercury, spreading across the ground along the blade. In just 0.1 seconds, the earth was charred black. In an instant, a scorching wave of heat swept toward them. The one-star pioneer on the Dominion stage's pupils contracted sharply. "Fall back!" he roared, his voice like a clap of thunder. Buzz! Without needing his reminder, as the searing gale surged, everyone was already retreating at top speed on tiptoe. At breakneck speed, they retreated to the edge of the dark river in the blink of an eye. Almost the very moment they retreated, Fang raised his Tang sword and brought it down with a single slash toward the lava-filled dark river. Boom! At that moment, no other sounds or movements could be heard within the pitch-black cavern. There was only a pillar of fire shooting skyward. A blazing pillar of fire shot through the air, brilliant and intense, illuminating the entire pitch-black cavern and becoming the only unyielding flame in the darkness. Boom! The rubble on the ground shattered into pieces, a red glow seared through the open space, and the entire ground seemed to burst into flames, transforming into a crimson line. What is this? Zhang Xiaoya was horrified what a sight this was. She wondered, could this single slash actually cause the cave to collapse? At the same time, Fang flipped her wrist, and the blade struck the ground vertically. All the raging flames scattered throughout the cave converged on a single point, like a soaring fire dragon, heading toward the underground river. Boom! In that instant, the magma churned, forming one bubble after another, only for them all to burst in rapid succession with explosive cracks. A crimson energy surged from within the magma, frantically coalescing into an ever-expanding red sun that exploded with a thunderous roar before everyone's eyes. Boom! Crimson flames and explosions intertwined. A terrifying shockwave swept past, as if it could char a person. Get lost! Amid the spattering flames, Fang narrowed his eyes slightly beneath his black hair, gazing at the figures across from him. The pioneers opposite him stared wide-eyed, the crimson flames reflected in their pupils, illuminating their expressions of sheer terror. What level is this pioneer at? And that blade? The fiery patterns on the blade blazed brilliantly, and after it was swung, it actually triggered a secondary explosion. It was like a blazing sun. How terrifying! Several pioneers instantly felt their legs give way. They scrambled to turn around, sprinting frantically back the way they'd come, their retreating figures forming a neat line. Chapter 14, Another High-Attribute Pioneer? That pioneer squad fled in disarray. They scrambled and crawled their way out of the underground cavern and into the open. At the stone entrance, one of them, his lips pale and trembling, his eyes filled with terror, spoke in a quivering voice. It was terrifying. That guy was so terrifying just now. What was that weapon in his hand? I've never seen such a terrifying weapon. The sudden surge of heat in the cave just now made me feel like I was about to melt. There were flames etched into the blade of his knife when he drew it, it even burned through the cloth wrapping. When he swung that blade, the ground turned into a vast expanse of scorched earth. If even the earth couldn't withstand it, how could we mere mortals? Has someone this terrifying already emerged from the pioneers? Damn it, even though we're all pioneers, his strength far surpasses ours. The group of pioneers chattered back and forth, their conversation filled with shock and dread. Pioneers were, after all, the chosen ones of this era. If the world had any divine favor, it would surely rest upon them, the pioneers. But after witnessing what had just happened, all their sharp tongues fell silent. The vast gap in power left them with no will to resist. Thank goodness we didn't get into a fight with them. If that slash had hit me, I guarantee I'd have died on the spot without even a chance to linger in agony, because that's just how huge the gap is between him and me. That's terrifying. It's the first time I've seen a pioneer this powerful. You absolutely must never cross someone like that. Running away isn't a sign of cowardice. We did the right thing. The future of mana awakening is unknown, but we can expect it to be a dazzling era.
Each of us pioneers possesses unique, God-given gifts, but right now, all of this remains hidden beneath the surface.
There are no clear protections in place for pioneers yet.
If we ever provoke a powerhouse like that, it would be perfectly normal to be cut down on the spot. The group exchanged glances and let out a long sigh. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Compared to ordinary people, their situation as weak pioneers with only modest power was far more precarious. If they accidentally provoked a big shot, they'd end up as 3 gene of meat in a box today.
Let us just admit defeat. We'll have to give up this plot for now.
The one-star Dominion stage member who had stepped forward first made the decision. The others all nodded in agreement. They'd rather spend more time searching for another site of a celestial upheaval than go back and face that Iritang sword capable of incinerating everything.
An underground cavern.
The stillness in the air carried an eerie quality. Bald Guy was the first to snap out of it. He stared blankly at Fong, then after a long moment, managed to give him a thumbs up.
You're awesome, bro.
That swing just now was so cool. Traces of scorched earth still lingered on the ground, and the acrid smell of burning filled their nostrils. Everything pointed to the fact that what had just happened was real. The fiery patterns on the blade, the charred strips of cloth, and the spattering lava. Every detail was shocking. A towering wave of heat seemed to brush past their faces. The scorching blast left their cheeks stinging, and even now, their faces were still flushed red.
What a terrifying slash! Zhang Xiaoya clutched her burning cheeks.
The heat wave swept through her hair, and in an instant, a strand snapped off. The strand hit the ground and turned to ash in a single second, so fast it was almost unbearable to watch. If that blade had been swung at them, there would be nothing left here but a few charred corpses. As a one-star Dominion stage player, she had originally been feeling rather smug. But now, all her pride had been shattered by that single slash.
One slash. How many pioneers' dreams of greatness had it cut down?
What the hell just happened?
What is going on with this floor? Holy crap, did a volcano just erupt?
At that moment, Oldley, who had just recovered from his meditation while absorbing mana, screamed. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a huge, charred crack in the floor. Right between his legs. It was still billowing white steam. He was so scared his soul nearly flew out of his body.
Oldley immediately scrambled to his feet.
Seeing the others looking bewildered, he nudged the man with the crew cut.
What is going on with this floor?
Did you guys run into trouble?
Speak up.
The man with the crew cut muttered, Us? Right now, I feel like the danger is pretty dangerous. Oldley, what kind of bullshit are you spouting?
Did the fire burn your brain?
Seeing the man with the crew cut looking completely out of it, he furrowed his brow and turned to ask Zhang Xiaoya.
Xiaoya, what just happened?
Zhang Xiaoya glanced at him. You're actually pretty lucky.
Just going online and you run into a big shot.
Oldley?
Riddler, get the hell out of Gotham.
Zhang Xiaoya ignored him, stealing a glance at Fong.
This is definitely a high-tier pioneer.
High-tier, a status that transcends all others, reserved for super geniuses with top-tier natural talent.
Extremely rare. I've got to find a way to report this to the organization.
Oldley still didn't get an answer. With his sharp eyes, he noticed the bandage-wrapped knife peeking out from behind Fong. The bandage had been intact when Fong was meditating earlier.
Brother Fong, where did your bandage go?
It probably burned up, Fong said, glancing casually behind him.
Oh, it's just too hot around here. If you accidentally touch the lava, even your pants will burn right off.
You know, when I first opened my eyes, I noticed there was a long scorched streak right between my legs.
Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I guess the lava melted the floor. What do you think?
I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. The guy with the crew cut, listening from behind, was at a loss for words and tugged at Oldley's sleeve.
Oldley turned around and shouted, What?
The guy with the crew cut didn't say anything. He just glanced at Fong and blinked frantically. Oldley looked puzzled.
What's up? Is your eyelid twitching?
The four of them continued to explore deeper into the cave.
This underground magma river wasn't very long. After walking for 10 minutes, they reached the end. Apart from the magma, there were no other unusual phenomena in the cave. It seemed this magma river was the greatest opportunity they found. Oldley had indeed sensed a massive amount of heaven and earth mana here. Given time, he would be able to enter the Dominion stage. Retracing their steps, they arrived at the cave entrance. The group of travelers was no longer visible in front of the stone gate, so Fong parted ways with them there. "Brother Fong, you didn't score any perks on this trip, but let us try again next time. If there is anything good, we'll let you have it first. You're the youngest, after all, so we should look out for you." Oldley patted Fong on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Fong smiled. "Well, thanks in advance, then." His trip had actually been quite fruitful, but he didn't need to tell anyone that. The man with the crew cut stared at Oldley's hand on Fong's shoulder, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "Well, I'll be heading out now." See you next time. Let us discuss things more when we meet." Fong turned around and waved at them over his shoulder. The man with the crew cut had been holding it in the whole way, and finally found an opportunity to confront Oldley. "Do you have any idea who you just slapped?" "What?" The guy with the crew cut blurted out the whole story about how Fong had single-handedly scared off another pioneer squad. Oldley's eyes went wide at first, then he froze in place. It seemed he was thoroughly shaken. "I'm heading out. I've got things to do," Zhang Xiaoya said. She had to hurry back to report to the Ether Guild about this high-attribute pioneer. The group went their separate ways. Zhang Xiaoya got into her car and dialed the Ether Guild liaison's number. Pioneers like them relied on liaisons to communicate with the Ether Guild. Once the call connected, Zhang Xiaoya reported what she had seen. "I suspect that was a high-attribute pioneer with exceptional talent." "Another high-attribute pioneer?" The person on the other end muttered under their breath. "What?" Zhang Xiaoya hadn't heard clearly. "Nothing. It's been logged. Please notify me immediately if there are any developments." After hanging up, the female liaison sitting in her office looked puzzled. She lowered her head, her gaze sweeping over the report from another pioneer, Su Qingying. "My goodness, what is going on? Has the association hit the jackpot? 2 high-attribute pioneers in a row?" "Those high-attribute pioneers, every single one of them holds a prestigious status and is highly valued by the state. They're all in high-ranking positions at the center of power now." Chapter 15, Breaking Through to 3 Stars. Su Qingying is spotted. Evening. Patches of fiery clouds appeared on the horizon, turning half the sky crimson, a breathtaking sight. Amid the crowds of people snapping photos, Fong made her way slowly through the throng, the sword sheath on her back drawing some puzzled stares. "Is that a fake sword? It looks so real." "It's probably cosplay. Carrying it like that looks so imposing. It has a blazing blade vibe to it." Back home. Fong took off his shoes, slipped into his slippers, and walked into his room, immediately removing the sword from his back. Inside the cave, the sword had gained a new inner flame attribute. Now, even with the blade still sheathed, he could feel the surging, scorching inner energy within it. The blade's temperature could reach as high as 2000. Moreover, the special attribute of inner flame allowed it to explode. This was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful ability. Fong gently wiped the blade with a dry cloth. Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled the pioneer squad he'd encountered earlier that day. Even though they had 2 one-star Dominion stage pioneers, they looked weak, no match for me at all. Even if I weren't a 2-star and were only a 1-star like them, I'd still be absolutely certain I could defeat them with ease. Fong muttered. It wasn't that he was arrogant, it was simply that their strength was indeed far inferior to his. The Golden Sun breathing art gives me a significant advantage over others at the same cultivation level, let alone those at a lower level than me. In this era where everyone is groping in the dark, not everyone has access to profound cultivation techniques like I do. Fong felt a slight surge of excitement. These would undoubtedly allow him to gain a firm foothold and even stand out in the future era of mana awakening. That feeling was truly exhilarating. This improvement is quite impressive. Fang's gains in the Dark River weren't limited to the Inner Flame and the Crimson Blade art.
Above the Dark River, he had also channeled the Golden Sun breathing art. When it came to the underground magma, a phenomenon of the solar attribute subelement, the Golden Sun breathing art could amplify its absorption efficiency tenfold. Oldley had sat there meditating for half an hour and absorbed less than 10% of the mana.
The remaining 90% was all absorbed by Fang.
The human body has a limited capacity for mana even at the Dominion stage. This was already the maximum Fang could absorb. However, the good news was that after this absorption, he could already sense the fluctuations within his body, a faint sign that he was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer. If I channel it one more time, I should be able to break through to 3 stars directly.
Fang made his way to the back mountain, found a secluded spot, and sank into meditation.
A Dominion stage, enveloped in a gilded halo and flowing with magma, appeared before his eyes, slowly swinging downward.
Fang focused his entire being and began to manipulate his mana. Elsewhere on the back mountain,
a figure emerged from the bushes and wiped the sweat from her brow.
Finally done.
Su Qingying was disheveled and filthy. She spent the entire day out here on the back mountain cleaning up after that solar attribute pioneer. Suddenly, her pretty face paled. She snapped her eyes open in shock.
Is someone about to break through to the 3-star Dominion stage?
Vaguely, she sensed a torrent of intense, warm energy.
An aura as violent as thunder was slowly rising.
The entire horizon was instantly bathed in blinding light, as if by divine intervention. That light covered the entire back mountain, and a terrifying pressure radiated out in all directions.
Hum. Space hummed.
The fiery clouds filling the sky seemed to pale in comparison to this celestial light, their radiance dimmed. That beam of light was as vast as the sun itself, enveloping countless living beings. Its warmth felt gentle and soothing upon their bodies, filling their hearts with a deep, fiery warmth.
Is this a 3-star breakthrough? Can the Dominion stage really create such a massive commotion? His future, just how terrifying will it become? Su Qingying had never witnessed such a magnificent divine breakthrough. In her heart,
this level of achievement was no longer merely that of a prodigy, it was more like taking step by step toward the path of the gods.
Boom!
The terrifying aura of the divine axe crashed down upon Su Qingying like a series of massive mountains.
Su Qingying could feel it. He was attempting to swing that divine axe, the very symbol of power. Mana surged forth. The divine axe remained motionless.
Yet the mana did not retreat, it advanced steadily, each step taken with unwavering confidence. To control mana with such precision. When I failed to break through to 3 stars before, I was knocked back by the pressure from that divine axe, coughed up blood, and had to lie in bed for a week to recover.
Yet he is so steady. That means the mana currently within him isn't hollow, it's genuinely earned through cultivation.
Only when every thread of mana has been tempered through countless trials is it possible to achieve this result.
It's almost unimaginable. With such a stable mana supply, this breakthrough seems almost effortless, doesn't it? For a moment, Su Qingying felt a surge of envy.
With every swing during the breakthrough, an abundant supply of mana is merely the baseline. The real challenge lies in controlling the divine axe to execute that single strike.
Is this what a high-tier attribute talent looks like? Are they even this much stronger than us when it comes to cultivation?
Many people rush to break through the moment they sense the opportunity, but this person gives me the impression of advancing steadily and methodically, without rushing for quick results.
For someone in the early stages of mana awakening, that mindset is incredibly seasoned.
He must be a very old man. Yes, he gives off that sweeping monk vibe.
The divine axe is moving. At that moment,
Su Qingying stared wide-eyed at the ethereal divine axe, her heart racing.
Sure enough,
the divine axe suddenly shifted ever so slightly, swinging downward once, twice, 3 times.
As it swung for the 3rd time, boom! A beam of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire back mountain as if it were broad daylight. The brightness far exceeded Su Qingying's imagination. Faintly, there was even an overwhelming sensation, as an overpowering force spread invisibly. The light persisted for quite some time before slowly fading away. He has broken through.
Su Qingying suddenly noticed the direction from which the light had shone.
Right at the southeastern corner of the back mountain.
She immediately sprang to her feet and rushed over in a flash.
3 minutes later,
when Su Qingying reached the source of the light, there was nothing there but a solitary ancient tree, with not even a bird in sight. A gust of wind swept by, and leaves swirled past her face.
It's happened again.
Su Qingying was at her wit's end. It was always like this, she was always one step too late, just that one step. Furious, she took a step forward and kicked the ancient tree. The innocent tree shook loose a shower of leaves onto her, only to be kicked twice more. Covered in fallen leaves, Su Qingying stormed off in a huff.
However, not long after she left, Fang's figure slowly emerged from behind the ancient tree. His gaze fell on Su Qingying's retreating figure as she gradually vanished from view.
He raised an eyebrow and murmured softly,
"Who is that? They've been following me for the past 3 days." That said, his expression showed not a trace of shock or anger at being followed. His expression remained calm, he had known all along. If she is following me, so be it, it doesn't matter.
After all, everything is under his control.
Chapter 16, An Unusual Appearance, Thunder Attribute.
Su Qingying walked along the path behind the mountain.
The more she thought about it, the angrier she became.
She couldn't help but tap her earpiece lightly to contact the agent.
"I feel like I've been played." "Huh?" The agent looked completely baffled.
"Seriously, how could this be such a coincidence?
Every single time I go, I'm always one step too late. This has to be on purpose. The time before last, that rabbit died. I rushed over and spent the whole night picking up the remains and scraps. Fine, let us just say I was late then. Last time, I camped out all night, just stepped out to buy a cup of milk tea, and when I came back, everyone was gone. I spent the rest of the day planting flowers and digging in the dirt. All those traces on the ground, burying them, made my hands shake. I feel like even farmers working the fields don't have it as hard as I do.
This time is even worse. I actually saw the light of a breakthrough just 5 seconds. 5 seconds, by the time I ran over, the person was already gone.
Tell me, isn't this just messing with me?"
As Su Qingying spoke, a hint of despair crept into her voice.
"Life is so bitter, I don't even want to live anymore."
The officer on the other end fell silent after hearing this. Though she was usually fair-minded, she couldn't help but feel that Su Qingying had a point. How could such a coincidence even happen in this world? To calm Su Qingying down, she decided to change the subject and share some good news to distract her.
All right. Let us put that aside for now. Actually, I think it's a good thing you've been out on missions lately. Recently, the anomalies have appeared."
Upon hearing this, Su Qingying's pupils suddenly contracted, and her expression instantly turned grave.
"Anomalies? Have they appeared again?"
Her voice carried a hint of tremor.
She would never forget those monsters. They were the dark underbelly of the city. They were evil, eerie, and brutal.
They harbored an extreme loathing for humans, toyed with human lives as if they were mere playthings. These monsters were often hideously ugly and employed cruel methods. They didn't merely kill, they relished torture and slaughter. Like the pioneers, they had also benefited from the Great Cataclysm, with the sole difference being that they possessed the high darkness attribute. The anomalies resembled the demons found in some films and television shows. They were typically powerful and savage. The last time they appeared, the Mana Cultivation Association lost several pioneers.
Su Qingying clearly remembered that the anomaly's appearance was hideous and eerie.
Its body was shrouded in a layer of dark mist, emitting a foul stench that sent chills down one's spine. Its skin was as pale as a corpse's, covered in cracks and scars, and radiating evil. She had once locked eyes with that anomaly. It was a crimson pupil, flickering with endless darkness and ferocity, as if capable of devouring a person's soul. The anomaly's behavior was brutal to the extreme. It did not merely kill, but reveled in the pleasure of torture and slaughter. Thus, whenever the anomaly appeared, the air was always thick with the stench of blood, and the intertwining of wails and the cracking of bones formed a terrifying symphony of death.
The very mention of the word anomaly signified endless suffering and despair.
It was a dark nightmare that had kept Su Qingying from sleeping soundly for an entire month.
The agent noticed Su Qingying's silence and offered words of comfort. "It's okay. It's actually a good thing you're staying outside, at least you don't have to face the anomalies.
But you still need to be careful, because those damn things could be hiding anywhere."
Su Qingying's eyelashes trembled slightly. "I know. Thank you."
Before long, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The rain gradually grew heavier. Soon, the rain poured down from the heavens like a vast army charging across the sky. The raindrops wove a blurry picture like silver threads, obscuring the distant landscape and drowning out all sound.
Occasionally, a blinding flash of lightning pierced the night sky, and thunder roared, as if the earth's heart were roaring in fury.
By the windowsill, Fong gazed quietly out at the scene. Observing this fury of nature, his gaze was deep, and strands of hair danced across his forehead.
Was thunder always this terrifying? Which mighty being is undergoing a tribulation?
A trending topic shot to the top of the list. The video accompanying the post showed exactly what Fong was seeing right before her eyes.
The comments below were refreshing every second.
"Bro, you've seen a lot, but this weather phenomenon really isn't normal."
The commotion is insane. Anyone claiming responsibility? If you dare say it, I'll dare believe it. My 80-year-old grandpa says this is the thickest lightning he has ever seen since he was born. He is really scared right now and says it's the thunder god getting angry.
To shatter his feudal superstitions, I told him this is the end of the world and we're all going to die today. Just a moment ago, he fainted from sheer terror and is now being rushed to the hospital by an ambulance.
Folks, did I do the right thing? To the poster above, that's some thunderous filial piety. The poster 2 posts up is truly a model son. If your grandpa really kicks the bucket today, on the day of his funeral, he'll definitely crawl out of his grave to give you a big slap in the face. The tone of the thread gradually shifted. Fawn looked up from his phone. Boom!
Just then, an absurdly massive bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, its terrifying roar causing the cars on the street to start screeching.
Fong tapped his finger lightly against the glass.
A suspicion slowly took root in his mind. Such a rich thunder attribute fierce and majestic. Perhaps, this was the beginning of a new cataclysm? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a text message alert sounded on his phone.
Xia Country Weather Forecast Reminder, thunderstorms are currently underway. Travel is dangerous, please do not go out. This text message felt like a soothing balm. Fong smiled faintly and instantly made up his mind.
He walked toward the door, where a waterproof black coat hung on the clothes rack, one he had prepared long ago. The coat was precisely tailored with clean lines, accentuating his slender figure and shimmering with a subtle sheen. He hadn't yet bought new black binding strips, so he dispensed with them, instead slinging the Tang sword at his waist and using the coat to conceal its shape. Once ready, he pushed open the door and stepped out into the pitch-black, stormy night.
Boom!
Lightning crackled across the sky, emitting a deafening roar that seemed to make the entire world tremble. It was as if an angry god had descended to the mortal realm, its might as vast as mountains and seas, inspiring an irresistible terror. Amid the flashes of lightning, it seemed as though one could see the furious eyes of the god of thunder, burning with endless rage, poised to reduce everything to ashes. The text message had been far too conservative in its description. In weather like this, it's not just a matter of being advised not to go out, it's simply too terrifying to even dare to step outside. The terror of this thunderstorm lies in that crushing sense of oppression, a deep-seated fear of natural disasters etched into the very bones of all living creatures. In the face of such thunder and lightning, they seem so small, as insignificant as ants.
Boom!
Lightning struck from the sky, hitting somewhere on the hill behind the village.
Amid that earth-shaking roar, many people witnessed the scene. Oh my God! What was that? Did lightning strike?
Thank goodness it was the hill behind the village and not a residential area, but it's still terrifying.
Did you see that bolt of lightning just now? It was thicker than a python, striking straight down.
I'm afraid that ancient tree on the back mountain, the one it takes 3 people to encircle, is doomed.
Chapter 17, The Mighty Wrath of Heaven, the Thunder Goddess Decree. At the foot of Jade Emperor Peak. The night stretched on endlessly, rain poured down like a flood, and in the darkness, thunder roared, causing the entire desolate mountain to tremble. Above, a massive bolt of lightning flickered on and off, roaring like a giant and shaking the heavens and earth. Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck down one after another. The dilapidated temple on the mountain was instantly blown to pieces, walls cracked, load-bearing pillars collapsed, and divine statues plummeted from their pedestals, shattering into fragments in the rain-soaked ground as if the entire world were crumbling to make way for the thunder goddess' arrival. Since ancient times, the power of thunder has been a symbol of supreme strength and purity. Mystical thunder tribulations and divine retribution from ancient myths are all inseparable from thunder. The majesty of heaven is vast and boundless. The thunder goddess decree is issued. Thunder presides over divine punishment, punishing the wicked and eradicating evil. Its tyranny knows no bounds. Every bolt of lightning carries an innate element of tyranny. Even Fong, who had already forged a divine axe, dared not touch such thunder lightly. As this feast of thunder and rain reached its peak, a gale swept across the mountainside, sweeping away everything in its path like a black river. Amid the frenzied downpour and the roar of thunder, a figure in a black trench coat stood there, his golden eyes gleaming savagely, piercing through the white mist. Fong raised his head slightly, his pupils reflecting the thick bolt of lightning in the sky, brimming with a savage aura. He felt the overwhelming majesty bearing down on him, as powerful as a hurricane capable of shattering everything in its path. It's not enough we haven't even reached the heart of the thunderstorm yet. Yu Huang Peak stood at an elevation of 1,545 meters and covered an area of 25,000 hectares. The mountain's base was by no means the closest point to the thunder. The closer he got, the purer the lightning energy he could extract. He intended to reach the very center of this storm. For anyone else, the thunder at the base of the mountain would be enough to tear them to pieces. Even hiding inside a bulletproof vehicle would be useless. But Fong possessed the golden sun breathing art. This was his greatest asset in daring to face the thunder head-on. Whoosh! In an instant, a golden glow surged around Fong. The golden sun breathing art expanded and contracted along his meridians, following the rhythm of his breath, as if it were scales growing from his very body. At this moment, Fong seemed like the Sun Lord descending upon the world amidst the dark night's torrential rain. The heavens and earth were undergoing great upheaval. Evolution and death coexisted. In this era of upheaval, the brave always reap greater rewards. Fong took a resolute step forward. Boom! A massive pillar of lightning struck down, with a roar as though splitting a mountain in two, cleaving the earth beneath the rain curtain in half. Purple lightning roared and snarled, suddenly striking the body covered in golden patterns. A low growl escaped Fong's throat as he took another step forward. The thunder responded, surging once more toward that figure. In the next instant, Fong was engulfed by the purple lightning. Thunder coiled around his body, surging and crawling down his form from head to toe. He resembled a god of thunder materialized in the downpour, every movement a divine punishment. Fong's body trembled. A gasping voice rang out. Even with the golden sun breathing art protecting me, my body still can't quite withstand this frenzied thunderous symbol of divine retribution striking me. The lightning within the storm clouds was like a vast army, with countless arrows firing simultaneously at his body. Fong felt pain all over his body. A bolt of lightning, 100 meters long, struck down from above his head so fast that the human eye could only catch a glimpse of its shadow. The lightning pierced Fong's body, and beneath the golden glow, his flesh began to melt and char. Huge boulders exploded and scattered. The hotels and inns on the mountain were also torn apart and pulverized by the thunder. Centuries of human architectural expertise could not withstand this thunder for even a moment. Everything was exploding and shattering except for that figure in the center. Lightning traced arc after arc through the air, striking him as if it would never end. Fong touched his ear with his hand. The thunder drowned out his hearing. His world was a void of silence, filled only with the roar of thunder and lightning, as everything around him was obliterated by the storm. This was a cataclysmic upheaval of heaven and earth, the destruction and rebirth of an era. A pioneer is one who defies the heavens, acting even when he knows it is impossible.
seeking a glimmer of hope for humanity amidst the capricious ways of the heavens. Everyone else stayed far away from this forbidden zone of thunder, but Fang alone walked step by step toward its center. As Fang continued walking, he felt the pressure on his body growing heavier and heavier. He had to channel the golden sun breathing art to its fullest to resist it. This was especially true once he came within 10 steps of the thunderous light. It felt as if the entire universe were bearing down on him. Every bone and every muscle in his body trembled. Fang took a step forward. Boom! The thunder roared in his ears, shaking his very soul. Another step forward. His veins bulged, and his joints cracked with each movement. The closer he got to the center of the thunder, the more the pressure doubled, causing him to hunch slightly. When he reached the edge of the thunderous glow, Fang saw stars before his eyes. It felt as though his very soul had been struck by a heavy blow, and he nearly lost his balance. A golden light surged from his body, a sign that the golden sun breathing art had reached its peak. The ultimate thunder attribute is, by its very nature, the brutal power of divine retribution. It is constantly exerting pressure on me, demanding that I bow my head. Thunder demands that everyone prostrate themselves at its feet, to demonstrate its might and majesty. Veins bulged on Fang's neck. Bracing against the immense pressure, he forced himself to his feet and tilted his head back to meet the gaze of the divine thunder filling the sky. His joints cracked loudly under the impact, yet his expression remained calm, his posture as straight as a spear. As thunder rained down from the heavens, Fang clenched his teeth. He gazed calmly into the depths of the Yunxiang clouds, his voice cold enough to freeze the blood. I will make you serve me. The golden sun breathing art surged to its full potential. Not enough, bring it on. Boom! Dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Divine thunder from across the heavens struck him with ferocious force, only to be absorbed by the golden light. Powerful lightning attribute detected. Compiling. Divine thunder art. Channeling heavenly thunder to temper the physical body, transforming the flesh into divinity. Fang let the thunderstorm rage over him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After the system prompt sounded, a streak of purple lightning merged into Fang's body. The purple lightning pierced the heavens, as if the thunder god himself had descended. The thunder penetrated deep into his vital energy and blood, which were brimming with golden sunlight. Purple and gold intertwined and coiled, radiating a brilliant purple-gold glow. Divine thunder, entering the body. The cultivators of ancient times possessed abundant mana and perfected cultivation techniques. Every one of them was a mighty being capable of reaching the heavens and penetrating the earth. Legend has it that their bodies were as sturdy as mountains, and each one was a powerful, indestructible, and immortal being. Moreover, thunder itself is a powerful, high-tier attribute primarily focused on offense. Unlike the solar attribute, a body tempered by thunder is inherently an extremely powerful and terrifying spear incapable of being broken by anything. The lightning attribute can temper my body to be even more formidable. Transforming into lightning grants me not only immense offensive power but also top-tier defense. Once tempered by this high-tier attribute focused on offense, other attributes find it nearly impossible to breach my defenses. Lightning is both my spear and my shield. That is the true dominance of the lightning attribute. A fanatical smile curled at the corners of Fang's mouth. Those who command thunder are, without exception, formidable prodigies. While their offensive techniques are brutal, many overlook one crucial fact: the defense of those who possess the thunder attribute is by no means weak. The thunder attribute is inherently the sharpest offensive attribute in the world. How could a body that has long been imbued with it possibly be crushed by other attributes? This is the true source of the thunder attribute's power. Offense and defense as one, tempering the body, leaving no weaknesses. What is going on? Why is that lightning over there keep falling? It's striking the exact same spot. This lightning is too bizarre. If it were to strike the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. The city's defense guards had already arrived. They cordoned off the area where the lightning was striking and erected barriers. Staring at the zone where the lightning was exploding, their eyes widened and their gazes trembled. The 10,000 Zhang bolts of lightning reflected in their pupils far surpassed the most severe weather humans had ever witnessed.
Like a lord of thunder, a natural disaster had descended. It was a blessing in disguise. The lightning had struck Jade Emperor Peak. Everyone had already evacuated before it struck, though unfortunately, the temples and buildings still standing on the mountain were likely doomed. But just then, a figure clad in black emerged from the mountain, stepping down one step at a time. Look! What is that? Doesn't that look like a person? With such a terrifying bolt of lightning, how could he have emerged from the mountain? That lightning nearly split the mountain in two. How did he survive? The city's defense guards were utterly stunned. Just as they were about to step forward to question him, they saw the figure step through the rain and vanish in an instant. Chapter 18: Lightning Element Infused into the Right-Hand Divine Thunder Art. Inside the apartment. With a ding, the floor light came on, and the elevator doors swung open. A figure clad in a long black trench coat stepped out. Rainwater seeped continuously from the coat, trickling down onto the hallway floor and leaving a long trail of water in its wake. Upon returning home, Fong immediately tossed the trench coat into the trash can. The coat has been torn to shreds by the lightning. Fong sat on the sofa. Although he should have felt exhausted, his body now felt like that of a marathon runner who had just finished a race. He didn't feel tired at all, but rather felt energized by the exertion. He still remembered that when he first absorbed the thunder, his body felt as if it were falling apart. The absorption process itself was quite painful, but afterward, he felt incredibly alert. The lightning attribute is also an attribute of supreme strength and rigidity. Compared to the solar attribute, it excels in attack and is not as gentle as the solar attribute, but it is far more powerful in combat. Fong closed his eyes and concentrated, beginning his cultivation of the divine thunder art. Strands of lightning seeped into his physical body. He felt the power of the thunder coursing freely through his body, as if millions of slender snakes were dancing within every cell. The power of lightning was not merely destruction and devastation, but a mysterious baptism and rebirth. Every strand of lightning that shuttled between his bones and meridians meticulously refined and strengthened every part of him. Under the tempering of the lightning element, Fong's physical body felt as if it were placed in a furnace, sparks flying in all directions. Yet he felt no pain, only a peculiar numbness and comfort. Every time his bones and tendons were shattered, it was accompanied by an indescribable sense of pleasure. He felt his body being gradually tempered by the lightning. A blue-purple glow gradually permeated his golden vital energy. Visibly, Fong's body became more resilient and solid. Every inch of his skin exuded an indescribable power and mystery. Just as Fong had anticipated, the lightning attribute was the ultimate spear and, by nature, the best shield. His body, strengthened by the lightning attribute, was now several times more powerful than before. If his physical prowess had previously been the supreme strength achieved through the golden sun breathing art, it was now augmented by the supreme hardness of the lightning attribute. The next time he faced a high-level attribute as brutal as lightning, he would not suffer such physical agony as he had this time. If it were a thunderstorm, the training results would likely be even better. Fong gazed at the rain outside the window, feeling a hint of regret. Once he had channeled the lightning attribute into his body, this trial of heaven and earth came to an end. The rain fell in fine threads, pattering softly against the window, with no sign of further thunder. Come to think of it, when I stepped into the center of the thunderstorm to observe the thunder attribute earlier, didn't it feel a bit like the tribulation I went through before? The thunder attribute only requires touching the lightning, but the thunder tribulation strikes your body directly, and it's often as many as 99 times, 81 strikes. Just hearing about it hurts. If I had to endure 99 strikes in that thunder center back then, my body at the time definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. From this perspective, those powerful figures in the Xuanhuan world really are something else. The thunder tribulation is a recognition of a warrior's strength, an unavoidable hurdle on the path of evolution. I wonder if, once I've cultivated my divine thunder art to its advanced stages, I'll face a thunder tribulation of my own. Fong was already starting to look forward to it. He wanted to use those divine thunderbolts filling the sky to test his physique once more, the one that had been reshaped by the divine thunder art. Fong checked his lightning attribute template. Pure power of thunderous judgment inflicts 300% critical damage upon all evil entities. As expected of the lightning attribute that wields divine punishment, what a brutal critical hit. Fong was secretly amazed.
Mana awakening benefits more than just humans. In fact, humans are merely the weakest among those affected.
A great cataclysm first brings about drastic changes to the heavens and earth, followed by mutations in flora and fauna.
The rabbit he had killed earlier was one such example.
Evil spirits are far more terrifying than these mutated plants and animals.
We'll inevitably have to face them eventually, so from this perspective, the effects of the lightning attribute are definitely a godsend.
It will allow us to defeat the evil spirits much more quickly. I wonder if I can forcefully implant this lightning attribute into the Tang sword.
The thought crossed his mind.
The Tang sword already possessed the solar attribute, adding the lightning attribute would make it even more resilient. However, the very next second, he abandoned the idea.
The Tang sword is already saturated with the solar attribute.
Adding the lightning attribute would actually undermine the purity of that solar attribute. He wanted a weapon with the ultimate solar attribute.
Besides, if too many attributes were infused, especially if they were too diverse, the Tang sword might not be able to withstand the conflicting forces of those attributes.
After some thought, Fong abandoned the idea of imbuing the Tang sword with the lightning attribute. Then where should I imbue it? Should I buy another sword and go with a dual sword style?
Just as he was thinking this, Fong happened to look down, and his gaze fell on his right hand.
Imbue it into my right hand. Fong's eyes lit up.
His right hand could serve as a means of attack, and he wouldn't need to adjust to carrying a second weapon.
Do you wish to forcibly infuse this object with the lightning attribute? Yes. Fong didn't hesitate for a moment.
Dense patterns of lightning emerged on his palm, accompanied by a tingling sensation.
Immediately afterward, white lightning began to appear in the palm of Fong's hand.
It swirled and boiled, a truly terrifying sight. A powerful, savage aura erupted from his palm, with strands of lightning flickering, each one carrying the power of judgment. His right hand was enveloped in thunderous power, every inch of skin containing unimaginable electrical energy. He casually raised his hand. A purple arc of lightning burst forth from the center of his palm, like a dazzling thunder dragon coiling upward. Thunder rolled around his palm, emitting a rumbling roar, and every finger could condense deadly lightning.
With a light punch, a bolt of lightning instantly took shape, releasing a blinding glow that illuminated everything around him.
It crackled and sizzled, carrying unimaginable ferocity and punishment.
My right hand can now sense the surge of electrical energy in the air. Fong murmured.
Lightning bloomed brilliantly on his palm, like a blossoming thundercloud, radiating intense electrical energy.
Fong could now clearly sense the difference between his left and right hands.
Most notably, if he were to encounter that rabbit again, he could crush it to pieces with his right hand effortlessly. The lightning attribute fears no other attributes, there are only a handful that can stand up to it. His right hand was like a miniature lightning zone. Wherever it touched, lightning power surged, and it could go head to head against any other attribute.
It's simply too overwhelming.
At this moment, with his thunder attribute enhancement, it would be no exaggeration to call Fong a human thunder god.
Chapter 19, The military is in an uproar. News blackout. Meanwhile,
at the summit of Jade Emperor Peak,
a red alert had already been declared amid the torrential rain, cordoning off the ruins left in the wake of the thunderstorm.
A group of soldiers in crisp uniforms moved silently like ghosts among the ruins atop Jade Emperor Peak, their steps firm, their expressions grave, highly alert and well-trained. The military has been alerted, and judging by their bearing and how well-trained they look, they're definitely not ordinary soldiers.
Special forces? A natural disaster? It's definitely not that simple. Damn! Is there really such a ferocious thunderstorm in this world?
Even from 1,000 meters away, I can feel the hairs on my body standing on end.
Let us go, they're looking this way.
The onlookers were stunned by this sudden military clearance operation. They had originally hoped to see the aftermath of the thunderstorm, but were barred from entering by the tight security cordon. Faced with such a scene, ordinary people, no matter how curious they might be, simply lowered their heads and walked away. Some tried to struggle their way closer. These were pioneers who had heard the news and were eager to seize an opportunity, but they were held back by the soldiers' cold, resolute stares. A stark contrast emerged between the areas inside and outside the red cordon, as if separating two different worlds. In the pitch-black, stormy night, the mountain peaks lay in utter silence. Those taken into custody by the military were all pioneers. They were burly, with piercing gazes. It seemed as though every fiber of their being exuded a grim, menacing aura, placing immense pressure on ordinary people. "Sir, the City Defense Force has a report." The members of the City Defense Force stood before their commander, their eyes avoiding direct contact with this military leader whose presence was terrifying. His aura was too overwhelming. A single glance from him made one feel a powerful sense of oppression. "You say you saw someone coming out from inside?" the military commander asked. Though his voice was gentle, every word carried immense authority, and every glance revealed an unchallengeable dignity. The City Defense Force members couldn't help but respond. "Yes, Commander. When the thunderbolt struck earlier, we were right here nearby." The City Defense Force members described the scene they had witnessed in detail. As they spoke, thunder still roared across the sky, lingering like a dragon gliding through the heavens. Such a thunderclap was undoubtedly a major disaster. The air was thick with residual electrical charges. Even approaching it sent a tingling sensation down one's spine. Yet this was not even 1/10,000th as intimidating as the thunder's earlier impact. And precisely because of this, the appearance of that figure left everyone utterly stunned. Even stranger was that, when they faced these soldiers, they sensed an equally astonishing aura, exactly the same as that of the figure who had emerged from the thunder they witnessed. After recounting the scene, a member of the City Defense Squad couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what exactly happened? Things have felt really strange in the city lately." The commander's expression was stern. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. You'll know when the time comes." The City Defense Squad members bowed their heads in awe. Soon, they were led away, while several soldiers methodically cleared up the mess at the scene. Hanley stood up, brushed the mud off his pants, and stood atop the mountain, gazing toward the center of the thunderstorm. What had once been a temple was now reduced to a pile of rubble by the thunderstorm. A Buddha statue lay half buried in the dirt, its head completely rotted away. The surrounding hotels, guesthouses, and other buildings had not been spared either. The thunderstorm had swept through, leaving nothing behind except for a single survivor. That survivor emerged from the blazing thunderstorm right in front of the three members of the City Defense Squad. Amidst the utter devastation, he was surprisingly unable to find even the slightest clue regarding himself. Another pioneer? This is the 66th pioneer discovered in Tai City, emerging unscathed from the epicenter of the thunderstorm at Jade Emperor Peak, and, according to bystanders, displayed a ferocious demeanor. Let us tentatively code-name him Tyrant for now. It seems he gained a significant opportunity from this thunderstorm. Pioneers of this era are either lucky stumbling upon opportunities that fall into their laps or prodigies with keen instincts. This tyrant seems to have a specific purpose. He actively sought out the celestial phenomenon of mana awakening. People like this are the most terrifying. We don't know which side they're on. If they pose a threat to society, the disaster could be no less severe than an anomaly. We must begin a population census immediately to track him down. The top priority is to seal off the news and spread a smokescreen about a natural disaster. Hanley felt a sudden surge of irritation. He reached into his pocket for a cigarette but came up empty-handed. He furrowed his brow deeply. Finally, he slowly dialed a number. Fong had no idea that because of him, many people had spent the night tossing and turning. In the apartment, on the sofa, Fong was testing out his thunder right hand. After infusing it with the lightning element, his right hand had undergone a noticeable transformation. Silver-white, lightning-shaped tattoos covered the palm and back of his hand, and as he gently clenched his fist, lightning surged through his palm. It feels very different with the element infused compared to without it. My right hand has become the most indestructible part of my entire body, and the lightning element's boost has made its attacks significantly more powerful. Not to mention, the lightning element also possesses a unique critical hit effect against evil spirits.
Against evil spirits, it deals 300% critical damage.
In other words, when facing certain evil-aligned creatures, Fong can simply swing his arm in a wide arc to unleash a thunderclap. Lightning surges from his palm, critical hits rain down.
It's nothing short of a nightmare for evil spirits. Not only that, but these thunderbolts deal massive damage when striking evil entities. With the right technique, it's even possible to kill an evil entity with a single slap. To kill an evil attribute creature with a single slap. That would normally require extreme attribute suppression or a sufficiently high cultivation realm.
Yet now, Fong's right hand has reached that level.
It's quite a powerful trump card. Fong smiled slightly as he clenched his fist.
Thunder surged wildly from the palm of his hand, its blinding white light making it impossible to look directly at it.
It was like a well-behaved, obedient little kitten. At this point, I suppose I'm among the top tier of pioneers, right? Chapter 20, File Number 7, Anomaly, Candlelight Night. Fong returned home and, as usual, began checking the news.
He noticed something. Whenever major upheavals occurred, perhaps to protect the safety of ordinary people, the Xia Kingdom always issued early warnings immediately. This allowed the pioneers to gain a slight advantage by catching a glimpse of what was coming. An explosion occurred at a chemical plant. No casualties have been reported so far.
One news item caught Fong's eye. An explosion? Fong pondered.
Incidents involving explosions were rarely straightforward. 99% of the time, there was some hidden agenda behind them.
He clicked on the link and found an official clarification.
An explosion occurred at a chemical plant, causing black smoke to spread and resulting in urban pollution.
All of the above are normal phenomena.
We ask the general public not to panic and to ensure their own safety. Several photos were posted below the text. From a distance, it was dusk, and an explosion had occurred at what appeared to be a chemical plant. Half of the facility was engulfed in flames.
Black flames rose into the sky like a massive cloud. Half the sky was stained black.
It looked both terrifying and spectacular.
The comments section was quite lively as well. Is it really just an explosion?
I live right nearby, and I heard the explosion too.
But to be honest, it felt really eerie. I don't know how to describe it. A cold, sinister aura? Yes, exactly, cold and sinister.
You described it perfectly.
Are those two above me mentally ill? A single explosion has you talking about a chilling, evil aura? Could it be that some unnameable entity has awakened inside? Have you guys lost your minds from spending too much time online? A chemical plant near us exploded once, too. The smell was a bit unpleasant, but evil is a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? Just looking at the picture feels pretty eerie.
Half the sky is black. It gives me a really oppressive, heavy feeling.
My depression is about to get worse.
There were hundreds of replies under this comment.
Fong was reading through them and was about to scroll down.
Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen.
The comments you are viewing have been collapsed. Collapsed? Fong was a bit surprised.
He thoughtfully swiped out to look at the post. Unsurprisingly, the entire post had been banned, and even the account that posted it had been deactivated. To Fong, this action seemed like a blatant attempt to cover something up.
If the authorities were so eager to ban this post, did he hit the nail on the head with something? This content can't be spread.
Once too many people find out, it'll affect morale, so the authorities immediately stepped in to delete the post and ban discussion of the topic.
Fong reflected on the process of reading the post just moments ago.
Everything else seemed fine, but if there was one thing that stood out as suspicious, it was that single comment.
Chilling and evil, a banned term?
If what he said is true, if there is some kind of anomaly that makes people sense this chilling evil, it's definitely not a good sign.
Could it be that, against the backdrop of these cataclysmic changes and the mana awakening, something has begun to invade? Fong gazed out the window with a pensive expression.
Outside, torrential rain was pouring down. Due to the thunderstorm, the weather had been marked by heavy rain lately, and the entire atmosphere was shrouded in a cold, gloomy aura.
In the city shrouded by rain and gloom. Could it be that something has truly awakened from its slumber? The rain poured down in torrents.
The streets were deserted, even the nearby shops had closed their doors early. In this stormy weather, with thunder and lightning flashing, no one wanted to go out, preferring instead to stay home watching TV or playing video games. In the night, where the rain fell in fine threads, a group of figures slowly emerged. Clad in black raincoats, their agile figures darted through the city like falcons hunting in the darkness. Each wore a silver earpiece that glinted faintly, the only speck of light in the night. The leader gently pressed the earpiece, his voice calm.
We're tracking the anomaly known as Candle Night from file number 7. Currently, we know Candle Night's ability is to blend into the darkness and conceal its form.
It emits a faint sizzling sound when approached and has a taste for human flesh.
Please help us complete the file. A response came quickly over the earpiece. Copy that. Report submitted. Please prioritize safety during this operation.
Please do this as soon as possible.
This information is crucial to us.
The figure spoke again, a hint of gravity in their voice.
This Candle Night is extremely difficult to deal with.
With the recent heavy rains, it's hard to track down where it's hiding, but it's bound to feed eventually.
Once it feeds, ordinary people may be in danger. We absolutely cannot allow that to happen.
The city beneath their feet remained a scene of revelry, neon lights flickering as if it were slumbering inside a giant eggshell.
This eggshell served as a protective layer.
Even though the world outside the shell had long since been turned upside down, the people inside continued to dream sweet dreams. This embodied the spirit of the Xia Status official organization, to protect the ordinary lives of ordinary people to the greatest extent possible.
Understood.
The voice on the other end also grew somber.
A series of clacking sounds rang out. File number 7, Candlelight Night, request for immediate supplementary information.
It has been escalated to priority B and is expected to be resolved within 24 hours. The leader fell silent.
24 hours wasn't exactly fast, but it was the most assistance headquarters could provide.
The Xia Kingdom was vast, with anomalies resurging across the country, and headquarters was stretched thin.
All right.
The earpiece flickered, and another message came through from the other end. By the way, there's a member of our Mana Cultivation Association in the urban area you're currently approaching. She is on a pioneer observation mission. We can send her a message to have her assist you temporarily.
All right, thanks.
The leader didn't refuse.
He needed to take care of Zhu Yi as soon as possible. At a time like this, the more people there were, the easier it would be to track down his target. Meanwhile,
Su Qingying stood in the security booth at the entrance to the apartment complex, preparing to hand over her shift.
That's right.
Based on her previous experiences, she was 80% certain that the high-stat pioneer lived in this very apartment building. Working as a temporary security guard lets me keep a closer eye on the residents coming in and out of the complex every day, and I get to collect 2 paychecks at the same time. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Qingying hummed a tune to herself. In high spirits, she planned to change into her uniform and head out on patrol.
Su, you're on duty for the late night shift tonight. Can we switch shifts? I've got something to take care of.
A colleague beside her spoke up. Su Qingying was about to refuse. She really didn't like staying up late when suddenly, she noticed a sound coming from her earpiece.
Sorry, I need to take this call first.
Su Qingying stepped outside the security booth, confirmed no one was around, and gently tapped her earpiece.
Agent Su Qingying, new assistance mission.
Please assist the destroyer squad in handling file number 7, Candlelight.
The location has been sent to your wristband.
The destroyer squad is currently en route to your area, with an estimated arrival time of 27 minutes.
An anomaly, Candlelight? Su Qingying's expression suddenly turned grave.
Anomalies were extremely powerful and malevolent mutated beings, each capable of destroying an entire city.
If not dealt with quickly,
the entire city of Tai could face a catastrophic crisis.
Chapter 21, The Destroyer Squad Operation Rainy Night Hunt.
In the vast darkness of the night, there was nothing but torrential rain. Not even the skyscrapers in the distance showed a single light. The world was so silent, as if only the endless rain remained.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A piercing sound cut through the silence. Immediately afterward, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared beside a pile of trash in the corner. The blood-red eyes rippled like a pair of burning candles. File number 7, Candlelight Night. Preferences: darkness, dampness, cannibalism. Outwardly, it was a gaunt and twisted giant rat, its entire body covered in dark skin that emitted a dim glow, as if it had devoured all light. Its head was hairless, covered in a slimy membrane resembling a frog's skin, giving it a somewhat repulsive appearance. Coupled with its excessively long limbs and sharp, elongated tail, the entire creature exudes a stench of decay and death. On the rooftop of a high-rise building above it, several figures gazed down slowly. Silver-white earpieces glowed faintly as the leader gently pressed one. "Thanks to you, we were able to pinpoint this thing's whereabouts." Standing beside him was Su Qingying, a temporary member assigned to them by headquarters. Su Qingying shrugged. "Zhuya likes to stay in dark, damp places. I've already patrolled this area. This was the most likely spot for it to appear, and sure enough." After locating Zhuya, Su Qingying contacted the destroyer's squad to come to the scene. "Alright, but why are you wearing a security guard uniform?" "Personal preference." They arrived quickly. Zhuya hadn't had time to kill anyone yet. The leader of the destroyer's squad turned around and instructed them sternly. "During the operation, avoid casualties as much as possible. Put your own safety first. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. Don't try to be a hero. Is that clear?" "Understood, Captain." The eyes beneath the three members' masks shone brightly as they replied in unison. The captain of the destroyer's squad nodded slightly. He looked down at Zhu Yi, exhaled softly, and uttered 4 words. "Operation, commence." In an instant, the trenchcoats on everyone's bodies fluttered without a breeze. The mana surging from within them lifted the hems of their coats, and each person seemed shrouded in a faint layer of moonlight. The captain went first. He bent down, adopting a posture as if embracing the earth, and plunged downward. Next came the second, then the third. They all spread their arms wide as they fell from the high rise, like a gentle breeze. In the next instant, their feet touched the dark stone pavers below. The sound of their landing was but a faint thud, lost in the roar of the downpour. Yet Candlelight, lurking in the shadows, suddenly raised his head as he ran. Its blood-red eyes, like a dagger, pinned the destroyer squad's position with pinpoint accuracy. They'd been discovered. Seeing this, there was no need for the captain to issue any orders. Without a single word exchanged among the destroyer squad, relying on years of life and death-forged chemistry, they spread out into formation, sealing off the 4 directions from which Candlelight could escape. East, south, west, north. In an instant, the escape routes in all 4 directions were sealed off by them. Candlelight was trapped between the narrow, dark passageways. His crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, like those of a cornered beast. SSSSS. In the silent night, a sharp, piercing screech suddenly rang out. It echoed through the deserted streets, sending chills down the spine. Candlelight bared its fangs and growled lowly in the captain's direction. Its decaying wings flapped, and its crimson eyes flashed with an eerie light, brimming with indescribable ferocity and savagery. The moment the screech rang out, the temperature around them dropped sharply. Whoosh! The captain pressed his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture. A blade of mana sliced through the rain and, with a splat, plunged into Candlelight's bristling feathers. Mana, being formless, effortlessly severed Candlelight's tough feathers. Zhuya let out a snarl, its crimson eyes blazing like fire, filled with unbridled fury. Suddenly, it emitted a deafening roar, like the thunderous crash of a storm, sending the rain in all directions scattering. And the 4 members of the destroyer squad simultaneously stumbled backward. The rain contained a transparent, invisible force. A metal trash can nearby was instantly sliced into several pieces, and trash spilled out, scattering across the ground. Several deep gouges appeared on the ground, as if a giant had violently scraped the earth with a shovel. Dust swirled in the air, and the terrifying destructive power sent a chill down one's spine.
Had the squad members not stepped back just now, their bones would likely have been shattered by now.
Its abnormal power is indeed formidable.
With such destructive force, coupled with that terrifying dark attribute, allowing it to remain in the city for even a moment longer would undoubtedly lead to disaster.
The squad leader's expression was grave.
They watched as Candle Knight suddenly opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs.
A cold glint flashed. A strange black mist spewed from its mouth.
The mist was menacing, filled with an aura of destruction. A large section of the nearby asphalt road was instantly corroded. Everyone saw the deeply sunken road surface reflected in their eyes. The once smooth road surface had vanished, leaving only a massive, pitch-black hole in the center of the road, a sight that was truly terrifying.
Black fumes continued to billow from the hole.
It's a dark attribute with corrosive properties. This dark attribute can corrode and deconstruct an object the moment it comes into contact with it.
It's the bane of all living things, an ultimate force of destruction.
Without a superior attribute to counter it, this attribute is quite a challenge. The destroyer's squad quickly assessed the situation, their brows deeply furrowed.
Just then,
the old streetlight overhead emitted a sizzling sound, flickering on and off, and in the next second, the bulb suddenly exploded. Their vision was instantly plunged into darkness.
"Watch out!" The captain's low growl rang out in the darkness.
All members turned to look in unison. They saw those striking, crimson eyes as bright as little light bulbs suddenly change direction and charge straight through the southeast corner, where the defense was weakest. The team members on the east side instinctively tried to block it, only to be knocked flying and coughing up blood.
In the blink of an eye, Candle Knight shot out, swift as the wind. "We can't let Candle Knight get away, pursue him." The captain gave the order.
The members of the destroyer squad didn't hesitate for a moment. One by one, they turned into shadows and gave chase. The black mist fled through the pitch-black night. Julius' escape seemed haphazard, guided solely by instinct as he raced through the city's spiderweb-like network of alleys. The destroyer squad was hot on his heels. They were hot on his heels, like a shadow he couldn't shake, clinging tightly to Julius' back.
During the pursuit,
the member in charge of reconnaissance brought up the rear. She was the one who had previously been cut off from the group. Strictly speaking, she wasn't a frontline combatant but rather a de facto co-commander responsible for synthesizing information and planning routes. She served as the team's guiding light, gathering intelligence and adjusting tactics during missions was her true strength. She raised her wrist, revealing a silvery white watch, a newly developed support device from the Mana Cultivation Association capable of detecting nearby anomaly concentrations. Generally, a squad's threshold for handling anomaly concentrations is 50, a value corresponding to a high-level anomaly, while Julius' anomaly concentration stood at 48. The watch's functions were not yet fully developed, and its location tracking was not very accurate, so it was generally used only to measure anomaly levels. When she saw the number on the watch, her pupils dilated. "Wait, the threshold has surpassed 80, and it's still rising rapidly. I'm afraid there's more than one anomaly here." Chapter 22, Who is the Prey, and Who is the Hunter? As soon as the reconnaissance team member spoke, everyone stopped in their tracks. They quickly closed ranks, gathering back to back in a tight formation, their eyes scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. This was an abandoned factory. The cobweb-covered machinery was dilapidated, half collapsed on the production line. The engine oil pooling on the floor had long since dried and solidified, suggesting the facility had been abandoned for quite some time. Due to the dim lighting and rain obscuring their vision, even as pioneers of Mana Awakening, it was difficult for them to notice. The trap, meticulously set for the destroyer's squad, was nearly impossible to escape.
"Did we fall for it?" the captain murmured.
This kind of abandoned factory didn't seem like the sort of place someone would flee to when cornered.
Rather, it looked more like a trap.
A trap designed to ensnare them all, like catching fish in a barrel.
In the darkness,
a massive black snake slowly twisted its body, revealing a huge, muscular form. Its black scales, the color of death, shimmered with an eerie glow in the dim light. Its long tongue flickered in and out, emitting a suffocating, fishy stench. Every time its scales rubbed together, the sound sent a shiver down their spines. The hissing echoed endlessly among the dilapidated machinery, sounding very much like a taunt.
A massive black snake of the darkness element.
Candle Knight had deceived them all, luring them into this abandoned factory by feigning an escape. And the dark attribute itself is, to a certain extent, the most adept at concealment. Candle Knight is dark, and the Great Serpent is dark as well.
Boom! A thunderous crash.
The main gate slammed shut under the sweep of the serpent's tail.
In the silent night,
an atmosphere of unease and eeriness gradually spread. Deprived of sight, their other senses became exceptionally keen. Their ears were filled with the snake's hissing. A cold, sinister chill brushed against their cheeks, making them instinctively feel queasy.
In the darkness, they couldn't locate Candle Knight.
They could only faintly hear the sound of the serpent's tail dragging across the ground, leaving the entire destroyer squad completely at a loss.
Suddenly, a nauseating stench crept into their nostrils, shooting straight to the top of their heads.
Dark attribute poison mist.
Get out of the way.
The squad leader was the first to react, immediately sounding the alarm. But it was too late. A team member standing beside him couldn't dodge in time, and the toxic mist made direct contact with his arm. A chill pierced through his clothing, spreading up his entire arm. He gasped in pain when he reached up to touch it. His hand was covered in warm, fresh blood.
Corrosion.
In the darkness, the team member's expression changed instantly. He didn't even need to look to know that his arm was now covered in blood.
Retreat!
The captain ordered immediately. The toxic mist's corrosive effect was extremely potent, even more severe than highly toxic chemicals corroding anything it touched the moment it made contact. There was no way to go head-to-head with such a ruthless ability. Everyone helped the wounded team member to his feet and retreated toward the exit as quickly as possible. A trail of blood snaked across the floor before being covered by his torn clothing. But the air was thick with the smell of blood, mingling with the acrid black mist. The others didn't look too good either.
Captain, the toxic mist is still spreading.
If this keeps up, we'll all die. In this pitch-black factory, the toxic mist blocked their vision. Unable to find the exit, they had no choice but to take cover. But no matter how much they hid, the space was limited. Sooner or later, the toxic fog would reach the hems of their clothes. Sitting idly by and waiting to die wasn't the destroyer squad's style. They were a sharp arrow. If the anomaly took their lives, they would fight to the death to pierce its throat.
Take care of him. I'll go locate Candle Knight. The captain stepped forward and calmly laid out their strategy.
Listen carefully for the sound of its movements. I'll find a way to pin it in the center. You'll launch a surprise attack when the time comes.
Understood. 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 3 voices answered in unison.
The captain turned around, formed his index and middle fingers into a sword, and used a surge of mana to tear a gap in the black mist. He charged inside. Soon, the sounds of intense combat erupted.
Crack!
Moments later, the sound of shattering glass came from the right. Something had slammed violently into the wall, though it was unclear whether it was a person or a beast.
Boom!
Parts of the old equipment crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of foul-smelling dust into the air that stung their noses.
Everything before them remained pitch black.
The intense sound of the rain drowned out most other sounds. They could only briefly pinpoint Candle Knight and the captain's locations by sound, only to have their assumptions overturned the very next second. The sizzling sound was like a blazing bonfire on a winter night, scorching everything inside the factory and everyone's nerves as well.
Clang! Another crash.
This time, the sound was accompanied by a familiar muffled groan.
Candlelight darted frantically through the darkness, appearing now and then.
The captain, quick on his feet, clashed with it every time, but even he was beginning to struggle to keep up.
That damn thing!
The captain sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were tightly shut, yet they were still being severely corroded by the black mist at that moment. 2 streams of blood slowly trickled down from his closed eyelids. The air was severely compressed. He was gasping for breath, feeling as though his nostrils were filled with the stench of the black mist.
Could it be that I'm really going to die here?
In this sealed space. Once the factory was filled with the black mist, all that awaited them was a slow death. The black mist was like a thick veil shrouding their vision. They couldn't see the stars or the moon, nor could they find an exit. Even if they did find one, with their current physical condition, they wouldn't be able to make it out.
My mana is almost depleted. The fight earlier drained too much mana.
Once I lose this mana shield, the black mist will corrode my body in an instant. Still, that beast must have expended a lot of its own mana just now. Otherwise, the black mist would already have engulfed all our corpses. Even though it's not very effective, if that thing is smart enough to stay hidden and just keep slowly releasing the black mist, it could wear us all down to death.
Anomalies aren't beasts, they possess intelligence too. Who, exactly, is the hunter, and who is the prey? The squad leader let out a bitter laugh.
He could no longer locate the others. Everyone was trapped in the black mist, as if slowly sinking into the depths of a swamp, pulled downward by an ever-increasing gravitational pull that dragged them all down together, with not the slightest chance of escape. The hissing sound rang in his ears, like a death knell, constantly urging them toward their end. This was the first time.
A deep sense of despair welled up in the captain of the destroyer squad.
He heard the sound of torrential rain. The black mist gradually engulfed his mana shield. The blackness, a symbol of death, also slowly filled the entire abandoned factory.
At that moment, no one had time to pay attention to anything else. Amid the torrential rain, a black figure slowly appeared outside the abandoned factory, atop a dilapidated apartment building.
Rainwater trickled down his robes as he silently gazed at the abandoned factory. So, it turns out the ones who've been watching me all along are from the Mana Cultivation Association. Their people do know some basic etiquette. They know not to disturb my life.
Fang's gaze fell upon the black mist surging like a tidal wave. Is this what those anomalies are? Chapter 23, Slaying the Anomalies, Dark Sub-Attribute vs. Young Thunder Dual Attribute. 10 minutes earlier.
Fang kept searching his phone for keywords related to chilling and evil, but found nothing. If the authorities wanted to cover something up, they would leave absolutely no trace. That was precisely why the matter of mana awakening had been kept so well hidden.
Evil, chilling, anomalies, so these are all called anomalies, huh?
In the end, Fang could only piece together the word anomaly from the Riddler's online Sherlock Holmes style codes.
Anomaly.
Now, having seen this mysterious creature,
Fang had a concrete understanding of it. The next second, he stepped down from the dilapidated apartment building.
Heavy rain fell on his trench coat, making a crisp sound. He stepped into the black mist. In an instant, a dazzling, blinding golden light radiated from his body. The golden sun-breathing arc transformed into terrifying, blazing sunlight, like a gigantic sword slicing into the realm of darkness. The black mist twisted and surged, as if it were a monster trapped in a treacherous abyss, and in the blink of an eye, most of it was dispersed.
A sub-attribute of darkness? Fang murmured indifferently. Immediately, the aura emanating from him surged dramatically.
This vast and blazing presence instantly suppressed the surrounding black mist. Feeling the immense pressure, the dark shadows were gradually melted away by the golden sunlight like insects struggling helplessly under the fierce sun, rendered completely powerless by this overwhelming force. Like a bound shadow being gradually cleansed by light, the black mist could not withstand this extreme solar attribute. It retreated continuously, driven into a corner by the blazing radiance of the sun, with no escape in sight. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. From within the black mist, a massive black snake hissed as it lunged toward him. Several scales had been torn from the black snake's body, and blood was gushing from the wounds. It appeared to have been in a fierce struggle with a human, sustaining some injuries though none were fatal. It opened its massive jaws, its fangs oozing black venom, attempting to swallow Fang whole.
However, it hadn't even reached Fang yet. Fang drew his sword.
The blade of the Tang sword reflected patterns of flame. A searing, fiery aura struck down from above, tracing a thin red line through the air. A red line appeared between the snake's eyes. The next second, the red line, like a dividing line on a screen, split the entire snake in two. Its head split into two halves and fell to either side. The black snake had been sliced in half by a single stroke.
Boom!
An explosion like a clap of thunder rang out from within the snake's body. Blazing flames gushed forth, instantly transforming the snake's body into a ball of raging fire that warped the surrounding air. Shattered snake scales glinted in the flames, shimmering with a residual glow like rubies. The giant black snake's once mighty and massive body was torn to pieces by the force of the explosion, scattering across the ground and shattering into countless fragments, emitting a suffocating smell of sulfur. As the aftereffects of the explosion gradually faded, only a scene of utter devastation remained, along with the shattered snake's head, faintly visible through the smoke and dust. Its lamp-like eyes seemed frozen in shock, still holding a lingering chill and malice.
Death and resentment. Murderous intent and destruction.
All were reduced to ashes by that single stroke, leaving no trace behind.
If anyone had witnessed this scene at that moment, they would have felt nothing but awe and dread at the horror unfolding before them. Unfortunately, shrouded in the pitch-black darkness of the black mist, the destroyer squad could not see this terrifying spectacle. The snake's corpse instantly split in two and fell to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A terrifying sound still filled the air. There's another one? A small beast lunged at Fong.
The creature was incredibly fast.
Fong furrowed his brow slightly. His palm shot out in an instant.
In the blink of an eye, thunderous power surged through Fong's palm, as if millions of electric currents were intertwining and tangling within his palm. Amid the flashing lightning, an incredibly powerful force of judgment coalesced within it, radiating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. The moment his palm made contact with Candle Knight.
Boom!
The thunderous power erupted like a bolt of lightning. The dazzling light of thunder echoed throughout the factory, as if the thunder of judgment had descended upon the mortal realm.
In an instant,
the little beast's body shattered like an exploding boulder, unleashing staggering energy in midair as countless flashes of lightning danced wildly around it. After a deafening roar, the little beast's body completely disintegrated, its fragments raining down onto the ground, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation.
The entire process unfolded without the slightest hesitation.
This triple critical strike power is truly ferocious.
Fong looked at his palm.
Fong stood where he was, the power of thunder gradually dissipating from his palm. The surging thunder on his palm and the chaos left on the ground bore witness to the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. That little beast must have been a 3-star Dominion stage creature. That snake was only 2 stars too bad it couldn't withstand a single slap. This was the power of a triple critical hit. Attribute suppression, instant kills in direct combat, and no fear whatsoever in prolonged battles. Fong was confident that even if the little beast had been slightly stronger, he could have handled it would just have been a bit more of a struggle.
It seems my current combat skills are pretty good even among pioneers. Fong chuckled softly.
According to the information he gathered, the appearance of anomalies was causing the authorities a major headache, prompting them to dispatch specialized squads to hunt them down.
By that standard, did that mean he was now on par with a specialized squad? After effortlessly dispatching the 2 anomalies, Fong turned on his heel and left the factory without a second thought.
It seemed he'd come here solely to verify all of this.
Inside the abandoned factory,
the members of the destroyer squad were already on their last legs. Every last shred of mana in their bodies had been depleted.
Without mana to protect them, the black mist corroded their bodies more easily than drinking water.
With their eyes tightly shut, they crouched in the corner, shivering uncontrollably, waiting for death to come.
But strangely enough,
after waiting for quite a while, they still hadn't seen Candle Knight launch his next attack. It was as if Candle Knight had suddenly lost his momentum.
Have any of you noticed that the mist seems to be getting thinner?
Someone spoke up, filled with surprise and doubt. Only then did everyone notice that the thick black mist surrounding them, so dense it had once obscured the sky, had now thinned considerably. If it had previously been a thick black cloth that let no light through, it was now, at most, a black veil.
Although it still provided some cover, they could now make out things faintly. The destroyer's squad immediately grew excited.
Wait, it's not just the black mist that's thinning, I also smell a very strange odor, like something's burning. I smell that burning smell too.
Is that all you smell?
I also detect a strong scent of blood.
Is someone injured?
Without the heavy, acrid smell of the black mist to mask it, the scent of something burning and the smell of blood hit their noses with striking clarity.
Everyone looked completely bewildered. Let us gather together first and assess the situation around us. The captain instructed calmly and composedly. He was the first to get to his feet, forcing his eyes through which mana flowed open. The scene before him slowly came into focus. The moment he saw what was happening, his expression changed in an instant. A look of deep horror appeared on his usually composed face. What on earth is going on here? Chapter 24, Su Qingying's Surprise. A dual attribute pioneer. The destroyer squad stood inside an abandoned factory. They witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In a pool of blood, the Black Snake's corpse lay split in two. Red blood pooled across the floor, with scorch marks nearby. Pure and blazing solar attribute energy surged all around them. The faces of the destroyer squad were filled with horror. When had an ultimate solar attribute pioneer ever appeared here? Su Qingying rested her hand on her arm. Her pale face bore a slight furrow of her dark brows, her tone firm. It's him. Him? I think I know what happened. Su Qingying said, though a faint trace of unease flashed across her face. I should know this person. He's my mission target. A surveillance mission? The squad leader asked. Yes. I was originally here to monitor a peak-level high-attribute pioneer. He happens to be a solar attribute pioneer. Su Qingying briefly described her monitoring efforts, omitting the embarrassing fact that she was always playing catch-up. In any case, every time I was on the verge of discovering him, he would always leave just before I could, as if on purpose. I'd been wondering if he really was doing it on purpose, but now it seems he must have known all along that I was searching for him in this area. Realizing that her surveillance mission had been counter-monitored by the very person she was tracking, Su Qingying felt a chill run down her spine. So she'd been played all along. However, that feeling lasted only a moment before being quickly replaced by a complex mix of emotions. I was supposed to be here to monitor him and protect him while I was at it, but in the end, he's the one who ended up protecting me. Upon hearing her words, the saboteurs squad fell silent. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Who would have thought that such a powerful pioneer was hiding in this seemingly dilapidated apartment? What incredible power. You just said he's a solar attribute? Then what is this? The captain crouched on the ground, pointing solemnly toward a corner. There lay Candle Knight's corpse. Candle Knight's body had clearly been struck by thunder. A massive electrical charge still lingered on it. Even the slightest reach out would result in an unexpected jolt. Clearly, the person who struck possessed an extremely powerful lightning attribute. Is this the lightning attribute? Judging by the purity, it's a high-level attribute. Su Qingying's beautiful eyes widened. But he's a solar attribute user. I saw that mark with my own eyes earlier. It was definitely the solar attribute. Are you saying that two people appeared here yesterday, one after the other, within 5 minutes of each other? One killed the Black Snake, the other killed Candle Knight, and then they left together? The captain looked at her. Su Qingying could only remain silent. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Two people appearing in the same place at the same time, each killing an anomaly, and then, in perfect unison, turning and walking away? I just compared their fighting styles, killing methods, and the footprints here. After analyzing everything, it's highly likely that the same person killed both of these anomalies. The interrogation team member adjusted his glasses, speaking with some hesitation. One person? Even she found it hard to believe as she said it. But the facts proved that these two were indeed the same person. A dual attribute pioneer? Lightning, Yang, these are all high-tier attributes. It's practically a monster. A wave of profound shock swept through the destroyer squads. The air was thick with the brutal energy of thunder, making their hearts race. Those two anomalies lying on the ground. Any one of them, taken alone, had nearly buried them here. But what was the result? With a single move, the opponent had instantly wiped them both out. Clean and decisive, one strike, one kill. Both at the Dominion stage, yet the gap between them was simply staggering. My target has been spotted. I need to report this to headquarters.
After a long moment, Su Qingying broke the silence, her expression still somewhat dazed.
The members of the destroyer squad understood perfectly.
After all, they were feeling exactly the same way, not just dazed, but as if they might be dreaming.
Su Qingying turned and walked off to the side to report the information. She had 2 missions, one to monitor, and one to eliminate Candle Knight.
Now that they both converged at this moment, it fell to her alone to report them. I think headquarters is in for a huge surprise. A pioneer with 2 advanced attributes, a truly one-of-a-kind existence. Attributes this extreme, possessing even just one would make someone a top-tier genius, yet he has 2 at once.
Holy crap! Did you see that solar attribute? Blazing and overwhelming, it's actually on par with the lightning attribute.
With a solar attribute this powerful, he must have been the one who dispersed that black mist. Not only would that black snake be no match for it, but even the advanced darkness attribute might not be able to withstand it. With a genius of this caliber, the organizations must be dying to recruit him, right? At this moment, although the mana awakening hadn't fully begun yet, strange phenomena were already appearing frequently across the land.
Every organization was racking its brains to recruit talent.
This wasn't just for the current purge operations, it was even more for the future. Once the mana awakening truly arrives, the world will be rewritten under a new order. Whoever holds more and stronger pioneers will wield the greatest and most formidable power. Of course, a super talented prodigy like this, possessing dual high-tier attributes, is a top-tier resource that transcends everything else. I'm sure the major factions would fight tooth and nail to bring him under their banner. Whoever possesses him will effectively hold half the hope for the future.
Su Qingying thought the same.
She reported her monitoring results to the organization, suggesting that the individual might be a pioneer with dual high attributes of Yang and Thunder.
Why don't I go find him and persuade him to join our spiritual cultivation society?
After Su Qingying made her suggestion, she waited for quite a while, but received no response. She tapped her headset twice lightly and heard a series of beeps. The connection must have been lost. After waiting a moment, the signal quickly returned, and the specialist's voice came through the headset.
Come back for now.
As it stands, he doesn't seem to harbor any animosity toward our cultivation association. The fact that he saved you in this entire area clearly demonstrates that he is not our enemy. But if we keep sending people there to harass him, it might affect his impression of the Cultivation Association. The commissioner's measured words sent a tidal wave of emotion surging through Su Qingying's heart.
Harassment? You actually call my monitoring harassment?
No, that's not the point. In the year since Su Qingying joined the Cultivation Association, this was the first time she heard the association adopt such a cautious attitude toward a pioneer.
It was as if they were terrified of being looked down upon. However,
she looked down at the swollen corpse of Candle Knight, its lightning energy still lingering long after the battle, a sign that the opponent's lightning power was exceptionally pure. The golden solar attribute at the doorway, drenched by the torrential rain, remained scorching hot, giving off terrifying plumes of steam.
This guy is so powerful. Chapter 25, The Mana Cultivation Association voluntarily calls off its observation impression points +1. A high-rise apartment, in the entryway. Fong took off his black raincoat and hung it on the coat rack by the door.
He looked down at the surging thunder charges in his right hand, thinking of the increasingly frequent strange phenomena of recent days. There is less than a year left until the official mana awakening, yet the world is undergoing such drastic changes, with strange phenomena occurring everywhere. Eerie weather, thunder at the summit of Jade Emperor Peak, magma flowing through underground rivers. The pioneers have already spontaneously embarked on the path of cultivation. Once the interface between the body and the mana world is established, one can sense changes in the heavens and earth more keenly than ordinary people. Just like that group of people at the underground river earlier, they sensed the anomalies in that area and sought it out on their own.
Now, the pioneers have all embarked on the path of independent cultivation.
Those pioneers not recognized by the state have generally reached the 1-star level of the Dominion stage.
This indicates that The pioneers are actively and eagerly seeking out these channels of natural mana to enhance their own strength.
The group at the underground river serves as the best evidence of this. We're still in a relatively stable exploratory phase. Since most pioneers are seeking to enhance their strength through major natural changes, the occurrence of anomalies remains within the government's control, and no significant conflicts have arisen among the pioneers. At the national level, an official mana cultivation association has already been established. Although it hasn't yet publicly revealed its identity, its official seal speaks for itself. The Mana Cultivation Association. Fong had already confirmed that this was the work of the Xia Kingdom. Clearly, the Xia Kingdom is extending an olive branch to the independent pioneers while also providing them with some guidance.
However, in my opinion,
the problem lies precisely with the government and the Mana Cultivation Association. The government has clearly established the Mana Cultivation Association, yet it hasn't publicly acknowledged its existence. Instead, it's allowing it to develop freely while providing some support behind the scenes. This indicates that the government has no immediate plans to make any of this public.
Fong mused.
He thought back to recent news reports. Ever since that rift opened, terrifying changes have begun to erupt across the land, and unknown forces have been awakened. Mysterious cracks frequently appear in the sky, bewitching songs echo from the ocean, landscapes suddenly warp, and islands vanish from maps, swallowed by thick fog. These reports mingle with daily news, as if opening the door to another world for ordinary people.
Walking down the street, one could hear people everywhere discussing the hidden dangers lurking in their surroundings.
Anomalies, changes, the future. The world seemed to have suddenly taken on a magical quality, filled with uncertainty everywhere.
It was obvious.
The government was doing everything it could to warn ordinary people, protecting them while trying to help them understand this impending crisis. But in the midst of this wave of mana awakening, this is precisely where the biggest problem lies. Actually, the government lacks the confidence to directly usher in a full-scale era of cultivation.
Fong ran his fingers through his hair.
Xia has a massive population. Once the information is made public, the first consequences will be a breakdown of order and internal unrest.
Chaos is something no country can afford. The Mana Awakening carries far too many dangers. Once revealed, the first thing we face is widespread death.
With mutations and anomalies everywhere, we not only have to protect ordinary people from dying but also safeguard those who are trying to court death. Under these circumstances, we can't rule out the possibility that many will take desperate risks to become pioneers, gambling on that 1 in 1,000 chance, and they're the ones who drain the most resources. Of course, there are also cowards who, believing the world order is about to change and that money and power will no longer reign supreme, will commit foolish acts like robbery and kidnapping to challenge the state's authority. These factors are all within the state's scope of consideration.
Once nationwide cultivation is launched, things will only become more chaotic.
Therefore, Fong could actually understand why the Xia Kingdom had adopted this moderate approach. Human nature is more terrifying than ghosts and gods. There is no need to test it.
Not to mention, anomalies spawned by the dark attribute pose an extremely terrifying threat to both ordinary people and pioneers alike. Fong thought of the 2 dark attribute anomalies he'd seen today. Anomalies are the most troublesome of all. A giant snake and a small beast that looked like a rat. They were likely mutated creatures resulting from an invasion and contamination by the dark attribute. Not only did these anomalies exude a cold, evil aura from head to toe, but they also fed on humans. Pioneers' bodies, in particular, are a veritable feast for them. If they were merely savage beasts, that would be one thing, but they clearly possess a high level of intelligence as well. Judging by what we saw today, they're extremely cunning. Who would have thought that 2 seemingly unrelated dark attribute creatures would team up to set a trap for the Mana Cultivation Association's squad, luring them into their territory to surround and slaughter them? However, the dark attribute contained within that black mist is indeed troublesome.
Not only does it help the giant serpent conceal itself, but it's also the bane of the pioneers. Even the Mana Cultivation Association squad nearly suffered heavy casualties, and this is supposedly just a sub-attribute of the dark attribute. If Fong hadn't been there, that squad would likely have met a grim fate today. And that was supposedly just a sub-attribute of the dark attribute.
This clearly demonstrates just how incredibly powerful the higher attributes truly are. No wonder every higher attribute holds such immense value. The mere ability to suppress sub-attributes alone makes them powerful enough. Fong mused. His ability to effortlessly slay those two anomalies earlier was entirely due to his body as supreme higher attributes. The solar attribute, scorching like fire, allowed him to transform into a blazing sun, safely traversing any extreme celestial phenomena. The lightning attribute, meanwhile, displayed a brutal power capable of judging all things when facing creatures of the dark attribute. It was utterly devastating, reducing them to ashes with a single palm strike. And the dark attribute was even more terrifying. It had actually given rise to a creature capable of exerting a massive influence on human society. But I don't seem to have encountered any anomalies of the dark attribute yet. Fong pondered for a moment. He hadn't witnessed many anomalies himself. Perhaps he simply hadn't encountered that kind of thing yet. With my current dual high-tier attributes, combined with my 3-star Dominion stage strength, there should be very few pioneers who can match me. The suppressing power of high-tier attributes is too overwhelming. Even those at a higher cultivation realm might not be able to defeat me in actual combat, though I can't rule out the possibility that others might have their own stroke of luck. However, I possess more than just high-tier attributes. I also have the corresponding cultivation techniques. The solar attribute-S golden sun breathing art, the lightning attribute-S divine thunder art. Each one, taken on its own, is incredibly powerful. They are born from my attributes and are 100% compatible with them. That's my greatest advantage. Fong was very confident. Even if other pioneers had powerful opportunities, they couldn't match him. That aura has vanished. Fong's eyes flickered slightly. He sensed that the force that had been monitoring him for several days was no longer present. Was it that woman from the Mana Cultivation Association? Had she left? He had to admit it. Fong's impression of the Mana Awakening Association went up by 1 point. No pestering, maintaining a proper distance, and showing ample respect. That's the kind of poise an official organization should have. Back when he used to read novels, Fong had always hated that kind of plotline. Some faction would fight tooth and nail to secure the protagonist with exceptional talent, resorting to underhanded tactics, first polite, then aggressive, and if they couldn't have him, they'd even try to destroy him. 2 words sum it up. Sick. With no prying eyes on him, Fong instantly felt refreshed. He sat cross-legged, facing the faint morning light, and slowly exhaled. After all this rain, the sun was finally about to come out. The weather forecast said today would be absolutely perfect, bright and sunny, so he could once again practice the golden sun breathing art while facing the sun. It's been a while since I unlocked any attributes. I wonder when the next major cosmic shift will occur so I can observe it. Chapter 26, Living Together? The Martial Arts First Squad. Boom. Fong closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the morning air, and felt the warmth of the sunlight. The golden sun breathing art slowly began to circulate. A dazzling golden light surrounded him, as if the great sun were shining directly upon him. Threads of golden vital energy flowed through his veins. Every strand of chi and blood contained warmth, like a gentle, warm stream spreading throughout his body. His blood grew fiery and radiant, a golden halo shimmering on his skin, which glowed with a healthy, fiery luster. Through the persistent refinement of the golden sun breathing art, Fong felt his body, inside and out, filled with boundless heat and vitality. Every inch of his skin was absorbing the sunlight. He felt his body grow firm and agile, with every muscle radiating the vitality of the brilliant sun. The golden sun breathing art paired with the golden sun, it feels amazing. Fong couldn't help but marvel. This supreme solar attribute was a powerful weapon in itself, and the golden sun breathing art a formidable cultivation technique designed to complement it maximized the weapon's potential. He now felt as though he had an inexhaustible supply of strength coursing through his entire body. All of this was thanks to the golden sun breathing art and the solar attribute. If he simply continued on this path, one day, Fong's body would become invincible, reaching the legendary realm of an immortal cultivator. However, to truly reach that stage, he would first have to endure the slow, steady process of water wearing away stone. Cultivation really is a lonely path. Fawn let out a soft sigh. Pioneers are, by definition, trailblazers of a new era. It's no exaggeration to say that the future they face is extremely uncertain.
The more uncertain it is, the more they need strong perseverance and courage. On this path, many will perish before reaching their destination. After completing his daily morning breathing exercises, Fawn slowly exhaled and headed off to eat.
Just then, his phone rang. Aunt? Fawn looked at the contact name on the screen, a look of surprise crossing his face. It's been so many years since I last spoke to them, why would my aunt suddenly contact me? Fawn hadn't had much contact with his relatives since childhood.
Ever since his parents died in an accident, he recalled that his aunt had once offered to adopt and take care of him, but he had refused. Even if they were relatives, living with them would mean living under someone else's roof, and he might even be treated as a rival by their children. It would be better to be on his own. So Fawn ended up living alone in the large house his parents had left him, living a life of pure bliss.
Auntie. Xiaoyi, have you eaten yet? I've already eaten.
Auntie kicked off the call with the classic trio of greetings.
Have you eaten yet? How have you been lately?
Oh, there is something I'd like to talk to you about. Fawn patiently exchanged a few pleasantries with her aunt, and sure enough, the conversation turned to the last topic.
Here's the thing, Xiaoyi. There is something I'd like to discuss with you.
Your cousin is going to Tai City for school soon, and I'm really worried about her staying alone in a hotel. Could she stay with you for a few days?
My cousin? Fawn was taken aback. He hadn't expected his aunt to bring this up. In an instant,
the image of a cool-faced, straight-haired, slender-waisted, long-legged young girl popped into his mind. That's right, his cousin was very pretty, the aloof, studious, and well-behaved type. In Fawn's memory, this model student's greatest pleasure was quietly studying in her room, and of course, she always ranked first in her class. Perhaps because she was both beautiful and academically gifted, Fawn always felt that his cousin didn't quite fit in with the crowd and was a bit mysterious.
Sure. When is she arriving?
I'll go pick her up.
No, don't worry about it. Just go about your business.
Send me the address, and I'll have her take a cab over. Since she'd asked him for a favor, his aunt felt a bit embarrassed. She insisted repeatedly that he didn't need to pick her up, and even had his cousin bring him a bunch of local specialties.
Fawn hesitated for a moment but eventually stopped refusing. After hanging up, he sent her the address. That afternoon, his cousin arrived.
When Fawn opened the door, he saw a tall, slender girl with long, straight black hair standing outside, pulling a black suitcase. She was dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, her hair loosely pinned back with a wooden hairpin, giving her an air of elegance.
Cousin Fawn. Had a lovely voice like water striking wood or stone, perfect for an online romance. Cousin. Fawn opened the door and took the initiative to pull her suitcase inside. Come in and sit down. What would you like to drink? I have Coke. Just water will do.
Slipped into a pair of slippers after entering, arranged the local specialties her aunt had asked her to bring on the table, introduced each one, and then sat demurely on the sofa. She kept her hands folded on her lap the entire time, her eyes cast downward, looking very quiet and reserved.
Fawn brought her a cup of hot water and sat down on the sofa.
Held the cup with both hands and began the inevitable awkward small talk that comes before a stay.
How's Auntie doing? She's doing fine. How's school going lately? Is it stressful? It's okay. Are you here for summer camp? Yes.
He answered every question, but since they hadn't seen each other in so long, they weren't really close. Fawn asked a few casual questions. Once he felt they'd gone through the motions, he waved her off and told her to go back to her room to study.
Let me know if you need anything.
Okay,
thanks, cousin. Obediently stood up.
I'll be staying here for the next few days, so I'll be relying on you, cousin. Slipping on her slippers, she dragged her suitcase into her room and immediately closed the door. Fawn watched her retreating figure for a moment, then turned and went back to his own room.
In the guest bedroom, E turned on the light and looked down at her bed. It was a new three-piece set, still carrying a faint, fresh scent of detergent. There weren't any feminine hygiene products in the room. It seemed her cousin didn't have a girlfriend and lived alone. The place was kept quite tidy. E quickly unpacked her luggage, then fished her phone out of her bag and opened her messaging app. Group, Mana Awakening Martial Arts First Squad. Group members, 7. E tapped the screen with her slender fingers and sent a message to the group. E Fangeju, I've moved into my cousin's place. It'll be convenient to operate from here for a while. My cousin seems like a nice guy. He probably won't interfere with my business. Is this information accurate? Soon, a message popped up. 81-year-old stunning young wife, yeah, this info is legit. Things have been pretty unusual in Thai City lately. There's always some major upheaval. That underground river from last time was a real treasure trove, but unfortunately, someone beat us to it. Scammed out of 5 Mao in an online romance. I heard about that incident too. Apparently, 2 teams clashed, and an incredibly powerful pioneer appeared. He sliced the sun in 2 with a single strike. Then he forced the others to retreat. Holy crap, I bow down to the master, PR. 81-year-old stunning young wife, sliced the sun in 2 with a single strike? Is that for real? That must require the ultimate solar attribute, a pioneer with sky-high stats, right? E recalled the rumors she heard and typed. E Fangeju, it's true, I heard about it too. E Fangeju, so, we have to be extra careful on this mission. Since the Mana Awakening hasn't started yet, everything is still in the shadows. God only knows how many monster-level pioneers Xia Kingdom is hiding. We absolutely can't draw too much attention to ourselves. 81-year-old stunning young wife, +1. Scammed out of 5 Mao in an online romance, plus 10,086. They knew E wasn't exaggerating. Pioneers today were in a state of unchecked growth with no official rules in place to regulate them. The struggle for opportunities during the Great Cosmic Shift depended entirely on one's own abilities. The upside of this situation is that might makes right. You can freely snatch opportunities from others without facing any moral condemnation. As for the downside, it's equally obvious. When you can't outcompete others, being first in line is useless. When they encounter a pioneer in the underground river whose power far exceeds their own, they have no choice but to slink away in defeat. Chapter 27, A Genius Cousin? A New Great Upheaval. What is it like to live with a beautiful cousin? After spending a few days together, Fong felt he was more than qualified to answer that question. First of all, it feels like there's an extra person in the house, which is really uncomfortable. Especially when I take a shower every day, the water in the bathroom is always just a bit warmer than usual. Through the glass window, I can see her slender figure swaying back and forth as she dries her hair, and the air is filled with a hint of the sweet, floral scent of her shampoo. Occasionally, some awkward situations arise. For example, when it rains and I'm bringing in the laundry while she is not home, I'm left wondering whether I should just go ahead and pick up her underwear. And the other day when I went out, Mr. Wang from across the hall kept insisting I was dating a pretty college girl. He'd always drop hints, trying to get me to share my secrets. Of course, none of that is the scariest part. The worst thing is that ever since she moved in with me, my mealtimes have become punctual. Every day, we have to buy groceries and cook, though, of course, she is the one who buys and cooks, while I'm just in charge of eating. By the way, she is a pretty good cook. Every meal is different. Oh, and she is a bit of a neat freak. As soon as she wakes up, she cleans the room until it's spotless. Just like right now. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from outside the door, followed by E.'s cool, clear voice. Cousin, for lunch today we're having beef brisket with tomatoes and cold cucumber salad. The soup is corn and pork rib soup. Should I go easy on the tomatoes in your portion? Go easy on them, please. I'm not a big fan of sour foods. Okay, it'll be ready in 20 minutes. The footsteps gradually faded away. Fong timed it perfectly and stepped out 15 minutes later. As soon as he opened the door, the delicate aroma of the meal wafted in. The floor had just been mopped. It was so clean it reflected his shadow.
At a glance, all the brooms, mops, and even the knickknacks on the cabinets were neatly arranged, giving off a hint of OCD. He'd been living alone for so many years, and apart from right after the renovation, the place had never been this clean.
Fong walked into the living room and looked toward the kitchen. Through the transparent glass, a young girl in an apron was busy at work.
Her long black hair was tied back in a loose ponytail, her jeans hugging her slender calves, and she was wearing a pair of pink bunny slippers.
Had her head down, tasting the soup to check the saltiness.
A strand of hair fell across her face, but she gently lifted it back with her delicate hand.
Is there anything I can help with? Fong walked over to the fridge beside her and took out a bottle of apple cider vinegar and a bottle of Coke.
His cousin loved drinking tangy apple cider vinegar. It was the only favor she'd asked of him since she'd been staying here.
Cousin, could you please bring the bowls and chopsticks? The food's ready.
Sure.
Fong placed the bowls in front of her.
2 plates of fragrant tomato beef brisket rice were served into the bowls. The beef brisket glistened with a golden sheen, looking utterly mouth-watering.
In the dining room,
the two sat across from each other, both lowering one's head, eating throughout the entire meal. The only sound was the gentle clinking of bowls and chopsticks.
I'll wash the dishes today. I feel bad always having you cook and wash up, Fong said. It's fine. I'm just staying here. This is what I should be doing. This conversation happened almost every day. Had never let Fong wash the dishes.
If Fong insisted on doing it, she would silently take a few less bites of her meal and go wash his bowl first. Her manners were impeccable, beyond reproach.
All in all, Fong thought it was actually pretty nice to have a cousin staying with him.
The only inconvenience was that he couldn't practice his cultivation at home anymore. The golden sun breathing art was just too loud. Thinking of this, Fong smiled helplessly.
After washing the dishes, went into her guest bedroom to study. Fong changed his clothes, intending to head out to the back mountain.
However, just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly sensed a strange aura. Fong followed the aura with his gaze, his deep, piercing eyes settling on the door to the guest bedroom.
Wisp after wisp of crystalline mana was gathering there. His cousin's room. Fong raised an eyebrow and moved. The next second, Fong appeared outside ES window.
The curtains were slightly parted, revealing a small corner. The girl was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Strands of mana, like crystal-clear dewdrops, rolled and seeped into her luminous white skin. A white glow, like starlight, formed faint ripples in the air and surged toward her like a tide. A delicate radiance shimmered faintly on her skin, as gentle as a spring breeze caressing tender grass. Her breath became steady and deep, blending with the surrounding mana. Her skin crystal clear, as if bathed in moonlight. The entire process was breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairyland.
Fong witnessed the whole thing.
I never expected my cousin to be a pioneer of mana awakening as well.
Fong's eyes flickered slightly. Just then,
inside the room, seemed to sense something. She lifted her beautiful eyes and glanced out the window. Outside the window, only a single falling leaf drifted down.
There was nothing else. Was it my imagination?
I felt as though a pair of eyes had been watching me just now. Furrowed her brow slightly. She slowly calmed her breath, drawing her mana back into her body. The girl's body took on a lustrous sheen, making her appear even more radiant, like a pearl or a piece of jade.
Exhaled slowly. Dominion stage, 2 stars. That was her current cultivation level. My cousin has quite a bit of talent.
She is already at Dominion stage, 2 stars at such a young age, and she is about to advance to the next star.
Outside the window, Fong hadn't left.
He sensed her gaze moments ago and had looked away now. Seeing ES cultivation level, he couldn't help but marvel.
In an era where most were at the 1-star or 2-star levels,
at 2-star Dominion stage, was already considered a minor master.
Is her rather eccentric personality a result of such high cultivation talent?
The thought popped into Fong's mind. He felt that crouching by the young girl's window was a bit odd, so he was about to leave.
Suddenly, E's phone, sitting on the table, rang. She reached out to answer it.
He couldn't make out what the other person was saying, but her expression changed instantly.
A cataclysm, tomorrow? What time tomorrow? Afternoon? 3 o'clock? Yanghua Town? I can make it.
Yeah, just make up an excuse. My cousin's a nice guy, he won't hold me back.
Fong had already been planning to leave.
But the moment he heard the words cataclysm, his feet were instantly nailed to the spot, and he couldn't move.
E's style of speaking on the phone was very concise and to the point. She first confirmed the time and place, then began arranging when people should do what. Judging by E's conversation, she must hold a fairly central position within her squad.
She is probably something like a squad leader.
Yanghua Town? Is that the trendy tourist town near Tai City?
It's not far from here, an hour's drive, or about an hour and a half by tour bus.
So, my cousin coming to summer camp is just to cover the real reason is the Great Change?
She must have heard about the Great Change somewhere, so she made up an excuse to come here.
Fong found it quite amusing.
His cousin was just a student she had to study, practice her cultivation, and now she was even chasing the Great Change all over the place. She was a true master of time management.
Yanghua Town is right on the outskirts of Tai City. We'll rent a car and drive there together. Okay, let us meet at our usual spot. Inside the room, E was completely oblivious, still on the phone.
And every single word she spoke reached Fong's ears without missing a beat.
Fong listened while pondering.
Every great cosmic upheaval is an opportunity. Each time I gain a new martial art to strengthen my power.
I wonder what kind of nature this cosmic upheaval in Yanghua Town will have.
Who cares?
As long as I hear about it, it's mine. Fong mused to himself.
He listened outside the window for a while longer but found that E hadn't mentioned any further details about Yanghua Town. Perhaps they weren't entirely sure themselves, they'd only find out once they arrived.
Fong decided to go with them. Chapter 28, The Way of Martial Arts comes first, a path rife with danger. Yanghua Valley.
Located in Yanghua Town, a remote town near Taisha, it appeared to be an internet-famous town on the surface, with ancient architecture interspersed with a street lined with barbecue stalls, bubble tea shops, and overpriced popsicles. At first glance, the place reeked of a total rip-off.
Is this the place where a great upheaval of heaven and earth is about to occur?
6 men and women stood at the town's entrance. They all looked very young. They were members of the Mana Awakening Martial Arts First Squad. E wore a t-shirt and long pants. Her snow-white skin stood out prominently among the crowd. Including her, the group consisted of 4 women and 2 men. At that moment, a girl with short hair was tugging on her arm and asking her,
E, I heard you've been staying with your cousin lately. How's it going? Are you settling in okay? E nodded slightly, it's okay. What's your cousin like? Is he handsome?
The short-haired girl's eyes were ablaze with curiosity. Her username was Scammed Out of 5 Mao in an online romance, and though she looked innocent and cute, she was a funny girl who loved handsome guys. He is better looking than the pictures you saved online, he said, recalling her cousin's appearance and offering a sincere assessment.
Anyway, he is not one of those effeminate, baby-face types.
Scammed out of a whopping 5 Mao in an online romance felt as though her sense of aesthetics had been insulted. After living together for the past few days, E had come to feel more and more that this cousin of hers was actually quite ordinary. In her memory, her cousin had always had mediocre grades, hovering perpetually in the middle of the class, neither outstanding nor poor. He underperformed on the college entrance exam, so he was almost certainly headed for a vocational college.
A vocational college isn't such a big deal, but this cousin also had a very easygoing personality.
Having lived together for so long, she hadn't seen him indulge in any bad habits. He went to bed and woke up on time, and often went out to exercise. He just seemed like an ordinary, unremarkable person among the masses.
Oh, is that so?
I thought I'd have a head start and try to hook up with my friend's campus heartthrob cousin or something. She sighed, having just been scammed out of a fortune of 5 Mao in an online romance. If he were just a little more handsome and capable, she'd have loved to adopt E as her cousin right then and there and instantly become her cousin-in-law.
What kind of pipe dream are you having?
The tall, sophisticated woman beside her gave a cold laugh. She was wearing a short skirt, her legs longer than some people's lives. This was an 81-year-old, stunningly beautiful young woman.
Just as they were making small talk and waiting,
not far away, under the shade of a tall tree, Fawn was gently fanning herself with an antique-style paper fan she'd bought by the roadside, leisurely enjoying the breeze. Cousin, this squat's overall strength is actually pretty good. She herself is a 2-star Dominion stage considered upper middle tier, and her teammates aren't bad either. There's even a 3-star Dominion stage among them. The others are at least 2-star, so the team is fairly balanced.
Fong took a quick glance and immediately assessed their strengths.
As for the 3-star players, aside from E, there was a quiet young man standing beside her. He'd been standing off to the side the entire time, seemingly deep in thought, and appeared cautious and steady.
By the way, isn't that person here this time either? E suddenly spoke up. The quiet young man shook his head. She's busy and couldn't make it.
Hearing this, E said nothing, and the other members seemed to take it in stride. It appeared there was a member in this team who was frequently absent.
Fong came to this conclusion.
Suddenly, he stopped fanning himself. The squad ahead stood still for a moment, then suddenly set off toward the town.
Fong followed suit.
Keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far, he listened as they discussed intelligence regarding the great change in Yanghua town.
Do you have any other intelligence about this great change? This time, it's a vine.
According to the intelligence we've gathered, it frequently appears in various places at unpredictable times, and this time it's appeared in Yanghua town.
Everyone who has seen it says it's a very strange vine.
It hangs down from the sky. Some speculate it's a treasure left behind by the gods, others think it's a high-level mutated entity, still others say it's a manifestation of some unnameable presence in the heavens. No one knows where it comes from, and no one can clearly explain what it actually is.
This is quite different from any intelligence we've encountered before. It's too unique.
With past incidents, extreme heat, thunderstorms, or even underground rivers of magma, we could generally figure out what they were before receiving reports.
I'm mentally prepared for strange celestial phenomena, geological shifts, or even anomalies, but this vine defies our understanding. It's truly too bizarre.
A strange look crossed his face as he thought of the 5 Mao he'd been scammed out of in an online romance.
Living in this era of upheaval and change, they often experienced shocks to their worldview, a normal phenomenon in mana awakening.
After all, to ordinary people, the fact that pioneers could absorb mana to cultivate themselves was already a form of mysticism.
And this vine appeared much the same to them. Mysticism.
Yes, those 2 words were the only way to describe it. It was clearly a cataclysmic event, yet it had nothing to do with weather phenomena, nor was it the collapse and reassemble of the Earth's surface. It was more like something that had appeared out of thin air, drifting aimlessly, causing no damage, making no rare sounds like thunder or a blazing sun, but simply wandering from place to place. If you ignored the fact that it was hanging down from the sky, it was just an ordinary vine.
But it just happened not to be that ordinary. Actually, I'm a little worried about this mission. My intuition tells me this will be the most dangerous mission we've ever undertaken.
We have very limited intelligence. The only thing we can confirm is that it's highly likely to be a very advanced celestial and terrestrial anomaly, an unknown, entirely new kind of cataclysm. To be honest, several friends of mine have tried to make contact with this vine before, and we've lost quite a few team members in the process.
People died?
E paused slightly, her dark brows furrowing ever so slightly. The others also took on a somber expression, casting questioning glances her way.
Yes, they were all very powerful pioneers at a high level of cultivation.
Her voice was low and somber.
For them, pioneers seeking evolution.
Every celestial anomaly was a high-stakes gamble. The winners returned with great rewards, while the losers were left with nothing but bones, forever buried in these magnificent lands where the mana awakening had yet to arrive.
Moreover, pioneers like them were far from few.
Before the Xia Kingdom's government made everything public, everything about the pioneers was kept in the shadows. Even if they died now in the midst of these cataclysmic changes, everything would be buried along with the celestial anomalies. Bodies, names, futures, everything was buried. As fellow pioneers, the others couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow upon hearing this news, and the group fell silent. Fawn, listening from behind, heard the news and fell deep in thought.
Death is a rare occurrence in this city.
But the path of martial arts comes first. It is bound to be fraught with danger.
Chapter 29, The Vine Hanging with Corpses Has Revived?
The Faintly Valley was quiet and ethereal. Light cascaded down from the valley, casting a long shadow, and within that shadow, a massive vine hung down. The vine was a deep, dark green, as thick as 3 people could embrace, hanging from the sky and resting at the foot of the mountain, like an arm that a deity might naturally let fall while resting. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. It was truly spectacular. The feeling was one of vast emptiness and desolation, of solitude and melancholy. Is this the vine? This mountain may look picturesque, but it's actually rugged and shrouded in mist. With just 1 or 2 vines hanging down, it's hard to make out clearly.
No wonder so few people notice this.
True. From a distance, I thought it was just a vine growing on the mountain. It's spectacular, but it doesn't catch your eye at first glance.
But the report was absolutely true. This vine really is breathtaking. At first glance, I thought it was a painting or even an AI-generated one.
The guy who'd been scammed out of 5 Mao in an online romance rubbed his arms. The group stopped halfway up the mountain. They all looked up at this massive, wondrous sight, a strange feeling welling up in their hearts.
Vines cascading down from the sky.
Though the description seemed simple, the imagery was incredibly vivid. It was just like a fairy tale they'd read as children.
Haven't you guys heard of that fairy tale? It's called Jack and the Beanstalk.
In the story, someone plants a magical pea seed, and later that seed grows all the way up to the sky.
I've never read it. What happens next? Someone asked curiously.
Then the man climbed up the leaves to the sky, where a giant lived. He stole the giant's gold, and in the end, he caused the giant to fall to his death. As a result, he lived happily ever after. The 81-year-old, stunningly beautiful woman twitched the corner of her mouth upon hearing this.
Theft, betraying a benefactor, and then living happily ever after? You call that a fairy tale?
Fairy tales weren't originally written for children. They were meant to satirize the society of the time.
All right, let us drop this topic.
He furrowed her brow slightly, cutting off their off-topic discussion. But she was right about one thing.
The feeling this vine gave off was very similar to what was described in that fairy tale.
It soared high into the clouds, towering to the heavens, creating the illusion that one wanted to climb it to see what lay at its roots.
Especially the feeling this vine evoked.
Logically speaking, this vine should be of the wood element, but for some reason, I sense an aura of desolation emanating from it.
Desolation? I feel it too.
I don't know how to describe it. It's like sinking into the river of time, where all things have perished and all vitality has vanished.
It makes me feel very uneasy. I feel the same way. As soon as I get near here, my whole mood becomes incredibly gloomy. Could it be that this vine is devouring our vitality?
As soon as this terrifying conjecture was voiced, a chill ran down everyone's spines. Looking at the vine again, a hint of fear crept into their eyes, as if they might be swept up and devoured at any moment.
Look!
Suddenly, the 81-year-old, stunningly beautiful woman pointed to a spot on the vine.
The group looked over in unison, their expressions changing instantly.
There, hanging from the cliff's edge, the vine's slightly curled branches bore traces of dried blood. Wrapped around them were several bodies. They didn't look like the wild beasts of the valley. Their exposed limbs still bore synthetic clothing.
These must be the pioneers killed by the vine.
At this thought, everyone felt a chill run down their spines.
No one could remain completely calm upon seeing the bodies of their comrades.
They must have tried to touch that vine and were swallowed up by that desolate power. The taciturn 3-star young man in the group spoke up. My suggestion is that we don't get any closer. Let us just scan the area from here.
I agree. I agree too. As expected, his words were met with unanimous approval the moment he finished speaking. Opportunity should be seized, but not at the cost of one's own life. E scanned the group and said in a solemn voice, "Then let us scan from here. Everyone, stay within sight of each other, don't wander too far." Okay. The group chose a spot and sat down. The young man went to the nearest cave entrance, neither too close nor too far from the others. The girls gathered together right by the cliff's edge. E, meanwhile, selected an old tree with lush foliage. Once they made their choices, everyone entered their respective cultivation states. E took a deep breath, filling her nostrils with the fresh scent of leaves, which helped ease the discomfort caused by the vine's barren energy. Soon, she entered a state of cultivation. Crystal clear mana swirled and flowed around her. It was like a transparent barrier, enveloping her completely. In the distance, on top of another ancient tree, Fong lay with his legs crossed on the trunk, fanning himself with a paper fan. There is something really off about these vines. Even from this far away, though I can't see the corpses, I can still sense a heavy, oppressive aura of death emanating from them. How did this group even find this thing? Of all the celestial and terrestrial anomalies I've witnessed, aside from that dark attribute anomaly, these vines give off the most unsettling feeling. They're supposed to be plants symbolizing vibrant life, yet they feel lifeless, not like living things, but more like dead objects disguised as living ones, having lost their mana. Fong planned to wait until they finished their cultivation before approaching to compile the cultivation technique. Just then, a storm suddenly erupted where he stood. A powerful energy surged from within the girl's body, shooting outward with a piercing screech that pierced the heavens. A massive divine axe fatally materialized as a phantom projection in the air. Is she about to advance in rank? So soon? Fong was somewhat taken aback. He had known even before coming that E was about to advance to the next star level, but he hadn't expected her to reach the threshold of the third star so quickly. Is this what a genius is like? My cousin, she truly is exceptionally gifted. Fong couldn't help but marvel. His cousin was only 17 this year, a whole year younger than him. To have reached the threshold of 3 stars at this age, she was truly one in a million. The energy surrounding E continued to expand and grow. That translucent energy seemed to transform into a giant hand, grasping the massive axe, a symbol of absolute power mid-air, as mana swirled and surged wildly into the girl's body. E furrowed her brow slightly as she channeled all her mana and pressed down on the giant axe with all her might. Boom! The giant axe sliced viciously through the air, swinging 3 times. Dominion stage. 3 stars. She did it. Awesome, eh? To break through to 3 stars at such a young age, you're practically the second prodigy in our group. Her companions all wore excited expressions as they gathered around E to congratulate her. Even the taciturn young man offered a compliment. Impressive. E sat cross-legged on the ground, the center of attention as everyone fawned over her. Just as everyone was immersed in this joyful atmosphere, the vines hanging from the sky began to move silently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What is that sound? The stunning 81-year-old woman heard the strange noise and jerked her head up. When she saw what was happening right in front of her, her breath caught in her throat for a moment. The vines. The vines are coming toward us. What? The crowd looked up in horror, only to be met by a sea of green. The vines had come to life. The narrow leaves that had once adorned the vines like tiny boats had now all transformed into giant emerald pythons, sweeping toward the crowd. The leaves seemed capable of opening gaping maws as they closed in on the group at breakneck speed, poised to swallow everyone whole in the very next second. Everyone's faces turned pale. How could this happen? How did these vines suddenly come to life? Did EE's breakthrough just now attract its attention? We absolutely cannot let these vines wrap around us. Once we're entangled, the desolation aura will instantly envelop us, and we'll be melted away in an instant. Even the young man's usually steady voice trembled slightly at that moment. Chapter 30, Extracting the Desolation Attribute, Compiling the Cultivation Technique, Endless Vitality. Run! Hearing the young man's voice, the same thought instinctively flashed through everyone's minds. If we don't run now, we'll die right here. The vines swarmed like a vast army. Hidden beneath their lush green leaves were countless outstretched tendrils, sweeping forward like demonic claws, each one brimming with boundless power and ferocity. Wherever they passed, rocks shattered and dust and debris flew. Ancient trees were entangled by the vines, their branches torn to shreds. Cliffs were cleaved in two. The massive vines were like a merciless monster, devouring all life. The spikes protruding from the vines glistened like razor blades, emitting a piercing screech. Faced with this green tsunami, everyone was as helpless as ordinary people confronting a natural disaster. They had absolutely no chance of fighting back, for the disparity in power was simply too great. They instinctively started to run. No, we can't run. Hasn't emerged from her breakthrough yet. If we run, she'll die here. We have to protect her. The stunning 81-year-old woman roared into the howling wind. The young man looked grim as he turned to E. Just as she said, the girl was still in the critical moment immediately following her breakthrough. Every time an awakener swings the divine axe to ascend a star, their physical form undergoes a complete reshaping, a process invisible to outsiders. E was clearly in the midst of this reshaping right now. Use your mana to shield her. I'll try to sever these vines. The young man gave the order decisively. Everyone surrounded E and began channeling the mana within their bodies outward. Streams of mana surged from the pioneers' bodies. They converged in the air, weaving together to gradually form a transparent barrier. The surface of the barrier rippled slightly, like a pool of clear lake water, creating ripples as mana flowed into it. Boom! As the green mist pounded violently against it, the barrier trembled slightly. Each impact sent faint ripples across its surface. Everyone struggled to keep channeling their mana, sustaining the barrier. Meanwhile, the overwhelming, man-eating green mist slammed into the barrier again and again. Crack! 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 Hold on. Wait for E to come out. Everyone gritted their teeth, relentlessly draining the mana from their bodies to keep the barrier functioning. But they had clearly underestimated the vine's destructive power. The vines pounded relentlessly against the barrier, one after another, emitting sharp, explosive sounds. Under the onslaught of this colossal, world-altering force, the thin barrier looked increasingly fragile, on the verge of shattering. Thud! Suddenly, one of them dropped to his knees. Trembling, he said, "My mana is almost gone. I can't hold on any longer." He was only at 1 star of the Dominion stage, a very low level, and the mana stored in his body couldn't sustain such reckless expenditure. Seeing this, the young man gritted his teeth and looked at E. She remained seated in the lotus position, her eyes tightly closed, oblivious to what was happening around her. E, wake up! Wake up, E! If this keeps up, we're all going to die. E, can you hear me? Come out now. Damn it, she can't hear us at all. This won't work. Someone muttered under their breath, their face already grim. They were a team that had come together for the Mana Awakening. In the upcoming Mana Awakening, they would stand as one. If possible, they didn't want to abandon a single teammate. But what could they do now? If they didn't abandon E now, were they all going to be buried here with her? I really can't hold on much longer. Pale-faced after being scammed out of a huge sum of 5 Mao in an online romance, the mana flowing through her body was dwindling rapidly, on the verge of being completely extinguished. The others weren't in much better shape either. Their faces were as white as paper. Let us escape on our own. If this keeps up, we won't be able to escape either. All right. The young man's face was tense. He was just about to speak. Just then, at the very last moment, a searing flash of fire streaked past his hair, and the blade's edge left a bloody gash across his face. A blade appeared above his head. The blade was ablaze with raging flames, as if it were about to scorch the entire world to ashes. Even the lingering aura of desolation clinging to the vines was forced back by this intensely blazing solar attribute, bowing before it. The man cast a casual glance at them, then swung his blade down with a light stroke. An incredibly blinding light burst forth from the blade, like a dazzling sun too bright to look at directly. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes, forced back by the blinding glow. The next second, a fine line appeared on the vine.
The incredibly tough vines, as solid as boulders, were severed cleanly and smoothly by that single stroke, as if cutting through tofu. The members of the martial arts squad were stunned. This blazing fire scorches the heavens. Strike, what on earth was it? Before they could even react, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. As the blade swung through the air, the vines shattered and rained down like stones. Yet the remaining vines, as if sensing this irresistible might, suddenly retreated rapidly backward. The vines actually retreated of their own accord after being struck by that single blow? As the retreating vines reflected in the pupils of the martial arts squad members, they couldn't help but find it somewhat comical, as if a lawless, ferocious beast, upon encountering an absolutely overwhelming presence, had meekly bowed its head and retreated. Absurd! Utterly absurd! Everyone stared blankly at the scene, and at the figure who had suddenly appeared. He stood against the light at the edge of the cliff, his head slightly bowed. The sunlight bathed him, casting his silhouette like a god standing atop the peak, a sight that inspired awe and fear. Pioneer, is that him? The young man instinctively touched his stinging cheek. His fingers were still tingling with the scorching heat. The ultimate solar attribute. Only such a powerful, high-level attribute could possibly repel that desolate power. The young man considered himself exceptionally gifted, though he usually dismissed the label of genius with modesty. Deep down he knew that the only one who could surpass his own talent was that prodigy who hadn't shown up today, and even he could only be considered his equal. But right now, his confidence had been brutally shattered by that single strike. If there were such beings among the pioneers, what were those with merely modest talent even worth? Merely a few scattered stars against the backdrop of the full moon? The immense impact of that vine could barely be held back even by the combined mana of their group, yet when that man swung his blade, he not only severed the vine but also forced the most terrifying power of desolation within it to retreat 3 she's. That kind of power, it was simply on a whole other level. She didn't notice the young man's breakdown. Standing nearby, the girl who'd been scammed out of a huge sum of 5 mao in an online romance had her eyes wide with awe as she stared at the sword-wielding figure descending from the sky, whispering to herself. A peerless hero appearing on a rainbow cloud, this must be exactly what it looks like, right? So cool. It's the kind of scene you couldn't even dream of. Before that blade came down, she thought she was going to die young. The crowd stared at Fong's back, each with their own thoughts. Their eyes were filled with awe, fear, and envy. Fong didn't hear her embarrassingly quiet mutter. At that moment, the system's voice was sounding methodically in his ear. Detected ultimate what attribute? Automatically compiling. Compilation successful. Endless vitality, instantly absorbs all life energy from the surroundings to rapidly heal one's own injuries. The cultivation technique was complete. Upon hearing its description, Fong's eyes lit up. What a powerful what attribute technique! This was practically a divine skill. Being able to draw on the life force around him to recharge his injuries when exhausted in battle was even more terrifying than healing. As long as there's life force nearby, you can keep drawing from it and recharging wound that be like a perpetual motion machine? Of course. Fong was just musing aloud. At his current level of power, this technique wasn't quite up to the standard of a perpetual motion machine yet, and even if it were, he certainly couldn't drain Tai City dry. However, as his cultivation realm rises and his mana becomes abundant, all things will revive. The potential of this cultivation technique is absolutely terrifying, so much so that he dares not even imagine it. Extracting attributes. Attribute extracted, desolation. Desolation attribute can instantly unleash a desolate aura, corroding all life force in the vicinity. No wonder this vine can only grow in such rugged terrain. If it were to grow elsewhere, it would likely drain all life force within dozens of li, leaving the area barren. This desolation attribute is truly overpowered. It forcibly plunders others' life force. Depriving, lethal. This new material panel would be quite suitable for crafting some old 6 weapons. But what should I embed it into later? Fong fell deep in thought. Suddenly,
Thank you so much for saving my life, young man.
A mature woman looked at Fong, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. The stunning 81-year-old woman had always kept her distance from men. But just now, Fong's blazing tang sword strike was like a divine weapon sent from the heavens. It would be no exaggeration to say he saved them from a sea of fire. Hearing her voice, the crowd snapped out of their daze.
Thank you, thank you.
If it weren't for you just now, we'd have been in real trouble. That sword strike was so cool.
Now I've got material for my dreams tonight. What is your WeChat ID, young man?
I'll transfer you some money, my life-saving fee. Several people crowded around him, chattering away with thanks. Seeing this, Fong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need." After all, he piggybacked on their message to get here and acquire the endless vitality and wasteland attributes. By any measure, he made a killing.
You can't be too much like Tang San, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
He declined their kindness, said nothing more, and turned to walk away with a flourish.
10 minutes after he left, Yi woke up.
Looking at the mess all around her, she wore a look of shock.
What happened?
You're awake.
You woke up too late, you missed the hero's grand entrance.
Scammed out of a huge sum of 5 mao in an online romance, she stood there with a dreamy, heartbroken expression. Yi ignored her and turned directly to the dazed young man standing nearby. Although the young man's resolve had been shattered, he still retained his wits. He recounted everything in detail, how her breakthrough had triggered the vines to attack, and how she'd been saved at the last moment by a young man, leaving Yi completely dumbfounded.
When I broke through just now, did I actually cause such a commotion without even realizing it?
She lowered her head to examine the marks on the ground. A charred patch remained on the ground. The earth had cracked, rocks had shattered, and a scorching heat radiated from the area. The once lush vegetation had been reduced to ashes, emitting a bitter, burnt smell that wafted through the air, shrouded in smoke and dust. The embers of the flames still danced across the ground, flickering with a faint red glow and crackling softly. The residual heat of the solar attribute lingered there, merely approaching it felt scorching, as if one were standing inside a furnace. It was hard to imagine just how brilliant that single slash had been.
That's nothing short of a monster.
The young man's voice was flat. It was clear he had been deeply shaken. The vines we couldn't sever, no matter how hard we tried, have now been forced back by a single stroke of his blade. Look, those vines have actually retreated far back into the sky, cowering there, not daring to come anywhere near us. This was the sheer intimidation that man exuded. Even though he had already left, the vines remained as docile as chickens, showing no trace of their earlier raging and rampaging.
Chapter 31, The Ancient Greek God of the Solar Attribute. The group parted ways outside Yonghua town. Yi took a ride back to Fong's house alone.
She nearly fell asleep on the way.
Breaking through is so mentally draining.
Every time I channel my spiritual energy to power the divine axe, I have to concentrate. It's more exhausting than pulling all-nighters for a month straight. Ordinary people would die suddenly after just a few all-nighters, but pioneers wouldn't.
Yi spent several times more hours studying each day than others. That was one of the secrets to her academic success.
She opened the door and took off her shoes. Yi was just about to go back to her room to sleep when she suddenly noticed someone sitting on the couch.
Her cousin Fong.
He was drinking coffee while scrolling through his phone.
"You're back?"
There was no further conversation. This was how these cousins had lived together for so long.
"Are you okay? You look a little pale." "Studying is exhausting," Yi replied wearily.
Her excuse for going out had been to attend a study group, so it was only natural that she looked pale after studying for so long.
"Go get some rest."
Her cousin gave a faint smile, looking very understanding.
"If you're really tired, why don't you skip cooking tonight and order takeout?"
"I'm not sure how long I'll need to rest, but if possible, I'd like to cook for myself as much as I can."
Yi nodded at her cousin.
Since she insisted on cooking, Fong wouldn't stop her. After all, he was just reaping the benefits.
Fong watched her walk into her room. She's really giving it her all.
She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Yi thought she heard her cousin mutter those words under his breath. If it were just for her studies, she certainly wouldn't be pushing herself this hard, but with such momentous changes on the horizon, cultivation was the destiny of a pioneer. Still, there was no need to go into all that with her cousin, who was just an ordinary person. Shook her head slightly and walked into her room. It was sweltering, and her clothes were clinging uncomfortably to her skin, so took a shower. By the time she stepped out of the bathroom, drying her hair, the martial arts squad chat had already hit 99 plus unread messages. Tapped to open it and saw a screen full of red hearts sent by the gorgeous 81-year-old woman. Gorgeous 81-year-old woman, so cool, so cool, so cool. That slash was so cool. You guys know what? When I saw that slash cut through the vines, I was completely frozen in place for 30 seconds. I couldn't snap out of it at all. Cat holding heart. Scammed out of 5 Mao in an online romance, I totally get it. The moment the dazzling sun appeared, I declared him the ancient Greek god of the solar attribute. Gorgeous 81-year-old woman, no wonder the 2 fortune-telling readings I did before leaving today, one bad, one good, turned out to be our best possible sign. Aren't these two getting a little too starry-eyed? She wiped her hair while typing and sending a message. Thangeju, you guys, that pioneer was also looking for the vines. We never met before. How come he came to save us? Scammed out of a fortune in an online romance, Now that you mention it, yeah, maybe, probably, could it be because of my good looks? 81-year-old stunning young wife, you haven't even started dating yet, and you're already acting like a love-struck fool? Pale ink bamboo, maybe he just did it on a whim. A lurker who rarely chimes in popped up. Bamboo was that 3-star young man from Dominion Stage whose defenses had been breached. It seems he has already recovered from being taken down by that genius, high-stat pioneer. Feng Yiju, did you guys invite him to join? 81-year-old stunning young wife, of course not, as if we're worthy. Scammed out of a fortune in an online romance, of course not, as if we're worthy. X2. Dan Mo and Zhu, I didn't invite him, mainly for 2 reasons. First, his abilities far surpass ours, so inviting him out of the blue would be too presumptuous. Second, we don't know his true identity or background. Of course, I'm not implying he is a bad person. He saved us, and we're very grateful, but perhaps he holds a special position. Upon seeing this message, stopped running her fingers through her hair, her gaze sharpening slightly as it drifted toward the window. Sunlight spilled onto the curtains like scattered gold. Thangeju, actually, hearing your description of the scene, a strange thought occurred to me. Thangeju, do you think it's possible that the person who saved us is the one from the underground river? As soon as she said this, the group fell silent for 5 seconds. 81-year-old stunning young wife, now that you mention it, it's not impossible. He is an ultimate solar attribute pioneer who has been spotted near Tai City. The match is 99%. Scammed out of 50 cents in an online romance, high-tier attribute pioneers are so rare. It's possible for 2 leaves to be identical, but it's impossible for 2 high-tier attribute pioneers to be exactly the same. It's definitely him, no doubt about it. Don Ma Wenju, I think it's possible too. High-tier attribute pioneers are so rare, we've only ever seen this one so far. I think there is a very good chance it's him. Thangeju, I think so too. Thangeju, but why would he step in to save us? Thought it over and over, but couldn't come up with a single plausible reason. When the underground river appeared, the opponent clearly had his own squad with him. In fact, he swung that sword to intimidate the enemy and protect his team members. This information came directly from another squad. According to their account, the situation at the time was even more dramatic. That sword stroke was like a long rainbow piercing the sun. The light of the sky was completely swallowed up by that overwhelming white glow. It was as if someone had drawn a horizontal stroke across a sheet of rice paper, creating a streak of daylight, and within that daylight, fiery explosions erupted. We were forced out of the cave. I dare say that no pioneer of the same rank in the Xia Kingdom would dare to block that strike head-on. From now on, if you see him appear in the Great Transformation Zone, everyone, be careful and step aside on your own accord. Had previously thought it was made up. Now it seems this person's account was actually a bit conservative. Just as the discussion in the group was heating up, suddenly, a message popped up. Galen, if you spot him, please notify me.
The moment the message was sent,
the group chat, which had been at 99 plus, came to a halt.
Everyone fell silent, stunned.
The account named Galen had a default profile picture, as if the owner had casually picked a name after registering and then forgotten about the account altogether.
Yet now, this ghost-like account had actually spoken up. Donma Wonju, that's strange. This is the first time Galen has ever spoken in this group, right? Donma Wonju's feelings were somewhat mixed at that moment.
He had always been arrogant enough to believe that, within this group, only Galen and he were top-tier geniuses in the first echelon, that they should be equals. Yet Galen had never paid him any attention. This was the very first time she had spoken in the group.
Was it because of that solar attribute pioneer from earlier today?
It felt as though his Tao heart, which had just been mended, was once again on the verge of shattering.
Fangeju, got it, Sister Galen. Yi put down her phone and let out a soft sigh. Just as she'd expected.
The Dark River incident had become common knowledge and had already caused a stir within the pioneer community. Even someone like Sister Galen, a reclusive cultivation fanatic who usually paid no attention to worldly affairs, knew about it and had even taken the initiative to ask about that person. This was an unprecedented first. Galen's strength surpassed that of all the rest of them. One could say she was in a league of her own. If even she had taken notice of this person, other factions must already be stirring with interest. After all, he was a powerful pioneer with a high-level solar attribute. It wouldn't be surprising if the authorities themselves stepped in to recruit him. Too bad I still didn't get a look at what that person looks like.
Suddenly,
Yi snapped out of her reverie, furrowing her dark brows slightly as her gaze swept toward the doorway. The person outside had vanished without her noticing.
Strange. When did my cousin leave? How could I have missed it completely?
I must have been too tired. I was lost in thought just now. My mind was all over the place.
Chapter 32, Bestowing the Wasteland Attribute, Unlocking the Shackles of Evolution. At that moment, Fong was cycling down the street, bathed in sunlight.
He was searching for a vessel to bear the Wasteland Attribute.
How did I end up here?
Before him lay a forest.
The forest was located on the outskirts of Tai City.
There had been plans to turn it into a park, but the area was too vast and difficult to manage, so it remained an ordinary forest standing there as it was. As far as the eye could see, everything was a lush, vibrant green.
The Wasteland Attribute should be something closer to the plant type.
At the very least, it definitely can't be placed on me. After all, these are all malevolent attributes. Placing them on me might have adverse effects, or even clash with the thunder attribute I possess, Fong mused. The Wasteland Attribute is, in essence, corrosion.
Corrosion is dangerous. One false move could end up hurting oneself. Just then,
he suddenly thought of the vines hanging down from the sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The best approach is to replicate something similar to those vines hanging from the sky. The reason the vines hung down from the sky was that, at that moment, they sensed the rich mana of rebirth they chose to evolve on their own, which is why they gave rise to the Wasteland Attribute. So, I need to select a lucky candidate, a plant that can resonate with my mana and express a sense of intimacy.
All things possess a spirit.
He had to find a plant with which he shared a sense of kinship and imbue it with the attribute of desolation.
With that in mind, Fong walked through the forest, beginning to release his mana.
Now at 3 stars in the Dominion stage, his mana was vast and powerful. Filling the forest was no problem.
Boom!
Once released, his mana flowed endlessly from his body like a clear spring, spreading to every corner of the forest. As the mana spread, everything in the forest seemed to burst with new vitality. The trees swayed gracefully, nourished by the mana, their leaves shimmering with a vibrant green glow. The flowers, drawn by the mana, burst into brilliant colors, their petals glistening with crystalline dewdrops and exuding an intoxicating fragrance.
The forest seemed to come alive in an instant. As the gentle mana brushed over their heads, Fong felt waves of surging rhythm. This was the plant's response to their own mana. There's a response, but it's not strong enough yet. Fong closed his eyes, walking through the forest and sensing its energy.
After walking for an unknown amount of time, he stopped and stood before a wildflower. Compared to the large, vibrantly colored flowers nearby, this wildflower was truly unremarkable. Not only was it tiny, but its color was also rather pale. Yet Fong crouched down and gently extended his finger. A wisp of transparent manna flowed out. The wildflower, as if alive, stretched its neck forward to touch the manna. It trembled slightly, absorbing every last bit of manna from Fong's fingertip, looking thoroughly satisfied. It was very spirited. This flower is clearly a plant, yet when it touches my manna, it's like a greedy, enthusiastic little puppy. It drinks up my manna and then comes over to nuzzle my finger. Of all the flowers in this forest, this one reacts most strongly to my manna. It's perfect for imbuing with the wasteland attribute. It's decided you're the one. Do you wish to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this object? Yes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a green light flowed out from Fong's body. Like a trickling stream, it flowed into the flower, watering the wildflower from top to bottom. The wildflower's petals trembled, and its stem and leaves turned a deep green, as if they had absorbed a drop of thick green ink. They began to grow wildly, instantly radiating a surging, powerful aura, an aura akin to an angel's. It was clearly a scene brimming with vitality. But, in the very next second, boom! A jade-green energy radiated outward from the wildflower. In an instant, the surrounding flowers and grasses withered rapidly. The ancient, towering tree closest to the flower had once been lush and verdant. But when that green energy brushed past it, starting from the tender green leaves at the top, a dull, withering hue gradually spread, racing down the trunk, while the fragile branches began to crackle. The tree's green foliage turned yellow and withered in an instant. A rabbit was running across the grass, leaping into the air with powerful legs, but in the next instant, it turned into a skeleton mid-air. The power of desolation. It was as if the invisible hand of a demon were gently brushing against every flower, blade of grass, and tree in the vicinity, frantically plundering their vitality. The once lush greenery turned into a sea of dullness. The vibrant, blooming flowers withered rapidly under this irresistible force. Their petals, like feathers scattered by the wind, drifted down with the breeze. Spiders and insects in the vicinity scattered in terror. In just a few seconds, the forest transformed from lush greenery into a gray wasteland, as if ravaged by the long torment of time, with no trace of life remaining. Fong watched the scene and couldn't help but marvel. 5 seconds, it's almost drained the entire forest dry. Is this the power of desolation? So overwhelming. And at his feet, the little wildflower that had previously looked somewhat sickly suddenly became incredibly vibrant, radiating a bewitching beauty as it absorbed the vitality of its kind. Fong plucked the flower. The moment the flower left the soil, the rapid desolation around him seemed to be put on pause. The great tree was half green, half yellow. Half the flower had withered, while the other half remained in full bloom. The power of desolation hasn't stopped yet. Fong could feel the flower in his hand still steadily absorbing vitality. However, compared to the reckless draining before, the process was now much gentler. A faint current of vitality flowed from the surrounding trees into the flower's petals, as if an invisible thread connected them, a subtle state of symbiosis. It was magical. Can it survive without roots? Fong was somewhat surprised. The flower was rubbing against the palm of his hand, like a small animal seeking affection, frantically trying to attract its master's attention. Moreover, even after it had been pulled from the soil, that sensation hadn't diminished. It seemed to possess a sentient mind. Yet before he had chosen it, it had clearly been nothing more than an ordinary wildflower. Could it be that, after being imbued with an attribute, this plant has begun to evolve? As if some evolutionary shackles had been broken. Chapter 33, Mana Awakening Plant Research Department. After Fong left, the atmosphere in the forest lingered for a long time. A misty haze shrouded the sky above the entire forest, like a sheer veil or a translucent barrier separating two worlds. Anomalous readings exceeding 30. What's going on? Before long, a team of personnel arrived. They wore neat, dark green uniforms and wore wristbands that monitored abnormal concentration levels.
The wristbands could detect abnormal concentrations of mana in the surrounding area. Once the reading exceeded 10, the area had to be immediately quarantined, and contact by ordinary people was prohibited. Previously, at the north gate of the Qingbei campus, the readings had fluctuated between 8 and 10, but later suddenly exceeded 10, leading to the military taking temporary control of the area. And now, the abnormal reading in this forest had actually reached 30. Given the level of danger involved, even a pioneer would have to exercise extreme caution. At that moment, they stared at the scene before them, speechless. The forest before them was covered in withered, yellowed vegetation, a desolate wasteland. A female researcher crouched down and inserted a detection device into the soil at her feet. Widespread vegetation withering is usually caused by local factors such as moisture, sunlight, or soil conditions. Air humidity is normal, surface moisture and temperature are all within normal ranges, and there is no issue with sunlight. It seems as though the plants here withered en masse in a matter of seconds, almost as if their life force had been drained. This is so strange. Could this be caused by a cataclysmic change in the natural order? The female researcher took a step forward, about to move closer for a closer look. Don't get any closer. Suddenly, the elderly leader bellowed, reaching out to yank her back in an instant. The female researcher stumbled from his abrupt action and nearly fell. Professor? The old man stared intently at the forest, his brow deeply furrowed. Don't touch it, it's the wasteland attribute. Wasteland? Attribute? The young people in uniform looked completely bewildered. They were pioneers from the Plant Research Department of Mana Awakening. Their primary focus was botanical research, but since Mana had not yet fully revived, their knowledge in this area was virtually non-existent. The old man was their teacher and knew far more than they did. At that moment, he spoke slowly. Have any of you heard of vines that hang down from the sky? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Vines hanging down from the sky. As members of the spiritual plants group, they knew all too well what this meant. It was a phenomenon that defied scientific explanation in official records. It had been classified as a class anomaly, unsolvable. I've heard those vines are extremely vicious. The authorities have sent many pioneers in there, and none have returned alive. It's classified as a class because of the extreme danger it poses, and the root cause of that danger is the desolation attribute it possesses. The elderly man explained. The wasteland attribute is a powerful attribute capable of draining the life force from surrounding living beings and claiming everything in its vicinity as its own. Upon hearing this, the female researcher's face instantly turned pale. She looked utterly terrified. If her mentor hadn't grabbed her just a moment ago, she would very likely have accidentally come into contact with this wasteland aura. Draining vitality doesn't that mean I die the moment I stepped inside? That's correct, the old man nodded. A plant that has awakened the desolation attribute keeps everyone at a safe distance, because the area around it is a realm of death. Anyone who steps inside will have all their vitality devoured. I once saw records of another plant with the desolation attribute in the Xia Kingdom. It's located in the ancient tree restricted zone, in Song City. There is an ancient tree there tainted by decay that has turned the entire forest into a restricted zone. Anyone who approaches it will be pierced through and drained of their life force. Hearing this, the researchers' faces were filled with horror. The world is undergoing a great upheaval. It's not just humans, plants and animals are beginning to mutate as well. Based on what we know so far, the wasteland attribute appears to be the most powerful attribute a plant can awaken. After all, it can absorb the life force of others. That ability is far too overwhelming. The old man let out a soft sigh. Gazing at the decaying forest before them, everyone nodded in agreement. Deep within the forest, cracks and blotches were everywhere. Withered branches and fallen leaves were tangled together, and even the wild grasses were parched and withered, exuding a lifeless aura. Such top-tier predatory power was truly terrifying. That's strange. Master, you just said there are only 2 places with the desolation attribute, but the vines from the Sky Haven tea appeared here. Does that mean this is a newly born desolation? I'm afraid so, the old man replied. The researcher's face betrayed a look of shock. Feeling the power of the wasteland attribute, they found it utterly inconceivable. Had wasteland actually emerged here? However, when they looked out over the forest,
They couldn't find the source of the wasteland here, the source had vanished. Only the special cloud vines could roam freely, other plants were rooted in the soil and unable to move.
In other words, the source hadn't simply wandered off, it had been forcibly taken away? Could it have been dug up by someone? Everyone gasped in shock.
This was undoubtedly the most plausible explanation. But the question remained. How on earth did whoever did this manage to get close enough to the desolation attribute and actually dig it up?
After all, once that ancient tree awoke, the surrounding area instantly became a forbidden zone.
The power of desolation permeated the air, no living creature could come within a step of it. Anyone who dared to approach would be drained dry, leaving not even a skeleton behind.
Right now, the desolation aura was fading. 5 minutes after they arrived, its concentration had already dropped to 25. The wasteland aura here was so dense earlier that we couldn't even get close. So how did he get in?
If someone really managed to do that, then their identity is worth investigating. As soon as this speculation was voiced, everyone fell silent. It was unclear how much time had passed.
Only then did the old man let out a soft sigh.
To extract the source from the wasteland forbidden zone requires immense power.
Does that person's sense of smell really surpass even ours? In a high-rise apartment. Fong pushed open the door, holding a plastic bag one he hadn't had when he left earlier, containing a flower pot. It's my first time growing a plant, and I don't even have a vase. Fong took the flower pot out.
It was a simple, white porcelain pot with no flashy patterns. It had cost only 5 yuan. Fong first poured the soil into the pot, then took the wildflower from his shirt pocket and planted it in the soil. The flower, about half the size of his palm, looked tiny compared to the pot.
With its wasteland attribute, this flower will continue to cultivate its powers. It's essentially a capable assistant I've nurtured myself. Fong looked at the flower pot with satisfaction. A flower with the wasteland attribute could be quite helpful in battle because this attribute was so unique, it sometimes even produced unexpected results.
In actual combat, raw strength was only part of the equation. What mattered more was who had more hidden cards up their sleeve. After finishing all this, Fong placed the flower pot on the windowsill.
Just then, ding dong! A pop-up notification appeared on his phone. Old Wang, Yeetzy, I'm back in Tai City. Let us grab a drink. Old Wang?
Fong paused, staring at the unfamiliar yet familiar contact name, and a long-forgotten feeling welled up inside him.
Isn't this my childhood friend who went off to serve in the military, the one I haven't seen in 3 years? Fong, hey, you little rascal, you're back? Old Wang, yep. Come on over, meet me at the usual spot.
I've got a huge secret to tell you.
Don't be too surprised when you hear it.
Old Wang's full name was Wang Liang. He was Fong's neighbor and had been his desk partner from elementary school through middle school. They were supposed to continue sitting together in high school, but then the kid just up and left, saying he was going off to join the army. He was gone for 3 whole years.
For those 3 years of high school, Wang Liang was completely out of touch, and Fong was busy with his studies, so their connection gradually faded.
Who would have thought that just as he finally finished his exams and had some free time, old Wang would return?
A secret?
What kind of secret could this guy possibly have? Thinking back to his time in the military,
Fong couldn't help but look curious.
The Mana Awakening Association is currently the officially recognized pioneer association.
So, what about the military? Wang Liang, serving in the military, could he have already begun exploring Mana Awakening? Chapter 34, Urgent Military Summons the Army as Secret? After Fong met up with Wang Liang,
there was absolutely no sense of estrangement despite not having seen each other for 3 years. The two had been childhood friends who grew up together.
With a hearty hug, they immediately recaptured the feeling they shared back then. What are you staring at? Fong pouted.
I just feel like you've changed a lot. Wang Liang's eyes were sharp. Perhaps his military training had given him the gaze of a wolf, which left Fong speechless.
It's been 3 years, of course we've changed. You've changed a lot, too.
Wang Liang was burly and naturally commanding. His entire presence exuded a steely resolve shaped by military life, making Fong can't help but reflect on how true that saying was: 3 years of regret for serving in the army, a lifetime of regret for not serving. The two looked at each other and finally shared a smile.
Where to? The usual spot. Let us go.
I'll drive.
Damn, you bought a car, Fong grumbled half-jokingly, then got into Wang Liang's car.
It was a compact car worth around 100,000 yuan, great value for the price, with a rugged exterior and a spacious interior perfect for Wang Liang.
The two arrived at the fried skewers shop they used to frequent as kids. They ordered enough to fill the table.
It's on me, Wang Liang said, patting his chest, a gesture that reminded Fong so much of the generous, down-to-earth boy he used to be. It made Fong feel a pang of nostalgia. They'd both grown up now, and these greasy, fried skewers they'd loved as kids tasted bland to him now. Only the spicy kick of the seasonings, which hit his taste buds hard, gave him a bit of a boost.
But they both ended up eating a lot.
Every now and then, they reminisced about funny stories from the past, then burst into laughter as they looked at each other.
These past 3 years I've had a lot to reflect on. Life in the military, well. The two clinked their glasses, cutting Wang Liang off before he could say more.
Wang Liang knew that life in the military was never meant to be peaceful, especially during this recent, unusual period. He looked much more mature now, but a man's maturity is often forced upon him. It must have been tough for him.
Fong patted him on the shoulder and said, "But you've made it through now, haven't you? You've become a full-fledged soldier. Cut it out. What about you?"
"I got into a junior college."
"Oh."
The atmosphere suddenly grew silent, tinged with a touch of awkwardness.
Perhaps in everyone's subconscious, the future of a junior college graduate was destined to be bleak.
But soon, Fong suddenly sensed something was off. Wang Liang's gaze had become intense, making Fong feel a bit at a loss.
"I'm going to tell you something now.
You might think I'm joking or just trying to comfort you. You have to take this to heart. In the not-too-distant future, maybe in a few months, maybe a year from now, the academic credentials and wealth we value so much today will turn into worthless scraps of paper.
Everything will be reshuffled." Fong's heart gave a slight flutter. He was, of course, already aware of all this. Hearing Wang Liang say these things, however, warmed his heart slightly.
It wasn't unusual for military personnel to know such information, but Wang Liang had surely been ordered long ago to keep it strictly confidential. Not a single detail was to be revealed.
Yet Wang Liang had chosen to speak of it at this very moment.
Clearly, he wanted to subtly hint at this to Fong, allowing him to anticipate the arrival of the mana awakening. After finishing his words,
Wang Liang reminded Fong with the utmost seriousness not to reveal a single word of what had transpired today. Fong nodded heavily.
The two exchanged a glance. Their understanding was implicit.
Ding, ding, ding.
Just then, a bell sounding as if it had echoed through the ages suddenly rang out, jolting the two of them back to reality.
"School us out."
They were standing right at the entrance to number 4 high school. That series of melodious, crisp chimes seemed to awaken memories deep within their very blood, sending shivers down their spines. Watching the students pour out of the school like a swarm of fish, the two shared a smile, thoroughly enjoying this light-hearted and lively atmosphere.
What is the future?
The future is an unknown path, shrouded in darkness. As far as the eye can see, they can only walk it step by step.
But for now, this carefree atmosphere allowed them to let their guard down. Were we this lively when we were kids? Well, happiness was simple back then.
The two glanced at the skewered fried snacks in their hands and ate with even greater relish. Wang Liang had returned on this trip with a mission. He'd taken a short leave of absence, so after a meal, he had to rush back.
Once they'd eaten and drunk their fill, Wang Liang insisted on driving Fong home, and Fong didn't refuse. Just as the car pulled out of the underground garage, a phone rang abruptly. "Get to this location immediately within 3 minutes."
"Yes, sir."
Wang Liang's heart skipped a beat.
The fiery-tempered female voice on the other end of the line was his superior. Although his superior had a short temper, she was a good person. Once she'd agreed to his temporary leave, she wouldn't go back on her word.
He never expected a problem to arise at a time like this. Has something happened? Yes. That brief phone call dampened the joy of their reunion and catching up, and the atmosphere inside the car instantly turned oppressive. The sense of impending danger radiating from Wang Liang made Fong realize even more deeply that he was no longer that greenhorn, but a tough, no-nonsense soldier. Yeetzy, I'm in a hurry right now. Once we get to my mission location, you'll have to go on your own. I'm sorry, the mission is urgent, and there is no other way. If you see anything later, just pretend you didn't see it. Wang Liang instructed sternly. He had considered dropping Fong off by the roadside, but he had to arrive within 3 minutes. There simply wasn't enough time. Perhaps he also harbored a selfish motive, to use this accident to let Fong witness the truth of the world that lay beyond his understanding. The world as he knew it had long since been turned upside down. Fong nodded slightly and said nothing more. The car raced down the road, leaving the traffic lights far behind. Judging by Wang Liang's practiced manner of running red lights, he must have racked up quite a few tickets in the past. But necessity knows no law. The matter he had to handle was a race against time. Even a single second's delay could result in unbearable casualties. Based on Wang Liang's behavior, Fong already had a rough idea of what that earlier phone call was about. The matter old Wang has to handle is probably related to the great upheaval. The military is clearly aware of the mana awakening. If something goes wrong along the way, they'll definitely send people to handle it covertly. But the cataclysm involves so many things like that vine roaming everywhere, and those 2 disgusting anomalies I took care of earlier. These are all issues that need to be addressed. Since those anomalies were handled by the Mana Cultivation Association, then what exactly is the military responsible for now? Chapter 35, Mana Restricted Zone Number 19, Class B Anomaly. The vehicle quickly left Tai City. It arrived at an area densely covered in mountains and forests. As soon as Fong set foot here, he discovered that the mana density was extremely high. The mana flowing in the air rushed into his body as if fish were entering the ocean. I didn't expect there to be such dense mana here, even before it has fully recovered. Pioneer was extremely sensitive to mana concentration. Fong could sense that the mana concentration here was dozens of times higher than in other parts of Tai City. It was already approaching the levels found in the land of great cosmic change. I've reached the outer perimeter of restricted zone number 19. Abnormal concentration? You've already gone in? Alright, I'll be right there. Wang Liang had been on the phone ever since he entered this area. He didn't hide his conversation from Fong, who picked up quite a bit of information from his phone calls. Nowadays, although the mana awakening hadn't fully begun, there were still places with dense concentrations of mana, though each of these areas was under military control. Take this place, for example. A high wall marking "No Trespassing" stood outside, flanked by several police cars. Anyone seeing this display from a distance would give it a wide berth. Even a pioneer wouldn't dare to force their way into military territory. From afar, Fong could hear the roars of several beasts. For pioneers, these places represent opportunities, but they also harbor dangerous beasts. Some are docile and used by the military, while others have become anomalies tainted by dark attributes and beginning to mutate. We're here. Wang Liang suddenly spoke. A sign suddenly appeared before them. Mana Restricted Zone Number 19. At the entrance stood numerous military soldiers in uniform, exuding an imposing presence. A military pioneer squad was stationed there. Judging by their auras, they were all pioneers. While their individual strength wasn't particularly high, they were all 1 or 2-star Dominion stage beings. Their collective presence gave off a solid, formidable vibe. Verification complete. Proceed. Wang Liang handed his credentials to the officer at the gate and quickly received clearance. The gate slowly swung open before them, and the car officially entered restricted zone number 19. Once inside, Fong realized this must be a small mana military base. Military pioneers were everywhere, hurrying about with solemn expressions, as if something major were unfolding. Wang Liang drove all the way in and finally got out of the car beside a valley. Roar! No sooner had he opened the car door than a terrifying roar rang in his ears, sharp and hoarse, like a cry from hell. It was a vicious dog.
To be precise, it was a vicious dog that had begun to undergo an abnormal mutation. On its body, one could faintly make out twisted muscles, as if torn apart by a dark force. Its eyes glowed with an eerie light like blood-red gems, exuding an aura of evil. Flaming spots began to appear on its white fur, like shadows cast by the scorching sun, searing scorch marks into its body. Between the flames, a deep, dark red would occasionally flash, as if the shadow of a demon were dancing amidst the inferno. Accompanying its howl, it opened its blood-red maw. The surrounding air itself began to warp, swallowed up by the black flames within its mouth. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from its mouth, instantly incinerating the sleeves of several soldiers standing before it, leaving behind a trail of scorch marks. The color of the flames was eerie. A terrifying black mist seeped through the blazing light. Wang Liang's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. The abnormal fusion of the dark and fire attributes has made this beast exceptionally vicious and brutal. Several soldiers have already been seriously injured. A clear, melodious voice rang out from the crowd. A female officer stood to the side, frowning. She had a stunning figure and a fiery temper. She was a 4-star powerhouse at the Dominion stage. "Wang Liang," she said. It was a familiar voice, apparently the same officer who had called Wang Liang earlier. The female officer first glanced at Fong, then fixed a penetrating gaze on Wang Liang. Wang Liang lowered his head, not daring to meet her gaze. The military's mana-restricted zone was strictly guarded. It was impossible for ordinary people to sneak in. But now was not the time to dwell on that. The vicious dog was still spewing black flames with each burst. More people were injured. "Hurry over, we're waiting for you," the female officer said. "Yes." Wang Liang exchanged a glance with Fong and walked over to the female officer's side. Including the female officer, there were 5 people surrounding the vicious dog. Judging by their auras alone, aside from the female officer, who was a 4-star, the others were generally 1 or 2-star. Even Wang Liang, who had just joined them, was surprisingly at the 2-star level of the Dominion stage. When Wang Liang stepped into the circle, it was as if he had placed the final piece of a puzzle into place. Everyone shifted their positions ever so slightly. The movement seemed minimal, yet it formed an impenetrable ring that trapped the vicious dog right in the center. "Zhang Mi. Li Yu." At the female officer's command, no further instructions needed. The two shot forward in an instant, their mana erupting as they unleashed mana attacks in front of the vicious dog, instantly drawing its full attention. Wang Liang and the remaining member flanked it from 2 other directions to provide support. Meanwhile, the strongest female officer used their distraction to create an opening, striking the vicious dog while it was off guard. 3 seconds. Aya! The fiend let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens. A gash from transparent mana ran across its back, blood gushing out. It roared and extended its dark attribute claws. The claws were coated with a highly corrosive dark attribute. Even a glancing blow would instantly render one unable to fight. It lunged at Li Yu, who was closest, but just as it was about to grab him, a beam of mana pierced its left eye. It let out a cry of pain, and Li Yu seized the opportunity to escape. It was the female officer. Standing furthest away, the female officer wielded mana as a sword. She was the eyes and the brain of this squad. Everyone unconditionally entrusted their lives and their backs to her, transforming into the blades in her hands. This squad was clearly well trained. United, they were a blazing fire. Scattered, they were stars across the sky. Each member was indispensable, and when combined, they could unleash a power far surpassing their individual capabilities. Under the squad's fierce assault, that incredibly arrogant and immensely powerful dual-element hound was actually held at bay. Such strong coordination? Is this what military discipline looks like? Fong watched the scene unfold from the sidelines, admiration shining in his eyes. No matter how well a wild pioneer team might coordinate, they could never reach this level of unity among 5 individuals. These 5 clearly trusted one another implicitly, entrusting their lives to each other and relying completely on their commander. The female officer also understood their individual strengths and weaknesses well. When Wang Liang was exhausted, she withdrew him from the main battlefield ahead of time, buying him valuable time to catch his breath. If this drags on any longer, it's only a matter of time before that mad dog is defeated. The situation became clear.
The five-person squad exchanged glances, each seeing confidence in the other's eyes. As long as they could stall, they could subdue it. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 36:019 The final boundary between the restricted zone and the outer perimeter was the very lives of these pioneer soldiers. With a thunderous roar, trapped in the five-person encirclement and on the verge of being dragged to death, the fierce hound suddenly erupted in a powerful black mist. The black mist filled the sky, obscuring the sun. Damn it! Fall back! Female officer Chu Lan's expression changed drastically. The moment the order was given, the other four immediately retreated from the vicious dog's side. The black mist brushed past the hems of their uniforms, corroding and scorching the fabric the instant it made contact. A foul, acrid smell of burning filled everyone's nostrils. The black mist grew larger and denser. Like a dense spiderweb, it enveloped the sky above them all. The black mist, like flames, burned and leapt through the air, growing ever more intense. Within the black mist, a figure slowly grew larger. The vicious dog had originally been an ordinary wolfhound, standing nearly as tall as an adult woman when on its hind legs. But now, amid the eruption of the black mist, that figure was slowly growing larger and more powerful. Its bones and muscles were more than twice as thick as before. Its fur stood on end like steel needles, bristling across its back, and the terrifying fiery spots all over its body seemed to breathe, constantly opening and closing. It sucked the black mist into its body, and gradually, terrifying bone spines snow white and razor sharp began to extend from within the spots. The fierce hound, which had moments ago been as trapped as a caged beast, tore through their defensive line with a single, powerful swipe the instant those bone spines emerged. The barrier formed from mana exploded like shattering stars, scattering into a sky full of specks of mana light. Seeing this, the five of them turned pale with horror. It has completed its evolution. Chu Lan stared intently at the changes occurring on the ferocious dog's body. The dark attribute was powerful and domineering. Its absolute corrosiveness made it the pioneer's greatest nemesis, and the new bone spines that had just grown on the ferocious dog before them were now imbued with a concentrated dark attribute. A single touch meant certain death. The black mist gradually dissipated. The ferocious dog, which had been panting heavily just moments ago, stood up on all fours, snorting out scorching breath from its nostrils, its eyes as black as night. The bone spines on its body served as both lethal armor and deadly weapons, shielding it from harm. Any mana that touched the bone spine shrouded in black mist would be instantly corroded and dissolved. Ordinary mana was no longer enough to stop it. That damn thing, it actually managed to fuse with the dark attribute. The dark attribute suppresses us. My mana is melted away before it even gets close, and I can't inflict any damage on it at all. The soldiers were instantly put on the defensive. The dark attribute's powerful corrosiveness was effectively a disarmament of their weapons. Without weapons, their only defense against this vicious hound was their own flesh and blood. In an instant, the beast suddenly moved. It reared up on its hooves, and bone spines shot out instantly, lunging at Wang Liang, who was closest to it. It was a bone spine drenched in dark element venom. Wang Liang's pupils reflected the venom dripping from the bone spine. It was as black as ink and imbued with a powerful dark element. A single touch would corrode his entire body, leaving not even bones behind. Fawn, standing nearby, saw this and furrowed his brow slightly as he channeled thunder into his palm. If anything happened to Wang Liang, he would intervene immediately. Fortunately, in the very next moment, Wang Liang dodged with terrifying reflexes. The bone spike missed him and instead plunged into a nearby rock, which instantly melted into a pool of liquid. Wang Liang! Chu Lan screamed in alarm, then breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him dodge it. Damn, I almost got taken out in an instant. Wang Liang wiped the sweat from his brow. His heart was pounding like a drum. The massive surge of adrenaline released during that split-second reaction had allowed him to react in time. Years of physical training had saved his life in that very moment. Having narrowly escaped death, Wang Liang looked at the fiendhound, his gaze growing even more somber. The fiendhound had successfully evolved, fusing the dark and fire attributes. The fire attribute alone had already been extremely difficult to handle. Now it had fused with the most troublesome dark attribute and successfully evolved. Could they still stop it? Liu, Zhengmi, you two fall back.
Everyone, retreat to an open area and use agile movements to limit its bone spikes, Chulan ordered.
Roger that.
The two retreated in unison, and their formation shifted instantly. Wang Liang and the other man adjusted their positions accordingly. The entire team moved as one. When one side moved, all four sides moved, forming a tight, all-encompassing encirclement around the fierce hound.
Howl! Howl! Howl!
The fierce hound stomped its massive limbs and roared toward Chulan. Though not particularly intelligent, it understood that the woman standing before it was the most formidable threat of them all. It kept pounding its limbs, snorting heavily through its nostrils. Chulan needed to adjust her tactics immediately. Close quarters combat was no longer an option due to the black mist blocking their path. They could only use mana to harass the dog from a distance, but mana was just as fragile as a cicada's wing in the face of that black mist. Before she could come up with a plan, the vicious dog had already made its move. A thick black mist suddenly spewed from its body, like a toxic fog, sweeping toward everyone. And like a rabid dog, it fixed its blood-red eyes on the female police officer, panting ferociously.
Oh no! It's going to break through.
Chulan's pupils contracted sharply. The vast open space in her field of vision was corroded the moment it came into contact with the black mist, leaving a deep pit in the ground. The vicious dog planted its sharp claws on the edge of the pit and charged toward Chulan.
Whoosh!
A snow-white bone spike traced a parabolic arc through the air. Every spot the bone spike passed over was corroded, leaving behind a trail of scorched marks. In just a few breaths, the vicious dog had reached Chulan.
Chulan's face was pale.
During the intense battle that had preceded this, she had been locked in combat with the vicious dog for nearly an hour. Pushing her mental and physical limits to the extreme had driven her body to the brink. But she couldn't retreat. This was the final line of defense for Restricted Zone 019, and beyond her lay the Zone's outer perimeter. Restricted Zone 019, Class C Mutant, Vicious Dog, has successfully evolved. It is now classified as Class B. A combat plan updated. Chulan took a deep breath, and her words echoed throughout the restricted zone the moment they left her lips. This command reached the ears of all the soldiers behind her.
All pioneers at Dominion Stage 1 star or higher in Restricted Zone 019, follow me into battle. We absolutely cannot let this Class B mutant leave the restricted zone.
Roger! Roger! A series of synchronized growls rang out, thunderous and echoing endlessly through the valley.
This was a true army.
Upon receiving the order, the soldiers swiftly put aside whatever they were doing and gathered behind Chulan as quickly as possible, flanking her left and right to fill the reserve positions in the 5-person formation. This meant that the moment anyone in the front broke ranks, they would immediately step in to fill the gap. This tight encirclement to hunt down the vicious dog would never break, for it was woven from the soldiers' very lives. As long as even a single soldier remained standing, he would give his all to block that vicious dog. The final boundary between Restricted Zone 019 and the outer perimeter was the very lives of these pioneer soldiers. Fong stood nearby, taking in the scene. In the eyes of these soldiers, he saw not even the slightest hint of hesitation.
Not a shred of hesitation.
Facing this mutated Class B anomaly, they were fearless and valiant, as if willingly embracing their own deaths.
Chulan stood at the very center of the formation.
Like all the soldiers, her eyes blazed with intensity, as if golden blades were coalescing within them. It was the torch of a resolve to go down with the enemy. If they all failed to contain this Class B mutant within the 019 restricted zone, they would perish along with it. They would never allow this Class B mutant to leave the 019 restricted zone.
Ready!
Chulan spoke, her voice barely out of her mouth. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped past her side.
A figure they hadn't anticipated charged forward even faster than they had. Chapter 37, Isn't he awesome? My childhood friend.
At the very last moment, a hand clamped down on the vicious dog's head. It was a hand surging with thunder and crackling with lightning. The dark figure leaped out of the formation, the hem of his robe fluttering like a battle flag in the wind. The instant he pinned the vicious dog down, a purple arc of lightning erupted from its head. A thunderous roar, as mighty as a clap of thunder, shattered the black mist that supreme and evil dark attribute was effortlessly pierced by the lightning. With a single palm pressed against the vicious dog's head, the lightning pierced the black mist enveloping it, shattering it in an instant. That dark attribute, which no one could approach. Those terrifying bone spines. In his presence, they were as fragile as paper. In an instant, the fierce hound was sent flying. The scene fell deathly silent. The soldiers present had seen their fair share of storms, and as pioneers, no less yet at that moment, a shiver ran through their hearts. Had he single-handedly forced back the fierce hound, a beast that even the entire military force in the restricted zone couldn't subdue? The vast lightning glow radiated outward, thunder rumbling in the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered overhead. Utterly terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Knocking a Class B anomaly away with a single palm strike, is this even human? Countless soldiers watched the scene in shock. They hadn't seen wrong, had they? Wasn't this just an ordinary person? Flinging a Class B mutant one even their commanding officer couldn't handle with a single hand? This. Many were already dumbfounded. Chulan was even more shocked. Fanya's figure was reflected in her trembling pupils. She recognized him as the young man who had entered with Wangliang just moments ago. Are you kidding me? This person isn't an ordinary person after all? But a powerful pioneer? His appearance had fooled everyone. Dressed in plain casual clothes, he stood out not at all among the group of soldiers, just like an ordinary person who had never witnessed a cataclysmic event.
Step back a bit. Fong spoke. At that moment, he stood atop a massive boulder, looking down upon the Class B anomaly.
The power of thunder surged from his. He wasn't particularly burly, but at that moment, he looked like a monarch wielding thunder, gazing down upon subjects kneeling before him. His gaze was as calm as water, yet within that stillness lay the fury of wind and thunder.
In an instant, Chulan, too, was overwhelmed by his majesty.
Chulan was the commander of the entire 019 restricted zone, yet he stood before a tyrant who commanded the very thunder itself. By the time all the soldiers realized what was happening, they found themselves instinctively taking a step back.
Is he a high-rank lightning attribute pioneer?
Chulan murmured to herself. She could sense the powerful sense of suppression emanating from him. He was truly capable of subduing her.
It wasn't just his element, it was his strength as well. She herself was already at the 4-star level of the Dominion stage, yet she couldn't even perceive his cultivation level, which meant he was stronger than her. So powerful. Is this the suppressing power of a high-tier elemental pioneer? My body feels stiff under his elemental suppression, I'm completely unable to move.
Chulan gazed at Fanya's figure, as if she were seeing a glimmer of hope.
Meanwhile, Wang Liang was dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at that cold, distant back. Am I dreaming? My childhood friend, the best buddy I've known since we were kids, is actually a fucking pioneer? And such an insanely powerful, mind-blowing pioneer at that?
It was mind-blowing. Smashing that dog right in the head with a single palm strike, that was so cool. Meanwhile, his teammates stood nearby, watching the vicious dog that had been sent flying by a single punch from a distance, and swallowed hard.
Just watching that makes my head buzz. Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times more terrifying than the darkness attribute?
I can handle corrosion, but I couldn't take a slap like that.
The atmosphere, which had been somewhat tense, suddenly dissolved under Fanya's single strike.
The soldiers all felt a sense of relief.
They were no longer worried at all that the vicious dog would escape from restricted zone 019. In fact, they wanted to see it run away, only to be mercilessly punished by the thunder.
Darkness attribute?
Corrosion that devours all? Whatever the thunder strikes is utterly annihilated.
When Fanya's gaze swept over,
even that despair-inducing vicious dog lost its composure.
Reflected in its eyes was that figure radiating a brutal, gloomy aura, a figure carrying immense pressure, like a lord of destruction, looking down on it with disdain. The hound had evolved and mutated through the blessings of mana, just like all the other pioneers present. Yet it could clearly sense that the man before it was unlike anyone else.
He had already reached the pinnacle of mana awakening. He was a colossal force the hound could not face. The hound trembled all over, its tail tucked between its legs, and to its own surprise, it felt fear toward the human before it. Whoosh! Fong slowly drew the sword from his waist. It was a slender tang sword, its blade imprinted with red flame patterns that reflected the sky's light, gleaming so brightly it was blinding. Fong walked toward the vicious dog, his steady, unhurried footsteps making the atmosphere grow increasingly tense. Are you going to end this once and for all? Shulan kept her eyes fixed on Fong's footsteps. Fong reached the vicious dog, and slowly raised the sword in his hand. In an instant, she felt an invisible surge of pressure rush toward her from Fong's direction, sending a shiver through her heart and causing her to hold her breath. At the moment of the strike, Fong's figure blurred. This was due to his incredible speed as he descended from midair. In that split second, the blade vanished from sight, replaced only by a blinding flash of lightning that exploded in midair, just like a real bolt of lightning. The strike was fierce and ruthless, radiating the overwhelming majesty of a tyrant. The vicious dog didn't even have time to react. All it could see was the long blade sweeping in an arc overhead, a surge of purple lightning racing across the sky. The next moment, terrifying lightning tore through the sky, as if the god of thunder had descended to look down upon all living beings, a truly awe-inspiring sight. That strike commanded the very essence of lightning. Boom! A terrifying blow suddenly burst forth. The most terrifying thunder crashed toward the vicious hound, causing the ground to shatter into several cracks. Could this be the ultimate form of the lightning attribute? Wang Liang was dumbfounded. The genius teammates behind him who had been selected to form a squad were also dumbfounded. That palm strike just moments ago had already been incredibly cool, so cool it was almost idol-worthy, but they never expected that this single slash would be even more earth-shattering. As the lightning blade struck, boom! A powerful dual-element Grade B mutant beast was actually blown to pieces by the thunderbolt. That was a Grade B mutant beast, after all. Its corpse exploded into countless fragments, drifting down from midair to the ground, still crackling with terrifying arcs of electricity. Damn! The soldiers standing nearby froze in place, their eyes betraying their shock. What a simple, unadorned strike! One strike, and it was blown to smithereens without even giving him a chance to land a second blow? His strength must far surpass that of this B-rank mutant beast, right? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh. As soldiers, they had always believed their circumstances were already quite favorable, able to leverage the military's resources to be stationed in areas rich in mana, absorb it into their bodies, and train continuously. Most of them had now reached the first or second star of the Dominion stage. Yet before they saw Fong, they truly believed they were going to go down with this B-rank mutant beast. After all, even their commander, a 4-star Dominion stage cultivator, was powerless against that terrifying dark attribute, a clear indication of just how fearsome this beast was. At that moment, staring at the remains of the vicious hound that Fong had effortlessly obliterated, they stood there in a daze, feeling as though it were all a dream. A Class B mutant taken down that easily? Even within Xia Kingdom, that level of power would be considered top tier. And now, there is still nearly a year left before the mana awakening begins. A year from now, once the mana has fully awakened, just how terrifying will he become? Chapter 38, An Invitation? He might not even deign to accept mine. In the valley. Complete silence. Shulan gazed at the figure wielding lightning. She considered herself a powerful fighter at the 4-star Dominion stage. But a Class B mutant, even a 5-star Dominion stage fighter, would struggle with one was far beyond her capabilities. That was why she needed to rally the entire army just moments ago to work together and stop this vicious beast. But she never expected that the B-class vicious dog, the one that had prompted such a massive mobilization, would be effortlessly slain by the other party with a single stroke. This person seems to be Wang Liang's friend, doesn't he? Shulan's gaze swept between Wang Liang and Fong. Wang Liang bringing him in just now was definitely against the rules. If it hadn't been an emergency, she would have kicked him out long ago. Looking back now, it was fortunate that the situation was urgent. Otherwise, Restricted Zone 019 would have been doomed.
Speaking of Wang Liang, he looked burly and had an honest face, but he was actually quite skilled. He'd already reached the 2-star level of the Dominion stage. He was a sincere person and worked hard. That S.Y. Chulan had immediately approved his leave request this time. He never expected that Wang Liang, of all people, would have so much to offer.
Ahem, Yeetzy, Yeetzy?
A soft cough interrupted Chulan's train of thought.
It was Wang Liang.
Wang Liang looked left and right, braving the curious and surprised stares of his teammates, and jogged over to Fong. Then, he punched him in the shoulder.
Biting the hand that feeds you? I beat up a dog, and you beat me up, is that it?
Fong said with a laugh as he sheathed his sword.
Look who's talking. You little rascal, you've been hiding everything from me. Wang Liang let out a wry smile.
He thought that the information he gathered through his military connections would open a door to a whole new world for his best friend. But he never expected this kid to have already kicked that door wide open, and not only that, but to have raced ahead to the very front, calling back from a distance to ask why he hadn't caught up yet. That was exactly the impression Fong's display of power had left.
A natural talent so overwhelming that no amount of effort could ever catch up. He was truly envious. Still, as a brother, Wang Liang was genuinely happy for Fong.
In this turbulent and uncertain evolution, they had both boarded the great ship bound for a new world.
I never would VE thought you'd already become a pioneer. Wang Liang watched the display Fong had just put on.
One palm strike, one sword slash.
A clap of thunder and a god appeared.
If someone had filmed that scene and posted it online, it would be instantly shot to the top 3 in short video trends, igniting the teenage fantasy in countless young people.
When did you awaken? It's been a while. Damn, playing it cool to hide your true skill, huh?
If I ask how long a while is and you just casually say a day, I won't fall for it.
I'm not asking anymore.
This kind of banter only happens among close friends. After Wang Liang said that, he really didn't press the issue any further.
He'd only come over to check on Fong and see if he was hurt.
As for everything else, like his strength in Wang Liang's eyes, whether Fong was strong or weak, a high-tier pioneer or just an ordinary person, he was still his best friend, and that was enough.
In Fong's eyes, it was the same. However, my friend, thank you for stepping in to help. A distinctive female voice rang out.
Hearing that voice, Wang Liang visibly tensed up, his gaze shifting between his childhood friend and his superior.
You're welcome. I did it to save my friend. Fong's tone and expression remained calm as he spoke. But no one would think he was showing off.
Everyone was well aware of what had just happened. Without his intervention, the casualties would have been far greater.
My name is Chulan. I'm currently in charge of guarding Restricted Zone 019. You saved Restricted Zone 019. Could you leave me your contact information? I need to file an accurate report. No problem. Fong knew official procedures were strict, so he gave her his cell number.
Chulan offered Fong a few more words of thanks, all very official and formal, without asking about his cultivation level or attributes, seemingly showing no intention of prying.
Wang Liang stared at Chulan, a bit bewildered.
After seeing Fong off in the car, he sprinted all the way back into the restricted zone to find Chulan. At that moment, Chulan was crouched beside the vicious dog S-corpse, examining the residual electrical charges and traces of flame scattered across the ground.
Sir, I don't understand.
Yeetzy is so strong he is on par with those specially invited pioneers.
Why didn't you just invite him to join the army right then?
Wang Liang was a straightforward man who never beat around the bush. If he had a question, he asked it directly. In his view, Fong's abilities were on par with his own commander, as his earlier slaying of a Class B mutant was proof enough. With cataclysms occurring so frequently these days, the military desperately needed manpower.
Both logically and morally, they should have recruited Yeetzy right then and there.
Chulan stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and instructed the others not to touch the electrical charges while collecting the bodies. Only then did he turn to face Wang Liang.
Do you think I should have invited Fong to join the military? Definitely.
He is a pioneer, and places with dense mana are better suited for his cultivation. Besides, the military pays well, offers good benefits, and provides access to intelligence firsthand.
Isn't that exactly why those specially invited pioneers agreed to join? Wang Liang was referring to the military's precedent of inviting non-military pioneers to join.
Previously, pioneers were scarce in the military, so higher-ups had invited several to join, offering exceptionally generous compensation enough to make many green with envy. After hearing this, Shu Lan glanced at him. "It seems you really are close with him, coming to see me about something like this."
"But, Wang Liang, you can tell, can't you? Your friend here is no ordinary person."
The strength Fang had displayed so far was only one aspect. What Shu Lan valued even more was his high-level lightning attribute, the natural nemesis of the darkness attribute. With the Xia kingdom currently plagued by frequent anomalies and suffering immensely, it was easy to imagine that once a pioneer with this high-level lightning attribute emerged, he would inevitably be snapped up by every branch of the military. What was even more terrifying was that she didn't believe this was the full extent of Fang's abilities.
The strength he has displayed may be just the tip of the iceberg, yet even this is enough to leave us in the dust.
A pioneer capable of reaching this level so quickly demonstrates an unprecedented instinct, and in him, fortune, courage, and ability are all indispensable. The more Wang Liang listened, the more his heart raced. From his superior's words, he detected undisguised admiration and respect.
Could his childhood friend, whom he hadn't seen in years, really be this enigmatic? Wouldn't recruiting someone this powerful into the military be the icing on the cake? But Shu Lan's next sentence left him deep in thought. "I don't think he'd necessarily be interested in my invitation."
Shu Lan was referring to me, not the military.
Shu Lan saw things much more clearly than Wang Liang. She was well aware of Fang's value.
Someone who possessed such terrifying strength as a lone fighter, coupled with such powerful lightning attributes, the military would definitely extend an invitation, but the one making that invitation wouldn't be Shu Lan. Yes, Shu Lan believed her rank was too low. She wasn't qualified enough to extend the invitation herself.
"Sir, do you mean you don't feel worthy?"
Wang Liang realized with a start.
"Just know it. Did you really have to say it out loud, you kid?
Hurry up and dispose of that vicious dog's body."
Chapter 39. Do all you powerhouses just read and not reply? Are you that aloof?
The sun was gradually setting, and the city was slowly kicking off its nightlife. The streets were packed with flashy food stalls. Students just out of school formed long lines, while office workers carrying briefcases squeezed onto the evening rush hour subway in wave after wave. It was the everyday hustle and bustle of city life.
Fang, holding a binge-worthy, strolled leisurely through the crowd back to his apartment. "Ha! My cousin's out?"
As soon as Fang walked in, he spotted his cousin's pink bunny ear slippers by the door. Without giving it much thought, he carried the binge-worthy into his room. He turned on the air conditioner and took a shower.
Sitting on the couch and munching on the binge-worthy, Fang began to reflect on the events of the day.
The world has undergone such drastic changes, yet everywhere remains so quiet, no unrest. It's clearly the result of the government's behind-the-scenes control. In places with dense mana, like the 019 restricted zone, they've probably already deployed pioneer troops to garrison the area. This serves two purposes. On one hand, it allows the military's pioneers to train in the areas with the densest mana, ensuring the army's combat effectiveness as a top priority. On the other hand, the troops act as a buffer zone between ordinary people and anomalies, which serves as a form of protection for the general public.
After all, the more concentrated the mana, the more likely anomalies are to emerge. The aroma of jianbing filled every corner of the room.
The jianbing stall downstairs was very popular, with a long line stretching out the front. Being able to continue living this life, cursing the owner in the morning and gorging oneself at night during such extraordinary times, was largely thanks to the existence of the restricted zones. While the authorities use the restricted zone to protect ordinary people, they simultaneously send out signals that mana is about to reawaken.
This two-pronged approach is the best strategy.
After all, establishing the restricted zone buys ordinary people valuable time, allowing them to gradually acclimate to this increasingly intense pace, like warming up in lukewarm water rather than being swept away by anomalies the moment they emerge, leaving them homeless and destitute. As it stands, the division of labor from above is very clear. The military plays the role of a night watchman, a sword in the shadows, a sturdy shield for the nation, while the Mana Cultivation Association is responsible for plugging gaps and sweeping up any stragglers in the city, ensuring the residents' current peaceful lives as much as possible. Fong found this division of labor quite reasonable.
After finishing his binge-worthy, he pulled out his phone, intending to check the latest news on the great cosmic upheaval.
These days, scanning the news had become a daily habit of his. It was the fastest way to get information. The screen had barely lit up when the phone started vibrating wildly.
Old Wang, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit.
You're really good at keeping a low profile, kid. You even tricked your own brother. I can't even imagine what you'll dare to do next.
Old Wang, where are you? Do all you powerhouses just read messages and not reply? Are you that aloof?
Old Wang, bro, I feel like I've gone from being a stable hand to royalty overnight.
Do you know how many people came to me today asking about you? Even some female soldiers wanted your contact info.
Don't worry, I turned them all down for you. No one's going to disturb your training.
99 plus messages. All sent by Wang Liam alone. More than half of the 99 messages were praising how cool Fong's sword strike looked today. Thor even told him to go into acting.
A few asked where he bought his Tang sword. The patterns were nice, so he sent them the link, along with some other banter.
I've never seen this kid talk so much before. Fong couldn't help but smile.
The kid was adorably clueless. He actually forwarded the conversation between him and Commander Chu Lan word for word, even adding a warning for Fong to be careful.
Old Wang, bro, you're way too strong. Even my commander said he can't handle you. I can't protect you anymore.
You'd better be careful when you're out and about from now on. Reading this, Fong narrowed his eyes slightly. He was indeed being very careful. Chu Lan was right. His lightning attribute had been completely exposed, drawing the military's attention.
A lightning attribute pioneer was absolutely a prized asset in the eyes of the military.
After all, the biggest problem facing Xiaoguo right now was the threat that anomalies posed to ordinary people. A single anomaly, even the lowest level one released into an urban area, is no different from letting a rat loose in a granary.
Ordinary people stand absolutely no chance against anomalies.
Even that rabbit Fong had inadvertently killed earlier could have easily slaughtered everyone in the entire apartment building if left to roam freely. It's fair to say that among all the upheavals caused by the Great Change, the most pressing crisis is the disaster brought about by anomalies. These anomalies are extremely cunning and possess troublesome attributes. Even the military must expend enormous effort to eliminate them, and casualties are inevitable. At a time like this, someone like Fong with his powerful lightning attribute that comes with built-in critical hits is practically a glaring game-breaking bug. It would be a miracle if the authorities didn't take notice.
Fong wasn't entirely unaware of this.
It was precisely because he knew that revealing himself would inevitably attract attention that Fong deliberately used his right hand to slay the vicious dog, without exposing the solar attribute of his Tang sword. The lightning attribute has been revealed, but the solar attribute hasn't. That's my trump card.
Fong's use of the lightning attribute to slay the vicious dog was intentional. He deliberately exposed the existence of the lightning attribute.
He knew full well that revealing this lightning attribute, which holds absolute dominance over anomalies, in front of the military would surely send shockwaves through the nation's highest echelons.
Thunder.
It is an attribute that embodies the ultimate in ferocity, power, and brutality. Due to the unique nature of the lightning attribute, there are virtually no individuals who dare to absorb it.
Ordinary people, when faced with the cataclysmic forces of lightning, would do everything in their power to avoid it. The moment they get close, they'll be struck down.
Precisely because of this, beings like Fong are extremely rare. One might even say one of a kind.
A lightning element pioneer holds the greatest influence. That was Fong's true objective.
He needed resources to keep growing stronger, and the fastest way to do so was to have access to the most advanced information channels. Official channels provided the fastest and most up-to-date intelligence. However, what Chu Lan said still took him somewhat by surprise.
Does she think she's not qualified to invite me? She's overthinking things, Fong muttered under his breath.
He hadn't actually considered whether Chu Lan was qualified or not. It was just that, for now, He had no intention of joining any organization he didn't like the feeling of having his freedom restricted.
By the time he finished pondering, he also finished his jianbing. Fong stood up and stretched. It feels like I'm about to break through again since coming back from the restricted zone.
He could feel the abundant mana coursing through his body, almost as if it were about to overflow, a familiar sign that a breakthrough was imminent. The Forbidden Zone truly lived up to its reputation as a place rich in mana. Just spending a short while there had already given him this sense of fulfillment.
Too bad it's military territory, Fong murmured.
He sat on the bed, crossed his legs, and let his consciousness slowly sink into them. In rhythm with his breathing, the golden light surrounding him gradually expanded and contracted.
Chapter 40, Dominion Stage 5-Star Pioneer. My decadent cousin. Beep.
At the supermarket entrance, a graceful figure carrying plastic bags slowly made her way to the checkout counter, a red glow illuminating her pretty face.
I wonder if my cousin is back yet.
If he hasn't eaten, I can make him a late-night snack while I'm at it. He was using the self-checkout machine to scan her face and pay.
She was carrying ingredients for 2 servings of wonton noodle soup for dinner for today.
If her cousin had already eaten by the time he got back, she could put the portion in the fridge and have it for breakfast tomorrow morning. After paying, casually stuffed the receipt into the plastic bag and headed toward the exit. The supermarket was just across the street from her apartment building, a 5-minute walk.
Just as stepped out of the supermarket,
suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the high-rise building ahead, sending her bangs flying.
She looked up. Beneath the dome, the residential building was completely calm. Reflected in her pupils was a projection of the divine axe, visible only to pioneers, its majestic presence surging toward her like a raging storm. Was that the fluctuation of a Dominion stage player ascending a star rank? What a terrifying aura!
A thought flashed through EE's mind.
The thought felt somewhat eerie.
She was also at the Dominion stage within the same realm. There would inevitably be star rank suppression, but it was absolutely nothing like this. The air trembled violently, and a suffocating aura suddenly filled the space between heaven and earth, as if a torrent were surging straight into her heart, making her lose her footing.
That aura was fierce yet immeasurably profound, like a massive mountain descending beneath the dome. How many stars is he about to break through? 3? 4? Looked up.
The intense light emanating from ahead was trembling violently as the mana fluctuations continued to intensify.
Lava streamed ceaselessly down the divine axe, its scorching heat overwhelming and its brilliance blinding. Boom!
Suddenly, the divine axe swung.
Once, twice, 3 times.
A terrifying radiance illuminated the heavens and earth. The night sky was torn apart, and a powerful aura of majesty permeated every inch of the space. A dazzling pillar of light burst forth from the apartment, piercing the heavens like a beam of divine light. It contained boundless energy and exuded a mysterious aura. As the pillar of light expanded, the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees trembled slightly, as if paying homage to this power. Gentle breezes blew by, carrying a faint floral scent that filled the air, intertwining with the mana fluctuations. That mana fluctuation grew increasingly intense, at least a 5-star level.
ES eyes widened. Could it be that such an incredibly powerful pioneer was hiding right here in the building her cousin lived?
This terrifying aura of breakthrough was like the blazing sun at its zenith, casting a daylight that stretched for 10,000 li, scorching all living things. Its presence was overwhelming and instantly piercing. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The light grew ever more dazzling, a terrifying force surged, then gradually faded into the pitch-black sky.
Is the breakthrough complete?
Breathed heavily, gazing at the scene, her heart suddenly filled with an indescribable sense of awe and respect.
A powerful pioneer senior was right here beside me.
Even though the senior has already reached the forefront of the era, standing far ahead of the vast majority of people, they still train diligently.
Compared to them, I am but a mayfly. How could I possibly slack off?
At this thought, suddenly felt a surge of determination and resolved to train all night long without sleep or rest. A series of hurried footsteps echoed through the apartment building, followed by the sound of the door clicking open.
Hurried back to her cousin's apartment.
The moment she opened the door, she locked eyes with her cousin in the living room.
"You're back?" "Mm-hmm."
Fawn, her cousin, was lazily sprawled on the couch, holding a tablet and playing with something. He seemed completely engrossed, his whole body was practically leaning into the screen.
Seeing this, E sighed. "Cousin." "Your eyes are too close to the screen. It's bad for your eyes. Thanks for the reminder. I'll set up a stand."
Fong sat up from the couch and shuffled off in his slippers, clomping along as he went to find the stand. Yi watched his back, her lips slightly pursed, at a loss for words. Having lived with this cousin for so long, she had come to understand his character and temperament well. He was upright and had no bad habit, his only problem was laziness. He was too lazy to go out, so he spent most of his time lazing around at home. His biggest hobby was going downstairs to buy a Coke. He was too lazy to socialize, he didn't even attend the community college he'd been accepted into.
When he was in a good mood, he'd play video games or watch TV.
Being a homebody wasn't necessarily a bad thing after all. Community college or a bachelor's degree wouldn't matter much in the future.
But you can't just be so unmotivated. A great upheaval is quietly reshaping the world's order.
The future world is bound to be reshuffled, and those who stand at the pinnacle of the world are destined to be pioneers. We pioneers are constantly running around searching everywhere for opportunities presented by heaven and earth, while also having to hide our true identities from ordinary people.
My cousin is just an ordinary person, yet his life is so carefree. It's really... E couldn't help but shake her head. She felt a twinge of envy. "Cousin, I'm making wonton noodles. Want some?" E turned and headed into the kitchen.
Fong sat on the sofa with his tablet propped up on a stand. His neck finally felt a little better. It seemed his cousin really did care about him. On the screen in front of him, a familiar news channel was playing. Fong hadn't been playing games earlier, instead, he'd been using his tablet to scroll through news about the revival of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, after searching high and low, he'd come up empty-handed.
Looks like heaven and earth have been slacking off lately. Why haven't they changed? Fong scratched his head, a bit at a loss. Just then, a new headline caught his eye. Shocking.
Mysterious fire suddenly erupts on Qingbei University campus, trending. The headline mentioned Qingbei University, a prestigious institution closely watched by the public. It had previously been the site of the North Gate incident, which had even attracted a mysterious figure rumored to be a military officer. As soon as this news broke, it immediately shot to the top of the trending list.
Fong immediately clicked on the link to check it out.
There was a secretly recorded video. In it, searing flames raged like a frenzied beast over the Qingbei campus, lighting up the night sky in a crimson glow.
The fire was fierce, the blazing flames crackled and popped, and thick smoke billowed, engulfing the entire campus.
The glow of the fire reflected off the surrounding buildings, transforming the entire Qingbei campus into a terrifying scene straight out of hell. Towering buildings loomed in and out of view amidst the sea of fire, emitting hoarse roars. As the raging flames danced, trees were devoured and flower beds were incinerated. Everything was reduced to ashes under the fire's rampage. Police cars screeched to a halt, and a well-trained team sprang from the vehicles, swiftly evacuating students from the Qingbei campus to safety. The video footage wobbled a few times before going black within 2 seconds. The video ended there, and the comments section erupted with frenzied discussion.
Holy crap, what a massive fire! What on earth is burning? It looks like the entire playground is gone. Could it be that someone was cooking hot pot in the dorms again and short-circuited the wiring?
A small pot used in the dorms shouldn't cause a fire this big, and since people are still in the dorms at this hour, they would put it out right away. It feels more like it started for some other reason.
Am I the only one who noticed the person getting out of the police car? That wasn't an ordinary cop, was it?
He looked really intimidating, like a special forces soldier.
But is this the kind of thing special forces handle?
Tsinghua and Peking University sure are elite. Even a small fire brings out special forces to save the day. Smile.
The comments section immediately erupted into a heated debate over the identity of the person who got out of the police car. Fong shut down the comments section, reopened the video, and watched it closely once more. First it was extreme heat, now a fire. Is this another solar attribute incident? Chapter 41, Fong, what are you doing here? The next morning, Fong woke up early.
After practicing the golden sun breathing art in the morning light, he took a deep breath and dialed a number.
Fong? Commander Chu, it's me.
Fong had exchanged phone numbers with Chulan the day before, and this call was indeed for her. As member of the military, Fong needed to go through her to get detailed information about the fire at Qingbei University. After all, the area had already been cordoned off by the military.
You want to go to Qingbei University? That works out perfectly. I'm heading there today as well. Receiving Fong's call was a pleasant surprise for Chulan. Just yesterday, she had suddenly received orders from higher-ups to visit the Qingbei campus. Having already seen the news reports, Chulan had been planning to go anyway. After all, with so many students on campus, the consequences of any incident would be too grave for them to bear. On top of that, Chulan had another military secret that worried her even more. Nowadays, the signs of the Great Awakening's resurgence were growing more frequent and were becoming increasingly impossible to conceal. It was clear that announcing the Great Awakening to the general public was imminent, but how to make the announcement and how to train pioneers afterward required careful consideration at every step. The military was currently discussing with the government whether to use college students as a starting point, helping them understand Mana Awakening and launching pilot programs for pioneer training at universities nationwide to break new ground. The government's stance was that the pilot program could be implemented, but the tricky part was selecting the training instructors. Training instructors cannot come from the military-style management procedures aren't suitable for college students, and they're even less suitable for novice pioneers. Besides, while military pioneers are fine for suppressing anomalies, educating students is out of the question. Looking at it this way, there are very few candidates to choose from. The Ether Guild could assign a group of people to lead the instruction. After all, they're already in charge of this area, but the Ether Guild has too few pioneers, and theirs are already stretched thin just covering anomalies within the city. They simply don't have the time or energy to spare for the pilot program. No matter how you look at it, we'll have to recruit more powerful pioneers. They need to be skilled, have the time, and be willing to serve as mentors for this pilot program. It's tough. Chulan had been racking her brain over this issue. But unexpectedly, a phone call from Fong solved her immediate problem. Now, with Fong a top-tier pioneer on board, the pilot program was finally taking shape. If only we could control this heavenly fire. Heavenly fire? You'll understand once you get there and see it for yourself. Chulan arranged to meet Fong at the school gate. The Qingbei campus was only a 2-hour drive from Tai City, where Fong was based. The news had caused quite a stir. By 10 a.m., a long line had already formed at the entrance to the Qingbei campus. A steady stream of reporters and onlookers were trying to get inside to investigate the fire, but they were all being stopped by security guards at the gate. When Fong arrived, he was met with a scene of a sea of people. So many people? Fong raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, a tall, striking figure emerged from the crowd, parting the sea of people to create a path. Even the reporters with their long and short lenses couldn't help but glance sideways, fixating on this figure. Chulan? Fong looked at the approaching woman. Chulan gave him a slight nod. Today she was dressed in simple casual clothes. Her legs were long, her waist was slender, and her figure was quite stunning. Her face, free of makeup, was strikingly beautiful, and her short hair fell casually over her shoulders. But what caught everyone's attention most was the sharp aura she exuded. The confidence and dominance radiating from her every move instantly outshone everyone else present. I'm not late, am I? How long have you been here? I just got here too, Fong shook his head. Good. Let us go, we'll head inside first. Fong and Chulan walked side by side into the Qingbei campus. As the gate swung open and shut, it left the puzzled onlookers behind. The people outside were dumbfounded. How come we're locked out? But the moment those two arrived, they just walked right in. Chulan wasn't wearing her military uniform today. Her civilian clothes accentuated her slim waist and long legs, giving her a unique air of elegance. Curious why I'm not in uniform, aren't you? Shu Lan looked at Fong and shrugged. Yesterday's celestial fire came on so suddenly that many students were quite shaken. Showing up in uniform right now might upset them. I see. The two walked along the path through the school gate and arrived at the playground where the fire had broken out. Even though he'd seen the video yesterday, Fong still furrowed his brow slightly when he saw the playground after the fire. The playground had once been a place filled with the students' laughter and joy, but now it lay in ruins, ravaged by the celestial fire. Charred marks were deeply etched into the ground, as if a ferocious fire dragon had left behind traces of its wild dance. Scattered across the playground were charred pieces of wood and black ash. Some were still emitting wispy plumes of smoke, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. Even the adjacent lawn had not been spared. The once lush greenery was now scorched and withered, strewn with charred fragments and broken twigs. The playground equipment, once neatly arranged, lay in shambles. The basketball hoops were twisted and toppled, the white lines on the track were blurred by the fire, and the baskets had been reduced to twisted lumps of metal. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up dust and the acrid smell of burning, which hung over the entire playground. It's been burned like this? Was it a wildfire? Yeah, they say there were no warning signs. It just burst into flames suddenly. Luckily, it was nighttime and past curfew, so no one was on the playground. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shu Lan watched the scene, her brow deeply furrowed as well. Fong, I'm heading to the principal's office. Should you wait here for me, or come with me? You go ahead. I'll be fine here. Shu Lan nodded and left the playground with decisive haste. After she left, Fong turned her gaze back to the ruins of the playground before her, a scene ravaged by the celestial fire. Frequent cataclysms occurring in the city were indeed a major problem. Although they could issue news releases to explain them, the resulting casualties were inevitable. At this point, the government would surely take action. Fong? Just as Fong was lost in thought, a woman's voice interrupted his train of thought. Turning around, Fong saw a familiar stranger. Qingli? What are you doing here? Qingli looked completely taken aback. She had just walked past the playground with her roommate after class. From a distance, she spotted a familiar silhouette and thought she might be mistaken, but when she walked closer, she realized it was indeed him. Fong, her ex-boyfriend. Fong turned and glanced at her, giving a slight nod in greeting. Seeing Fong's calm, even somewhat aloof demeanor, Qingli felt a pang in her heart, accompanied by an indescribable sense of strangeness. Fong? Is this your ex-boyfriend? Her roommate linked her arm through Qingli's and peered curiously at the young man in front of them, unable to suppress a slight surprise. Qingli's excellence spoke for itself. A top student. Reserved. Rich and beautiful. A well-rounded beauty who far exceeded the average in every aspect. Not only did she have stunning looks and a great figure, but her academic performance was also head and shoulders above the rest, leaving her peers at Peking and Tsinghua so overwhelmed they questioned their own worth. What was even more remarkable was that despite her family's wealth, she wasn't spoiled in the least. She was a bit aloof, but she really doted on her roommates. When they heard that this princess had once dated a boyfriend in high school, their first reaction was, "Holy crap, who was the lucky guy?" But upon learning that he'd only been accepted into a vocational college, they could only sigh in regret. The gap between Peking and Tsinghua universities and a vocational college is simply too vast. Their futures were destined to be two parallel lines that would never intersect. Unfortunately, this sweet, innocent high school first love was destined to come to nothing. Roommate Wan Lu sighed and looked at Fong. Bro, I know you might still have some lingering feelings for Qingli, but the reality of the gap between you two is right in front of us. Chapter 42, To be treated this way by the principal. Who exactly is he? As soon as Wang Lu finished speaking, the air fell into an eerie silence. Is that Qingli? What are those two doing over there? No idea. There's a guy with them, too. Is he one of their boyfriends? It can't be Qingli's, can it? No wonder she's been brushing off the upperclassmen who've been trying to woo her. I've never seen her with a boyfriend. Could he be from another school? Classmates passing by joined in the chatter.
From her very first day at school, Qingli had been the undisputed class beauty, a fact everyone tacitly acknowledged. She even attracted suitors from other departments and outside the school. If there were a school beauty contest, she'd be in the top 3, if not first.
Hearing this, Wang Lu glanced at Fong. She let out a soft sigh. Although first love was wonderful, the gap between them now was something even Fong's presence at Peking or Tsinghua University couldn't bridge.
Qingli bit her lip, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Wang Lu's words were a bit blunt, but she wasn't wrong. She and Fong were already from 2 different worlds, and there was no way their paths could ever cross. She sensed the sighs from both of them, along with those looks of regret.
Fong looked completely baffled. Longing? Ex-girlfriend? Fong, is this your friend?
A puzzled voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A strikingly beautiful woman with a stunning figure appeared at the center of their field of vision. Her eyes were deep and mysterious, and her slender legs were so shapely it was impossible to look away. She wasn't just beautiful on the outside, she exuded a powerful aura. She possessed a rare, steely spirit, and even her walk seemed to radiate a menace.
This. Qingli and Wang Lu exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as if their brains were about to overheat. The students and teachers around them also looked over in surprise. A principal of a top-tier university, well over 50 years old, showing such respect to an 18-year-old boy. The scene was so shocking that it made people wonder, who exactly is this person? Who could possibly command such treatment from the principal of Tsinghua or Peking University? Fong said in a deep voice, "Principal, you're too kind. Please show me the way."
After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Chulan, who nodded. The 3 of them were about to set off immediately. Qingli watched the entire scene unfold from the sidelines, a strong sense of defeat welling up inside her. That woman, whose appearance was in no way inferior to her own, exuded an aura of untouchable authority completely different from her own youthful naivety. More importantly, from start to finish, she hadn't so much as glanced at her. It felt as though they belonged to 2 completely different social classes. It was a dismissive disregard.
Qingli glanced at Fong again. But Fong's gaze didn't linger on her either. He left with Principal Chulan without so much as a glance in her direction. He left behind a group of students standing there, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Along the way, the principal recounted the recent developments at Qingbei. Ever since that day when the golden sun descended upon the gates of Qingbei and dissipated a few days later, I had thought the situation was all but over. But I never expected that a few nights ago, flames would suddenly fall from the sky. The blazing fire seemed to burn endlessly, suspended in the sky for no apparent reason. They made their way to the first sports field where the celestial fire had descended, only to discover that the situation there was even more dire than outside. The flames raged wildly across the field, roaring as if an enraged colossal beast were bellowing. The crimson glow was as scorching as the midday sun, bathing everything around them in red light. As the flames danced, it seemed as though countless tongues of fire were licking at the air, exuding scorching heat that made one feel as if they were in the depths of hell. The celestial fire devoured everything in its path. The grass, the basketball hoops, and even the playground signs were reduced to ashes. Bathed in the once the threshold exceeds 10, we have to cordon off the area for ordinary people. Human life is fragile for them. An anomaly above 10 means unpredictable natural disasters like earthquakes and tsunamis. The silver bracelet on Chu's wrist, presumably issued uniformly by the government, could detect mana concentration and the anomaly thresholds associated with major cosmic upheavals. At that moment, as soon as they approached the basketball court, the anomaly threshold gauge began to rise wildly, shooting straight to 11 and continuing to fluctuate upward. Boom! Before she could finish speaking, the basketball hoop in front of her burst into flames once again without any source of fire, as if a transparent flame had been hurled at it. Towering fire serpents shot out, dyeing the sky a deep crimson. The flickering flames were reflected in Chulan's pupils, and as the anomaly readings continued to rise, her expression grew increasingly grave. It's one thing for this celestial fire to be confined to this playground, but if we continue to let it go unchecked and it spreads, it will be a major problem for the entire school. It might even affect the city. It seems this situation needs to be accurately documented and reported to higher authorities. Then we'll have to call in a more powerful pioneer to resolve it. Shulan knew full well that this situation was beyond her ability to handle. Anomalies caused by cataclysmic changes in the heavens and earth must either be contained or sealed away, allowing them to spread unchecked throughout the academy would only lead to irreversible consequences. Just then, Fawn, standing beside her, suddenly took a step forward and walked straight into the raging celestial fire. You! The principal standing nearby looked utterly horrified. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Fawn had actually stepped right into the celestial fire, and the dancing fire serpents instantly engulfed him. The terror of this celestial fire was far beyond that of an ordinary fire. Fires vary in intensity. They had tested it before and found that even firefighters in full protective gear couldn't withstand these flames. The temperature of this fire exceeded the limits of human comprehension, which was why it was called celestial fire. The principal looked at Shulan with a tense expression. How did he go in there? What are we going to do now?
Shulan,
Shulan was taken aback.
She didn't have the ability to deal with this celestial fire. She'd only come to conduct a test.
Clink, clink. A sound like a latch clicking into place rang out.
The principal's pupils contracted sharply.
What had he just seen? He saw
the celestial fire, trapped within the ring of flames, suddenly poured entirely into a nearby basketball hoop. The flames gradually grew smaller and smaller, eventually shrinking into a single speck of fire suspended inside the hoop. The scene was truly unbelievable.
I'm temporarily sealing the heavenly fire here. Do not unseal the playground, and do not allow anyone to approach this area.
This should at least stop the heavenly fire from spreading. The heavenly fire, which had engulfed the entire playground, was now suddenly struck and sealed within the small basketball hoop. The flames raged within like a caged beast, yet no matter how hard they struggled, they could not break through the restraint of the ring of fire.
I understand.
We want to reopen this playground after all. The school has more than just this one. The principal agreed excitedly. His gaze still hadn't strayed from the basketball hoop that sealed the celestial fire. As an ordinary person who believed in science and a highly educated one at that, witnessing the process of sealing the celestial fire firsthand was undoubtedly a massive blow to his worldview. He'd long heard that Pioneer was all-powerful and possessed extraordinary abilities. Now, at last, he'd seen it with his own eyes. Upon hearing this, Fong muttered under his breath. Tsinghua and Peking University are just so over the top they even have 7 or 8 of these on their sports fields. Shulan, sitting beside him, wore a complex expression. The things these big shots focus on are really quite different from ours.
Chapter 44, A Slash of Heavenly Fire.
The man who cleaved through the forest of flames. Shulan and Fong sat side by side at a restaurant just outside the Tsinghua and Peking University campus. Fragrant stir-fried dishes were laid out before them, but Shulan's gaze kept searching Fong's face, never once stopping.
The sealing technique Fong had just demonstrated was truly mind-blowing.
She knew Fong was strong, but she never expected him to be this powerful.
Sealing the Fong felt a surge of anticipation.
Returning to the familiar forest, he drew his Tang sword.
Do you wish to implant endless wildfire into this item?
Yes.
In an instant,
a blinding radiance surged into the slender Tang sword. That moment, a blazing crimson glow erupted from the blade, vivid, fierce, and untamed.
The template of endless wildfire flowed into the Tang sword. The original flame patterns on its blade seemed to ignite, expanding and contracting as if breathing. Endless wildfire, it sounds like a very enduring ability. Could this endless mean that the flame will burn eternally, just like the heavenly fire? Fong recalled the heavenly fire he had seen earlier that day on the Qingbei sports field. The flames of heavenly fire burned fiercely, never extinguished. The Tang sword in his hand vibrated, its flame patterns pulsing ever more rapidly.
The heat radiating from the blade was immense. The pavement beneath his feet cracked, and the leaves around him curled up. I wonder what kind of effect endless wildfire would have when combined with crimson blade art. Fong muttered, his Tang sword tracing a gentle arc through the air. A flash of fire erupted, emitting a crackling sound in the air. It sounded like firecrackers, yet its destructive power was staggering.
The blade was so hot that even trees far away felt the intense heat in the next second. The trees beside him actually began to burn. The fire grew fiercer and spread rapidly through the forest. Guys, I'm really not a scammer. I'm definitely one of those lucky types. I've had it easy my whole life and never suffered a bit. Even though this is my first day streaming, the content just comes to me on its own. You get it, right? A female streamer held up her phone, live streaming from outside the forest. Trolling? Stop blabbering. If you've got the guts, just go to the north gate of Qingbei University and film that recent viral heatwave. I'll send you a rocket. Nothing else is worth my time. You must be on 2G, buddy. That heatwave was days ago. The hottest thing right now is that heavenly fire on the sports field. Hey, times have changed, bro. These kinds of supernatural phenomena are everywhere now. The stuff you used to see in special effects is real now. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Fire on the blade? How is that possible? Are special effects really that realistic?
The phone camera wasn't clear enough, and I was too far away at the time.
Actually, the footage isn't particularly realistic. If we're talking about realism, it doesn't even come close to the sheer awe I felt seeing it firsthand. I saw the man with the sword you've all been talking about so much. Yes, I saw him with my own eyes.
That flame came from the sword in his hand.
It reminded me a bit of the Xiao Chun sword. It was so cool. When he swung that sword, the flames spurted out like rain. It was way more breathtaking than anything on the Tsinghua or Peking University sports fields. What does he look like? Of course I saw what he looked like, but I can't just come out and say it. For those of you who want to know, send a rocket to show your support. The stream cut off abruptly right there. Immediately afterward, the live stream screen went black. The live stream you are watching has ended. Why did it stop right at the most crucial part? Equipment issue? That doesn't make sense. Could it have been taken down? Zhang Ye was completely baffled. She just checked her back-end messages and discovered her livestream had suddenly been shut down, the kind that couldn't be reactivated no matter what, as if influenced by some mysterious force. Before long, several uniformed officers appeared outside Zhang Ye's door, including police officers. They showed her their badges and asked her to come with them. In a daze, Zhang Ye got into the police car and was taken away. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. After arriving at the police station, Zhang Ye was immediately taken to an interrogation room, where a man with a commanding presence and a stern expression demanded that she give a detailed account of what she had seen in the forest the previous day. If you're found to have withheld information or fabricated details, that's a criminal offense, said Hanli, looking imposing in his uniform. Oh, okay. This was the first time Zhang Ye had encountered such a high-stakes situation. Feeling panicked, she naturally confessed everything. That person must have been quite young. His face? I didn't get a clear look at his face at all. Everything I said in the livestream was just me making things up, but judging by his build, he didn't seem very old, maybe a high school graduate? Upon hearing this, Hanli was shaken to the core. A high school student? The moment the livestream went viral yesterday, he had immediately dispatched a team to investigate that forest. By then, the area had already been completely cleared of people. They examined the residual traces of flame on the ground. It was pure fire attribute. Needless to say, anyone capable of unleashing such a powerful heavenly fire must be an ultra-powerful and ultra-pure fire attribute pioneer, one whose strength would certainly be formidable. For some reason, Hanli suddenly thought of that day atop Jade Emperor Mountain, amidst the torrential rain and thunder. The same style, the same brutality. We still haven't found that high-level lightning attribute pioneer from Jade Emperor Mountain, and now another high-level fire attribute one has appeared. When did Tai City suddenly produce so many high-level attribute pioneers out of nowhere? Both this lightning attribute and fire attribute pioneer appeared near Tai City? Is this a coincidence? Is there such a thing as a coincidence this big? If what this streamer says is true, if he really is that young, then this fire attribute pioneer truly possesses astonishing talent and formidable power. It seems the landscape of Tai City is about to be rewritten once again. Meanwhile,
Fong was scrolling through the news at home when, suddenly, the gossip turned to him. Heavily fire/spotted in Tai City Forest.
Who on earth is he? I heard about this yesterday. A female streamer accidentally captured it while doing an outdoor livestream. Friendly reminder, don't mention it anymore. That streamer's account has already been taken down. Seriously? Holy crap, she really got banned. I'm not saying another word, I'm going off the grid.
When Fong saw the news, he looked completely stunned. He hadn't expected it to cause such a stir.
Username Atug72, boss, is that you in the video? A message from Old Lee suddenly popped up.
Fong just then remembered that he hadn't been in touch with them at all since they teamed up that day. Right now, Old Lee's feelings were incredibly complicated. Ever since he heard about Fong's single slash, he hadn't dared to contact this big shot. It felt like there was a wall between them. But when he saw that video that had gone viral, he couldn't sit still anymore, even though what was circulating online was just a short, blurry clip.
But that domineering aura as the blade swung.
It was all too familiar.
With Fong's confirmation, Old Lee's expression grew even more enigmatic.
Judging by the commotion that day, the person who swung that blade was definitely no pushover, and the extreme fire attribute contained within it was truly majestic and immense.
Was that strike Fong had unleashed earlier in the underground Dark River powerful, very powerful, frighteningly so?
Otherwise, it wouldn't have forced that other team of pioneers to retreat. But compared to this strike, it's no contest at all. This one is far more overwhelming, like a wall of fire bearing down. It's on an entirely different level.
Could it be that he has grown even stronger? It's only been a few days. That rate of improvement is downright terrifying.
After replying to the message, Fong set his phone down. He looked out the window at the bustling crowd and muttered to himself. Now, with my current strength, I should be able to carve out a place for myself in this turbulent era.
Meanwhile, the Mana Cultivation Association. In the high-level conference room.
An elderly man gazed intently, his brow furrowed, and the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Now, as mana gradually revives, more and more anomalies are appearing within the city. These anomalies have undergone mutations and evolution. They are incredibly powerful and pose a lethal threat to ordinary people. They have already seriously endangered the city's safety. Furthermore, reports of dark attribute sources from various regions have been increasing significantly recently.
I fear the dark attribute is about to begin invading the city.
The president of the Mana Cultivation Association had been deeply troubled by this matter in recent days. He sighed deeply, yet felt powerless. The Mana Cultivation Association had already done everything in its power.
In this era of evolution, the dark attribute is resurging. Anomalies are occurring with increasing frequency.
These are forces beyond human control, impossible to stop.
Our Mana Cultivation Association has also accumulated some strength. Many capable pioneers have joined our ranks. But there are still too few of them.
Now, as the crisis in the city gradually looms closer, we can't keep up with the demand for our pioneers. Fortunately, there are still many powerful pioneers out there, lying hidden within the city.
Chapter 46, Trapped in Black Mist, the Celestial God Descends. Early in the morning, Fong opened his eyes. It was 8 a.m.
With no work or school to attend, this was the perfect time to wake up. But usually at this time, my cousin would have breakfast ready and come to wake me up.
I didn't hear her call me today. Is she sleeping in?
Fong was a little puzzled as he got up to wash up. The buzz surrounding the Heavenly Fireblade incident had died down very quickly. It had only been a day, yet there was already no trace of it online. It was as if a giant hand had wiped away all evidence. The higher-ups must have intervened. If they didn't cover it up, it would lead to social unrest and all sorts of speculation.
And since the authorities weren't yet ready to fully disclose the Mana Awakening, this was a reasonable move. Fong walked out of his room and knocked on the door of the guest bedroom.
There was no answer. He pushed it open and found the room completely empty.
She's out, just as I thought.
Fong left the house, whipped up a quick breakfast to fill his stomach, and scrolled through the news for a while. 2 hours had passed, and his cousin still hadn't returned. Fong felt a bit uneasy and glanced toward the door. Her slippers were scattered haphazardly.
She went out on an emergency, and after all this time, she didn't even send me. In the end, we're just too weak. Clenched her hands tightly. Was she still unable to do it? Just then, E's body suddenly trembled.
Streaks of spiritual light shot from her hands, surging toward a single direction.
Whoosh! The sound of mana-piercing flesh rang out. Thud! A figure with severely decayed, festering skin was pierced by the spiritual light.
The numb, blood-stained figure crashed to the ground. However, the expressions on both their faces did not ease in the slightest.
There were too many of them.
They had lost count of how many times this scene had played out. These must all be people who were trapped and died here. Now they've become those abnormal walking corpses.
It's toying with us, trying to assimilate us as well. Here, it seems invincible, whispered.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than ripples began to spread around them. Peering through the darkness, it looked vaguely like thick, viscous blood, making the atmosphere around them feel exceptionally chilling.
Amidst this black mist, their mana was already being drained at a frantic rate. Swish!
A cold, malevolent gaze, brimming with mockery, suddenly burst forth from the darkness, as if tearing open a rift in space. The 81-year-old, stunningly beautiful woman's pupils contracted sharply. Even though it was pitch black and she couldn't see a thing, she somehow saw a nauseating, blood-red eyeball as if it had been placed there with deliberate intent. It stood at the far end of the darkness, looking down with contempt upon the two it regarded as prey, a mocking, almost human smirk playing at the corners of its mouth. The next moment, within a darkness deeper and more oppressive than ink, eerie streaks of crimson emerged, twisted, writhing, and grotesque, exuding the putrid stench of decay. They staggered toward them, seemingly endless.
Die! You damned thing!
The beautiful young woman swung her blade with all her might.
However, the eye vanished with a whoosh. Thick black mist completely engulfed them.
That thing has lost patience.
Be careful. Beads of cold sweat gradually beaded on Es' smooth forehead.
The surrounding walking corpses grew in number, cold and numb, their skin pale as if they'd been soaked in water for a long time, and suddenly they sprang into action, sprinting at full speed.
Countless eyes glowed amidst the blood droplets.
As they closed in step by step, the black mist filled the sky and surged toward them. The fragile barrier seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment.
Was this the end? Es' face was etched with despair. She knew that the path of evolution was inherently fraught with danger. She had wondered if she might fall in some dark corner, unnoticed by anyone. What would the world be like a year from now? And what role would the pioneers, now lurking beneath the earth, play?
Young lady, we might meet our end in the very last moment before dawn.
We won't get to witness the grandeur of the mana awakening. She could no longer hear the beautiful young woman's voice.
Presumably, she had already been swallowed by the darkness.
It's over. Crack!
The mana barrier emitted a crisp cracking sound as it shattered. The black mist before her, like a hyena that had spotted a juicy piece of meat, lunged frantically toward E.
But just then, rip! A thunderclap suddenly exploded in Es' ears, and she looked up in shock.
In an instant, a storm of lightning swept in from the sky, like the dawn tearing through all darkness. There stood a slender figure, straight and tall, who had actually forcefully torn through the overwhelming black mist. What met her gaze was a pair of eyes tinged with resignation. He was like a god descending from the heavens.
Chapter 47, Is My Brother Really That Awesome? The air fell silent.
In the oppressive darkness, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly appeared, coming from outside and piercing through the barrier of darkness.
It was actually a palm shrouded in lightning. Rip! The palm exerted force. Its 5 fingers, wrapped in lightning, tore through the darkness, literally ripping it apart. Sunlight streamed in.
It was a figure silhouetted against the light, dressed in ordinary casual clothes. The black mist that had trapped them here, corroding and devouring them, crumbled like fragile infants the moment it touched the lightning.
E stood frozen in place.
The black mist had corroded her mental energy, and for a moment,
she couldn't tell if this was real or just her imagination. Back in her teenage years, E had actually fantasized countless times about someone descending from the heavens at a moment of crisis like this. But she never imagined that one day, her dream would actually come true. Just moments ago, when she was on the brink of despair, she had imagined countless times in her heart that someone would come to save her. But she never expected that the one to save her would be her cousin. That cousin she had always considered ordinary. Yet now, Fong tore through the black mist with his bare hands. The terrifying thunder caused all the darkness in the area to retreat as if it had encountered its nemesis. Whoosh! At that moment, her cousin's figure, reflected in E's line of sight, had long since shed any trace of mediocrity. Fong reached out his hand. In an instant, lightning gathered in his palm, and a dazzling flash of lightning tore through the terrifying black mist with a thunderous roar. Extremely fast, extremely violent. The black mist exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering into countless fragments. The surrounding black mist shuddered, as if deeply afraid of this man, and swiftly retreated of its own accord. The black mist had retreated. A look of joy flashed across E's face, but in the very next moment, her pupils suddenly contracted. Roar! A chilling, agonizing howl erupted. A ghostly, pale figure burst forth, roaring. An anomaly! It was an anomaly with a grotesque, ghost-like appearance. Small and frail, it floated within the black mist, with only its face exposed, a face so deathly pale it was terrifying. Cousin, watch out! E cried out in concern. Fong, seeing this, remained impassive. With one hand, he drew the Tang sword from his waist. As it left its sheath, it produced a sharp, piercing sound. Immediately, Fong swung the blade with fierce force. The blade sliced through the air, trailing a towering fire dragon. The dazzling light illuminated the anomaly's field of vision. It was an incredibly dazzling and blinding strike. The fire trailed a long dragon, pointing straight at the anomaly's brow. The flame patterns on the blade opened and closed like dragon scales, spewing forth fierce flames that burst through the black mist with a crackling roar. Roar! The fire dragon charged through the black mist's lines with unstoppable force. In the face of such overwhelming flames, the black mist shattered with a thunderous crash, as fragile as a cicada's wing. The black mist burst into flames, erupting in ghostly, wailing screams piercing and hoarse. The sensation was particularly terrifying. These horrifying screams filled his ears, making him feel as if he were in hell, witnessing the fires of hell scorching malevolent spirits as they let out terrifying screams. The fire did not merely consume the black mist. The ghostly figure lurking behind the mist was also cleaved apart by that fierce, ruthless strike. The eerie specter let out a wail and perished in the surging sea of fire, its pitiful cry echoing through the air. As the black mist burned away, the surroundings gradually crumbled, revealing patches of the street beyond. Under the blazing sun, the world was restored to the way it had been before they entered the black mist. Along the quiet street, only one or two stray dogs were rummaging through trash cans. No black mist, no walking corpses. It all seemed like a dream. Yet the two who had just emerged from that illusory realm were still shaken to the core, gasping for breath. It's early in the morning. Why are you two out here causing trouble? Finally, it was Fong who broke the silence. It was almost mealtime, and his stomach had already started growling. E seemed to snap out of her daze, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at her cousin. It looked like E was about to be shaken into a spinning top. Seeing things were taking a turn for the worse, Fong, acting like the older brother he was, made up an excuse about going home for dinner and slipped away with E. Back at home, in the living room, Fong and E walked in together, took off their shoes together, but instead of heading to their respective rooms as usual, they stood in the living room staring at each other in silence. Why didn't you say anything sooner? E held it in for a long time, her face flushing red, before finally managing to ask that one sentence. Having lived under the same roof for so long, Fong knew E's temperament well. She wasn't one for many words. This time, having been rescued by her unexpected older brother, she surely had a lot she wanted to say, but all that came out was that one sentence. You didn't ask, Fong replied, looking completely at ease. E was at a loss for words. She really had never asked from the very first day she arrived.
she'd naturally mistaken her cousin for an ordinary person. Thinking of this, a wave of warmth washed over E's heart. Her cousin must have known all along that she was a pioneer and had been secretly protecting her. Otherwise, during the Vine incident last time, the entire squad would have been wiped out. A sudden sense of security welled up inside her. On the path of evolution, she had always been alone. Although they always put on a brave face, deep down they can't help but feel fear and uncertainty. After all, for them the pioneers, the future is filled with countless uncertainties, and no one knows where they might stumble along the way. That's why they're constantly searching for companions, gathering them together, and walking this lonely path side by side. Once she realized this, suddenly turned around.
"Where are you going?"
"To cook." Paused for a moment. "I'll fry a couple extra eggs for you at lunch."
"Wow, you really are a woman of action." Chapter 48, Shadow's Own Mission, posted by Galen. After lunch. Now that the secret was out, Fong no longer avoided and went back to his room to practice. Watched his back, lost in thought. My cousin is actually a pioneer, a 5-star Dominion Stage 1, no less. Could the signs of a breakthrough I saw over there that day have been him? If it really was him, that talent is terrifying. Among everyone I know, only Sister Galen could slightly outshine him. But didn't believe Galen's talent could truly outshine her cousin's. After all, Galen had powerful backing beyond their wildest imaginations, the result of a mountain of resources, while her cousin had achieved everything on his own. A 5-star Dominion stage. That placed him in the top 10% of the Pioneer combat power pyramid. With the added boost of those terrifying high-level attributes, felt her cousin had a bright future ahead of him and could reach heights she could never hope to attain. If my cousin had better resources, he'd definitely be much further along by now. Sighed. Just then, her phone on the table began vibrating incessantly. It was a message from a member of the martial arts Vanguard squad asking about the situation with the beautiful young woman. "Scammed out of 5 Mao in an online romance. Young lady, are you two okay? We just arrived at your location but found you'd already left. Where are you now?" After arriving at the scene, the squad members discovered the battle had already ended, with only traces of combat remaining, so they were very concerned. It took a long time before the beautiful young woman replied. 81-year-old stunning young woman, don't worry, everything's been taken care of. I'm fine, I was just exhausted from earlier, which is why I'm replying so late. Upon hearing this, the group visibly breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the private chat window between the stunning young woman and the conversation from 10 minutes earlier was still displayed. 81-year-old stunning young woman, should we tell them that your cousin saved us? Fangeju, no need. The moment saw the question, she made her decision on the spot. The pioneers currently themselves in a vast, dark forest, unaware of each other's existence and even less certain of each other's strength. In the Great Cataclysm, resources were limited, and limited resources meant competition. In the face of the Great Cataclysm, man is hell to man. Pioneers are natural enemies to one another, and any entity that threatens them is fair game. This is the reality of the present and the foreseeable future. Although her cousin hadn't specifically instructed her to keep it a secret, drawing too much attention was clearly not a wise choice. Thought of Fong's formidable strength. She wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for long, nor did she intend to, but letting it come to light later would be a natural course of events. No need to make a big deal out of it. So the stunning young woman kept Fong's existence under wraps, and when members asked, she brushed it off with a casual mention. As long as everything is fine, that's all that matters. I told you so. There, so what are you guys worried about? Is our prodigy, after all. The group chat returned to its usual flurry of 99+ messages. But soon, a single message interrupted them. It was a mission notification. Shadow's Own Mission Release Notice. Posted by Galen. The moment they saw the poster SID, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button on a lively party. Everyone stopped their conversations at the same time, and the air fell silent. Galen. That ID belonged to the group's highest-ranked fighter, the most mysterious and most powerful person. Without a doubt. Although she rarely spoke in the group, whenever she did,
it was more decisive than muting everyone because not a single word she spoke was superfluous. Her messages were as concise and forceful as military orders.
Galen, Shadow Zone is highly likely related to the dark attribute. Galen, think it through before joining. After saying that, Galen went silent again.
The group remained quiet for a full minute.
Danmo Wenju, I have a premonition that the time of the mana awakening is drawing ever closer.
The world of the future will be far more brutal than we can imagine, and the dark attribute will be the greatest threat humanity faces. Dark attribute anomalies are the most troublesome and unpredictable, and these mutated creatures are the most aggressive, harboring an innate hostility toward humans. The anomalies that have appeared several times before have proven this. If we allow the dark attribute to spread and infect the surrounding areas, it will likely contaminate more creatures, leading to the birth of terrifying anomalies. Therefore, it is necessary to resolve and deal with them in advance.
Danmo Wenju, recently, anomalies in the city have been increasing, and everyone is on edge. Danmo Wenju, we must become stronger to stand firm against the torrent of this era. Let us do our best. Meanwhile,
the person with the ID Galen did not close the group chat immediately after posting the message. Instead, she stayed to watch the chat feed, something she rarely did.
The subsequent group chat messages and Danmo Wenju's remarks all fell one by one into her calm gaze.
After reading it all, she picked up her phone and typed a few lines.
Galen,
Galen, this mission is dangerous, think it through carefully. Galen, however, if you know any reliable, powerful pioneers, feel free to bring them along.
Chapter 49, Heading to the Mission Site. A hefty reward. Early morning.
Sunlight streamed through the curtains into the living room, casting specks of golden light. Fong took a deep breath, slowly bringing the golden sun-breathing art to a close, as a fragrant aroma wafted in from outside the door.
My cousin is making breakfast again.
It really is wonderful to have a cousin who loves to cook. Every day, she comes up with something different for breakfast.
Fong walked out the door and into the dining room.
Yi was already sitting across from him. Breakfast was xiaolong bao. With one bite, the broth burst out.
So satisfying. Fong alternated between a bite of xiaolong bao and a sip of soy milk, feeling a warm glow in his stomach.
Yi sat across from him, eating gracefully, taking small bites of the xiaolong bao. By the time Fong had finished a whole steamer basket, she had barely finished one. Throughout the meal, her beautiful eyes had been fixed on Fong, as if she wanted to say something but held back.
Gulp.
Took a big gulp of soy milk and looked at her helplessly.
If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you staring at me like that? Hearing this, a faint smile actually appeared on Yi's usually expressionless, ice queen face. Cousin, I have a mission here.
I don't know if you're interested. It was posted by someone on my squad.
Have I met her before? Fong recalled the faces she'd seen during the Skyvine incident. Yi shook her head. You haven't tea.
She is very mysterious.
How mysterious?
Very, very mysterious.
Yi's words gave Fong pause.
If even his cousin, a member of the same squad, found her mysterious, then there must be some hidden background behind her. And the mission she posted was likely no small matter either.
What is the mission?
Hearing this, Yi put down her chopsticks and said with a serious expression.
Cousin, have you ever heard of the Shadow Zone? Shadow Zone. Fong really hadn't heard of it.
According to the mission description, it's a mysterious region shrouded in the dark attribute. It's extremely dangerous, and the government has never explored it in depth. Rumor has it that it's the cradle of anomalies, the origin of all anomalies. Many of the anomalies in our city right now may have seeped out from there.
Yi's tone was somber. This mission was indeed very difficult.
Danmo Wenju had also mentioned that the dark attribute was the most troublesome of all, and the Shadow Zone was a haven for anomalies.
To complete the mission, they'd have to assemble a powerful vanguard team. Ordinary pioneers would only slow the group down if they went in.
So when she heard Galen's request, Yi immediately thought of her cousin. Her cousin was a 5-star Dominion stage with a high-tier attribute. Yi knew his combat prowess better than anyone.
After hearing Yi's description, images of several anomalies Fong had encountered before flashed through his mind. The Shadow Zone, a place shrouded in the dark attribute? Judging from anomalies we've encountered so far, the dark attribute is indeed a tough opponent, murderous and filled with hostility toward humans. Is this a mutated trait of the dark attribute? Fong recalled the rabbit they killed at the very beginning.
When it appeared, it was already covered in blood. It must have injured someone, fought with a human, and then escaped, revealing its murderous nature. Then there were the giant snake and the small beast that trapped the Ether Guild in that abandoned factory on that rainy night. Both possessed sentience and even cooperated to set up traps to surround and kill their prey, clearly intent on eliminating the pioneer. Cunning and bloodthirsty, these are the hallmarks of the dark attribute. If they all escaped from the Shadow Zone, then just how terrifying must the Shadow Zone itself be? And there's one more crucial point. They're incredibly cunning. They seem to be deliberately avoiding the military defenses along the city's borders. Although we don't know exactly how they're doing it, anomalies are appearing more and more frequently within the city now, to the point where they're becoming impossible to contain. So, a trip to the Shadow Zone is now a matter of urgent necessity. Furrowed her brow deeply. She could sense that this mission was extremely dangerous, far beyond their usual minor skirmishes. It was a place about which even the government had very little information. It was filled entirely with anomalies mutated by the darkness attribute. But to fully protect ordinary people, they, the pioneers, had to go in. Sure, whenever you guys are heading out, I'll come with you. Fong hardly gave it a second thought and agreed without hesitation. He'd always been curious about the dark attribute, so this was the perfect opportunity to check it out. Nodded. Let us go right now. The sun hung high in the sky, illuminating every inch of the city. The cicadas chirped incessantly, and the sunlight stretched everyone's shadows long. The subway station. A man and a woman walked through the turnstiles. Fong and It was packed. People everywhere. Had been holding a cup of milk tea at first, but as soon as she stepped onto the subway, the drink was knocked out of her hand by the crowd and ended up spilling all over some poor soul's clothes. So many people. Fong looked at the teeming sea of heads and sighed deeply. It's still a bit early for rush hour. Does it really have to be this crowded? We're lucky we even got on the train. E's face remained expressionless as her fingers tapped rapidly on her phone screen. She was likely coordinating with Shadow Zone in the group chat. By the way, the pay for this mission is 1 million per person. Whoa. 1 million? Fong looked up. That much? For an ordinary person, 1 million would be enough to buy a house and retire.
What kind of astronomical pay was this? Noticed Fong's astonished gaze and curved her lips slightly. That's why Sister Gallon is so mysterious. With the missions she handles, the pay flows in like water. Any one of them could keep you set for a year provided you're capable of completing her missions. Gallon, that seemed to be the mysterious person SID. Fong couldn't help but feel a bit more fond of this mysterious figure. Nothing else, just because she was so generous. If there is another opportunity like this in the future, please be sure to include me. Ding. The train had arrived at the station. Fong and had been standing there, holding onto the handrails. As it happened, 2 passengers got off right in front of them, freeing up 2 seats, one for each of them. With 10 stops left to their destination, standing the whole way would have left their legs aching. The siblings exchanged a glance and, without a word, sat down. 10 stops, that's another hour. Good thing we got seats. Looked at the map on her phone and let out a soft sigh. The locations of these cataclysms were always different, so every time she rushed over, she couldn't avoid the exhausting journey. What was even worse was that she was already a bit prone to motion sickness. Every time she got off the bus, she felt like she'd lost half her life. Fong was also uncomfortable. How could these seats on the bus possibly compare to the recliner at home? Thinking of the generous pay, he made up his mind. Once this mission is over, we'll buy a car as soon as we get back. That way, we won't have to squeeze onto buses or subways anymore. I'm in. EE's beautiful eyes lit up. Just then, the doors closed. A new wave of passengers surged onto the subway. A middle-aged woman with a child struggled to make her way through the crowd, her eyes scanning the car. When she spotted Fong, her eyes lit up instantly. Young man, could you please give up your seat? He barely had time to warm the seat before the woman ruthlessly snatched it away. Fong was left at a loss for words. Chapter 50, a female version of Bo Yang? Shadow Zone's lost tempering flower. Inside a private high-rise towering into the clouds, a silent young girl stood before a desk. She had delicate features and an outstanding aura, seemingly surrounded by a chill that made people hold their breath for fear of disturbing her. Galen. Can they pull it off? Asked a uniformed pioneer standing nearby, his brow furrowed. The Shadow Zone is treacherous. As soon as you enter, you're sealed off by a dark attribute mist. Our people can't get any information from inside at all. This mission is essentially like walking in the dark. His words were met with deafening silence. The issue was simply too weighty. To this day, the nation has never successfully extended its reach into the Shadow Zone. Previously, they had sent a team to probe the area near the Shadow Zone to gather intelligence, but the losses were devastating. Those individuals were corrupted by the dark attributes and still lie unconscious in the medical center. The dangers of the Shadow Zone are far beyond what the current pioneers can handle. Without a doubt, this is an extremely dangerous mission. Besides, the item we're after this time, even the specialized squad from the Mana Cultivation Association couldn't retrieve it when they went in. Can these ordinary pioneers really pull it off? The pioneer spoke again, his tone growing increasingly uncertain. The Ether Guild consists of state-certified pioneers. While their combat strength doesn't match that of the military, their squads are organized to complement one another. Specializing in handling various anomalous missions, they can actually achieve an element of surprise when faced with situations like this. The last Ether Guild squad to enter the Shadow Zone, codenamed Swordbearers, had previously carried out multiple Class C anomaly elimination missions. The members trusted one another and worked seamlessly together. Logically, they should have returned with some results. Yet even this team returned from the Shadow Zone without bringing back any information, and 2 members were injured. Since then, the Shadow Zone has been classified as an A-level zone, with the note, information cannot be extracted at this time. Unknown dangers require brave souls to venture in at the risk of their lives. This is the other side of the world, one that other pioneers know nothing about. Upon hearing this, Galen looked up at the window. Outside the window, a pool of dark clouds had gathered at some point, hanging heavily overhead and evoking an inexplicable sense of tragedy, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it. A moment later, she spoke softly. We have no choice. The Xia Kingdom's elite core combat forces are our greatest bargaining chip in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the Mana Awakening. Their existence is no different from a nuclear bomb. Simply having them stationed there serves as a reassuring presence, giving the Xia Kingdom the time to develop peacefully alongside other factions. But now, one of them is on the brink of death, and we must obtain the lost tempering flower from the Shadow Zone to save him. So, this trip to the Shadow Zone we have no choice but to go. A look of determination flashed in Galen's eyes. Seeing this, Pioneer, standing beside her, paused for a moment before whispering, understood. Galen said nothing more. She saw a message from Feng Heju in the group chat, asking to bring her cousin along on this mission. The squad heading into the Shadow Zone was gradually growing. After the Pioneer beside her left the room, Galen paused briefly. She lowered her head, looking at the terrifying extent of Huang Tian's injuries displayed in the data, and a rare hint of concern flashed in her eyes. Uncle Wu was an elder who watched me grow up. Even if it's just for that bond, I must obtain the lost tempering flower. The subway station exit. A teeming crowd surged out like a swarm of ants spilling forth, flowing from one exit to another. Fang and Yi were pushed out by the tide of people. Brother! I'm buying a car. I have to buy a car. As soon as I get back, I'm heading straight to the dealership to seal the deal. Fang took deep breaths of fresh air. The thick, stinking smell of sweat mixed with cheap perfume inside the train car had nearly pickled him. Since becoming a pioneer, this was the first time he'd ever resented his keen sense of smell so much. I'm all for it, you. Before he could finish her sentence, she threw up. After she leaned against the trash can and vomited until she was dizzy,
Fong handed her a bottle of water.
You're really pushing yourself running around like this even though you're feeling this sick.
Yi rinsed her mouth and drank the water. Her palm-sized face was as white as paper, and her lips were completely bloodless. She looked like a patient who just snuck out of the hospital after having her tubes removed. Even in this state, she didn't forget to bravely scroll through the map on her phone to give Fong directions.
Let us go, we need to meet up.
The meeting spot was located in the middle of a desolate wasteland. The Shadow Zone itself was an extremely unique space that required a specific method to enter, so they had agreed to meet at the nearest barren area.
By the time Fong and Yi arrived, a small group of people was already standing there. A group of 5 men and women stood on the open ground.
They were of varying ages. Some looked like college students, while others appeared to be in their 40s or 50s.
Zhao Meng was the youngest looking one among them.
She was only a little older than Yi, a sophomore this year, and was indeed
the youngest.
But with her good looks and stylish sense of fashion, she stood out in the crowd. At that moment, she was looking around restlessly.
Where's Yi? Hasn't she arrived yet? That's strange. Ever since you went through thick and thin with Yi, you've suddenly started caring about her a lot more.
Another girl chewed on a lollipop, looking at Zhao Meng suspiciously. She was the one who'd been scammed out of a huge sum of 5 mao in an online romance. She wore a black eye patch over her left eye year-round, revealing only one amber eye that darted about, giving her a somewhat cute look.
You're imagining things.
I've always cared about Yi, Zhao Meng protested.
I don't believe you.
The two were about to get into a childish argument. Suddenly, Zhao Meng spotted a figure appearing behind her in the distance, and her eyes lit up.
Hey!
Over here! Before Lu Jiahe could even react, Zhao Meng had already darted forward in a single bound. The next second, she was right in front of Yi. Her speed was mind-boggling.
Yi, ahem, cousin? What a coincidence you're here too.
Zhao Meng rushed up to Fong, came to a screeching halt, then lowered her head slightly, a strange blush spreading across her cheeks.
She looked, actually a little shy? Am I going blind?
Lu Jiahe rubbed her eyes and looked again. Her cheeks were still flushed.
Holy crap. Looks like my other eye's gone bad too.
Zhao Meng stood before Yi and Fong with a faint blush on her cheeks, like a weight on the scale, showing no intention of moving out of the way. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Yi was a bit surprised and took the initiative to greet her.
Hello, gorgeous young wife. Hearing that username, Zhao Meng's lips twitched.
She suddenly felt that the username she'd casually come up with sounded pretty tacky when someone actually called her by it.
Are you Yi's cousin? Lu Jiahe had slipped up beside them at some point and was squinting at Fong. Yeah, what's up? Fong raised an eyebrow. Lu Jiahe shook her head.
She couldn't shake the feeling that this cousin looked somewhat familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. She'd caught a glimpse of Fong's profile back when she was playing as Vine. She'd even become a bit of a fangirl for him at one point. But the situation that day had been too perilous. It was just a fleeting glimpse, and Lu Jiahe had never once considered connecting that hero shrouded in a rainbow-colored cloud to Yi's cousin standing right in front of her.
For the moment, all that remained was an indescribable sense of familiarity. But, Yi, your cousin is a pioneer too? Doesn't that mean your whole family is full of geniuses? What incredible genes! Lu Jiahe said enviously.
She'd always felt that her journey to becoming a pioneer was too lonely, so she wanted to find someone to travel with. If she had a powerful pioneer cousin of her own training together, searching for the great cosmic shift, how amazing that would feel.
Is your cousin even better than you? Lu Jiahe asked Yi on the sly. Yi nodded, much better than me. Whoa! Lu Jiahe was stunned. Yi herself was a prodigy and a cousin so young who was even better than her? What kind of monsters are you people? A family of prodigies? That's so jealous-inducing. Cousin, is this your first mission? I had no idea you were Yi's cousin. What a coincidence! Yi and I are as close as sisters. If her cousin is my cousin, then well, anything goes. Cousin, do you want some water? Or a drink? I'll go buy some. Just as Lu Jiahe was wallowing in envy and resentment, she heard Zhao Meng's voice chattering away right next to her ear. That tone had made her touch her arm. Goosebumps were popping up all over. "You're being way too enthusiastic. A female version of Bo Yang?" Lu Jiahe gently tugged at Zhao Meng's shirt tail, signaling her to tone it down a bit. "Anyone who didn't know better would think your cousin had saved your life." However, Zhao Meng didn't seem to notice at all. "I don't need anything." Fong declined her offer with a hint of exasperation. This girl was just too enthusiastic. It was really overwhelming. The group walked side by side toward the wasteland. The other three had arrived early and had already been waiting for quite a while. Earlier, when they saw Fong and Yi, that pretty girl, walking over together, some in the group had already looked a bit displeased. When they saw Zhao Meng immediately rush over to ask after her well-being, with the cute Lu Jiahe tagging along, one of them's expression darkened even further. Chapter 51, The Gorgeous Young Wife. "Cousin, warm me up a little, will you?" Within the group, a middle-aged pioneer watched the scene, sighed, furrowed his brow slightly, and spoke with a hint of criticism. "Pioneers these days, they're getting younger and younger. I hope you'll all prove reliable later on." Judging by the aura he exuded, this man was a 4-star Dominion stage player, a true expert. Seeing that these were all young people, it was only natural for him to be wary of them. But the condescending tone of his voice was thoroughly off-putting. "What does this guy mean?" Zhao Meng felt a bit annoyed. This man and the other two standing beside him were all middle-aged, and the implication behind his words was clearly that he looked down on them young people. They were on the same team and they hadn't even entered yet, and already there was internal strife? Suddenly, someone gently tugged at her arm. Lu Jiahe shook her head at Zhao Meng, signaling her not to cause trouble. This operation was organized by Sister Galen, and these people were from her group. If they caused a scene now, not only would it put Sister Galen in a difficult position, but since they were all on the same team, it would also jeopardize the mission. Zhao Meng glanced at Fong and Yi's calm expressions, said nothing more, and simply dropped one line. "Mind your own business. Just make sure you don't get scared out of your wits later." After speaking, she stole a glance at Fong. Humph, a 5-star expert at the Dominion stage and a high-tier attribute pioneer, no less. She couldn't wait to see the look on their faces in a moment. "Everyone's here. Let us go in." The middle-aged man glanced at them as mana surged through his hands, as if he detouched something. The gates of the Shadow Zone swung open before them. The next second, everyone's pupils contracted in shock. Even Zhao Meng's lovely complexion turned pale in an instant. Black. Absolute black filled their field of vision. Thick black mist shaped this place into a monotonous space of nothing but white and black. The mist was everywhere, like a dark beast devouring everything, submerging everyone in a sticky blackness. This was a realm paved by the dark attribute, chilly and damp throughout, exuding a repulsive stench. What is this feeling? It's so disgusting, I feel like throwing up. I feel like I'm in a hospital morgue, no, on a mass grave. My nose is filled with the stench of rotting corpses and the metallic, bloody smell of brain matter and bodily fluids. Is this the Shadow Zone? They encountered dark attribute anomalies before, but none had ever caused such intense nausea. Now, having just stepped into the Shadow Zone, they instantly felt an unbearable wave of nausea wash over them. This discomfort was a double blow, both psychological and physical, and felt like pure torture. Some turned pale, others, even worse, let out a wah, and vomited on the spot. Against the backdrop of the darkness attribute, even the smell of the vomit didn't seem quite as foul. This is the suppressing effect the darkness attribute has on other awakener, a powerful, corrosive sensation, or perhaps a form of contamination that drastically reduces an awakener's strength. If ordinary people were to live in this atmosphere for a long time, their lifespans would be shortened. This is also why the government is so opposed to anomalies entering the city. The middle-aged man explained, frowning. Before coming here, he had encountered numerous dark attribute anomalies. He detested those anomalies with a passion, eager to kill them, and his hands were stained with the blood of many dark anomalies. Therefore, he was exceptionally sensitive to this aura and hated it all the more. The middle-aged man's warning put everyone on high alert.
Although his manner of speaking left something to be desired, he was a genuine, powerful pioneer.
With someone like him leading the way, their chances of survival were actually higher. On the journey ahead,
to conserve as much energy as possible and minimize contamination from the dark attribute anomaly, everyone fell silent. A heavy silence blanketed the entire shadow zone.
Cough, cough.
In the darkness, soft coughs rang out from time to time. Everyone was doing their best to resist the corruption of the dark attribute, and their voices grew increasingly weak.
Cough, cough.
A suppressed, soft cough sounded from Fang's side. Yi covered her mouth and nose with her hand, her brows slightly furrowed, looking extremely uncomfortable. She was already prone to motion sickness, and having stepped directly into the embrace of the darkness attribute on the way here, her already weakened body was now suffering even more.
Her face grew even paler by the second. Fawn let out a soft sigh.
He reached out, silently placing a hand on her back and patting it gently twice.
The next moment, Yi's body trembled, and her eyes widened.
She felt as though the spot where the large hand had touched her back had been bathed in the gentle
click. Ah! Someone let out a soft gasp.
He saw the withered plant he'd just stepped on contort into a grotesque shape, its branches and leaves sprouting like tumors and emitting an eerie glow. The ground was covered with a thin layer of black mold with every step. It felt as if he were treading on the pulse of death, accompanied by waves of spine-chilling sounds.
Sometimes she could even hear faint whispers, their source unknown.
Once a person set foot in this kind of area, even if they did nothing but stay there for a long time, they would go mad from the unbearable pressure. There were plenty of precedents for this.
We entered the shadow zone.
There are many anomalies lurking in the darkness around here, and they're all extremely powerful. Be very careful.
Pan, the middle-aged man, whispered. Suddenly,
the darkness before them grew even deeper. The path beneath their feet, which they had barely been able to make out before, was now completely shrouded in pitch blackness. Visibility was down to half a meter. Looking to the sides, they saw nothing but thick, impenetrable darkness. They could only see the path ahead with the aid of special equipment.
Lu Jaha produced a special lantern from somewhere, illuminating the path ahead and casting a hazy glow. Deep within the darkness, a vast number of anomalies lay in wait.
The anomalies that had stormed into the city accounted for no more than 30% of the Shadow Zone's total population. The remaining 70% were all within this Shadow Zone, silently watching from some unknown corner, patiently waiting for this group of delicious pioneers to step into their traps. Everyone instinctively braced themselves and huddled closer together.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air.
The man holding the lantern staggered and let out a startled cry. What was that?
He saw a shadow flash by. The faint light illuminated the path ahead, revealing only a blurry silhouette.
A massive black figure charged toward them, its eyes eerie and dark.
Its body was covered in cracks and festering sores, with blood and rotting fur clinging to it, emitting a nauseating stench of decay as if it were a specter crawling out of a grave.
Holy shit! It's a dark attribute anomaly.
The ground had absorbed far too much darkness. The dark power it contained was even greater than that of the cat demon itself. Pan sighed, glanced at Fang and the others, and shook his head helplessly.
It's obvious as day. Don't just stand there doing nothing.
After saying this, he sighed.
What on earth was going on with that woman?
The teammates she'd assigned him, one more unreliable than the next. The Shadow Zone wasn't something you could just waltz into. There were countless anomalies in here. The corrupted cat demon that had just appeared was likely just the weakest one of them all. Yet when it charged at them just now, that guy had stood there as if he'd been scared stiff.
Pan felt a bit puzzled again.
Actually, when he intervened just now, he sensed a very powerful force, one different from the might of dark attributes. It was an extremely explosive, unfamiliar sense of suppression that made even his heart race.
That aura was fleeting.
It was as if a powerful being had been about to strike but suddenly held back.
Was it an illusion?
Pan glanced once more at the group behind him, especially Yi.
Her movements just now, hadn't she been about to strike? Could it have been her? After dispatching the cat demon, the party continued on their way.
Meanwhile, cold sweat beaded on Zhao Meng's forehead.
How terrifying! She wasn't referring to the rotting cat demon, but to Fong. Fong he was truly terrifying.
She had clearly seen Fong's hand rest on the hilt of the long sword at his waist just now.
In that instant,
Zhao Meng felt as if she were about to die. It was as if she had stepped directly into the great sun itself. The sunlight engulfed her completely, and searing flames swirled and burned across her body. She felt as though she were about to melt. Fortunately, just as she was about to reach her limit,
Fong withdrew his hand.
That terrifying, oppressive aura vanished without a trace.
However, just as she was beginning to relax, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from the horizon.
Anyone who had lived by the sea for years would instantly recognize it as the sound of waves crashing against the shore.
Strange. Why would there be the sound of waves?
The lantern bearer looked up and her eyes widened instantly.
Sure enough, there were waves on the horizon.
A colossal wave of black energy instantly engulfed the ground, turning it entirely black. The blackness spread, carrying an intense, putrid stench that was incredibly powerful.
It was the ultimate form of the darkness attribute.
In the blink of an eye, the darkness attribute coalesced into a towering tidal wave, transforming into thousands of surging waves that raged skyward.
Whoosh!
Instantly, the black waves rolled from far away toward Fong and his companions, their imposing presence sweeping toward them with overwhelming force. The squad members were horrified.
What is going on? What is that? Why does the aura of the darkness attribute suddenly feel so much stronger? What is going on with those waves? Is the ocean contaminated by the darkness attribute? Why are they heading straight for us? That sudden burst of energy is terrifying. For a moment, everyone wore expressions of sheer terror. And Pan, his eyes bloodshot, uttered 4 words in disbelief. Dark tide? What is going on? How could the dark tide of the Shadow Zone erupt at a time like this?
That thing is the ultimate manifestation of the dark attribute. It's a corruption that devours everything.
Our plan clearly avoided the day of the tide. Why is it appearing now? The dark attribute has actually forced the tide to coalesce, turning the entire Shadow Zone into a wasteland of doom. Now the entire entrance has been sealed off.
When the dark tide erupts, the Shadow Zone falls instantly. Not even the anomalies within can escape it.
Damn it!
At this very moment, on the other side of the screen, a slender figure watched the surveillance feed of the various squads entering the Shadow Zone, her beautiful eyes narrowing sharply. The dark tide clearly wasn't supposed to appear at this time. They had calculated everything to the utmost extent possible. Yet it appeared all the same. And what's more, it appeared in Squad 3, the squad with the weakest overall strength and the most outsider pioneers.
Once the dark tide unfolds, the entire surrounding area will be engulfed in utter darkness, impossible to enter, impossible to leave. Team 3, how on earth did they run into this monstrosity?
Chapter 53, One Stroke of Cremation, The Art of the Nine-Dragon Seal.
Shadow Zone.
At that moment, everyone froze.
It was as if they were seeing black waves.
They could faintly hear the roar of the ocean, like a furious giant beast bellowing to the heavens. The sound of wave upon wave gradually drew nearer, making them feel as if they were standing on the shore, watching colossal waves rising from the deep sea to pierce the sky, surging toward the shore to devour everything in their path.
What is this? Is that seawater? Why can I hear the sound of the ocean? Is there even an ocean in this Shadow Zone? What is the dark tide? Froze.
She felt a powerful sense of unease, a feeling even more terrifying than when she defaced those vines earlier, sending chills down her spine. The sound of these waves harbored an utterly terrifying danger. She sensed that many auras all around her had suddenly been exposed. These were anomalies within the Shadow Zone. They had underestimated the sheer number of them here.
Life forms were already endless, and a place like this was teeming with all manner of frantic mutated creatures. And now, they had all been flushed out by the dark tide. Visible to the naked eye,
a massive fox demon darted out, its rotting fur contrasting with its crimson eyes. From a distance, it lashed out with an enormous, monstrous tail and suddenly lunged toward them.
Boom! Smashed its head with a single slap. But it was no use. In the darkness, a terrifying surge suddenly swept through.
From a distance, a massive vortex appeared, like towering waves, and countless anomalies emerged like a dense swarm of black dots.
Everyone, cousin! E clutched Fanya's sleeve tightly, her eyes brimming with tears.
She had imagined the scene of her own death countless times. From the very first day she became a pioneer, she knew that day would inevitably come,
but she never imagined it would arrive so quickly. Dark attribute. Their mana was suppressed, and their power was restricted. And now, this terrifying tide engulfed everything, a direct threat to their lives. It's over. Am I going to die here?
Her legs had already begun to give way, she could no longer run. Her consciousness gradually faded. She thought she saw her cousin gently pat her on the shoulder.
The next second. Boom! Crash! The sound of the tide suddenly fell silent. The sound of a sword being drawn rang out abruptly, and immediately, a terrifying flash of fire like a galloping dragon slashed violently toward them. The entire black ocean was instantly dyed red by the blaze as the blazing flames erupted. Boom! 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 Centered on Fanya's location. Every anomaly in the vicinity, every terrifying figure exploded into pieces in an instant. A fire dragon surged through the tidal waves. That powerful and terrifying sealing technique suddenly blossomed amidst the overwhelming blaze. All the pioneers of Squad 3 witnessed a scene that filled them with dread. That terrifying tide that had forced them to flee all along, and those anomalous creatures lurking on the sidelines. At that moment, they were all firmly trapped within a ring of fire as thick as a finger, suspended in midair. It was as if time itself had been frozen. That towering black wave was also blocked by the ring of fire, coming to a complete halt just 1 meter away from them. It was as if the ring of fire had sealed it off. Everyone was stunned. What is this? The black tide has been stopped? What a powerful fire attribute! It's simply unbelievable. Fire attribute a seal? Pan's eyes widened in shock. He could sense the powerful aura of a seal contained within that flame, a terrifying force akin to 9 dragons, like a massive mountain, crushing down upon the dark tide. The dark attribute was pressed back by this ultimate sealing power, unable to advance any further, which was why it had been stopped in its tracks. His expression changed, and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He can seal the darkness attribute? How is that possible? The dark tide is the ultimate concentration of the darkness attribute, coalesced into a tidal wave that devours and corrupts all living things without mercy. Even anomalies are no match for it, only higher tier attributes can barely withstand it. Yet he stopped the tide's onslaught with a single stroke. Who exactly is he? In an instant, a scene of utter disbelief was reflected in everyone's eyes. The black tide churned and surged, a foul, fishy stench assaulting their senses as it advanced like a tsunami. The massive waves crashed and splashed, yet they could not break through the barrier formed by the ring of fire. The next second, Fong flickered his finger. The ring of fire slowly contracted with every inch it shrank, the tide was forced to shrink by a corresponding circle. Gradually, the ring of fire shrank to the size of a palm, and the terrifying tide was confined within that narrow ring, reduced to a pool of black water. The raging tide had been trapped within the ring of fire. Beside him, the pioneers, whose hearts had been in their throats moments before, were all left dumbfounded. The dark tide. A terrifying calamity that devours all. Was it sealed away just like that? Sealed? Pan stared blankly at the scene, feeling as though his worldview had been shattered. You've got to be kidding me. The dark tide was sealed just like that? The dark attribute which even the military's powerful high starers struggle with was trapped by a single ring of fire? A young man who looks like a college student is actually that powerful? For a moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Fawn became incredibly complex. Then, in the next instant, the person in the monitoring room kept her eyes fixed on Team 3, watching them being chased by the tide. They had already given up struggling, but the moment she saw that slash, her gaze suddenly froze, and then she witnessed the scene of the fire ring sealing it. He sealed the dark attribute? Chapter 54, Dark Attribute Ability, Infinite Shadow Realm. The heavenly fire trembled as a terrifying sealing power forcefully suppressed the darkness. The black tide surged with the ring of fire, its surface covered in fine cracks resembling shattering glass, as if the dark attribute within were struggling to break free. Whoosh! Another stroke of heavenly fire sliced through the air. Raging flames erupted directly on the surface of the black water, instantly bringing it to a boil. Vaguely visible within were several dragon-like forms swimming about, a truly terrifying sight. Under this merciless fiery onslaught, the black water transformed into thick black mist, drifting out of the ring of fire and emitting a pungent, foul odor. For a moment, the air fell silent. As the saying goes, water and fire are natural enemies. When fire meets water, either the fire is extinguished or the water evaporates. It's immediately clear which is stronger and which is weaker. But the problem was that was a tide formed from a high-level dark attribute. The dark attribute was supremely domineering, corroding everything in its path, and yet, right now, it was actually being vaporized into water vapor by this fire? The man stood in front of E, his posture straight. He flipped his tang sword in his hand and sheathed it at his waist, sealing the all-consuming tide of darkness within the ring of fire, then spoke calmly. This seal won't last long, there is too much darkness. So, let us get through there as quickly as possible. Those words seemed to snap everyone out of their daze. They all came to their senses, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Fong. Zhao Meng was the first to burst into tears with a wail. The relief of having survived such an ordeal was simply too much for her to contain. Cousin, sniffle, sniffle, you've saved me yet again. I have no way to repay you, I can only offer myself to you. Sealing the tide of darkness with a single stroke, is this even a real human being? Holy crap, he is a freak of nature. My knees are shaking, all I want to do right now is kneel before him. Seriously, I feel like I can't even hold my head up in front of him. Kneeling would be more fitting for our relationship. This is the first time the word genius has ever had a face. An awesome hunk like that should definitely play with fire. At that moment, Pan gazed at that figure with a deeply complex expression. What had he said before coming in? Oh, don't hold me back. Now it seemed those 4 words should be directed at everyone else, including himself, because in his presence, everyone else was nothing more than deadweight. You. Pan let out a bitter laugh. At first, he thought these young people were unreliable. He felt his teammates for this mission had been chosen too hastily and might hold him back, so he harbored some resentment. But now, watching that single slash, he could only say one thing. Holy shit, are all young people this fierce these days? Pan put aside his contempt and looked at them with respect. And at that moment, although the dark tide had been trapped within the ring of fire, boiling and burning, its terrifying dark aura had transformed into steam and continued to seep out, its putrid stench lingering like a persistent specter. As everyone moved forward, they deliberately avoided the ring of fire, fearing that the dark attribute might break free and spill out. The terrifying oppressive pressure of the tide still left them trembling with fear. Fong brought up the rear. At that moment, with everyone's backs turned to him, no one noticed the faint glow flickering within Fong's pitch-black pupils. Strong dark attribute fluctuations detected just now. Activating ultimate computing power, coding in progress. Coding successful. You have acquired the dark attribute ability, Infinite Shadow Realm. Effect, pulls opponents into a sealed space of black mist. Within this space, they will be eroded by the dark attribute, and their strength will be reduced by 30%. The appearance of the dark tide was not entirely without benefit. While the dark attribute was sealed, the cultivation technique had already been successfully programmed. The Shadow Realm? A special domain? As long as I activate this domain, I can forcibly drag my opponent into it. The horror of the dark attribute lies in the fact that it is a power beyond human understanding and control, an existence that transcends the natural order, a force that human pioneers can never master. It wasn't just her. At that moment, in front of the surveillance screen, Galen's expression shifted several times as her gaze settled on that person's face. Team 3 actually survived? They made it through that dark tide that annihilates all living things? Thoughts churned in her mind.
That squad was led only by Pan and the 3 veteran members overall. They were the weakest.
They'd been assigned the most remote route, yet they encountered an extremely rare dark tide.
Even more unexpected was that one of them had actually managed to seal the dark attribute. She flipped through the documents in her hands. Each squad had a simple roster on file, and hidden within was that person's information.
Fong, EE's cousin. In the footage, Squad 3 was steadily approaching their destination along the designated route. The deeper they went, the more anomalies appeared. Suddenly, boom!
A rotting leopard burst forth, its mottled, faded fur emanating a nauseating stench of decay. The leopard's eyes were dull and lifeless. It should have been nothing more than a dying carcass, yet its rotting body was stronger and more powerful than a muscle-bound one. A sickening yet overwhelming sense of oppression washed over them, the hallmark of the dark attribute.
Roar! The leopard let out a furious roar and charged straight at Squad 3. But just then,
one member of the squad moved, suddenly unleashing a roundhouse kick.
In an instant, a crackling sound filled the air.
The leopard let out a wail as blood spurted wildly.
E withdrew her leg and continued walking deeper into the cave without even glancing back. The same scene played out again and again. Abnormalities kept surging out, but they weren't even a match for Pan and E. With Fong's solar attribute mitigating the corruption of the darkness attribute, and the aftereffects of her motion sickness gradually fading, E handled most of the abnormalities.
Occasionally, when they encountered 1 or 2 abnormalities they couldn't handle, Fong would step in at just the right moment.
Boom!
Rocks ahead. The heavens and earth had shifted, the world had been rewritten.
How many pioneers had prided themselves on being extraordinary? How many had broken free from their shackles?
Everyone believed they could defy the heavens and rewrite their fate, yet the moment they laid eyes on someone like Fong, their proud spines were crushed beneath the weight of his presence.
And then,
Pan shifted his gaze from Fong to E standing beside him.
This must be his cousin, right?
Just now, E had struck several times with exceptional precision. Her techniques were decisive, and she remained unflinching in the face of danger. Although she fell slightly short of her prodigious cousin, reaching 3 stars at the Dominion stage at such a young age meant she had a bright future ahead.
Sigh.
Thinking of this, Pan couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
These young people today, not a single one's strength should be underestimated.
From now on, he must never again look down on these pillars of the nation. An old saying popped into his head: the waves behind push the waves ahead perish in ugh, that's way too unlucky.
Cousin.
Suddenly, a girl's voice broke the silence, and a radiant smile caught Fong's eye.
Zhao Meng jogged over and squeezed in beside Fong.
She was getting more and more comfortable calling him cousin. It rolled off her tongue even more naturally than he, his actual cousin, did.
What's up? Fong looked at her. I brought some energizing gum. The darkness along the way really takes a toll.
It might not do much, but it's really sweet. Zhao Meng pulled out some gum and stuffed it into Fong and ES hands. Zhao Meng, actually, that 81-year-old stunning young wife username was just something I made up on a whim. I'm only 18 this year and I'm definitely not a young wife. Zhao Meng stole a glance at Fong out of the corner of her eye.
Fong nodded slightly. The gum tastes great. Does it?
As long as it tastes good, that's all that matters.
I'll buy this flavor from now on.
Zhao Meng, as if she'd just been praised, happily returned to the group. Lu Jiahe, standing next to her, rolled her eyes at Zhao Meng's giddy expression.
Didn't you say this flavor tasted as bad as shit and told us to avoid it? Are you going to buy it every day from now on? Zhao Meng looked serious. You don't understand.
To win a man's heart, you have to win his stomach first,
Lu Jiahe.
Zhao Meng had now turned into Fong's die-hard fan. Oh, wait, his wife-obsessed fan, and every word she spoke was steeped in an overwhelming aura of adoration. However, Lu Jiahe recalled Fong's mind-blowing sealing technique and silently rummaged through her own pockets. Cousin, I have candy 2 grapefruit flavor.
It's better than hers. Want to try some? Zhao Meng? Just then,
the group suddenly came to a halt. Zhao Mang and Lu Jiahe stopped their fooling around and looked over curiously. Pan, who had been leading the way, stopped in his tracks and gazed at the eerie field of bones before them. "We're here," Pan said, his voice trembling. Before them lay a vast graveyard. The black soil gave off a strong, putrid stench, permeated with the scent of death. A thick layer of black dust covered the ground, as if time had come to a standstill here. White bones were scattered across the ground, some broken, others neatly arranged. Tattered scraps of clothing were wedged between the cracks in the soil, and among them lay a bracelet split in half. Fang noticed that the design of the bracelet looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. Amidst the sea of black, a single white flower bloomed strikingly, swaying gently and exuding an air of mystery and nobility, as if it could wash away all the darkness in the world. The lost tempering flower. That's the lost tempering flower. We actually found it. Wu is saved. The pillar of the Xia kingdom won fall. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but shudder with joy, overcome with elation. The very reason they had come on this journey was the lost tempering flower. It was said that a powerful high-ranking official of the Xia kingdom had suffered severe injuries, and only the lost tempering flower could heal him. Now, the lost tempering flower, symbol of hope and the future, was right before their eyes. The mission objective of this journey was about to be accomplished. Based on experience, Squad 3 would next face an all-out assault from surrounding anomalies. The land where the lost tempering flower grew lay deep within the shadow zone. The anomalies there, corrupted by the darkness, were savage, murderous, and bloodthirsty, far more brutal than those on the outskirts. For a pioneer to venture in there was like a lamb walking into the lioness den. But Galen wasn't particularly worried about Team 3's safety, thanks to that slender figure in their ranks. Fong. To be honest, her entire focus had been on him throughout the journey, especially after witnessing his prowess. She suddenly felt that those anomalies were likely to back down. Die? Or retreat? It was a simple choice. Throughout their journey, whenever Fong struck, he killed the anomalies with a single blow, never needing a second strike. The more effortless he appeared, the greater the deterrent effect on the anomalies. The anomalies were incredibly cunning. Haven't you noticed that after Fong struck, fewer and fewer anomalies blocked their path? They barely encountered any on the second half of their journey. That speaks volumes. Picking on the weak and fearing the strong is an animal's nature. Fong was simply too formidable. Going head-to-head with him was simply impossible. That blade of flame that rained down from the sky was exceptionally intense and majestic. It didn't even look like fire, but rather resembled a solar attribute. Sure enough. Just as Galen had predicted, Team 3's harvest of the lost tempering flower was smooth and effortless, with not a single obstacle in their way. Watching Fong pick the lost tempering flower, even they were stunned. Zhao Meng went so far as to ask Pan directly, "Is that enough?" "That's enough," Pan nodded emphatically. "Have we got the million yet?" "We'll get it as soon as we get back." Zhao Meng looked completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this money way too easy to make? But she knew full well that it was all thanks to Fong. Without him, the entire group would have perished long ago in the dark tide. Seeing that everyone had started heading back, Galen tapped his headset and sent the same message to everyone. His cool, clear voice rang in the ears of each team leader. "Mission complete. Everyone can stand down now. You've all taken on great risks this time, so the 1 million reward for each person is guaranteed. Teams that completed the mission will receive an additional bonus." As soon as those words were spoken, the other two teams went wild. They looked at each other in disbelief, as if they'd just heard something unimaginable. What's going on? Someone else already completed the mission? That's impossible. Ever since we entered the shadow zone, we've been trapped here, unable to move an inch. Even taking a single step forward is a luxury. And now you're telling me someone has already made it to the very center and retrieved the lost tempering flower? At that moment, both teams were facing hordes of anomalies. Distorted ground, rotting fur, a pungent stench, and those pairs of dark red eyes glinting with bloodlust in the darkness. Clearly, both squads were locked in fierce battles. So, how exactly did that squad complete their mission? Chapter 56, You've received a friend request from Galen.
The Wasteland. A middle-aged man with a stern expression and a scar across his brow as long as a thumb stood waiting outside. He exuded a powerful, unfathomable aura and stood at the doorway as steady as a mountain. As he saw Fong and the others approaching, his gaze fell on the lost tempering flower in Fong's hand. The mission is complete. Just hand the flower over to me. Fong took a step forward and did as instructed. Behind him, Yi clutched his arm, feeling somewhat nervous. The scarred man before them exuded an aura of majesty and mystery, as if he could effortlessly crush them to death with a mere flick of his wrist. Such terrifying dominance, he must be a pioneer among the very best of the best. If his subordinates are this strong, just what kind of status does Sister Galen hold? After accepting the lost tempering flower, the man nodded at Fong and left. Once he was gone, everyone present except Fong let out a long sigh of relief. What a terrifying sense of oppression. His aura is incredibly powerful. I don't know what realm he is at, but it feels far beyond mine. I was more nervous facing him than I was facing those anomalies inside. When he spoke just now, I didn't even dare to breathe. Yet my cousin actually dared to step forward, lock eyes with him, and hand him the flower, and his presence didn't falter in the slightest. That's truly terrifying. After the mission was complete, everyone withdrew from the shadow zone and returned to the entrance of the wasteland. As soon as they emerged, they discovered the scar-faced man sent by Galen waiting there. Fong nonchalantly rejoined the group and turned to ask his cousin. Going home? He nodded. The mission was complete. All that was left was to wait for Sister Galen to transfer the payment. There was no point in staying any longer. Zhao Meng stood nearby, watching longingly. How could she go home with her cousin? Waiting online urgent. Just then, an SUV drove past her. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Lu Jiaha's signature eye patch. Young lady, my driver is here to pick you up. Want a ride? No thanks. And don't ever call me young lady again, I'm changing my name. Did you take the wrong pills today? Don't you usually beg me to let you drive this car? You said you wanted to experience what it's like to cry while sitting in a BMW, Zhao Meng covered her mouth and explained with a smile to Fong, who had been drawn over by the commotion. She wasn't talking about me, she's lost her mind. Lu Jiaha's eyes nearly rolled all the way to the back of her head. She wriggled free from Zhao Meng's grip, waved at Yi, and pointed at her phone. Yi, Sister Galen is looking for you in the group chat. Yi froze at the words. Looking for me? Sister Galen was usually so aloof, why was she suddenly reaching out? Could it have something to do with this mission? Yi pulled her phone out of her backpack and opened the Martial Arts Pioneers group chat. Galen's message immediately caught her eye. Galen? Sure, why not? Fong nodded without hesitation. He was actually quite curious about Galen himself. Okay. Yi nodded and looked down to reply to Galen's message. A short while later, the man with the scar returned once more. He approached Fong and gave him a slight nod. Before, it had been merely a polite nod, but this time, Fong could sense that the man was showing genuine respect. Are you Mr. Fong? That's me. Please follow me. Fong followed behind him, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the man as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. It was clear that this scarred man's strength was likely above the Dominion stage, though Fong couldn't gauge his exact power. But could such a powerful pioneer really be at Galen's beck and call? Fong couldn't help but become even more curious about Galen's identity. An SUV was parked nearby, surrounded by several people with calm, steady auras. They looked well trained, somewhat like soldiers. As he passed by them, Fong kept his eyes straight ahead. The scarred man led Fong to the vehicle, gave him a slight nod, and then walked away. Fong got into the car. Inside sat a tall, slender figure. She had long legs and a stunning figure. A small tear-shaped mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure to her otherwise icy features. She was leaning back in her seat, her arm wrapped in a bandage that had already been soaked through with blood. She paid it no mind, but when she turned her head to look at Fong, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. He looked even younger than he did in the video.
He was a young man with sparkling eyes, a well-proportioned build, and a delicate, handsome face. His complexion was fair, and when he met her gaze, his demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant. He exuded extraordinary poise.
Hello, I'm Galen. I know who you are, Yuri's cousin, Fong.
I'm here primarily to thank you for retrieving the lost tempering flower from the Shadow Zone. Galen exuded a powerful presence. From the moment she spoke, one could sense she held a position of authority.
She studied Fong's reaction, her gaze deep and penetrating. Fong,
the world has undergone tremendous changes.
However, what the nation values most, or rather, fears most, is the dark attribute.
Under the influence of the mana awakening, all spirits in heaven and earth have begun to evolve.
Yet the dark attribute causes these beings to evolve in the wrong direction, transforming them into bizarre anomalies.
Currently, the number of these dark attribute anomalies is constantly increasing, and their reach is expanding. They're like cancerous tumors lurking throughout the nation, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any moment. Therefore, the nation has no choice but to spare no effort in establishing restricted zones to contain them, with Ether Guild squads maintaining strict defenses throughout the city. The number of anomalies is growing rapidly, and in the future, the situation will only become more severe. She glanced at Fong and suddenly said, I'm telling you this not to restrict you or impose moral pressure, but simply because I believe that as an outstanding pioneer, you deserve to know these facts. Only by knowing can one remain calm amid the chaos to come.
I understand, Fong nodded lightly. The two shared a smile. As fellow top-tier pioneers, they shared an unspoken understanding in that moment. Galen slowly brewed a cup of tea. Its rich aroma was refreshing and uplifting.
After sipping their tea for a while, Fong said slowly, if I encounter anything unusual, I won't stand idly by, you can rest assured of that.
Galen looked taken aback for a moment, then fixed Fong with a deep gaze.
If, at first, I asked to speak with you alone, it was simply to meet you, a pioneer.
But now, I really want to be friends with you.
If the others in the group chat knew that Galen, who was so aloof she had no friends, would actually say something like that, they'd surely be stunned. Galen extended her slender, delicate hand, and Fong politely clasped it lightly as a sign of respect. As they sipped their tea and discussed the great upheavals in the world and the mana awakening, they grew increasingly comfortable with one another.
If there are any missions in the future, I'll call on you. A pioneer like you is far too talented to be wasting your time on ordinary missions. Fong agreed. Suddenly, his gaze drifted downward, landing on Galen's arm. By the way, your injury. Galen froze for a moment.
Then, a blue arc of lightning surged from Fong's right hand, and Galen felt a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Immediately afterward, she could clearly sense that the dark aura surrounding her wound had been completely purged.
No.
It felt more like it had been shattered. Leaving the dark attribute in a wound prevents it from healing. That was precisely why her severe injury had remained untreated until now.
Galen's pupils contracted slightly. So he was actually a lightning attribute pioneer? Under the critical strike of the lightning attribute, the dark attribute had nowhere to hide and was utterly destroyed.
Galen noticed that the wound, which had been bleeding continuously, was actually beginning to slowly stop bleeding amidst these icy arcs of lightning.
Fong purged the dark attribute from her arm and stood up. I should be going. My cousin is waiting for me. Before leaving,
Galen also stood up, a palm-sized token appearing in his hand.
Thank you for your help this time. This flower is crucial for Wu's recovery. Also, take this token for now. Fong looked at the token in her hand.
It was black and felt cold to the touch. She didn't know what material it was made of. Engraved on it was a majestic and formidable dragon, and directly below the dragon were 4 characters.
Star God Faction. Fong's heart skipped a beat. So he really was from the military, and what's more, from the Star God Faction, the most formidable of all the war zones? Fong stepped out of the SUV.
Watching his resolute back, Galen let out a quiet sigh. People like them, who carried out missions, were all prodigies, each secretly nurtured by their own factions behind the scenes.
But Fong was different.
Fong had truly relied on his own strength to navigate this realm of darkness and the unknown, and he possessed the absolute ability to participate in their missions as well.
Back at her small apartment, E went home to change clothes, then headed out again to buy groceries.
Along the way, she didn't ask what Galen had called Fong in to discuss. In her view, given her cousin's strikingly impressive abilities, it was only natural that he'd attract attention.
Stood at the window, gazing out at the city below.
Not long ago, I stood here as just an ordinary person who'd failed the college entrance exam, with a bleak future ahead.
But now, standing here once more, my identity and circumstances have both changed.
With the 1 million credited to his account, he felt confident. Fong mused for a moment, then began reviewing the spoils he'd previously obtained from the Shadow Zone.
Infinite Shadow Realm. It allows me to drag opponents into my realm of darkness.
The moment they enter, their power is weakened, and the longer they stay inside, the more devastating the dark elemental damage becomes. This ability is somewhat similar to the Dark Tide in the Shadow Zone. Dark elements inherently have a massive corrosive and debilitating effect on living beings if trapped long enough. It could even drive someone mad. It's a rather torturous tactic.
Fong was very satisfied with this ability.
In terms of instant burst damage and visual spectacle, it didn't quite measure up to the Divine Thunder art or the Crimson Blade art. However, this slow-cooking, torturous style of ability would be incredibly nasty in actual combat, subjecting opponents to immense physical and mental torment.
Moreover,
the true power of the Infinite Shadow Realm went far beyond that. Opponents are weakened within this dark realm, but for Fong, it's like a fish in water.
Truly like a fish in water. If the dark attribute were water, Fong would be the fish.
He could swim and hide at will within the dark attribute, even vanishing completely into the darkness to watch his opponents suffer. Just thinking about it felt rather twisted. Dragging someone in there, no one would ever know if they died.
It's practically the perfect tool for covering up a body. Fong took the opportunity to implant the dark attribute he'd acquired into his own back. With a faint zzz, Fong felt a slight itch on his back.
Immediately afterward, dark patterns slowly
on his skin, seeming to devour it as they exuded a chilling aura.
The twisted lines intertwined, creating a terrifying and eerie sight, as if they were the totem of some dark god.
Fong looked into the mirror. His back was covered in these black lines. Black mist seeped out, and a glow flickered. Fong could feel an irresistible dark force surging from the patterns.
The sensation was strikingly similar to the chilling, twisted feeling he experienced when stepping into the Shadow Zone, yet he felt nothing at all. When he activated the Golden Sun breathing art, the golden chi and blood coursing through his body would even fuse with these black patterns, forming an eerie black-gold glow that looked both powerful and mysterious.
"I'm about to break through to 6 stars," Fong murmured. Chapter 58, 7 Universities, 7 Partners. The ultimate player who chases both men and women.
As a pioneer, sensing the mana of heaven and earth and drawing it into one's body is only the first step.
What's even more important is how to channel that mana to temper oneself. In other words, cultivation.
Ordinary pioneers lack sufficient talent, and without a powerful enough cultivation method to guide them, their cultivation level can easily stagnate for long periods. This is the fundamental reason why most pioneers currently remain stuck at the 1 or 2 star levels of the Dominion stage.
As for those like Yi, Danma, and Wanju, they possess natural talent.
And at Galan S level, they are all backed by powerful factions. Bolstered by both talent and resources, their cultivation far surpasses that of others. After extracting the dark attribute, my strength has increased considerably. I've already begun to touch upon the threshold of the 6-star realm.
Fong exhaled softly and activated the Golden Sun breathing art.
In an instant, golden light swirled around him, and surging golden chi and blood bathed him. After finishing his delicious char siu rice rolls, Fong washed the dishes and then flopped down on the couch to catch up on his daily news scroll. Since there was no news about any earth-shattering events today, Fong was forced to wade through some boring stories, such as #top female actress and director's late night script, #, the concert goddess and Bo Yang Yang, and #7 Universities, 7 Partners, the ultimate player who chases both men and women, and the like. Fong scrolled for ages without finding a single useful piece of news. The news section was always like this, without the official statements released from above and the casualties caused by the cataclysm. most people wouldn't even realize the world was changing. This also indirectly suggests that the impact of mana awakening wasn't significant for ordinary people. The military and the Ether Guild had carried out their missions exceptionally well.
My cousin isn't here. What should I do today? Fong tilted his head back and leaned against the sofa.
Suddenly, his gaze fell on the little flower on the windowsill. Thanks to Fong's careful tending, this little flower had grown from an unassuming, scruffy wildflower into a vibrant houseplant. The flower wasn't large, only about the size of a palm, but it was exquisitely beautiful. Each petal had a slightly different shade, though they appeared to be a pale yellow. They shimmered with a faint glow, making the entire flower exceptionally dazzling. At its center, a drop of deep crimson, like a drop of blood, adorned the very heart of the flower, emitting a strange, faint glow that exuded an air of extreme danger. Ever since Fong brought this potted plant home, he had immediately warned Yi never to get close to it, let alone touch it. His expression was so grave at the time that it startled Yi, who had been about to help water it. But when Fong let her sense the desolate aura emanating from the flower, the quick-witted girl immediately understood. A plant with the desolation attribute, it's not that simple. Fong murmured, cradling the flower pot in his hands. The flower pot in his hands was like a silent little pet, stretching out its branches and leaves to draw closer to him. Seeing this, Fong glanced out the window. The weather's nice. Let us take you out for a walk. It was still the same forest. Come to think of it, this was the homeland of this desolate flower. Fong cradled the flower pot as he made his way through the vast forest. The gentle breeze carried the glow of the morning sun. The sea of emerald green radiated a unique vitality and tranquility, and the wind rustled through the leaves with a soft rustling sound. Summer was drawing to a close, and autumn was approaching. The birdsong in the forest had grown quieter. Fong walked deep into the forest, where the surrounding trees grew taller and taller, almost obscuring the sky. He was taking the flower for a walk, letting it return to its old home for a visit. This must be the place, right? Fong stopped beside an ancient tree that looked somewhat withered, with half its trunk dried up. Fong used 2 fingers to lift the flower of desolation out of its pot, then crouched down and planted it in a small hole he had just dug beside the tree. In just an instant. Whoosh! Like a swarm of locusts sweeping through, the aura of desolation engulfed the area. The surrounding plants were instantly stripped bare, leaves fell, flower buds trembled, and roots were drained of moisture, becoming twisted and shriveled. The tall banyan tree nearby, once lush with foliage, was now withered and desolate. Its parched leaves let out a piercing wail in the gentle breeze. The purple vines that once wound around the rocks have now turned a grayish-white. Their sprawling stems lie exposed to the sunlight, devoid of any life. It takes no more than the time it takes for a single flower to bloom for the lush forest to be reduced to a desolate wasteland. But this flower bloomed far too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the entire area had been stripped bare. For the plants on this land, if setting a mountain ablaze is akin to slow torture, then this aura of desolation is like swallowing a bullet. In one case, they can still struggle and give off a wisp of smoke. In the other, they're sent to the afterlife before they even hear a sound. Fong frowned slightly at the sight, took the flower out, and placed it back in the pot. Anyone who frequently cultivates the desolation attribute knows this. Nature's ecosystem has a self-regulating function. It can automatically restore vitality after being damaged. An occasional sip is fine, but one mustn't be too reckless, otherwise, it's like draining the pond to catch fish, causing too much damage to the environment. Fong cradled the flower, stepping on the barren ground as he continued deeper into the denser forest. Chapter 59, The Evolved Wolf Pack, The Power of Desolation. The land lay barren, devoid of life. The once lush trees had withered and fallen, their branches exposed to the sunlight like bare bones. The wild grasses on the ground had vanished. The endless expanse of land was barren and cracked, without a trace of vitality, leaving behind only a desolate, dust-swept wasteland. Amid the endless desolation, only the howling wind echoed through the empty forest. Fong bent down once more to pick up a spirit flower and replanted it in the pot. Turning his back to the ground, he walked away, keeping his achievements and fame to himself. Just a few more spots to harvest, and today's feeding task will be complete. The Forest of Mana Awakening is extremely dangerous for other pioneers or ordinary people.
The forest is teeming with snakes, insects, rodents, and ants.
These creatures are troublesome enough on their own, but they're also particularly prone to absorbing the manna of heaven and earth. A moment's inattention could lead them to join the glorious evolution. If they evolve and simply hide away to cultivate in seclusion, that's one thing, but if they emerge to attack humans, even those with professional gear or seasoned survival skills would find it hard to escape with their lives. As a result, the forest after the manna awakening is even more desolate.
Just then, a whoa! An eerie, piercing howl echoed from the east, reverberating deep into the forest. Vaguely, he could make out the howls of wolves, their wails laced with a touch of madness, revealing a faint hint of ferocity. Fong paused in his tracks. His gaze fixed on a particular direction. It seemed to be the source of the wolf howls, but there was a peculiar aura mingled within them. Fong immediately set off in that direction. The east. This was deep within the forest, a place where even thrill-seeking hikers would not venture on ordinary days. The farther one strays from human society into nature, the more dangerous it becomes. At that moment, the wolves' howls echoed through the silent forest. Some wolves' howls were piercing and shrill, making one's hair stand on end. Their cries sounded like anguished roars, deep and hoarse, conveying an aura of both survival and death. These terrifying howls intertwined and echoed through this remote forest, inspiring both awe and dread. Not far away, Fong stood behind a massive tree, gently parting the leaves that obscured his view as he gazed at the pack of wolves. The chaos before him was reflected in his pupils. Is this evolution? Every wild wolf before him was howling in agony on the ground, seemingly enduring some inexplicable torment. At that moment, their fierce and agile bodies were enveloped in a soft glow. Each ray of light flowed across their skin as if possessed of a life of its own. A powerful aura radiated from them. Seeing this, Fong furrowed his brow slightly. Has one of them already evolved? Suddenly, a massive male wolf in the forest rolled over, trying to get back on its feet. It must be the alpha of this pack. At that moment, its gray fur shimmered with light, and faint runic patterns rippled across its body. As the howling intensified, these patterns grew increasingly distinct, and the light grew ever brighter. Suddenly, the glow on its body vanished. The Wolf King's fur bristled like sharp spikes, its ice blue eyes blazed with savage ferocity, and its entire body radiated a powerful, predatory aura. It had successfully evolved. A cruel gleam flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. Its body stood majestically in the forest like a giant mountain, its sharp claws gleaming with a cold light, as hard as steel. The Wolf King's current strength should be on par with a 3-star pioneer at the Dominion stage. We're in trouble. Fong's brow furrowed even deeper, and his expression grew increasingly grave. These creatures are far too ferocious. If they're allowed to complete their evolution, they'll become an unstoppable horde of monsters. If we don't deal with them quickly and let them enter the city, it will spell disaster. He had only just made a promise to Galen a few days ago. Fong's eyes instantly took on a grim, ruthless glint. At that moment, in the shadows of the forest, a group of pioneers watched the scene, their expressions grim. One wolf has already evolved successfully. Its strength is roughly equivalent to a 3-star divine axe. It's over. We must stop them. Once this pack of ferocious beasts evolves, Tai City, the nearest settlement, will be the first to fall. These beasts are savage by nature, and now that they've gained the power of evolution, they'll only become more terrifying. We must immediately notify the Ether Guild to come and handle this. They exchanged glances, their pupils contracting. Everyone present was a pioneer, but none had reached beyond the 1-star level of the Dominion stage. They could sense that the pack of wolves before them exuded an overwhelming aura far surpassing their own strength. At that moment, the site where the wolves were evolving was littered with fragments of torn limbs. In the agony of their evolution, they had been tearing into deer, rabbits, and other creatures in the forest, leaving a trail of blood and gore in their wake. They had been drawn here precisely by that scent of blood. Seeing the alpha wolf successfully evolve, everyone's heart sank. It's over. If they didn't stop them now, all these ferocious beasts would evolve. At that moment, everyone was scrambling to contact members of the Mana Cultivation Association. Strangely enough,
The emerald wave did not strike the wolf, but instead silently seeped into the ground beneath his feet, vanishing without a trace.
Gone? Everyone froze in surprise. Their eyes told them it had vanished, yet their intuition sensed that the aura hadn't left instead. Had it sunk deep into the earth? Is that a flower? Where did this flower come from? Did it just sprout from the ground? Wait, there is not just one flower, there are so many. When did they start growing? A vibrant flower bloomed on the ground.
Then, the earth began to burst forth with more vivid blossoms. These flowers were utterly terrifying. They seemed to be absorbing the surrounding mana and vitality, blooming with frenzied intensity. One after another. Gradually, a sea of flowers surrounded the wolf pack, forming a massive floral prison. Immediately afterward, an even more eerie scene unfolded before their eyes. The spirit flowers on the ground spread their petals wide, like the gaping maws of monstrous beasts, swallowing the wolves before them into their pistols. Half of each wolf's body dangled outside, and their once powerful frames rapidly wasted away, until they were reduced to nothing but ribs. With a plop, the spirit flowers spat out the wolf demon's corpses. Not a trace of flesh remained. Its tendons and blood had been completely drained, leaving only pale bones. A perfect skeletal frame. The flowers swayed, having absorbed the wolf demon's life force. The red on their petals appeared even more vivid. The pioneers who witnessed this scene felt a chill run through their bodies, their blood running cold. The wolf demon's flesh and blood have all been devoured. This is the wasteland attribute. The wasteland attribute? It's said to be the most powerful attribute among plants, capable of decaying everything and devouring the life force of all living beings. But that evolved wolf demon was clearly already at the Dominion stage, 3 stars, and yet it still couldn't withstand this power of the wasteland? The wolf demon didn't even have time to struggle. It fell among these spirit flowers and didn't even last 3 seconds. Judging by this, isn't the power of these flowers even stronger than a 3-star Dominion stage being? It's no longer a matter of strength. Once this wasteland attribute is unleashed, it drains all life force from its surroundings, transforming countless lives into its own. If we come into contact with this aura, we'll be instantly reduced to a pile of bones. Retreat immediately. The pioneers' faces turned pale, and they immediately retreated. But the spirit flower did not pursue them. It seemed as though the spirit flower had come specifically for this pack of wolf demons. The sea of flowers surrounded them, and one by one, the wolves were swallowed up by the blossoms. The spirit flower disposed of the wolf demons far too quickly. It was just like cracking sunflower seeds. It devoured a wolf and spat out a skeleton. The pack of wolves writhing on the ground hadn't even had time to successfully evolve before they were engulfed and devoured by those terrifying petals. By the time they were spat out, they had already been reincarnated. Before long, the corpses on the ground multiplied, gradually piling up into a small mountain of white bones. A truly spectacular sight. What a terrifying power of desolation! Is this what they call fighting fire with fire? The pioneers watched, their scalps tingling with dread. Suddenly, their phones vibrated. It was a message from the Ether Guild, which read: Ether Guild has received a report. The destroyer squad is en route to the location. Please evacuate immediately to ensure your safety. Upon seeing this message, everyone fell silent. At that moment, a single thought sprang to mind in unison. Ether Guild, hurry up. If you arrive any later, you might not even see a single intact wolf demon. Elsewhere, Fong bent down and transplanted the spirit flower into a recovery pot. The spirit flower, which had been rampaging and ferocious just moments ago, now swayed gently against his fingers, as if silently asking, Master, did I do well? You did well. Fong gently touched a petal as a sign of praise. The petal trembled even more vigorously. Fong noticed that the spirit flower was blooming even more vibrantly than before. Normally, after absorbing vitality, the spirit flower would bloom even more vibrantly. It had absorbed the vitality of a fellow plant and transformed it into its own nourishment. But now, this radiance had surpassed all bounds, appearing almost oppressive. The crimson hue at the flower's center grew ever more intense, gathering a power beyond words, like a slumbering colossus.
Is this an evolution? Fong paused in slight surprise.
The edges of the petals glinted faintly, as if mysterious runes were flowing across them, exuding a profound and enigmatic aura. The plants in the forest, which had previously stood tall and proud, now bowed their heads under the spirit flower's power, as if seeking its favor, displaying a devout attitude of submission. Their leaves trembled slightly, as if taking a solemn oath. Noticing this change, Fong's heart stirred. When he had arrived earlier, this had certainly not been the case. Even when the spirit flower drew upon life force, it had done so by forcibly draining the surrounding plants dry.
But now,
the plants were actually submitting to the spirit flower of their own accord.
At that moment,
Fong had no doubt that if he planted the spirit flower in the soil again, there would be no need to extract vitality. The plants would voluntarily offer their life force, allowing it to draw upon them freely.
Could such a transformation really occur after devouring it? Fong looked at the spirit flower in his hand.
He sensed that its aura had changed.
If it had previously borne some resemblance to that newly evolved wolf demon, now the flower faintly exuded the aura of an aerial vine. Decaying yet majestic.
After devouring that evolved wolf demon, this spirit flower seemed to have become the ruler of the plants, achieving a unique form of self-evolution.
It turns out I was right to imbue the plant with the wasteland attribute. The wasteland attribute is naturally compatible with plants. It can actually grow stronger and level up by devouring vitality. This is like having a special pet that automatically levels.
Beasts of this kind must be eradicated completely, otherwise, if allowed to evolve successfully, even military-restricted zones would have to give them a wide berth. They could only hope that, by the time they arrived, it wouldn't be too late.
Just then, the team captain standing nearby suddenly sensed an unusual aura. His expression turned grave instantly.
He took a step forward, raised his wrist to reveal a silver bracelet, and began scanning the area for abnormal concentrations, while ordering the others to stay put.
Don't come any closer for now.
The team members stood rooted to the spot, motionless, waiting for the captain's assessment. When he saw the unusual readings appearing on the bracelet, the captain's brow furrowed
into a deep river character. That high? The captain took a deep breath, his expression growing exceptionally grave.
He nodded to the female specialist behind him who was in charge of detection and said in a deep voice,
"Come over here and check it again."
"Yes, sir." The female specialist took a step forward as the survey specialist. She was more skilled in this area, and she began her inspection.
A moment later,
her expression also grew incredibly grave.
"Captain, it's the wasteland attribute.
The current residual level is 15. The peak threshold it previously reached is estimated to have exceeded 50. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
The wasteland attribute? And a wasteland attribute level above 50? What does that even mean?
According to currently available intelligence, there are two A-class restricted zones with the wasteland attribute. One is aerial vines, and the other is ancient wasteland tree, with rough concentration readings above 30.
A desolation attribute of 30. Forget ordinary people, even high-star pioneers would have to take a detour if they encountered it. It's an absolute death zone. Approach it, and you die.
And now, a desolation attribute territory that once surpassed a value of 50 has appeared right before their eyes, and in this manner, no less.
In an instant, the captain's gaze grew sharp. Judging by the traces of wolf bones and the extent of decay in the surrounding vegetation,
the devouring effect of the desolation attribute extends in a circle with a 5-meter radius centered on the wolf demon's corpse. In other words, the desolation power with a concentration as high as 50, enough to instantly vaporize all life force, had affected only this group of unfortunate wolf demons. Beyond that, it hadn't harmed any innocent creatures. Not even the pioneer, who had delivered the message to them, had been affected in the slightest. Realizing this, the captain's pupils contracted instantly, and a conjecture one he himself found absurd welled up in his mind.
Could it be that this group of wolf demons was wiped out by another aerial vine? And after doing so, that vine just got up and left?
As the captain was pondering this, he suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a message Pioneer had sent later on his phone. He couldn't help but pause in surprise.
Something wasn't right.
The message stated that the wolf pack had been devoured by several flowers. Those flowers, which had awakened the wasteland attribute, had sprung up out of nowhere from beneath the ground, devoured the wolf demons, and then vanished into thin air? This was simply beyond belief. And at that very moment, right in the direction they had come from, a teenager wearing a black t-shirt and holding a flower pot was strolling leisurely toward his home. Tisk. For this flower to grow, it'll probably need to devour powerful evolved demon beasts. That wolf demon was a 3-star Dominion stage creature, and the others that successfully evolved are likely at least 2-star Dominion stage. This little wildflower has a better diet than I do. Evolving simply by devouring this leveling method for the wasteland attribute is a bit too overpowered. Fawn muttered to himself. At that moment, the flower in his hand radiated a dazzling glow, with a speck of red at its center, like a burning flame. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a wildflower anymore. If this flower weren't in Fong's hands but out in that forest, it would likely have earned a title similar to aerial vine or ancient tree sanctuary and been classified as an A-rank mutation. In other words, Fong was currently holding an entity equivalent to an A-rank mutation, and one capable of infinite evolution. Just then, the puppy seemed to understand ES compliment. Its tongue panted, puffing out warm breath. Its tail wagged even more excitedly. "Cousin, it's so cute. Where did you find it?" E had already been captivated by this adorable charm offensive. She walked straight over to Fong, crouched down not caring if her clothes got dirty and scooped up the puppy, stroking its soft little head. "It followed me on its own and wouldn't leave. I guess we're meant to be, so I brought it home with me." Woof, woof, woof. The puppy let out a soft bark, its big eyes blinking as it turned its head to burrow into Fong's arms beside her. Seeing this, E was a little surprised. "Even though I'm holding it, this puppy is still looking for you. It really loves you, cousin." E was a little surprised. "Stay away from me, you haven't taken a bath, you're filthy." Fong looked disgusted and half-heartedly reached out to rub the puppy's head as it rubbed against him insistently. Woof, woof, woof. Watching the interaction between the man and the dog, a faint smile played at the corners of ES' mouth, but it quickly turned somewhat bitter. The look in her eyes as she watched Fong also carried a hint of pity. "My cousin lost his parents at a very young age and has lived a lonely, helpless life all on his own. Mom felt so sorry for him. Back when he was in middle school, she'd call him 3 times a week to check in on him. She doted on him even more than she did on me, her own daughter. I was even a little jealous. But my cousin didn't appreciate it, and later he gradually grew distant from our family. I used to think it was just my cousin going through teenage rebellion and refusing to accept our kindness. But looking back now, it was precisely because I with my harmonious family and doting parents was right there as a stark contrast that made my cousin feel even more isolated and alone. Cutting off contact with us was probably his way of protecting himself." E looked at the helpless little puppy. Then she glanced at Fong beside her. This puppy was a stray, too. The reason her usually aloof cousin had taken it in was probably because he felt they shared a similar plight. "What are you looking at?" Catching ES' complicated gaze, Fong looked completely bewildered. Could that look on his cousin's face mean she thought he couldn't even afford to take care of a dog? If he knew what E was thinking, Fong would definitely yell, "Get lost! You sentimental woman! Stop projecting your own thoughts onto me." He gave the puppy a bath and blow-dried its fur. With that layer of grime gone, the little guy gradually revealed his naturally sweet and adorable appearance. It turned out its fur was white. It had just been a stray for too long, and the filth had stained it gray. Smack! Fong slapped the dog on the head, swatting away its wet paw as it tried to rub against him. "Stay away from me." The puppy's freshly bathed paws rubbed all over him, leaving a series of plum blossom-shaped marks. However, this cheeky little dog didn't understand human speech. Even after being swatted, it happily kept nuzzling up to him. Fong held the dog's head down and turned his head to say, "By the way, you'd better go for a walk in a bit. I might be about to break through." "Huh?" who had been helping wipe him down nearby, froze for a moment upon hearing this. Then a jolt of alarm shot through her. She'd already confirmed that the pioneer who'd recently broken through to 5 stars was her own cousin, and he'd only just reached that level. How much time had even passed since then, and he was about to break through again? This. Even cheating in a leveling game wouldn't be this fast, right? Was her cousin's star leveling speed even more outrageous than cheating? Okay, I'm going grocery shopping in a bit anyway, so I'll be heading out. Replied without hesitation. Soon after, took a shower, changed her clothes, and headed straight out the door. The moment she stepped out of the house, the door slowly closed behind her. Stood where she was, motionless, then pulled out her phone and opened the contacts screen at the very top. Gorgeous 81-year-old woman, sign cat emoji.jpg. Gorgeous 81-year-old woman, I feel so run down lately. I used to be able to carry 10 buckets of water up the stairs with ease, but now there is one thing I just can't handle. I can't bear missing my older cousin. 81-year-old stunning young wife, I tried a self-service fortune-telling app today, and my compatibility rate with your cousin is a whopping 99%. I think it's really accurate. Ever since her cousin had been so sweet to her all day. The 81-year-old stunning young wife had started chatting with frequently online, constantly mentioning her cousin. Every third sentence was about Fong. Even though rarely replied, she was having a blast chatting all by herself. Just like right now. At a glance, she sent no fewer than a dozen messages. Was a bit surprised. It was hard to imagine that someone so chatty on the phone was, in reality, a coldly beautiful, long-legged, sophisticated woman. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Just then, her phone started beeping with new messages again. 81-year-old stunning young wife, okay, just kidding about all that. I didn't go to a fortune teller today, I was out on a mission. But you know what's the scariest part? I ran into a lot of pioneers, but I found that not a single one of them could hold a candle to my older cousin. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. No sooner had Zhao Meng sent that message than the other end showed typing, and, a second later, Feng He-ju, indeed. Holy crap? Actually replied? Zhao Meng stared at the chat window, finding it hard to believe. After all, was notoriously aloof. Most of what she said before had basically been her talking to herself. Aside from training to get stronger, she never seemed interested in anything else. However, E's feelings at that moment were much the same as Zhao Meng's. She'd also gone on today's mission and, naturally, had seen those pioneers. The most immediate sensation after advancing a star was that activating his abilities had become much simpler. Take the Divine Thunder Art, for example. Previously, when Fang activated it, he could only instantly kill anomalies. But now, after the break, he could even control the number of layers into which the opponent's flesh and blood shattered, as well as the trajectory of every splatter. If he were to kill an anomaly now, there wouldn't be that unsightly splattering of flesh and blood that had occurred before. Suddenly, Fang abruptly opened his eyes and looked out the window. He suddenly sensed an aura surging toward him. It carried a faint hint of defiance, which took Fang by surprise. Baiyuan Street. Once a bustling hub, it had now become a relic of a bygone era. The storefront stood vacant, and no one ever came this way anymore. At that moment, a red-haired teenager stood at the street corner, wearing nothing but a tank top that accentuated his muscular build, his gaze fixed on the high-rise apartment building in the distance. I never expected that Taisher City would still be hiding a pioneer. He sensed a powerful pioneer here, and the warlike blood coursing through his veins instantly became uncontrollable. The moment Jiang Lu finished speaking, a crimson glow surged from his entire body, blazing hot, like a burning mountain of fire, as if it were about to incinerate everything in sight. A warlike determination flashed across his handsome brow. Fire attribute. A powerful and brutal element. Only a select few are capable of cultivating this special element. Every pioneer with a special element is, without exception, a genius among geniuses. Therefore, although Jiang Lu was arrogant, he truly had the credentials to back it up. He was just like his element, quick to fly off the handle. extremely impulsive and warlike, always eager to spar with others. As for his nature, he wasn't exactly a bad person.
At this moment,
the arrogant fire attribute echoed beneath the sky like a war drum beating deafeningly loud.
If his opponent wasn't a coward, he should have shown up by now. The next second, a figure slowly stepped into John Lewis' field of vision.
It was a slender young man wearing a black t-shirt, his gaze calm and composed,
appearing very steady. He stood in stark contrast to the flamboyant John Liu across from him.
Seeing his opponent's calm demeanor, a flicker of surprise crossed John Liu's eyes. Because the moment Fong appeared, he had sensed a considerable amount of pressure.
This only fired him up even more. That's more like it.
The guys I faced before were all pretty weak, they couldn't even give me a proper challenge.
Just as John Liu was sizing up Fong,
Fong was also looking at the red-haired teenager in front of him, feeling a touch of exasperation. He could sense that the other guy meant business.
Are all young people these days this bold?
But since he'd already come knocking on my door, if I don't teach him a lesson, I'll probably never have any peace.
My name is John Liu. John Liu introduced himself first, his gaze intense. After introducing himself, without any warning, John Liu immediately launched his attack.
Scorching flames whistled and coalesced in his palm, erupting with terrifying force from the center of his hand.
Boom!
A blazing fireball shot out from his palm. The flames sliced through the air, igniting everything in their path. A wave of scorching heat swept through the atmosphere, of fire powerful enough to incinerate all things in the world. The fireball drew closer and closer, its momentum overwhelming.
The next moment, Fong gently raised his right hand.
A terrifying power instantly erupted from his fingertips. The blazing power erupted.
Lightning roared, and thunder clapped.
Buzz! In an instant, John Liu felt as if he had gone deaf. Then, the fire dragon collided with the thunder, instantly collapsing and shattering into countless crimson specks of light.
In an instant,
John Liu's pupils contracted sharply.
The next second, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, revealing spiderweb-like cracks.
The destructive power of the thunder was utterly terrifying. It actually pierced through the flames that hadn't yet completely died out and hurtled straight toward John Liu.
Suddenly,
John Liu felt a sharp pain in his head. A right hand, flickering with electric arcs, clamped down on his head, pinning it firmly to the ground. John Liu, a fire attribute pioneer, a 4-star Dominion stage player, was on the verge of breaking through to 5 stars. Whether among pioneer teams or among the ranks of geniuses, he was consistently at the very top.
But at this moment, he was pinned to the bottom of the pit, unable to move.
As if the god of thunder were bearing down on him, that hand exerted an endless sense of oppression, crushing him until he could barely breathe.
John Liu's eyes widened. What on earth was going on?
Just now, when his flames met that thunder, they were like fragile eggs shattered head-on with the slightest touch. The flames that had been blazing fiercely now seemed pale and powerless in the face of the thunder. His opponent's thunder attribute was far more extreme, operating on a level far beyond his own flames.
Moreover,
judging by the oppressive force coming from that hand alone, his strength was definitely more than just a 4-star Dominion stage.
He was most likely a 5-star, or even a 6-star, high-tier pioneer. He'd hit a brick wall. Ah! John Liu let out an agonized scream. But now, pinned to the ground, he couldn't even lift his head. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation.
Given John Liu's temperament, faced with such a humiliating situation, he would normally leap to his feet and strike back fiercely.
However, under the absolute suppression of superior strength, he was completely powerless to fight back. A moment later,
John Liu felt the hand pressing down on his head release its grip.
That suffocating, terrifying pressure vanished in an instant.
He was finally able to move his stiff neck slightly and hear the pounding of his own heart. He didn't know how much time had passed. But Fong was long gone. Only John Liu remained, sitting on the ground and exhaling a puff of black breath.
By now, his meticulously styled hair was completely ruined. His red hair had turned into a full-blown mohawk, looking somewhat comical. But right now, Jiang Lu had absolutely no time to worry about his appearance. He simply stared in the direction Fong had left, his heart utterly broken. Was Fong just that strong? Or was I just that weak? Chapter 64, The Genius Reduced to Tears. Jiang Lu's defenses crumble. The Baiyuan residential complex, tucked away in a corner of the bustling city. The old-style apartment buildings were quiet and unassuming, like a forgotten pearl in the city, and most importantly, the rent was cheap. With his hair standing on end like a thunderclap, Jiang Lu walked into one of the apartments in a daze, looking dejected. The moment he stepped through the door, two figures blocking the entrance cut him off. The two flanked him from both sides, their gazes fixed on Jiang Lu with the severity of interrogators. Back already? TSK, that afro looks pretty trendy, though, one of them said. When stirring up trouble again? Jiang Lu, you can't keep doing this. There are so many pioneers out there now, and the mana awakening hasn't even officially begun yet. We're all as insignificant as dust, and you're going around making enemies everywhere. That's way too risky, the other one warned sternly. Before he could finish, the roommate beside him added helplessly, if only you thought he'd actually listen. These two were Jiang Lu's roommates, and they were also pioneers. Ever since undergoing the earth-shattering awakening, the three had traveled together, facing countless life and death trials side by side. These shared experiences had forged a deep friendship between them. However, when it came to Jiang Lu's combative nature, they'd been at a loss for words for quite some time. He was quick to provoke, always looking for a fight, and eager to come to blows with anyone he met. These were Jiang Lu's deeply ingrained bad habits. Even though his roommates had pleaded with him countless times, he never admitted fault and stubbornly stuck to his own views. Such a hot-headed temperament was bound to bring disaster. After day of admonishment, they had given up hope that Jiang Lu would ever change, because the same scenario had played out far too many times. Maybe today would be no different? However, suddenly, they sensed something was off. 5 seconds passed, and Jiang Lu hadn't retorted. They sensed something unusual about him. That uncharacteristic silence made them feel something was amiss. What's going on? Has he been possessed or something? Is this even the Jiang Lu we know? Yet, faced with their questions, Jiang Lu merely cast a vacant glance their way before walking straight past them into his room. His back looked listless. The two exchanged shocked glances. At this time in the past, given Jiang Lu's hot temper, he would definitely argued with us. What about tempering oneself through adversity and challenge is the highest art? Those were his favorite sayings. But today, he didn't say a single word? What's going on? Why did Jiang Lu seem today as if he'd suffered a massive blow? Knock, knock. The urgent knocking broke the dorm's silence, and his roommates asked with concern about Jiang Lu's situation. However, Jiang Lu remained silent the whole time, deepening his roommates' worries. Just as everyone thought he would stay quiet, he muttered in a subdued voice. I got taken out. What do you mean, taken out? I got taken out. The door swung open with a slam. Two roommates rushed in and saw Jiang Lu sitting alone in the corner, his silhouette looking desolate. Wang Ping asked urgently, what the hell do you mean by got wiped out? Explain yourself clearly. But when he saw the expression on Jiang Lu's face, he shuddered and his eyes widened. Li Ming joined him to take a look and saw that Jiang Lu's eyes were brimming with tears and bloodshot. He was actually crying. Holy shit! A deafening scream echoed through the room. Who was Jiang Lu? He was a rising star in Tai City, a top-tier player in the first echelon, and the golden leg everyone scrambled to recruit for group missions. Given that mana hadn't fully recovered yet, that he'd been Jiang Lu's words pierced his roommates' illusions like a needle. An image immediately formed in their minds, the thunder like an invisible, razor-sharp sword, piercing the flames without mercy. Then, upon colliding with the thunder, the flames shattered instantly. The blazing fire vanished in an instant, scattering into specks of light that drifted away. Whoa! What a completely overwhelming display of power! Cold sweat broke out on the roommates' foreheads. They finally began to realize just how terrifying today's sparring session was. There's actually a pioneer who has cultivated an attribute even more extreme than yours? Your flame is already the strongest attribute I've ever seen. Could it be that he is truly a genius among geniuses? This is simply beyond the scope of even the great cosmic upheaval. No wonder Jiang Lu's Tao heart had shattered so completely. Yet at that moment, Jiang Lu took a deep breath. Do you think the high-grade thunder attribute is the limit? No, it's far from it. Jiang Lu's expression grew even more shattered as he practically roared the words. What is even more terrifying is that his cultivation realm he is already at 6-star dominion stage. He is a full 2 cultivation realms ahead of me. 6-star dominion stage. The moment those words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. At that moment, a storm of shock and awe swept through everyone's hearts. No wonder Jiang Lu had completely lost his composure. Can you imagine someone casually and effortlessly shattering your pride, your hard work, everything you hold dear? The flame attribute they took such pride in was instantly crushed by thunder in the blink of an eye. The cultivation realm they achieved through tireless, self-sacrificing practice was effortlessly outclassed, and all their efforts went down the drain. That feeling of being completely overturned was even more agonizing than being struck by lightning. A monster, a true monster. If this man were to appear before them, he'd be nothing short of a nightmare for the prodigies. Those terrifying attributes and talents were simply out of reach for anyone else. Chapter 65, A Class Anomaly May Strike Tai City at any moment. The next day. The weather was stormy, the sky was overcast, and gales howled overhead. Even though it was already morning, dark clouds hung heavy over the sky, casting a gloomy mood over everyone. This weather really sucks. Fong, carrying breakfast, walked along the tree-lined path with E. Since they hadn't gotten to eat the breakfast their cousin had cooked today, the two had planned to go out for some exercise, but their plans were derailed by the threatening rain. A rare, cozy moment between brother and sister had been ruined just like that. It was truly frustrating. Suddenly, Fong stopped in his tracks. He looked toward the streets and alleys shrouded in dark clouds. The gloomy atmosphere didn't seem like that of a typical rainy day. Let us hurry up. I've got a bad feeling about this. Fong furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the alleys shrouded in dark clouds. The surrounding shops had all closed their doors, and a sense of impending storm hung in the air. What's wrong? He seemed to sense something as well, though not as keenly as Fong. The next second, she saw Fong come to a halt, his expression grave. There's an unusual aura. No sooner had Fong finished speaking than suddenly, disaster struck. Out of the darkness, a mutated bat approached rapidly. Its wings were rotting, carrying a pungent stench of decay as it flapped them. Mucus dripped onto the ground, making a disgusting, nauseating ticking sound. The bat's crimson eyes were fiery red and hot, flickering with an eerie glow, while its sharp claws glinted with a cold, menacing light. Squeak! This mutated bat must have been waiting here all along. As soon as it spotted the two, it lunged out to attack. But it had picked the wrong targets. Lightning instantly streaked across the sky. The piercing flash of lightning sliced through the darkness like a razor. The moment the lightning struck the bat, a blinding flash illuminated the entire sky. Rip! The savage bolt of lightning pierced straight through the bat's body, emitting a shrill tearing sound and a piercing screech. Squeak! A piercing, mournful cry rang out. The mutant bat's body was instantly set ablaze by the electric current, exploding in the air like a ball of fire, its fur burning and releasing a pungent, acrid smell of char. The power of the electricity raged through the bat's body. After a series of violent tremors and convulsions, the mutated bat turned into a shattered shadow, its pitch-black silhouette vanishing in the flash of lightning. A cloud of smoke and dust filled the air, with a faint trace of fading lightning still lingering. Fong's right hand flickered with lightning, radiating a terrifying aura. He frowned, staring at the corpse on the ground and feeling a chill of dread. How could an anomaly appear here? And it was still morning. How could the anomaly be attacking so brazenly? Fong furrowed his brow. Under the strict vigilance of the military and the Spiritual Cultivators Association, anomalies usually only appeared sporadically at night.
Yet now, this anomaly had begun attacking people in the city so openly, giving him a bad feeling. He looked at the charred corpse. 2-star Dominion stage, not particularly powerful, but this thing can fly, which makes it quite tricky. Plus, the feeling of these dark clouds makes me very uneasy. Let us head home right away. Upon hearing this, E nodded solemnly. At that moment, the dark clouds overhead loomed like some ominous portent, hanging heavy beneath the sky. Shortly after they left, on the other side of the street, a slender figure hurried into the braised noodle shop behind her. Standing where Fong and the others had just been, Su Qingying ordered a bowl of braised noodles and, as she ate, studied the dark clouds outside the window.
I'm back here again.
Su Qingying stirred her braised noodles while sipping her milk tea. She had originally been transferred away from Tai City, only to be reassigned back. Now returning to this familiar place filled her with mixed emotions.
I wonder how that dual-element Pioneer Senior is doing now.
Ever since that observation was cancelled, the Mana Cultivation Association had truly kept its word and hadn't sent any agents to disturb him. It was as if they were returning peace and quiet to a reclusive master. But Su Qingying knew full well. Although the Ether Guild won't interfere with his life, if this senior ever has any needs, all he has to do is contact the association, and they'll help him fulfill them immediately, no matter the cost. Even if Fawn were to get into a conflict with someone and accidentally kill them, the Ether Guild would cover it up for him. That was the privilege of an awakener. After all, this world had always been cruel. Su Qingying instinctively stared at the high-rise apartment building across the street, biting down on her straw as she recalled her mission. She had thought she was here to protect a rookie, but it turned out. The first time, she missed the rabbit hunt because she didn't know the target's strength, so arrangements were made to protect him that made perfect sense. The second time, he broke through to 3 stars, and she stumbled upon it. The scene was so grand it was hard to believe she'd even thought some great power was undergoing a tribulation there. Even now, thinking back on it gave her goosebumps. The third time was that massacre on a rainy night. God only knows how complicated Su Qingying's feelings were when she saw the utter devastation in the abandoned factory. Not only had she taken down the Class B anomaly, Candle Knight, whom they'd been hunting for 3 days, but she'd also casually slaughtered that cunning, treacherous snake, reducing its corpse to a crisp, crunchy mess. With that kind of power, does she really need me to protect her? Am I even worthy? I have to say, this subject is truly terrifyingly powerful. Su Qingying felt that the way she completed this mission was a bit ridiculous. She was supposed to be the one protecting the other person, but in the end, she was the one who ended up being protected. But now, she has come to terms with it. The significance of this mission was that it allowed her to witness a powerful pioneer gradually emerge into the public eye, and she even played a part in that process, which filled her heart with an inexplicable sense of pride. It was as if she were witnessing firsthand a long-forgotten divine being, whose dust-covered glory would one day be swept away, revealing a radiance that illuminated every mountain and river. One day, his brilliance would outshine even the sun. Su Qingying had a premonition. Sooner or later, he would stand at the pinnacle of the Xia Kingdom or even the entire Earth. I hope that by the time that day comes, I'll have successfully advanced in my career and become one of the pillars of the Xia Kingdom. Su Qingying shook her head and sighed, wistfully finishing the last sip of her milk tea. After paying the bill and stepping outside, she saw the gloomy sky overhead. Her brows furrowed, and her mood grew heavy. In the city of Tai, an inexplicably terrifying aura gradually began to radiate, as if some dreadful creature were awakening, and an immense pressure rolled in. The silver bracelet on her wrist lit up automatically. It had already detected the current concentration of anomalies the moment Su Qingying arrived. Current reading, 9. This number was steadily climbing. The anomaly concentration here was extremely high, but the critical moment hadn't arrived yet. In fact, it hadn't even begun. Stepping down a stair, she tapped the earpiece by her ear and reported in a low voice. Su Qingying, I've successfully arrived in Tai City and am ready for duty. Soon, a reply came through. Agent Su Qingying, we've received your location. Stay in constant contact and await further orders. A level anomaly may strike Tai City at any moment. Chapter 66, The Corrupted Giant Elephant, Trampling All Life. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. Beneath the sky filled with dark clouds, the slender silhouette of a young girl stood firm in the howling wind, her skirt fluttering in the gale.
A-level anomalies invading the city. This is an unprecedented major crisis.
The Xia Kingdom has always performed well in terms of defense. Anomalies typically have a very limited range of activity and are usually stopped and eliminated before they can escalate.
In contrast, other countries have been quite lackluster in this regard.
To date, numerous disturbances have erupted abroad. Just recently, there was a stampede at the statue of the Virgin Mary that shocked the world. The news reported that it was caused by an accidental stampede resulting from too many people traveling during the holidays. However, only we pioneers know the truth behind it. The claims of overcrowding and a stampede were all just a cover-up. The reality was that it was a Class A anomaly invasion crisis. Specifically, someone had unauthorizedly redeployed stationed pioneers to protect a high-ranking official during his trip. They assumed nothing would go wrong, but no one could have anticipated that an anomaly invasion would occur that very day. It is said that witnesses saw the shadow of a gigantic elephant, a corrupted behemoth trampling the masses, with blood pooling around it to form a terrifying sea of blood. Faced with a dark attribute evolutionary anomaly, ordinary people were completely defenseless. Neither the pioneers nor the military could immediately evacuate everyone, and the urban areas fell before their very eyes.
That anomaly invasion ultimately ended in a Pyrrhic victory.
That bloody invasion served as a stark wake-up call for other nations, and it was only after that event that Su Qingying realized just how exceptional Xia's protection of ordinary citizens was in this regard. Although its territory was many times larger than those other nations, the cities had never experienced large-scale anomalous attacks. The military and the Ether Guild had erected a great wall of flesh and blood, shielding ordinary people under their protection.
Thinking of this,
she stood at the highest point in Tai City, looking down upon this city brimming with the hustle and bustle of everyday life. She hoped nothing would go wrong. Su Qingying raised her wrist. The reading on her silver watch had already jumped from 9 to 9.5 and was still rising.
The anomaly concentration continued to climb.
At this rate, the anomaly would arrive here within 2 hours at the latest.
She tapped her earpiece lightly and asked, "How are the patrols in each sector?" Soon, replies came through the earpiece. No anomalies in Sector A. No anomalies in Sector B. No anomalies in Sector C. Wait, where did that stray cat come from? It jumped over my head and gave me a start. Currently, no anomalies in Sector C. Same in Zone D.
Sensing the impending Class A anomaly, the Xia Kingdom had long since prepared, dispatching more than a dozen pioneers from surrounding cities to provide reinforcements. Now, the pioneers had formed 4 squads and were patrolling various parts of the city.
A wildcat? Is that an anomaly? Su Qingying sensed something was off with Team C.
According to the map assignment, Team C was operating in the area near her.
It's nothing, just an ordinary feral cat. That's good. Report back in an hour. Thanks for your hard work, everyone.
Su Qingying tapped her earpiece lightly. It flashed, ending the communication. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. The Mana Cultivation Association is responsible for maintaining internal city security.
In preparation for this impending anomaly, they formed 4 squads to patrol the city. Should an anomaly occur, the Ether Guild will be the first to detect it.
If the unexpected happens and the Ether Guild fails to contain the anomaly, the final line of defense, the military stationed at the very outskirts of Tai City, will take over the entire city. Unlike the Ether Guild agents responsible for maintaining daily security, the powerful figures in the military district were all terrifyingly strong, the city's ultimate guardians and the very cornerstone of the Xia Kingdom.
With top-tier experts stationed among them, their strength was unimaginably formidable.
If the military were to take over, it would mean the attempt to eliminate this anomaly had failed, and an earth-shattering battle would inevitably await Tai City.
When the nest is destroyed, no egg remains intact. Unless absolutely necessary, the military district's powerhouses would not expose themselves.
Scammed out of 5 Mao in an online romance. This weather looks way too creepy.
I feel like we should get together. I suggest going to EE's place. We can also discuss a plan together. At Feng Yiju, what does our cousin think?
81-year-old stunning young wife at Fangeju, I agree.
Can we go to my eldest cousin's place?
Under the heavens, on the entire earth, only my eldest cousin can give me the greatest sense of security.
There was a lot of chatter in the group chat. Ignoring the strange messages mixed in, the group members had all noticed the unusual weather phenomena and felt uneasy.
They suggested getting together, and actually, was thinking the same thing.
Can we have everyone come over?
Asked Fong for his opinion. After all, it was her cousin's house, and she couldn't make the decision on her own.
Sure.
Chapter 67, Everyone, be careful, make sure to survive today. Half an hour later, people began knocking on Fong's door one after another. Zhao Meng was the first to arrive.
Big cousin, is this your place? So you live alone?
She was wearing a rain poncho, her long legs encased in a pair of black rain boots. Despite the utterly tacky outfit, her striking figure managed to make it look stylish.
Right after that, Dan Mo Wenju arrived.
Dan Mo Wenju was the kind of tough guy who'd ride a shared bike in a thunderstorm.
When he saw Fong, he paused for a moment, then gave him a deep look and said, "So it's you. You're actually EE's cousin. No wonder you saved us from the vines that day."
Li Wenju had never met the so-called EE's cousin before, but he remembered the man who had severed the barren vines with a single stroke. Originally, he felt a bit resentful upon hearing about Galen's special treatment of his cousin, but now that he met the man in person, he was instantly convinced.
Fong gave him a slight nod in greeting. The last to arrive was Lu Jiahe. She looked a bit listless when she appeared, accompanied by a man and a woman. Fong had met before the remaining two members of the group, the Thunder and Lightning Dharma King and Warm Sweet Milk Sauce, making a total of 5 people. With that, everyone from the martial arts first squad was present, except for Fan. Here's what we'll do. I have some pioneer friends here too.
I'll create a group chat and add all of you.
Huh?
Before Old Li could even react, Fong had already created a group chat.
The name was simple, Pioneers.
He added Old Li and the two of them went to invite their own people. Before long, everyone had joined. Without much small talk, their minds all preoccupied by the strange celestial phenomenon, they got straight to the point.
Fan, I ran into a bat this morning.
It must be an anomaly tainted by the dark attribute, with strength around 2 stars at the Dominion stage.
Danmo Wenju, it seems everyone has encountered bats.
The sheer number and frequency of these bats remind me of an insect nest we visited before. It was full of 1-star worker ants, but there were so many of them, coming in an endless stream.
I'm wondering, could these bats serve the same purpose as those worker ants? Username Itug72, huh? You mean these bats are just the vanguard? Is there a massive, badass bat lurking behind them? Holy cow! Danmo Wenju, that makes sense, but it doesn't have to be a giant bat.
I'm just using that as an example. It could also be some other high-star anomaly. Personally, I feel these anomalies are way too weak. They don't come close to matching the oppressive, heavy feeling this weather gives me.
There's absolutely, definitely something even more terrifying lurking behind them.
The group chat erupted into a flurry of chatter.
Fong quietly watched them chat, saying nothing more.
So far, his speculation aligned closely with Li Wenju's. As pioneers who had weathered numerous cataclysms, they were highly sensitive to shifts in mana and anomalous auras. Intuitively, he sensed that this anomalous celestial phenomenon was far more than just a rainstorm. The warning issued by the Meteorological Bureau also indirectly corroborated his suspicions. But the real problem was this: in the past, warnings of major cosmic upheavals had only appeared at specific locations such as the North Gate of Tsinghua Peking University, the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain, or Yanghua Valley, whereas this warning had been issued to every resident of Tai City. Assuming Li Wenju's hunch was correct that this wasn't a cataclysm affecting the entire city of Tai, then there was only one possibility left behind the bat: lay an even more secretive and dangerous presence.
Just then, a crucial piece of information caught his eye. Ant Tooth Black, everyone, be careful. This situation is serious.
The Ether Guild has dispatched a large number of pioneers to Tai City, and the military has also deployed powerful forces
to guard the area. The danger level is extremely high. I can't reveal details for now, but you must be cautious. Stick together for now.
Aunt Tooth Black was someone Old Lee had brought into the group. She hadn't participated in any discussions before, but the moment she spoke, she dropped two bombshells.
The Ether Guild. Danger level? Zhao Meng looked stunned. Cousin, are there people from the Ether Guild in the group you invited? Fong shook his head. I didn't know she was from the Ether Guild either. Zhang Ye's news undoubtedly illuminated the path for the confused group.
Li Wenju was taken aback at first, but then his heart sank.
The Ether Guild has even dispatched a pioneer to provide support? Is this situation that serious? Even the military has been mobilized. It seems this mission is far trickier than we imagined.
I've heard the military generally doesn't get involved in urban affairs, because the enemies they face in military zones are 100 or even 1,000 times more powerful than these.
Tai City is really in trouble this time. Worry spread instantly. At the same time,
at the highest point of Tai City, atop the bell tower that soared into the clouds, a slender figure faintly emerged amidst the drifting white clouds. Su Qingying looked down at the city below, her brow furrowing deeper and deeper.
Thick black mist, like a colossal beast from the abyss, engulfed the entire city.
The sky had grown pitch black. Though it was only 10 in the morning, it felt like night. Visibility was extremely low, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. The silver ring on her wrist trembled. The number displayed had actually surpassed 50. However, no amount of warnings could stop those determined to court disaster.
At that moment, on a deserted street,
a frail, solitary figure walked abruptly through the darkness. A girl in a school uniform. The gale howled, making the girl shiver uncontrollably.
Though it wasn't raining, the sky was even gloomier than the night itself. She shivered.
Having just had a fight with her family, she stormed out of the house in a fit of anger, but after taking just 2 steps, she already regretted it. It was so dark all the shops were closed, and not a single person was in sight on the main street. The alleys she usually passed through looked just like scenes from a horror movie, completely lifeless.
Maybe I should go back?
The thought had barely crossed her mind. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the sky. She looked up in terror and saw a swarm of unknown creatures flapping their wings as they flew toward her. She could faintly make out their sharp teeth, glinting with a faint, icy light.
What are those? Bats? Her intuition told her they couldn't possibly be bats.
Their rotting wings flapped, their crimson eyes resembling demons from hell, and an unknown black slime dripped continuously as their wings moved.
These couldn't possibly be bats, they must be demons. The girl took off running, but as an ordinary human, how could she outrun a dark attribute anomaly?
The sound of flapping wings behind her was about to brush against her back. Whoosh! A whistling sound sliced past her cheek.
A pitch-black bullet pierced the air, striking the bat behind her.
A shrill screech rang out as it plummeted to the ground. Su Qingying was fully armed, wearing a specially designed protective helmet and holding a silver handgun, its muzzle still smoking. Her voice drifted into the girl's ears.
Didn't the Meteorological Bureau send out a message telling you not to go outside?
Where do you live?
I'll have someone take you home. If you insist on staying out here, we'll have to take special emergency measures.
The girl froze in place, looking as if she'd been scared senseless.
Su Qingying furrowed her brow slightly, about to say something.
A warning from the liaison came through her earpiece. A swarm of Class C mutant bats is rapidly approaching your location. Please be careful. Her expression changed instantly. She immediately pulled the girl behind her and pulled the trigger.
Shooting was Su Qingying's forte.
The pistol in her hand was manufactured by the Ether Guild, and the bullets were specially designed to be somewhat effective against dark attribute mutants, though only against low-star mutants like those at the 1-star Dominion stage.
Bang, bang, bang.
Several rounds were fired in rapid succession, sending bursts of black blood flying through the swarm of bats.
However, there were simply too many bats.
A dense swarm of bats flew toward them. For every one she killed, several more took its place. Su Qingying furrowed her brow and fired several rapid follow-up shots. She then grabbed the girl behind her, turned, and ran, sending a message to the nearest Team C while gasping for breath. 15 Class C mutant bats, plus 1 civilian requiring cover for evacuation.
Requesting backup. Copy that. Team C arrived quickly.
The sound of well-drilled footsteps echoed through the darkness as the pioneers clad in black uniforms and helmets charged into the swarm of bats, silently launching a mop-up operation. After a prolonged battle, the captain had long since run out of bullets. Now, wielding a blade formed from mana, he brought down the distant bats before they could even get close.
Su Qingying emptied another magazine.
Soon, the ground was littered with bat carcasses. With no time to clean up, the scattered remains and blood mingled together, resembling a can of herring that had been fermenting for 50 years. Their uniforms were also saturated with a thick, fishy stench that was extremely pungent. After clearing away the mutated bats, Team C provided cover for Su Qingying all the way home. The girl was completely stunned by what she had just witnessed and couldn't utter a single word. Her family, seeing the team covered in blood and holding their guns, were so terrified their legs went weak they repeatedly promised to keep a close eye on their daughter. As they left the girl's home, a light rain finally began to fall from the sky, which had been overcast for quite some time. Team CS captain, Bai Chiu, took off his helmet, downed a bottle of water in one gulp, and cursed under his breath.
Damn it, why are there more and more of these things?
No one could answer his question. Everyone is, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. Silver thread-like rain streaked across the glass windows, blurring the outside world into an indistinct mass of black shadows. Amid these shadows, eerie shrill screams rang out from time to time, and faint sounds of gunfire could be heard, sending a chill down one's spine. At that moment, Team C, led by Su Qingying, was still struggling to hold the last line of defense, and the battle raged on.
Damn it, there are way too many of these bats. At this rate, we'll never be able to kill them all. Su Qingying gritted her teeth and let out a muffled groan.
She was covered in blood. The remaining mana in her body was no longer enough to sustain the healing of her wounds, and blood kept flowing out.
Yet the bats continued their relentless assault, growing ever stronger.
Their decaying wings flapped with a deafening roar, and rotten black silhouettes filled the air like dandelions swept by a spring breeze. Their black wings fluttered, spreading across the heavens and earth, turning everything in their path into a living hell. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, a deep red hue spread. These anomalies are using Ethereal City as a sacrifice to fuel their frantic growth. They're constantly evolving.
Damn it!
The anomalies feed on human flesh by constantly devouring flesh and blood. They can evolve endlessly, especially the flesh and blood of pioneers, which is nothing short of a delicacy to them. The 4 teams, composed entirely of pioneers, served as the perfect bait. They sacrificed their own flesh and blood to buy time, holding off the swarm of bats and preventing them from attacking ordinary people.
However, now the worst-case scenario has unfolded.
The annihilation of 3 squads bought time, but it also allowed the bat swarm to evolve to its fullest potential. Now, the enemies they faced were not just 2-star mutated bats from the Dominion stage. There were also 3 and 4-star variants, and their numbers were far from small. The battle had reached its worst possible scenario.
Is this the end?
The pioneers of Team C were covered in blood and on the verge of despair.
There are too many. Far too many.
Suddenly, a sharp crack sounded nearby.
The sound of shattering glass rang out clearly amid the rain.
The very thing they feared most had happened. Screams rang out from the buildings. Bats had actually smashed through the glass, stormed inside, and begun attacking civilians, frantically devouring their flesh and blood. Oh no, the bats are breaking through the windows to attack civilians. Things are getting worse and worse. Ether Guild, Special Operations Coordination Room. Wei Zhang sat in his office, at his wits' end.
The government had no experience dealing with anomalies. He thought the Ether Guild could handle it, but now. This anomaly was led by countless bats, frantically invading the city.
They fed on the flesh and blood of ordinary people, evolving rapidly and boosting their power. If this anomaly continues to escalate, it will reach a point where even the Ether Guild cannot resolve it. Currently, the members of the Ether Guild qualified to handle this matter are all suppressing anomalies in other cities and cannot be diverted here. The coordination room was filled with a sense of despair.
It all happened too suddenly. Right now, the Ether Guild's elite forces are being recalled. However, help from afar is of little use in an immediate crisis. Chapter 70, 5-Star Anomaly Evolution Successful. Su Qingying's Despair. At this moment, on the map of Tai City, black dots symbolizing anomalies were swarming in all directions, their numbers constantly increasing, while several small silver dots were being pushed into an ever tighter corner. The silver dots represented the Ether Guild's wristband locators. Originally there were 40 of them, but now fewer than 10 remained. The aura of a pioneer is extremely alluring to the anomalies, much like braised pork to a meat lover. Once those bats lose their target, they attack ordinary people without hesitation. In the ABD zone, pioneers have sacrificed their lives to unleash a sea of mana mist, which is temporarily halting the bat's spread. Residents in the 3 areas mentioned above are still safe for now. The biggest problem right now is that apartment complex at your 10 o'clock position. A massive swarm of anomalies is rapidly closing in on that area. The liaison's voice was heavy as a location alert lit up on her wristband. Copy that. We're heading to the location immediately. Su Qingying was enveloped in a transparent mana shield beneath it, her uniform was in tatters, and blood was seeping out continuously. She took a hemostatic agent from her portable medical kit and quickly treated her wound. Let us go. After swiftly and silently tending to their wounds, the entire team moved toward the apartment complex. Before reinforcements arrived, the only way for the anomalies to take over Tai City was to trample over the corpses of every pioneer. The upper floors of the apartment building. As far as the eye could see, rows of floor-to-ceiling windows. This was the mutated bat's favorite hunting ground. At that moment, several panes of glass had already been shattered by the bats, and screams rang out one after another, sending a chill down one's spine. Whoosh! Bai Qiushi flicked his finger, unleashing several mana blades. The bats at the windows were knocked down, but they didn't die immediately. Instead, they quickly struggled back into the air. Oh no, they've evolved again, Su Qingying said, her expression grave. Having fed on the flesh and blood of ordinary people, the bats had begun to evolve. Bullets were now completely ineffective, not to mention that they had run out of ammunition. A quick assessment revealed that there were no fewer than 5 3-star Dominion stage bats among this swarm. We're in trouble now. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The pioneers of Team C spread out, their mana surged, and they used their mana and physical bodies to form a third barrier between the anomaly and the ordinary people. Gradually, one by one, the people beside them fell. At some point, their mana had gradually faded away, leaving only Su Qingying, Bai Qiushi, and fewer than 5 others whose mana flickered like candlelight, clinging to life. Her magazine was completely empty, and Su Qingying was burning through her mana at full force to block these bats, blood gushing from her 7 orifices in a sight so red it was breathtaking. The others weren't faring much better. Bai Qiushi had lost an arm, torn to shreds by a 4-star Dominion stage bat. At the sight of the broken bone, pink granulation tissue churned, from which wisps of black mist seeped. The corrosion caused by the darkness attribute was already outpacing the healing speed of their mana. The end of the battle, the situation had become almost one-sided. The battlefield was being constantly squeezed, and Team C drew a swarm attack from the bats. In front of the apartment building, the ground was littered with dismembered limbs and blood, some belonging to the bats, some to them. At this moment, Su Qingying and her companions were like cornered beasts. All the bats were waiting for the moment they would be completely exhausted, so they could devour them just as they had devoured the other pioneers. Squeak! From within the dark swarm of bats, a deafening screech erupted, as if it were about to shatter everyone's eardrums. Immediately afterward, a black light surged, and a sinister aura shot straight into the sky, tearing the drifting clouds into countless fragments. Hey, we can't be that unlucky, can we? Su Qingying looked up and felt her blood run cold. Reflected in her pupils was a massive, decaying bat, its size far exceeding that of the other bats by several times over. It looked like a pterosaur resurrected from ancient times, its outstretched wings blocking even the sliver of sunlight remaining between the steel and concrete. A mutated bat, it had broken through to the 5-star Dominion stage. The massive black shadow hovered in the air, blocking out the sky and the sun. It seemed to have completely transcended the bat species. Its decaying wings were spread wide, and the scales on its body emitted a shrill sound like metal scraping against metal,
whipping up a fierce wind that sent sand and stones flying across the ground.
Countless mutated bats circled around it, as if celebrating the birth of a king.
They had truly evolved a monarch within these mere few tens of minutes. The rotten king had emerged from flesh and blood.
It looks like we won. Make it to see the reinforcements. Cough, cough. Bai Qiushi lay covered in blood in a corner.
A swarm of bats charged at him, intent on tearing him apart, but he forced them back with a single-handed swing of his spirit blade. His face was pale, blood flowed unceasingly from his severed arm, and his lower body was submerged in a pool of blood. It seemed as though he might die at any moment.
Su Qingying didn't answer.
Just moments ago, she held the upper hand. All she had to do was hold out until reinforcements arrived. Now, however, she was about to be executed by firing squad, and her death would be a million times more gruesome than that. At this point, there was no need for further words. They all knew their fate. From start to finish, the initiative in this battle had been firmly in the hands of the anomalies. This was a long-planned invasion, designed to catch humanity off guard, and they had succeeded. As the impending catastrophe slowly closed in, they so weak were powerless to stop it.
How utterly hopeless.
So this is what death feels like.
Let us go.
Bai Qiushi suddenly roared, and immediately afterward, a bolt of mana struck the bat on the head, instantly drawing the 5-star bat's attention to him.
A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Bai Qiushi's body. Mana pierced his skin, leaving him bloodied and tearing through his protective suit.
A sharp sword slowly materialized before him, draining every last bit of his mana. This was the last thing he could do, transform his mana into a sword, using his final breath to briefly block that 5-star anomaly for an instant, buying time for his comrades.
Tears streamed down Su Qingying's face uncontrollably.
Of the 40 pioneers, only she and Bai Qiushi remained conscious. Their comrades had fallen one after another, and now it was their turn.
The bats flapped their rotting wings, their claws reaching for Su Qingying's head.
Perhaps the heavens had heard Su Qingying's despair. Just then, a burst of energy brushed past Su Qingying's temple, and the wind swept her hair aside.
Boom!
An explosion of mana shot out from behind her, briefly driving back the swarm of bats in front of Bai Qiushi.
Had reinforcements arrived? Hurry up and get in.
A fair, slender arm reached out from the floor-to-ceiling window. It wasn't reinforcements, was a beautiful girl inside the room. Mana swirled around her fingertips as she opened the window and reached out toward Su Qingying.
Are there actually other pioneers in this city?
Hope flared up in Su Qingying's heart for a split second. She reached out, gripped that hand tightly, and was then pulled directly through the window into the room. Just as she was pulled inside, Bai Qiushi was also pulled in from the other side, and the window snapped shut.
The room was brightly lit.
Since bats are light shy, the entire city of Tai was illuminated, as bright as day, which served to disrupt the bat's vision to some extent. Su Qingying's heart had never beaten this fast in her entire life. It wasn't until later that she realized her clothes were already soaked through with cold sweat. Her gaze swept over the people in the room.
Are you all pioneers?
Hello, my name is E.
We're all pioneers.
I have some medicine here. Your injuries are severe, so let me bandage you up first. The girl who had saved her spoke up. She walked over carrying a first aid kit, took out gauze and alcohol, and began bandaging Su Qingying's wounds. Blood kept gushing out, so bandaging was essential. Pioneers' blood attracts abnormal entities. While she was bandaging Su Qingying, the other unconscious members of Team C were also brought in one by one. Su Qingying was granted a momentary respite, but it didn't last long.
Soon. Crack! Crack! Crack!
The bats outside the window let out hateful screeches, followed by a thunderous barrage of impacts as they repeatedly slammed into the floor-to-ceiling glass.
Su Qingying's face turned pale, and she blurted out. Be careful.
There's a 5-star Dominion stage anomaly over there.
Suddenly,
a face resembling a rat abruptly appeared on the floor-to-ceiling window. Its two crimson pupils shone like giant lamps, illuminating the fear on everyone's faces.
The next second,
that 5-star Dominion stage anomaly charged toward the window like a small mountain.
Crack!
A crack appeared on the mana-coated glass, spreading instantly like spiderwebs, before the glass shattered with a loud crash, scattering shards in all directions. In a daze, Su Qingying heard a stream of curses coming from behind her. So annoying, my glass. Chapter 71, The Black Vortex gathering above Tai City. The military district is blocked. Amid the hazy rain and mist, that figure leaped into the air. His expression was icy, his bangs flying wildly, his eyes brimming with discontent. A flash of lightning flickered deep within his eyes, and immediately afterward, strands of thunder streaked across the tang sword held in his right hand. The next moment, it erupted into an endless roar of azure thunder. Whoosh! A crimson trail sliced through that hideous rat-like face, tearing apart the curtain woven from raindrops. It stood directly between his two eyes, which were as large as giant lamps, like a clear-cut dividing line. The very next second, its face began to split, extending all the way to the tail end of its body, cleaving it in two along the blade's path. Boom! The two charred halves of the corpse exploded in midair, their inner flames blazing brilliantly, still radiating a powerful aura of destruction. This was a slashing technique that fused the unleashing of thunder with the crimson blade art into a single, seamless strike. The critical strike of thunderous power, combined with the explosion of inner flames, could obliterate its prey in an instant. Wherever the blade pointed, all was reduced to ashes. Boom! The massive body crashed into the swarm of bats, instantly setting them all ablaze. At the point of impact, raging flames shot skyward, faint blue arcs of lightning flickering within them, as the bats screeched in agony. Cousin! At that moment, Fong held his sword in one hand. The patterns on the tang sword were as red as blood, its tip pointing slightly downward. In that instant, there were no blazing flames on the blade, not even a glimmer of fire was visible. Yet, a strong, acrid smell drifted in from outside the window of fire that even the torrential rain couldn't extinguish, as if an invisible sun were roasting those bats. Fong stood before the downpour, tilting his head slightly toward Zhao Meng. What is it? You're so cool. Zhao Meng clapped her hands in a seal-style cheer. Such an over-the-top reaction, Lu Jiahe pressed his hand to his forehead. Fong was already used to it. He sheathed his tang sword and frowned slightly as he looked at the shattered glass scattered across the floor. I'll clean this up. Li Wenju stepped forward with a broom. He didn't want to admit it, but he, too, had been momentarily transfixed by that strike for 5 seconds. It was only when he heard Zhao Meng's voice that he snapped back to reality. Thanks. Fong nodded slightly. It's you? Su Qingying's startled voice rang out abruptly. Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Only Su Qingying herself knew that her heart was pounding like a drum, as if it were about to leap out of her chest at any moment. He had saved her once again. Back at the abandoned factory, it was also him who had slain those two Class B anomalies. Time and time again, he had rescued her from the brink of despair. This man. Cough, cough. Just then, a pained cough interrupted Su Qingying's train of thought. She snapped back to reality and looked in the direction of Bai Qiushi. The cough had come from him. He had woken up. Has backup arrived yet? Bai Qiushi clutched his severed arm. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to pour down his forehead like water, while a black mist continued to seep from the wound. Su Qingying stood nearby, not yet having had a chance to speak. Suddenly, a hand covered his severed arm. Arcs of electricity flashed, and the darkness attribute, like a mouse encountering a cat, was crushed and obliterated before it could even dodge. High-level thunder attribute. Bai Qiushi's pupils contracted sharply. He looked at Fong, who stood before him with his head bowed, his pale lips trembling slightly. You are the mysterious pioneer who killed Zhu Yi that night? Fong nodded slightly at him. I've cleared away the residual dark attribute. Let us rebandage the wound. Bai Qiushi's eyes lit up. He looked deeply at Fong, and the tension that had been building finally eased. My name is Bai Qiushi, captain of the Destroyers Squad in the Mana Cultivators Association. Thank you for saving me and my teammates. I owe you my life. It had to be said that while Bai Qiushi appeared aloof on the surface, he exuded a sense of brotherhood typical of the underworld. If you need me, I'll go through fire and water for you. Ouch. As Bai Qiushi spoke, he tugged at his wound, and the pain instantly turned his face paler than paper. Fong glanced at his severed arm, said nothing, and simply patted his shoulder, urging him to take good care of his injury.
After Fong's lightning-fast, intimidating strike,
the mutated bats were either charred or had fled far away. The black specks that had originally surrounded the apartment had all vanished, not a single one remained.
The rest of Team C gradually came to.
Most of them had fainted due to their injuries and exhaustion. The moment they woke up, they all assumed reinforcements had arrived.
Did the military arrive?
No, but the immediate crisis has been averted for now. Upon learning that it was the young man standing before them who had intervened, taking down that Dominion Stage 5-star rank bat with a single strike, shock spread across the team members' pale faces.
Thunder attribute, then what else with these raging flames? Could he be a dual attribute pioneer? That familiar intense heat, could it be the mysterious figure who intervened that night? Holy crap, so it was that big shot. What are you guys talking about? I don't get it.
Half of Group C consisted of members from the Destroyer Squad, while the other half were pioneers from other cities. At that moment, they were completely baffled. Su Qingying explained the situation, starting with how she'd been monitoring Fong, then detailing the two instances where he intervened to eliminate anomalies and rescue both herself and the Destroyer's squad. As the members listened, their admiration grew. Eventually, they shortened their address for Fong to the highest mark of respect, simply Brother Fong. These pioneers were all proud individuals. Even when facing the captains of other teams, they might not have conceded defeat.
But once Fong's exploits came to light, even the most stubborn troublemakers were thoroughly convinced.
Seeing that the members of Team C had suffered no serious injuries, Su Qingying smiled as she stood up, walked alone to the balcony, and reported the current situation over her headset. Team CS Su Qingying reporting, a 5-star Dominion stage anomaly was detected in the apartment complex.
It has been eliminated, and the anomaly has been temporarily neutralized. Copy that. You're finally back online. I'm so relieved you're all okay. At that moment, on the other end of the headset, the Special Operations Coordination Room was holding its breath.
Upon hearing the news, Wei Zheng's shoulders slumped in relief as he leaned back in his chair, his shirt soaked through with sweat.
What's the situation in Tai City now? How did you take down that Dominion Stage 5-star anomaly? Su Qingying's voice was subdued. The situation isn't looking good.
Our entire team is injured, and we were rescued by a powerful pioneer. It was he who eliminated the Dominion Stage 5-star anomaly.
A powerful pioneer from Tai City? Could it be him? The liaison's mind conjured the image of that dual attribute pioneer.
There has been a serious intelligence failure.
This is definitely not just an A-class anomaly invasion. Su Qingying froze upon hearing this and looked at Bai Qiushi, who was staggering beside her. You're not supposed to be up and about. Why did you come over here? I lost my wristband.
I came to report the situation.
Bai Qiushi said calmly.
The wristband had been on his severed arm by now. It had fallen into the swarm of bats along with the severed limb.
What's your assessment of the current situation in Tai City?
Bai Qiushi replied, I believe this is most likely an anomaly
surpassing the A-class level.
Those bats possess the ability to evolve and are feeding on Tai City's inhabitants.
Torrential rain poured down. Taisha was in utter chaos, littered with shattered glass and rubble.
The stench of blood mingled with the wails of countless people in the rain, and everyone's hearts trembled.
Damn it! We failed to protect Taisha.
Those savage beasts are feasting on the flesh and blood of my fellow citizens. We share the same blood. I wish I could devour them alive. Mana awakening. Everything is evolving, and evolution and extinction go hand in hand. If we cannot exterminate these ferocious beasts, then it will be us who face extinction. Everyone had believed that the Mana awakening marked the beginning of a glorious new era.
Yet all evolution comes hand in hand with permanent extinction. Your assessment is correct.
In fact, the situation is even more dire than any of us imagined.
From the liaison, Su Qingying and Bai Qiushi learned a piece of information that sent shivers down their spines.
A massive cocoon has now appeared out of nowhere in the center of Tai City, and it is believed to be incubating an utterly terrifying creature.
Once it hatches, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, rest assured the military has already reached the outskirts of Tai City and is rushing toward the city center. At this very moment. On the outskirts of Tai City. Damn it! How can there be so many bats? Watch out!
They're all massive and powerful. Each one possesses strength of at least 5 stars at the Dominion stage. The 5-star Dominion stage dark anomaly that had cornered Team C and nearly wiped them out. There were countless of them here.
In an instant, everyone's heart sank to the depths.
In the distance, they gazed toward the center of Tai City. At the center of the sky, a massive black vortex was faintly taking shape, with dark energy constantly converging toward its center from all directions. The atmosphere was ominous and spine-chilling. Ether Guild, we must resolve the anomaly outside Tai City, otherwise, we won't be able to enter the city proper.
Chapter 72, Sacrificing the Entire City to Welcome the Birth of the King. At that moment, it wasn't just outside Tai City.
The members of the Fong family had also noticed the terrifying commotion in the sky above the city center.
What is that? A vortex?
I sense a powerful dark aura converging toward the center.
I feel it too.
Those dark elements are rushing toward the center of the vortex one after another, just like bees returning to their hive.
I'm afraid some terrifying creature is about to be born inside.
Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, everyone's expressions were grave. The constantly evolving bats were already troublesome enough, and the 5-star Dominion stage mutation had caught them completely off guard.
Su Qingying glanced at her wristband, where the numbers kept flickering, 79. The anomaly concentration was about to break through 80. It was nearing the Ether Guild's alert threshold.
According to the danger classification, an anomaly concentration of 80 was an extreme situation. Even low-tier pioneers would avoid it. Should be handed over directly to the military.
Right now.
This Class A anomaly invasion had clearly become something they were completely unable to contend with, and the situation was still deteriorating. And within that darkness, even more terrifying things were still brewing.
Is it the king? Su Qingying asked, her voice trembling. What?
Everyone turned to look at Su Qingying.
Bai Qiushi, standing nearby, suddenly turned pale. You mean the so-called perfectly evolved being? Su Qingying took a deep breath.
She wasn't entirely sure herself, but her gut feeling was bad and experience had shown that her instincts were usually spot on.
What is the king? Fong asked.
Seeing that Fong was somewhat interested, Su Qingying explained. Normally, anomalies, even those of the same kind, attack and devour one another. This is because, in their evolutionary sequence, devouring other anomalies is the fastest way to advance.
But there are exceptions.
Take this group of bats we're seeing right now, for example. From their previous invasion of Tai City, it's clear they're organized and disciplined traits that don't align with those of low-star anomalies. There's one explanation for this: the favored clan effect. Perfect evolved beings exert a sort of bloodline suppression over anomalies of their own kind, causing ordinary anomalies to automatically assume the role of servants. And the perfect evolved being is the king of these servants, the entity within that giant cocoon. The concept of the king comes from internal documents of the Ether Guild.
Just as a pioneer like Fong with his abnormally high dual attributes is extremely rare, so too is the existence of a king. At least so far, no member of the Ether Guild has ever witnessed a king sacrificing an entire city to celebrate the birth of the king? After hearing Su Qingying's description, everyone fell silent.
The average strength of those present was roughly at the 4-star Dominion stage level. It was already extremely difficult for them to deal with swarms of ordinary mutated bats. If they encountered that 5-star Dominion stage bat from earlier without Fong, at least half of them would have been killed or injured.
And now you're telling me that was just a subordinate? And there's a perfect bat king currently hatching, about to be born? There's a curse word I'm not sure I should say. Perhaps sensing that everyone present was being overly pessimistic, Li Wenju cleared his throat and stepped forward. Actually, things aren't quite that bad yet. The military is on its way, isn't it? The military district should have experience handling situations like this. Oh no! Su Qingying suddenly let out a startled cry.
A sense of foreboding washed over her.
Su Qingying stared at her earpiece, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Feng. The military has been blocked outside Tai City. What is going on? Those words struck like a thunderclap.
Right now, everyone's hope lay in the arrival of the military district, expecting its elite forces to take control of Tai City. The liaison reported that a group of powerful bat anomalies has appeared at the border of Tai City, with strength generally at the Dominion Stage 5-star, 6-star,
even stronger. The military district's elite forces have been held up by them.
In times of crisis, the scarcest commodity isn't courage, it's hope. Now, even their last shred of hope had been shattered. With the military district's elite forces held up and unable to enter for the time being, no help would arrive until they dealt with these bats no matter what happened inside Tai City.
They were now completely cut off and without help.
Although the bats had been temporarily driven back by Feng's single strike, once they regrouped, they would soon return with a vengeance.
By then, would they, many of whom were wounded, be able to hold out that long? At that moment, a dark cloud hung over everyone's hearts.
Even Li Wenju couldn't find the words to offer comfort at a time like this, facing an enemy countless times more powerful than themselves. No one could help but feel daunted.
The situation is clear now.
The military district's elite forces won't be able to arrive anytime soon.
The top priority is to gather all the pioneers inside Tai City. We've already sent location updates to the other teams. They're approaching Tai City Square. The liaison's voice was gentle yet firm, soothing Su Qingying's anxiety.
The situation in Tai City was now beyond their control at a time like this. Their only option was to minimize casualties as much as possible. She hoped they would arrive as soon as possible after receiving the message.
Team A? Team A? Come in. Every agent of the Ether Guild was assigned a dedicated liaison to assist them in combat.
The wristbands had undergone rigorous testing and were designed to maintain communication even under the most weather conditions. But now, despite the relentless calls from the liaisons, there was complete silence on the other end of the headset, so quiet that not even a breath could be heard.
Team A is out of contact, a trembling voice came through.
Captain Zhang Yuan, please reply to my message immediately.
Damn it!
Team B's communication has been cut off too. They're under heavy attack from anomalies.
What about Team D? No response from Team D either. All teams, none of them are responding? For a moment, no one could accept this news. All teams have lost contact. They've been ambushed by anomalies.
Damn it, I knew all along that this class A anomaly invasion wasn't going to be that simple. The military district is still tied up dealing with those bats. They're doing this on purpose.
They came prepared, intending to turn Tai City into a feast for the king, to be offered up to that giant cocoon.
That's a full 30 pioneers, every single one of them at 4 stars or higher on the Dominion stage. How could they all have lost contact?
The area where they were stationed was overrun by massive swarms of mutated bats.
Among the evolved bats were 5 and 6 star specimens, with thousands upon thousands of 1 and 2 star bats acting as their escort.
If they've fallen into such an anomaly, I'm afraid.
Someone still refused to give up, continuing to call out to the other side.
But the result was still a chilling silence. What happened?
Su Qingying heard the commotion on the other end, and her heart sank instantly. The liaison took a deep breath, his voice trembling, and reported the news of the loss of contact as it was. The ABD team has completely lost contact.
Chapter 73, The Golden Sun Rising in the Darkness. I'll go. All teams have lost contact.
The message from the Special Operations Coordination Room reached Su Qingying's ears through her headset. Instantly, her body trembled.
Lost contact? How could this happen? Not a single response? Could all the wristbands have malfunctioned at once?
The wristbands were developed by the Ether Guild. They won't break even if thrown into the deep sea or exposed to extreme
heat. They won't even break if your body rots away. They must have malfunctioned. If the wristbands weren't malfunctioning, how could there be absolutely no response?
Su Qingying impatiently cut off the liaison's words. Seeing this, all voices fell silent, and the others turned their gaze toward her, their eyes filled with a hint of pity.
That's 30 pioneers, after all.
Just this morning, I said hello to them, and they were smiling as they told me they'd visit that milk tea shop I'd been raving about once this mission was over.
Why has it come to this?
In this sea of bats, the wristbands are the lighthouses guiding them forward, their only link to the outside world.
And now, they've lost contact. If they lose the wristband's guidance and get lost in the anomaly, what will the consequences be?
As Su Qingying spoke, she suddenly felt something wet on her face, and her vision blurred. The rain was falling harder and harder.
Tai City was in turmoil. Shattered glass, blood-stained rooms.
Countless bats formed a vast, pitch-black web, enveloping the entire city and instilling a deep sense of despair. The wounded members of the Ether Guild weren't faring much better either. These men, usually tough as nails, now all had bloodshot eyes.
Those were their comrades in arms. Those beasts. Those damned beasts.
They had entered Tai City together, vowing to protect the peaceful lives of ordinary people.
But now, their teammates were out of contact, their fate unknown.
Those companions they used to joke and play with were now engulfed by the anomalous horde, like a few lone boats lost at sea.
How desperate they must be in there. Just then, Su Qingying suddenly sprang into action.
She leaped to her feet, roughly wiping the tears from her face with her sleeve, her
frame now radiating immense energy. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to get out of here.
We're agents of the Ether Guild.
We've enjoyed the privileges of the pioneers, and now it's time to set an example.
Even if the mission fails, we should stay by our comrades' sides. No sooner had she finished speaking
than a series of crisp, synchronized swishing sounds filled the air.
To everyone's surprise, the wounded members of Team C all stood up, one by one. They were all severely injured. Some had only just staunched their bleeding, while others still had bandages wrapped around their heads. Bai Qiu used one hand to brace himself as he sat up, his eyes flashing with resolve as he stood.
You're right.
We're agents of the Ether Guild.
With Tai City in this state, what good is hiding here? Let us go out and fight those beasts. Kill one if we can, kill two if we can.
At that moment, the wounded looked fierce, their eyes ablaze with a raging fire. Seeing this scene, Yi and the others were so shaken they were speechless. While bandaging them earlier, they had clearly seen just how severe these people's injuries were. Even if rushed to the emergency room, they would need to be wheeled in on a stretcher for immediate treatment.
You're all this badly injured and you're still determined to go?
That thought flashed through everyone's minds.
They knew the answer all too well. They had to go. In the face of imminent danger. The bat swarm had already overrun Tai City.
Once the king within the cocoon was born, not only the city, but the entire nation of Xia would face a devastating blow. As pioneers of the Ether Guild, they were bound to stand in front of the ordinary people, to shield this city.
Yi and the others all stood up as well.
These pioneers were deeply moved. They were all self-trained pioneers, and seeing Tai City reduced to such a chaotic and desolate state filled them with rage.
The actions of these Ether Guild pioneers shook them to the core. Even if the path ahead was pitch black, even if hope was slim, even if they knew it was impossible, they were determined to do it anyway. A wave of respect welled up in their hearts. However, just as the crowd's emotions were running high,
suddenly, a faint voice spoke up.
What good will it do for the few of you to go?
Those words were undoubtedly like a bucket of cold water dumped right on everyone's heads.
In an instant, the gulf of reality they momentarily overlooked came sharply back into focus because of that single phrase. What's the point?
The anomaly out there was so powerful, far beyond their capabilities, that even if they, a group of injured and disabled people, went, their chances of success were slim to none.
Su Qingying's blood boiled, and she was about to snap.
But when she saw who had spoken, her anger fizzled out instantly, and she let out a heavy sigh.
There's no choice. We can't just do nothing, can we?
They couldn't just stand by and watch Taisher completely turn into the king's hunting ground right before their eyes.
Su Qingying didn't argue, because the speaker was Feng.
She still held Feng in high regard. After all, he had saved her so many times and possessed immense power.
At this point, what else could she do? Up until then, Fong had remained silent.
He was polishing his tang sword. The blade had previously cut through an abnormal body, leaving it coated with blood, flesh, and mucus. Now, after being rinsed, a white cloth was gently wiping away the traces of water droplets. Fong's movements as he wiped the sword were neither hurried nor slow, they were graceful. After finishing, he stood up and slowly sheathed the long sword at his waist.
Boom!
A powerful aura surged naturally from his body, and a brilliant golden glow burst from the tip of the blade, as if it were the last glimmer of hope in the darkness.
I'll go.
His calm voice rang in her ears like a clap of thunder.
You. Su Qingying clearly hadn't expected him to step in personally. Why?
This had nothing to do with him at all.
Yi was also taken aback.
She tugged nervously at the hem of Fong's robe, wanting to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Everyone turned to look at Fong, hesitating to speak.
But don't waste time.
Fong held out his hand, gesturing for her to take off the bracelet. He already knew it had a tracking function and could detect abnormal locations. These little gadgets made by the Ether Guild were actually quite useful. He hoped they'd promote them more widely. Su Qingying was momentarily dazed by the time she came to her senses. The silver bracelet on her wrist had already landed in Fong's hand. This is a specialized bracelet from the Ether Guild.
It's not just a tracker, it's also a communicator. Once you put it on, my liaison will get in touch with you.
She'll monitor the information around you and provide comprehensive support during combat. As soon as the bracelet neared her wrist, it clicked into place, fitting perfectly.
Let us go. Boom!
A dazzling golden light burst forth from the high-rise apartment, and an overwhelming aura plunged into the sea of black bats, sending ripples through the swarm.
Chapter 74, Everyone, coordinate with me, I will take down the king at the center. Special Operations Task Force Coordination Room. The vast room was silent, the atmosphere incredibly tense.
A middle-aged man in uniform stepped inside, not yet 40, and everyone around him respectfully bowed their heads.
Sir.
The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the large screen. The screen displayed a zoomed-in topographic map of Taisher City.
At that moment, the map was as if drenched in ink, a sea of black.
Report the situation. Nearly all teams have been wiped out.
Team A is shrouded in darkness. We are currently unable to contact them. 10 minutes had passed.
A full 10 minutes had gone by. The silver dots representing the Ether Guild showed no sign of movement whatsoever. They were so still they might as well not exist. Unless one looked closely, it would be impossible to spot those dots on the map at first glance. Meanwhile, in the communications room next door, the operator kept calling out to the liaison, but there was no response coming through the communicator. "We have no one left," Wei Zhang said, his mouth parched as he uttered those words. They didn't want to believe it, but the reality was brutal. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow into a river shape and, after a moment's thought, said,
"Switch to the military district channel."
The operator tapped the controls a few times. The next second, the screen flickered, and the section of the map showing the Tai City border zoomed in to fill the main screen. Sounds came through the communicator, nothing but earth-shattering battle cries and the heart-wrenching screeches of bats.
The military district is attempting to enter Tai City proper. It'll take at least 30 minutes to reach Central Square. 30 minutes? By then, the royal capital will have hatched. Tai City will be wiped out. How can we even think of stopping them? There's no choice.
The number of these bat clans is more than 10 times higher than expected, and their level of evolution is quite advanced.
Even the military's most powerful thermal weapons can't kill them with a single shot, not to mention, with so many abnormal deaths imbued with the dark attribute, if they aren't recovered promptly, the dark attribute will spread at an unimaginable rate.
By then, not only Tai City, but several surrounding cities will also be engulfed by a sea of the dark attribute.
No. The dark attribute absolutely must not spread. Someone immediately objected. Everyone was well aware of one crucial fact. That is, the dark attribute must never leave Tai City.
Once it spreads, the entire Xia kingdom would be reduced to a shadow zone, and the casualties would be many times greater than those in Tai City. The military's advance was proceeding very slowly. Aside from the difficulty posed by the evolved bats, the dark attribute was the biggest obstacle. At this point, the situation had reached a dilemma. Everyone's hair stood on end. The military cannot advance, yet the cocoons in Tai City are hatching with every passing second. On one side is Tai City, on the other is the entire Xia kingdom behind them. Could it be that there really is no way out? We don't want to abandon Tai City, but once the dark attribute spreads, the disaster will engulf other cities. The consequences are unimaginable. What about the king? No one could answer. By now, this Class A invasion mission had reached an unimaginably critical stage. No one knew what the future held. The middle-aged man's gaze was somber. If things really came to that, the only option would be to abandon Tai City and subsequently eradicate the anomaly with a devastating strike. Unless absolutely necessary, they were unwilling to abandon anyone. Just then. Wait. There's still an agent on the move. There's another agent moving here. His route is he heading towards Central Square? What? The giant screen switched, and as everyone saw the silver light advancing across the screen, they couldn't help but gasp. That speed was too fast. Like a sharp sword, it sliced open a gap in the impenetrable darkness. Who is that? Seeing this scene, a glimmer of hope sprang up in everyone's hearts. Agent Su Qingying, Group Number C02, Dominion Stage 4-star. Has previously completed 1 D-level monitoring mission, 10 C-level missions, and 5 B-level support missions. Dominion Stage, 4 stars? Upon hearing this rank, the light in their eyes faded. Admittedly, Dominion Stage, 4 stars, wasn't weak. She was already a core combatant of the Ether Guild, but the enemy they faced was far too powerful. It was far beyond what a 4-star practitioner could withstand. She went in alone? That's practically a death sentence. Get her back here immediately. Su Qingying's liaison was also frantic. She immediately opened the communication channel. Su Qingying, come in. Stop your operation immediately. Don't risk unnecessary casualties. We're contacting Ether Guild headquarters and the military district. There must be a way. Please call off the operation immediately. The liaison kept emphasizing. But would there really be a solution? Even if they took the drastic step of abandoning Tai City and using a blanket strike to eradicate the anomaly, success was still far from certain. The enemy was far too powerful, and humanity seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. In such a desperate situation, what could a Dominion Stage 4-star agent possibly accomplish by charging into the central square? Could she really stop the king's ascension? Impossible. The liaison's calls fell on deaf ears. There was no response from the other side. They watched helplessly as that speck of light continued to draw closer. She was moving far too fast. Just moments ago, she was still in the neighboring district, a long way from the central plaza, but now she was already nearing the area where the central plaza was located. What on earth is she trying to do? Stop her immediately. There are plenty of 5-star Dominion Stage advanced evolved beings right beside the king. Is she out of her mind? Agent Su Qingying. Please stop moving and stand by where you are. Come in. Just as the liaison's voice was about to give out from shouting, a reply finally came through the communicator. ZZZZZ. A brief, piercing sound of electromagnetic interference filled the air, followed by a deep, magnetic male voice on the other end. So that's how this thing works. Hey. Can you hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me. A man? No way. How did Su Qingying suddenly turn into a man? The liaison froze, suddenly realizing that Su Qingying wasn't the one using the communication bracelet, nor was she the rapidly moving speck of light. Who are you? You're not Agent Su Qingying? As soon as those words left her mouth, everyone turned to look at her. It wasn't Su Qingying after all? This turn of events caught everyone off guard for a moment. No one could process it. Given the hellish situation, Tai City right now, where people are scrambling just to escape, who would be heading straight toward the center?
And why would they be wearing someone else's wristband to contact them? Who exactly is this person?
However, the person on the other end didn't answer their questions but spoke sternly instead. I need all of you to coordinate with me immediately.
I'm going to take down the king at the center. What? At that moment, everyone was in a daze. Did we hear that wrong? Take down the king? Was he planning to single-handedly take on that perfect evolved being whose aura was so terrifying that even they weren't confident they could handle it?
Chapter 75, Under Dark Clouds, Stand With Us, Comrades.
Tai Shi. Fong was at a loss for words.
After receiving this communicator, he realized it had so many buttons that he was momentarily bewildered. Listening to the voice on the other end the whole time, yet unable to respond, was driving him absolutely crazy. Dark clouds swirled overhead, the sky grew dim, and pressure kept building, yet he kept moving forward at full speed.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Amid the rolling blue-black thunder, one dark figure after another crashed to the ground, releasing waves of a bird smell. Thunderlight surged in Fong's palms. After dispatching the bats blocking his path, he didn't pause for a moment, his figure racing straight toward the central square.
Are you a pioneer in Tai City? Taking down the king, is that even possible? After a long moment, the female liaison finally replied, her voice trembling with despair. It wasn't that she doubted Fong's abilities, it was simply that what he just said was so shocking. What else? Can the Ether Guild do it? Fong's counter-question left her speechless. That was true, they had already failed. The Ether Guild's defeat in their first battle, ending in such a dismal failure, had dealt them a massive blow. If you don't want Tai City to be destroyed and become prey for the anomalies, then have all liaisons coordinate with me. Use all your current equipment and information to assist me.
A clear, calm voice came through the communicator.
One by one, the liaisons' expressions darkened.
Most of them were locals from Tai City. This was their home, where their families lived. They didn't want to see their hometown fall and be forced to leave their homes.
Just as everyone was wrestling with their inner conflict, a voice suddenly spoke up. Agreed.
The middle-aged man in command spoke up. Ink-black emotions churned in his eyes as he settled the matter with a decisive tone. Listen to him.
Everyone, stop what you're doing immediately. Establish a connection with him right away. Use satellite radar to detect nearby anomalies and do everything in your power to provide him with information.
C02, you're in charge of the main connection.
Guide him to the exact location. Su Qingying's liaison nodded. Begin. As soon as the order was given, everyone immediately took their positions. The satellite imagery is densely packed with heat sources, all of them anomalies. They're circling around the giant cocoon, forming an encirclement.
There are fewer anomalies to the north, more than 10 kilometers away. We can use that as a breakthrough point.
The main road is swarming with anomalies. I recommend breaking through at the junction and heading southeast.
The light dots on the screen flickered frantically as massive amounts of data were being collected and analyzed. Every digit was jumping and flashing. At this moment, the entire intelligence team revolved around Fong. Every machine was running at full capacity, processing the surrounding data for him.
Oh no, someone suddenly cried out. An anomaly has detected him. At 2 o'clock, 2 anomalies are closing in.
Based on threshold detection, one of them has likely reached the Dominion Stage 5-star level.
5-star Dominion Stage? Hearing this, everyone's heart sank.
At that moment, the silver dot on the screen was racing toward the detected location. In less than 10 seconds, they would be in a head-on collision.
There are 2 5-star Dominion Stage anomalies directly ahead of you.
Please take evasive action, the communications officer shouted with all her might.
But she knew full well it was already too late to retreat.
On the other end of the communicator, the sound of torrential rain continued to roar, surging like a tsunami, as if it had become the soundtrack to this disaster. At that moment, they clearly heard 2 piercing, prolonged screeches, the sound of the bats launching their attack.
The anomalies were upon them.
Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats, and Su Qingying's liaison turned pale.
Just then,
Suddenly, amid the sound of the rain, they heard a different sound. It lasted only a fraction of a second, a fleeting moment, but they caught it nonetheless.
Was that the sound of a blade?
A piercing, icy cold clang seeped through the communicator, excruciatingly shrill, followed by the roar of raging flames.
A torrential downpour was lashing Tai City. What kind of fire could possibly ignite under such conditions?
A shrill voice rang out abruptly, as if someone had set a rat's nest ablaze, with the rats inside screaming and scrambling to escape. The anomaly source has vanished.
The liaison, having witnessed the scene, his pupils suddenly contracted as he uttered these words, his voice almost trembling. What? The anomaly source has vanished? Everyone looked at one another, their faces betraying shock.
They had all heard the sound of a sword being drawn, and the very next second, the anomaly source had vanished. There was only one possibility.
The anomaly was instantly killed with a single slash. He took out that anomaly in an instant? That was a 5-star Dominion stage anomaly.
Even a pioneer at the same level in the military district would struggle to kill it instantly, because when anomalies evolve, the first things to strengthen are their fur and flesh, their hardness rivals that of steel.
An anomaly instantly killed with a single strike. That's terrifying. This proves his strength is definitely above the 5-star Dominion stage.
Moreover, dark attribute anomalies are extremely cunning. To be able to kill one instantly means he possesses vast and formidable combat experience.
In the city, there's actually such a powerful pioneer? After a brief second of silence.
The next moment, everyone was suddenly filled with excitement.
That was a dark attribute anomaly.
Dark attribute anomalies are, without a doubt, the hardest to kill bar none. Their cunning is every bit as sharp as that of humans. They even play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses,
luring pioneers right into their traps.
This swarm of bats wasn't particularly strong in terms of raw power alone, but they had seen through the humans' tactics. Taking advantage of a gap while the humans were patrolling in scattered groups, they instantly concentrated their attack to crush the weakest squad among Tai City's internal guards, exploiting the timing difference. Such a cunning and powerful anomaly had been instantly wiped out in a single encounter. This was an immense morale boost that ignited everyone's confidence.
Damn it, so Tai City was hiding a pioneer this powerful all along. Tai City is saved. Everyone gazed out at the sky.
Their hearts, once filled with despair and stillness, began to beat vigorously once more. They clenched their fists in excitement and turned their hopeful gazes toward the screen. Outside, darkness reigned, with dark clouds hanging heavy over the sky, a dark cloud hovering over Tai City.
And wasn't the impending mana awakening just as much a dark cloud looming over the nation of Xia? Even now, with mana not yet fully revived, the abnormal beasts have already proliferated at a terrifying rate. Ordinary people haven't even realized the world is changing, everything is unfolding in the shadows.
They fight in the darkness, die in despair, and may fall just before dawn breaks. But from the moment they joined the Ether Guild, they were prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. And now, as Tai City faces crisis, as their homeland, the very ground beneath their feet, is ravaged by these damned dark anomalies, the pioneers lurking in the shadows are beginning to emerge.
And now, this mysterious pioneer is the beginning.
Like a shot in the arm, he tells the Ether Guild that Tai City has not given up. They grew up in the spring breeze. They, too, are guardians of this land. In face of danger, they share the same purpose as us. That is to safeguard the land beneath our feet and protect everyone behind us.
He stands with us.
Chapter 76, Crimson Flames Like a Long Dragon, the Ultimate Cremation Sword Technique. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Everything before his eyes was pitch black. He couldn't tell if it was the dark sky or the bats' jet black wings. The air was filled with the screeching of bats. The entire city of Tai had become nothing more than a rat's nest.
There were simply too many of them. There were simply too many bats.
The only path leading to the central square was already swarming with bats, and among them were even Dominion Stage 5 and 6 star beings.
Roar! Shadows circled and screeched overhead, spewing streams of pitch-black mist. In an instant, the city was engulfed by an even thicker fog, a fog imbued with the dark attribute.
Under its corrosive influence, the city's steel-reinforced walls crumbled as easily as soft tofu, eroded in the blink of an eye.
Countless screams rang out. A sense of despair engulfed the entire city. Fang's location was the focal point of all the bats' attention. Their crimson eyes fixed on this uninvited guest, countless eyes glowed like will-o'-the-wisps in the night, even drowning out the lone moonlight in the sky. Suddenly, the bats moved. Countless bats from all around surged toward Fang, instantly shrouding his location in a thick shadow. So many bats gathered in one place, all targeting Fang alone. This was how the bats dealt with the other teams. In that moment, pairs of crimson eyes flared to life, instantly engulfing the figure within. Despair surged through him. But just then, with a thunderous roar, a terrifying blade of light carrying the fire of purification slashed through the swarm of bats. The frenzied flames instantly devoured all the dark anomalies. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the thick fog was completely incinerated by the purifying fire. The sea of fire was spreading. Boom! 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 Wherever the flames passed, a series of explosive sounds erupted, as if the mountains and seas were shattering. The path ahead was instantly cleared. Countless bats screamed in agony as they burned, consumed by the raging inferno. In the heart of Tai City, a crimson sea surged outward, bathing the entire sky in a blood-red glow. Sky and sea merged into one, creating a majestic and awe-inspiring spectacle. Inside a high-rise apartment, Yi was staring anxiously out the window, her fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her shirt, a sign of her tension. I wonder how my cousin is doing right now. Ever since Fang left a moment ago, her heart had been in her throat, and she hadn't been able to relax. Wait! What's that sound? Zhao Meng's startled voice rang out in her ears, and everyone turned to look, their eyes reflecting the pitch-black sky. There was nothing there. But just then, boom! A deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth. A crimson flame, like a long dragon, suddenly burst through the darkness and shot straight into the sky. The flame was dazzling, illuminating the entire city of Tai as bright as day, and the roar was deafening. The city of Tai was instantly lit up by the flames. Everyone was utterly stunned. What's going on? The downtown area is suddenly on fire. What could have exploded to produce such a terrifying light? What on earth is happening? Those flames over there are terrifying. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the flames in the center of Tai City, their faces etched with horror. Amid the torrential rain, a terrifying sea of fire erupted, shattering the darkness. That darkness was formed by the convergence of countless dark attribute anomalies. Thunder surged through the darkness. The terrifying aura of the high-grade solar attribute erupted with a thunderous roar. What a terrifying sea of fire! It's literally carved a path right through the anomaly. It's completely beyond reason. Countless Ether Guild members witnessed this scene. Those demonic creatures they had treated as their greatest enemies now lay shattered and fallen to the ground, completely charred. This scene shocked countless people. The members of the Special Operations Division rarely paid attention to the pioneers or the Ether Guild outside. They were already swamped with their own affairs. But now, this pioneer from Tai City had completely shattered their worldview, leaving them speechless. Had the strength of the pioneers outside truly evolved to this level? This level of strength is on par with even those prodigies in the military districts who've been built up with resources. Wait a minute. I remember now. A liaison suddenly cried out in surprise, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I once saw a video circulating privately in Tai City. It was near the magma below. Someone sliced through a sea of fire with a single stroke. It's him. What? So it's him. That mysterious pioneer who once sliced through a sea of fire with a single stroke? Everyone recalled that video. It had already spread throughout pioneer circles, and even they had come across it countless times. The sea of fire before their eyes matched the one in that video perfectly. Countless people were so stunned they were speechless. So it's him. The King of Flames. When I first saw that fire burial strike, it wasn't nearly as awe-inspiring as it is today.
In such a short time, his strength has improved significantly.
That talent is simply terrifying. Did you see that?
Those bats were completely helpless against him.
His flames cleared the entire main thoroughfare in an instant. The domineering, powerful, and ultimate fire burial blade technique. If it's him, maybe he really can pull it off. While everyone stood in awe,
Li Zhongyue, the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the big screen. On the screen, a sea of fire surged, tearing through the surrounding darkness as countless bats were consumed, melted, and burned.
Could it be? Is there really a pioneer capable of achieving this?
Chapter 77, If Darkness Falls, Some Still Press On.
Tai City Local Forum. Traffic was skyrocketing, with a flood of posts being uploaded. What on earth is going on? Can someone tell me? Why am I hearing terrifying sounds from outside? What is going on with those bats? Help!
There's a terrifying bat right outside my window. Why are its wings rotting, its eyes so red, and its body covered in blood?
It looks just like a demon from hell. I'm hiding in my closet right now.
I'm too scared to even look outside.
Even though I'm wearing noise-canceling headphones, those terrifying sounds keep piercing my ears. Are they going to burst in any second now? I'm so scared. Can someone please save me?
Countless posts were posted. One after another, horrifying photos filled the forum's main page: shattered glass, bloodstains snaking across windowsills, and blood-soaked bats.
People were in a panic. It was supposed to be just a heavy rain warning. Why did so many terrifying bats suddenly appear?
What is even more terrifying is that these bats not only look bizarre, but they're also breaking into apartment buildings and attacking people. Some have witnessed bats smashing through windows and tearing their neighbors to pieces.
Why is this happening? Everyone's anxiety was ignited.
In a situation like this, fear is contagious, and they were desperately hoping for an answer. However, after the post went live, it vanished without a trace.
Wait, no.
It wasn't that no one was replying, the posts were disappearing rapidly. A post titled "So Scary. My neighbor was eaten by a bat," which had been posted just a second ago, didn't even have the image loaded yet, but when clicked, it already displayed a different message. The post you are viewing has been deleted.
The number of newly posted threads was plummeting. Someone was frantically deleting posts. Why is this happening? Who is deleting our posts? I can't send any messages at all.
I just tried to post on another platform, but I got a message saying my IP address isn't allowed to do this.
Me too. It's the same for everyone. How could this happen? Our IPs have been blocked. No messages can leave Tai City at all. This statement undoubtedly added fuel to the fire of panic online.
The torrential rain had cut off the signal, severing Tai City's only line of communication with the outside world. At that moment, no matter what methods ordinary citizens of Tai City tried, they were unable to send a single message out. They were like trapped beasts, locked within this darkness. As more and more people realized what was happening, that addresses in Tai City had been blocked, effectively trapping them in an information cocoon. They were suddenly overcome by a sense of abandonment.
What on earth is going on? Just then, boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout Tai City.
At that moment, a fiery dragon rose, obscuring the sun and turning the sky crimson. Terrifying power surged forth, and the raging flames instantly illuminated everyone's vision.
And in the next instant,
those terrifying bats were all consumed by the flames. Fiery serpents darted about, creating an utterly terrifying visual spectacle.
At the same time,
everyone saw the latest post on the forum, posted by Tai City Meteorological Bureau. If darkness descends and there are still those who keep moving forward, we hope you will remain calm and leave everything to him.
An image followed below.
A blurred silhouette stood tall before a swarm of bats. A sea of fire lay before him, and he was rushing toward the heart of the darkness.
The Tai City authorities have spoken. Who is this person?
His silhouette gives me a sense of unwavering resolve. It fills me with a deep sense of security.
Me too.
Even though I don't know what the authorities mean by that statement, looking at that silhouette, I suddenly don't feel as scared anymore. For some reason, he gives off the vibe of a guardian deity.
What on earth is happening in Thai City? What is going on with Sia country lately? Is this weird weather really normal? Why does it feel like this kind of thing is popping up everywhere in the news lately? What exactly are these bats? Why are there so many of them, thousands upon thousands gathered in Thai City? They're practically like terrifying mythical creatures. The waves of discussion rolled one after another. The official response acted like a stabilizing force, calming their nerves. Although they were still deeply uneasy, they couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right lately. But one thing was certain. Even though Taishur was now shrouded in darkness, with not a glimmer of light in sight, there were still people working tirelessly on our behalf. Many of them had fallen in the darkness, yet others continued to step forward in their place. At that moment, someone was the first to reply to the official post. When Thai City is in trouble, those people step up. Yes, don't let a few scattered comments online sway your emotions, in wild speculation or conjecture. We are not alone and defenseless. There are always brave people standing before us, holding up the sky for us. They're leading the charge, fighting the darkness for us. Don't give up, everyone. At first, there were still some disheartening, defeatist comments claiming this was all an official hoax. But gradually, those remarks disappeared, completely drowned out by positive messages. Everyone felt a powerful resonance with these passionate words. That's right. When has the Xia kingdom ever abandoned us? Even when darkness looms ahead, there are still those who blaze a trail through the flames, forging ahead alone to carve out a clear path to the heavens. Suddenly, the same phrase popped into everyone's mind. With great power comes great responsibility. Times change, the world changes, but our Xia kingdom has never changed. They're doing their utmost to save us from the front lines. We can't give up either. That's right. We must support him with our actions. He is leading the way, and we must persevere and fight until the very last moment. Exactly. Wave after wave of supportive comments poured in. In just a few short minutes, Thai City's online forums were flooded with words of encouragement and comfort. Faced with this immense disaster, the residents of Thai City refused to be defeated. They trusted the authorities and began actively following the official guidelines to start fires and save themselves. At Fang's home, Yi looked back at everyone behind her, her eyes sparkling with a brilliant light. Everyone, let us go. Let us go. After they left, a post suddenly shot to the top of the trending list. The pinned post contained just one sentence. It's our turn to step up. Thank goodness I brought you out before I left. Fang sighed and pulled a small, palm-sized pot from his inner pocket. A tiny flower bloomed within it, emitting a luminous white glow, and a desolate aura instantly spread out. Boom! Countless vines suddenly burst forth from the pot, surging in all directions like a spider spinning its web. The surrounding landscape began to change. Lush greenery spread out as the vines wove themselves into a gigantic net, descending to envelop everything. All the bats were trapped within. Countless sounds of struggle and screams echoed out, yet they could not break free from the vine prison. Instead, they were tightly entangled by the vines and turned into mummified corpses one by one. The wasteland attribute was frantically devouring the life force of these evolved creatures, feeding it back to the little flower. Its petals grew visibly larger and brighter, their radiance growing ever more intense. It's too dark up ahead. I can't pinpoint the king's exact location, Fang said calmly. Give me a general direction. Is a general direction enough? I'm pinpointing the exact coordinates for you. Too slow. A faint stir arose in Fang's heart. He could vaguely hear a strong, powerful heartbeat coming from behind the bats. He raised his gaze. By now, he had reached the central square, arriving at the innermost ring of the bats' encirclement, and the floating giant cocoon was situated right in the center of the square. The bat screeches gradually faded, and that deep, resonant sound grew ever clearer. Thump, 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 as if on an ancient battlefield, a tattooed barbarian were beating the great drum of war. This was the king's heartbeat. Fang gripped his tang sword tightly. In an instant,
Countless evil thoughts flashed before his eyes, thoughts capable of stirring the most wicked and frantic desires deep within the human heart. This was the corruption of the dark attribute. Once one's thoughts descended into chaos, they would be manipulated by evil and reduced to a sacrifice to the dark attribute. Detected. The King's location. It's right in front of you. 12 o'clock. C02's voice rang out just in time. Excellent. Fong took a deep breath and channeled the solar attribute with all his might. This was likely the first time he'd ever done so. With each inhale and exhale, the golden sun breathing art erupted. The dazzling, sacred aura of the solar attribute coalesced with a thunderous roar. Endless light enveloped the area, and a colossal surge of mana slowly rose into the air, forming a brilliant golden sun that hung high in the sky. The terrifying giant sun rose slowly, with wind and thunder surging around it as it hovered behind Fong, as if it had torn through the void itself, a sight that was utterly terrifying. In an instant, the golden sun erupted from its center, like a long river of sunlight. And the dark mist that had been shrouding Tai City was visibly dissipating before everyone's eyes. Under the sun's explosive blaze, the area of darkness continued to shrink as if it were evaporating. It is said that practitioners of the solar attribute at the same cultivation level can utterly crush all dark attribute practitioners of the same rank. Boom! The blazing sun completely tore through the gloom enveloping Taisher City. At that moment, the darkness before him automatically parted to the sides, clearing a path, and at the end of that path, a massive cocoon, swaying ever so slightly. The King's cocoon. When the satellites in the sky captured this scene and transmitted it back to the operations department, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. That's the king about to be born. I can feel the evil aura emanating from that cocoon even through the screen. That chilling, icy sensation gave me goosebumps. An anomaly of this magnitude is far too powerful. Previously, someone in the military district encountered a king. Reportedly, it took the sacrifice of one of the district's elite warriors to slay it. The district's elite have been preparing for the mana awakening for a long time, and that warrior was among the very best, someone who had participated in numerous defense battles in the restricted zone, yet he was taken out in an instant. A military district powerhouse that strong and battle-hardened was completely pierced by a king-level anomaly. The very idea of such a king-level entity hatching is simply too terrifying. Watch out! At that moment, everyone in the operations department witnessed a scene that sent shivers down their spines. The instant the giant cocoon was exposed, the surrounding darkness began to shift. The defensive lines formed by the anomalies were rushing toward Fong at all costs, while countless weaker anomalous moths fluttered toward him like moths to a flame, blocking his path. Countless bats swarmed the sky, and among them, several colossal creatures spread their rotting wings. They appeared infinitely more powerful than the other bats, the difference between a dinosaur and a sparrow. Watch out! Countless anomalies are closing in on you like mad, including Dominion Stage 6-star, 7-star, and even 8-star entities. At that moment, C02's voice was nearly hoarse, her eyes filled with deep terror. Those were all Dominion Stage 7 and 8-star anomalies. A single Dominion Stage 7-star dark attribute anomaly was enough to overwhelm even an ordinary Ether Guild squad, and now there were nearly 10 of them combined. Yet Fong was all alone, looking at the scene before them. At that very moment, everyone's eyes blazed with fury and unbearable hatred. Abnormal evolution requires devouring flesh and blood. Those are 7-star Dominion Stage beings. Those beasts. They've turned the entire Tai City into a blood-soaked hell. The life they're draining comes from our own people. The number of anomalies was rapidly decreasing. As if summoned, a vast number of anomalies suddenly halted their actions and rushed collectively toward the central square. Even the pioneers, who had been slaying the anomalies, felt the pressure ease considerably, and their gazes turned in unison toward the blazing sun. At that moment, everyone in Tai City was watching the battle at the central square that was where the outcome of the battle would be decided. In the ruined city district, the darkness dissipated only to return immediately, surging forward in a powerful wave and raging toward the figure wielding the blade. The anomalies seemed to have stopped caring about anyone else in their eyes. There was nothing but this young man who had disrupted the King's hatching. A terrifying,
piercing howl echoed across the sky. And at that moment,
Fang's eyes shone brightly, and golden flames suddenly ignited within his pupils.
Boom!
In that instant, the great sun overhead trembled and burst open, pouring forth endless sunlight that spread out, shattering the anomaly's bodies into pieces.
Rocks tore through the air, and dust obscured the sky. Thud, thud, thud. Fang took 3 steps back.
The flower pot in his hand had emptied at some point. He pulled out the spirit flower and suddenly slammed it onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble as if it were about to crack like a mirror.
The wasteland attribute erupted in full force.
One bat after another was ruthlessly drained dry. Even their bones turned to white dust, scattering through the air and painting a terrifying apocalyptic scene.
At the same moment,
the fiery patterns on the Tang sword spread across its entire blade, the flames surging as if breathing. A burst of fire actually broke through the blade's surface.
Crimson blade art.
A blinding blade light swept past the spirit flower with a thunderous roar. The blazing flames traced a crescent-shaped arc, and a white streak pierced the sky so fast it seemed as if it would split the entire square in two.
In an instant, all anomalies at the Dominion Stage 6-star level and below were completely obliterated by this attack. Total annihilation.
Countless specks of ash scattered, while dozens of figures fluttered through the air, flapping their wings. These were anomalies above the 6-star Dominion stage, which ordinary attacks could hardly kill.
However, Fang's expression remained unchanged.
As his black hair whipped wildly, a crystal-clear arc of lightning swept across his right hand holding the sword, surging in all directions.
A golden glow enveloped Fang, as if shielding him.
On the Tang sword in his right hand, flashes of lightning and flame alternated. Suddenly, he slashed at a 7-star anomaly, leaving behind nothing but a jagged, pitch-black gash.
The next second, the 7-star anomaly's body exploded with a thunderous roar.
The raging inner flames had entered its body through the wound the moment the blade struck. A mere explosion would not have harmed these anomalies in the slightest, but those inner flames contained an extremely brutal thunder attribute. The most intense thunder bombarded its internal organs, instantly blasting it into countless fragments.
Boom! 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 Fang swung his blade rapidly, sweeping away everything in his path through the darkness.
All 10 Dominion Stage 7-star and Dominion Stage 8-star anomalies were pierced through and completely blown to pieces. A shower of blood and fragments of corpses rained down from the sky, drenching Fang's brow and eyes.
At this moment, Fang was more formidable than ever before.
A vast, golden aura of the solar attribute enveloped his entire body, as if he were clad in the legendary golden chainmail armor that accompanied the great sage into battle.
One by one, the anomalies attempting to block Fang's path were shattered.
He charged forward relentlessly, repelling all evil. No force could come near him.
Roar!
A piercing scream suddenly erupted from within the giant cocoon.
The terrifying cocoon suddenly unleashed a fearsome aura, and streams of black mist transformed into bat-like fangs, roaring toward Fang. That was the king's warning.
It meant the king had sensed a massive threat.
Yet the roar lasted only a brief moment. Fang walked up to the cocoon.
He looked at this strange object, which resembled a massive stone, covered in a menacing black haze. The blackness spread from the very top, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the bottom. "You are the king of the dark anomaly, and the root cause of this calamity. I live in Tai City, and I love the environment here. So, please die." Fang's voice was calm, and a speck of brilliant golden light ignited in his eyes, like an eternal divine flame burning.
Amid the blazing golden light,
he swung his sword. The blade's glow tracing a long arc,
sweeping toward the giant cocoon. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens. "You are the king of abnormal darkness, and the mastermind behind this calamity.
I live in Tai City, and I really like the atmosphere here. So, please die." The calm voice came through the communicator.
At that moment,
everyone heard Fang's cold words. Countless people held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the scene unfolding on the screen. They all had a premonition that something was about to happen that would shake the nation of Xia to its core.
A king on the verge of hatching was about to be annihilated. Seal and destroy. Those two brief words were uttered. Boom! In the next second, raging flames shot up into the sky, incinerating the giant cocoon in the most brutal and direct manner, as if a golden sun had been detonated, obliterating everything in its path. Everyone heard the terrifying sound of the fire. 9 dragons, heavenly fire, eradicate evil, purge sin, and seal all demons and evil spirits. Boom! A horrifying, agonized scream erupted from within the giant cocoon. A ring of fire formed by the heavenly fire bounded, causing the cocoon to shrink bit by bit until it was finally sealed onto the clock tower's face as if inlaid. The golden light overhead slowly faded, as if vanishing into the void, while the dense, dark mist within had long since been dispelled, leaving behind a clear path. Clang! The blade plunged into the stone slab, emitting a crisp sound. Fang's face was pale, he could barely stay on his feet, propping himself up with his sword. At that moment, he was in poor condition. The area was littered with the corpses of anomalies. Racing here and slaying them had drained far too much of his mana, and the final sealing had completely depleted it, the most obvious sign of which was his extreme weakness. The golden light in Fang's pupils gradually faded. He sheathed his tang sword and turned to walk into the darkness. By the time the nearby pioneers arrived at the scene, amid their stunned gazes, "Wonderful! We really did it! We stopped the King's hatching. It's like a dream, he actually sealed the King's cocoon. I thought the mission was going to fail. If it had, Tai City would have fallen, and we'd all be to blame." The Special Operations Division agents breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into relaxed smiles. They high-fived and hugged one another. In the streets, alleys, several pioneers slowly raised their heads and wiped the blood from their faces. Is it over? We actually pulled it off. Speaking of which, my hands are numb from killing so many bats, and that pioneering suit I just bought got a huge hole chewed in it. Those anomalies are so damn annoying. But I only killed 1 and 2-star anomalies, while that pioneer stopped the giant cocoon from hatching. What a monster. Was that cocoon really burned to ashes? We're all pioneers, how can there be such a huge gap between us? I'm definitely going to train hard when I get back. Next time, it should be my turn to be the hero, right? With Wang's seal successfully cast, one by one, the pioneers withdrew from the streets and alleys, their mission accomplished. Mana Awakening had not yet fully activated for now, they remained pioneers hidden behind the facade of the city. At that moment, thanks to everyone's united efforts, the A+ crisis hanging over Tai City was finally successfully averted. As for the pioneer who resolved this A+ level anomaly, no one knew his exact strength, but there was no doubt that his formidable power and astonishing courage had filled all the pioneers of Tai City with immense gratitude and admiration. On the pioneers' private forums, the entry for Tai City Crisis had been highlighted in red, a sign that the topic had gone viral. And that man who saved Tai City. His popularity continues to rank number 1, far surpassing even the Tai City Crisis. Word of his exploits spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of pioneers in countless other cities, and among the many versions circulating, several originated from pioneers in Tai City themselves. I never imagined Tai City actually had such a super pioneer. He sealed away the darkness and slayed the king with a single stroke. It was absolutely mind-blowing. So freaking cool. Countless people raved about the mysterious pioneer's immense power. Actually, it wasn't really exaggeration, because he had indeed wiped out a king's lair and saved millions of lives in Tai City. That was something even the Ether Guild hadn't been able to accomplish, yet a wild pioneer who wasn't even a member of the Ether Guild pulled it off. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Rumor has it that the military district's elite who rushed to provide support were all trapped outside Tai City, intercepted by a swarm of anomalies, and couldn't arrive in time. By the time they got there, that dark attribute giant anomaly cocoon had already been sealed. In other words, if they'd been just a moment later, it would all been over. I once heard a joke about someone rushing to the hospital only to have the doctor say, if you'd come just a moment later, the wound would almost healed. That's what the person upstairs is getting at, right? But this incident was definitely more than just an The Ether Guild took a massive fall. Without anyone stepping in to save the day, they nearly collapsed. We're talking about an entire city here. Seriously, I'm right next to Tai City. I'm in a prime position to speak on this. At the time, I sensed that powerful energy emanating from inside. I had no doubt Tai City was doomed. I'd already planned to pack my bags and head to Tsung City on the other side, and now you're telling me it's been sealed? Does anyone know who that powerful pioneer is? Without official backing, for someone to cultivate to such a terrifying level, there must be a powerful faction behind them, right? Tai City? I know all the influential pioneers in Tai City. None of them are that ridiculously strong. I'm really curious about that pioneer's identity, too. Posts discussing the identity of the pioneer who sealed the giant cocoon were everywhere. Even Zhao Meng, who loved hanging out on forums, was flooded with private messages. Since she once vaguely hinted that she was in Tai City, people everywhere were now asking her if she knew that pioneer. Wow, my older cousin has really blown up this time. Zhao Meng had just taken a quick peek at the forum during a break from her busy schedule, only to find herself suddenly at the center of public attention. At that moment, her vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Sealing the king's cocoon with a single strike, saving the day for the officials, and the super powerful figure everyone's asking about is actually my friend's cousin. Who can even begin to understand this feeling? Yi shot her a cold glance. Zhao Meng immediately nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Yi, I won't go around blabbing about this. The other pioneers nodded in unison, promising not to spread rumors. They all knew their place. They were simply grateful to know such a powerful pioneer. And among all the revelers, the one with the most complicated feelings was Su Qingying. Her heart was filled not only with delight but also with profound awe. Her delight stemmed from the fact that Feng had actually kept his word. He said he'd go alone to defeat the Center's king, and he truly sealed him away by himself. Under those circumstances, even if a powerhouse from the Ether Guild had arrived in person, they might not have achieved such a result. The blazing solar attribute, the ultimate lightning attribute, and that single stroke of cremation, all these seemingly impossible feats were concentrated in him. What else was there about him that she didn't know? Moreover, counting this incident, he had already saved her 3 times. On that day, a legend was born in Tai City. The legend tells of a man who, at Tai City's hour of peril, resolutely stepped alone into the darkness. With a single stroke, he sealed the A+ ranked giant cocoon, rescuing Tai City from the brink of disaster and becoming a hero to the entire city. And this hero, everyone called him the Sealer. No one knows who first coined the name, but the rumor had already taken this form. It was said that the title originally came from Tai City officials. Chapter 81, Ordinary Feng, about to break through to 7 stars. A high-rise apartment. The window was shattered. The glass had already been cleaned up, leaving only a large hole. A summer breeze poured in from outside and surprisingly, it felt quite pleasant. Cousin, I'm done with the call. The repairman said we'll have to wait 2 days. There are still dozens of other customers ahead of us waiting for their windows to be fixed. Yi looked utterly helpless. Wang Jian had already been sealed away, and the anomalies had been dealt with by the authorities. Now, the most urgent task was to repair Tai City and restore it to its pre-invasion state as quickly as possible. Among the damages, aside from the destroyed building complexes, the broken glass was the biggest headache. Who would have thought that the greatest need in Tai City's restoration efforts would be to bring in window repairmen from the neighboring city? I suppose that's a silver lining in all this misfortune. By now, everyone else had left, leaving only Feng and Yi, brother and sister. Yi was peeling a tangerine for Feng, while chicken soup simmered in a small pot in the kitchen to help him regain his strength. Cousin, if it weren't for you this time, would Tai City be in ruins by now? Yi still shuddered at the memory of the swarms of bats she'd seen earlier when she went outside. Their group had also sustained minor injuries during the battle, though fortunately, none were serious. But she'd heard that an A-class anomaly could easily destroy an entire city. With so many 5-star Dominion stage anomalies, she'd never witnessed anything like it before. At the time, she'd truly felt a sense of despair. It wouldn't have come to that. The military district would have arrived in time, but the casualties would have been significant, Feng said. Reportedly, the Ether Guild had been forewarned of this operation and had deployed 40 pioneers to patrol various locations throughout Tai City. In terms of an A-class anomaly invasion alone, this level of preparation was adequate. Moreover, the military district had already arrived to provide support at that time. However, the military district had been trapped at the outskirts of Tai City, a significant delay that nearly led to a major disaster. Although it was a close call, the casualty count in Tai City was still substantial. The only good news was that Fong had reduced that number by tens or even hundreds of times. With a crisis like this, once mana has fully recovered, will incidents like this happen frequently? Yi asked again. Probably. Fong nodded. Before mana fully awakens, all manner of attributes will begin to descend upon the world, some of which are extremely dangerous and could indeed pose a massive threat to this realm. When the day of the mana awakening finally arrives, only pioneers with many years of cultivation will be able to resolve such crises. Hearing this, Yi remained silent. She placed the orange segments one by one into Fong's hands and, looking at his still somewhat pale complexion, let out a soft sigh. We really owe it to my cousin this time. Otherwise, Tai City would have truly been abandoned. They both knew full well that many situations unfolded too suddenly even with early warnings. Once events truly exceeded expectations, the authorities were powerless to intervene. Take this instance, for example, the Ether Guild had long been prepared, yet an accident still occurred. If it weren't for Fong, and had the Dark Attribute King been born, after weighing the options, Tai City might very well have been abandoned. The current situation in Xia Kingdom is extremely precarious and, in fact, the same is true all over the world. It's like when fires are breaking out everywhere, but there are only a few water sources available, so they have to prioritize extinguishing the most critical blazes first. From this perspective, Fong could understand the authorities' predicament. With disaster looming, every city must cultivate its own powerful pioneer, otherwise, they'll just be waiting to die. If it hadn't been for you, cousin, Tai City would have been destroyed. Yi sighed. I heard this anomaly invasion is classified as Class A. Judging by this, Class A invasions are truly terrifying. No, the Ether Guild seems to have classified this incident as Class A+. This was information Fong had received from Su Qingying, who had also explained the difference between the two classifications to him. A and A+ may not seem very different at first glance, but in reality, their levels of danger are worlds apart. The plus signifies potential for growth. Anomalies of this type are extremely difficult to handle and can easily spiral out of control, just like this bat cocoon. If it successfully evolves, it will deal a devastating blow to the city. The ruler inside that cocoon was actually capable of controlling Dominion Stage 7-star and even 8-star anomalous minions, and in significant numbers. If it were to hatch successfully, the annihilation of Tai City would happen in the blink of an eye, far more efficiently than any special thermal weapon developed by the government. By then, Tai City would truly become a living hell. Speaking of which, cousin, your reputation has already spread throughout the pioneer community. They've even given you a title, the Sealer. That's right, that's the one. Yi suddenly recalled something Zhao Meng had mentioned. No sooner had she finished speaking than she noticed Fong stiffen beside her. The Sealer, what a cheesy name, with a faintly tacky ring to it. Fong figured the Ether Guild members must have overheard him muttering the word seal and burial and just went with it. He found it a bit ridiculous, but also quite logical. But it didn't really matter, it was just a nickname. Let me see, Sealer is already trending #1 across the entire forum. I bet it'll spread to every city before long. Yi pulled out her phone, scrolling through the forum while sneakily observing her cousin's expression. His face was turning a bit red. Yi came across as very aloof to outsiders, but in front of her family, she was a lively and caring girl. In her eyes, her cousin was far too low-key. Among the pioneers she deemed, even those with just a modicum of skill would practically carve their cultivation levels onto their foreheads and brag about how awesome they were everywhere they went. Even Li Wenju, who prided himself on being low-key, exuded an aura that made it clear he didn't truly acknowledge anyone less skilled than himself. But her cousin was different. He really did keep a low profile. If she hadn't been living under the same roof as him and been saved by him several times, he would never have realized that her own cousin was actually an idol-level figure.
Thinking back to how she'd mistakenly taken her cousin for an unambitious ordinary person, Yi felt her face flush.
The unassuming Louis Koo. The unambitious Fong. Who hasn't misjudged someone before? It's just so absurd. Where else would you find a self-made, independent pioneer with no backing who can effortlessly seal an A+ level anomaly and clean up the mess for the authorities? Come to think of it, not even a screenwriter would dare to come up with something like this. Still, this whole situation isn't entirely without its benefits. Fong ate the orange Yi handed him and said calmly, "I have a feeling I'm about to break through to 7 stars." The orange in Yi's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She didn't have time to pick it up. Instead, she stared at Fong with wide, beautiful eyes. So soon? 7 a.m., downstairs at Fong's apartment. A slender figure stood at the entrance, a fruit basket in her left hand and health supplements in her right, pacing back and forth hesitantly. Is it too early to visit Brother Fong at this hour? What if he hasn't woken up yet? Maybe I should call him first? Just as she was agonizing over it, suddenly, she heard a resounding crash from above, like the clang of metal. A terrifying force surged. "I'm here on behalf of the Ether Guild to check on Brother Fong after yesterday's sealing operation," Su Qingying greeted her warmly. Today, Su Qingying was dressed casually in sneakers, jeans, a light white t-shirt, and a high-waisted jacket. She looked like the kind of natural, makeup-free campus beauty you'd find at a university. Yi opened the door and handed her a pair of shoe covers. Su Qingying sat properly on the sofa, subtly glancing around the room. The huge hole in the window looked rather comical. About the window, I'll have someone come by to fix it later. Even though it's summer, leaving it like this isn't good, Su Qingying offered. Is that okay? Thank you so much. I already reported it for repair yesterday, but the repairman is just too swamped. Yi poured her a cup of tea. Of course. As if this was the hero who had saved Tai City, the officially designated sealer. Even asking for a large villa in the city center wouldn't be a problem. Though Brother Fong probably wouldn't give a second glance to such mundane material possessions. Before long, Fong emerged. Su Qingying rose to her feet with solemn respect. Brother Fong, we made a major blunder during this A+ level anomaly invasion. It's only thanks to you that a catastrophe was averted. On behalf of the Ether Guild and all the citizens of Tai City, I offer you our most sincere gratitude. After speaking, she bowed deeply. You really went all out with the courtesy. You're welcome. Please sit down, Fong nodded. Pioneers recover extremely quickly. Fong had been completely drained just yesterday, yet today he was already able to go about his daily life as usual. This was partly due to his star rank upgrade. He felt even stronger than before. Su Qingying thanked him twice more before sitting down, emphasizing her sincerity. Holding her teacup, she said, "Actually, the Ether Guild sent me here for another reason, to seek Brother Fong's approval. They plan to introduce the title sealer." Oh? Seeing that Fong hadn't outright refused, Su Qingying perked up and explained. Currently, the situation across Xia Kingdom is such that powerful headquarters also realized that relying solely on those specialists to put out fires everywhere was simply a drop in the bucket. After careful consideration, they requested that each region submit a list of local pioneers, intending to begin developing each city's indigenous combat capabilities. Each city began reporting the number and strength of their pioneers. The stronger the pioneers reported, the more prestige the city gained. The higher the city's rating, the more resources it would naturally receive. One name after another was submitted. Among them, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the sealer. Is this the pioneer who resolved the A+ level anomaly? They say he possesses a high-level solar attribute. He is an incredibly powerful being. The opposite of the dark attribute. He is practically the chosen one. Thanks to the Pioneer Forum, people in every city had heard this name to some extent. Some admired him, some looked up to him, and others simply shrugged it off. There were over 100 cities in Xia Kingdom. Countless pioneers were just beginning to make their mark. Chapter 83, The Sealer as Team Captain? The trio who refused to accept it. Inside the Tai City pioneer community. Now, the place was in an uproar.
No one knew who started the rumor, but the news that the sealer had been nominated as captain spread like wildfire. This caused a massive stir among the pioneers in Tai City.
The sealer is about to be nominated as captain?
In an instant, countless people were stunned.
Does captain mean the leader of the pioneers? The sealer as the head of Tai City as pioneer? Holy crap, I'm getting excited.
The sealer, that name sounds a bit corny, but the more I hear it, the more terrifying it gets.
Yeah, one strike, sealed.
Probably only those who were actually there during that anomalous chaos know just how terrifying it is to charge into the heart of such a place of despair and slay the anomaly king with a single strike.
I went out to help during that chaos too.
At first, I thought the anomaly bats were pretty easy to kill as long as I had enough spiritual energy and stamina, I could wipe them all out.
But when I got to the central square, excuse me. Even a 7-star Dominion stage anomaly could VE crushed me with a single swat, leaving no trace.
Yet he actually managed to seal that cocoon on the bell tower.
Hats off to Captain Sealer, Rees. That was an A+ class anomaly with infinite growth potential. If that thing inside the cocoon had hatched, it would VE blown Tai City to smithereens in one go. His title as sealer is well deserved, it's just too terrifying.
That's right. If it weren't for him, we'd have long since become food for the anomalies. We wouldn't even have time to be bickering here. I declare that the sealer is the undisputed captain.
The pioneers of Tai City were overwhelmingly in support.
They were all people saved by the sealer, and they knew full well that without him, Tai City would have long since become nothing more than fodder for the evolved anomalies. Even if they had survived, they would have been severely weakened, let alone show
signs of becoming the top city in mana awakening, as they do now.
It was truly a blessing in disguise. I heard that the forum where the pioneers are active has officially been taken over by Ether Guild headquarters. Since mana hasn't fully recovered yet, the authorities have never officially tallied the number of pioneers. But following this incident, to maintain order across the regions, all rogue operatives will be registered, and the world is beginning to get back on track. The forums have now been consolidated into a single central platform, requiring real name verification for access, as well as registration with the local Ether Guild to confirm pioneer status.
Isn't this just a way to keep track of how many pioneers there are? Actually, it was only a matter of time.
The pioneer community is growing daily, and if left unmanaged, it'll be even harder to handle once mana fully revives.
The pace of the mana awakening is accelerating, and anomalies are becoming more frequent. If we continue to blindly suppress information, it will only fuel unnecessary panic.
Now that public education is already available to the general public, the pioneers certainly need to be organized even more. But it seems like a lot of people on the forum are resentful of the sealers. The state apparatus operates with extreme efficiency. Right now, both sides are in a heated argument. As bystanders on the outside, others haven't experienced the Center District pioneers' struggle to survive against all odds, nor have they witnessed the visual impact of that single
strike, so they have no qualms about making snide remarks. Unsurprisingly, the two sides erupted into a heated argument, and they've been trading insults for a day and a night now.
Upon hearing about this, the Central District pioneers rallied together in a shared sense of solidarity, more united than ever before.
Damn it, send me the link, I'm joining the fight too. The battle raged fiercely on the forum. Meanwhile, Tai City Airport.
An airplane approached the runway, gliding with wings spread like a soaring eagle.
3 men in casual suits walked into the terminal.
Their expensive leather shoes tapped crisply against the tile floor. They had somewhat menacing features. One had a vertical scar across his left eye, and the iris in the center of the scar glowed a grayish-white. As they walked down the street, a child nearby was so frightened by him that he burst into tears. The scarred man checked his phone, which displayed an address complete with a handy map and navigation directions. Tai City is playing up the mystery, pushing this captain character and making such a big deal out of it.
I'm afraid it's all smoke and mirrors.
The scarred man grinned savagely, the scar at the corner of his eye stretching even further, making him look even more terrifying.
Chapter 84, I'm really afraid they'll get wiped out by Brother Fong in one slash.
This is the place.
Following the navigation, the three arrived in front of a high-rise apartment building. Seeing the aged, somewhat run-down apartment building before them, the man with the scar frowned deeply. Is this where the sealer lives? He saved the entire city of Tai and resolved the A+ crisis. Why wouldn't the Tai City Ether Guild give him a villa? At the very least, he should have a spacious penthouse. I wouldn't even want to live in this.
The security guard at the entrance swallowed hard, wanting to step forward and ask questions, but ultimately turned his head away and pretended not to see them.
The navigation app showed that the sealer was on the top floor of Building 33.
When the three reached the elevator, they had just pressed the button.
A ding sounded.
The elevator doors opened, and a graceful figure stepped out. They bumped into each other head-on, and both sides paused for a moment.
Su Qingying glanced. So it's you?
The scarred man, Zhao Yu, glanced at her and spoke with a cold sneer.
You, this so-called sealer captain of Tai City, leader of the Tai City Pioneer Pack, I never would have imagined you'd be a woman.
I hear your swordplay is quite flashy, which fits perfectly.
All show and no substance, ha ha ha.
The bald man, Wu Xian, twirled his baseball bat. The metal scraped against the tile floor, producing a teeth-grinding sound.
Your aura doesn't seem all that strong either. 5 stars at the Dominion stage?
It seems Taisha really is running out of talent. They can only push someone like you, a second-rate pioneer, to be their captain.
At your level, you can seal an A+ class anomalous intruder with a single stroke? Looks like this so-called destruction is just hyperbole. The Tai City Ether Guild sure knows how to spin a yarn. This sealer title is nothing but a joke.
The muscular man leaned against the wall, saying nothing.
Shin Jin. Zhao Yu's expression instantly froze. So, we've been talking for ages, and you didn't hear a single word, did you? Insane. Totally insane. But it's okay.
If it really comes to a fight, I'll let this overrated number 1 taste what a punch the size of a sandbag feels like.
None of that matters.
Anyway, let us see just how good Tai City
one really is. Zhao Yu snorted coldly. The very next second, Yi looked even more surprised. If you want to see Tai City's number 1, why are you coming to me?
Zhao Yu froze for a moment, then his face flushed red.
Aren't you the captain of Tai City's sealer squad? No, I'm not. You aren't?
Zhao Yu's veins throbbed with anger.
No, wait. Had they come to the wrong person? Impossible.
Your steps are light, your skin is crystal clear, and you radiate mana. You must be a pioneer.
How could they have gotten the wrong person?
At that moment, they felt as though their initial momentum had faded, leaving them exhausted. Judging by the situation, Yi had already roughly guessed their intentions.
Sensing their hostile intent, she said warily, "Damn it! Pioneers from other cities have already caught wind of this so quickly? These guys really can't keep a low profile. No way. I have to get back there right away." Su Qingying's expression gradually turned panicked.
She was well aware that many people online were dissatisfied with the sealer serving as the Tai City captain, but she never expected this group to actually be so brazen as to come knocking on her door. She
was truly afraid that these reckless fools would be instantly sliced to pieces by Brother Fong. Chapter 85. Thankfully, they're not quite dead yet. At the entrance to the Fong residence, the three sensed a heart-stopping aura. The next second,
they whipped their heads around and saw a figure had appeared at the doorway. A handsome, sun-kissed young man was standing there, staring at them. His gaze was calm yet tinged with a cold glint. The expressions on the three men's faces changed abruptly. They were certain that this terrifying aura was emanating from this handsome young man. How could a young man exude such a terrifying aura? Even they were a little intimidated. These three hailed from High City, right next to Tai City. They were three rebellious troublemakers. The captain of High City was too powerful for them to handle, so they set their sights on the sealer of Tai City instead. Before coming here, they had thought things through clearly. Armed with their formidable natural talent and the strength of their trio, they dared to take on even a boulder. However, at that moment, they sensed something was wrong. This sealer, why does he seem a bit more terrifying than the rumors suggested? Are you the sealer?
Zhao Yu asked.
Fang gave no clear answer, and since they didn't get a response from him, they didn't rush to attack. Instead, they exchanged glances, huddled together with obvious trepidation, and began whispering among themselves.
The intel said he was very mysterious. How could he be so young? He looks harmless enough, but his aura isn't weak at all. Plus, he isn't even holding a sword.
The intel said that when he wields his sword, heavenly fire erupts, capable of cutting through a sea of flames, yet he hasn't drawn his sword.
Could it be he is not the sealer? Wu Xian said, shooting Zhao Yu a glare. What kind of hacker friend is this? He is so unreliable he even identified the wrong person. Just then. Woof, woof, woof. The bark of a damn dog rang out. Zhao Yu and the others froze, instinctively looking down.
There, a little white dog darted out like the wind, trying to slip out the front door while everyone wasn't looking and run into the arms of freedom. But before it could get out, a hand scooped it up, its 4 little stubby legs flailing in the air. Even if you do get out today and become a stray dog, you've got to take a bath first before you go wandering.
Fang held the dog's belly with one hand and turned to walk back inside. Woof, woof. The puppy obediently licked his hand, trying to be cute, its tail wagging like a propeller. But Fang was utterly ruthless, grabbing the dog by the scruff. He tossed it back into the bathroom in just a few strides. Arg! The dog's agonized howl echoed through the room.
Fang turned to face the 3 uninvited guests standing before him, his expression leaving no room for misunderstanding.
I'm still going to bathe this dog, what do you want? Though his gaze was calm, Zhao Yu's pride was deeply wounded.
Guys, we've come. Countless golden rays suddenly burst forth from Fang's entire body, and an immense, overwhelming aura of power descended from him like a dark, oppressive shadow. The vast solar attribute blazed with intense heat, as if it had transformed into a tangible golden sun, enveloping them all.
Holy shit!
He's south so close I can actually smell the grilled meat on my own body.
This intense heat fire? No. I remember now. This is the solar attribute, the ultimate, high-level solar attribute mentioned in the intel. Damn it, I feel like my clothes are already melting. I'm gonna get charred to a crisp. We were wrong. This is absolutely not an opponent we can pick a fight with.
The 3 were utterly terrified.
But at that moment, Fang had no intention of backing down.
People who dared to provoke him right in his own home wouldn't truly back down unless he taught them a lesson.
Snap!
With a single snap of his fingers, the golden light instantly transformed into a raging sea of fire, surging toward the 3 at the doorway like a deluge. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying sound of flames burning rang out, like oil being set ablaze. The bodies of Dominion Stage 5-star warriors were already incredibly resilient, even bullets couldn't penetrate them, but the ultimate solar attribute was different. It completely ignored their mana barriers and burned right through their skin. In an instant, the 3 were reduced to crimson, swollen figures of fire, their appearance utterly horrifying, their faces contorted in obvious agony. At that moment, sheer terror finally welled up in their hearts. They had no idea what it meant to seal an A+ level anomaly. But now, they knew. They knew the true meaning of a sealer's sealing. Sealing that character for burial meant they were literally being sent straight to the afterlife right where they stood, with absolutely no chance to resist. The 3 of them immediately collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Every inch of their bodies was in excruciating pain.
Spare us!
At the very last moment, Su Qingying arrived just in time. Breathless, she looked at the 3 of them, propping herself up on her knees, and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, if it weren't for the Ether Guild's rules, she'd love to beat all 3 of them to a pulp.
However, Su Qingying sighed and glanced at their pitiful state. The 3, who had once stood so imposing, now looked utterly bedraggled.
Their bodies were charred all over, their skin cracked like fissures on the surface of stiff rock, with wisps of scorching smoke rising from the crevices. Their clothes had been completely consumed by the flames, leaving only tattered scraps of fabric and embers behind. They looked even more pitiful than beggars who'd been wandering the streets for years. It was a lesson they certainly learned.
It's a good thing he didn't take it as seriously as you did. Otherwise, you'd all be reduced to ashes by now. If he'd drawn his sword, you'd have been dead long ago. Su Qingying understood this all too well. Fong was now the Ether Guild's prized asset. His performance had made it crystal clear to the Ether Guild, Fong was the future of the Xia Kingdom. The future of mana awakening was like a fog hanging overhead. The denser the mana, the more enigmatic the fog became. Everyone harbored an unknown fear of the future, for it might well be nothing but darkness. But Fong's emergence had given them hope. Therefore, courting these powerful pioneers and pouring resources into their growth was something the Ether Guild simply had to do. They absolutely could not let these unclear circumstances ruin the hard-won good relationship they established with Fong. This time, it was merely a warning to the others. If it happened again, the Ether Guild would intervene personally. There was no way they'd let Fong be troubled by such matters. At that moment, the three scorched men could only nod frantically, too devastated to even cry. It was terrifying. Just a moment ago, they'd seen the Lord of the Underworld beckoning to them. They'd come within a hair's breadth of being conscripted into hell, with the sensation of death just a breath away. All three were thoroughly and completely convinced, even feeling ashamed of their previous arrogance. Compared to him, the three of them were absolute useless. They had originally thought the title sealer was overhyped even if he was a bit stronger than them. Of course, not everyone jumped in blindly. There was a group of people who, upon seeing this blatantly subversive comment, sensed something was off. If it hadn't chicken soup would been flowing through his veins by now. Fong understood what Galen meant. This anomaly in A-level invasion escalating to a plus must have been a major blow to the nation. After all, he'd worked so hard preparing for so long, only to end up with the military district unable to even reinforce its defenses and suffering heavy losses. Anyone would have lost their composure under those circumstances. Never mind that. Let us talk about something more cheerful. The payment for your previous mission in the Shadow Zone has already been deposited into your account. Did you receive it? I did. Pioneers of your caliber tend to treat money like dirt. This small sum probably doesn't even register with you. Anyway, I've got things to do later, so I won't bother you any longer. Bye. Treat money like dirt. Fong froze for a moment. When had he ever given anyone that impression? However, Galen's remark suddenly reminded him of something. He finally had enough money to buy a car, so he wouldn't have to endure those suffocating morning and evening rush hours anymore. Bro, who was that? Was it Galen? He poked her head out. Don't let her aloof exterior fool you. She was actually a huge fan of Galen. Back in the group chat, she'd always been timid and never dared to talk to Galen, but now she could finally use her cousin as a backdoor to painlessly pursue her idol. Yeah, she called to ask about the sealer and to settle up on the previous payment. Oh, and let us swing by the dealership this afternoon. Are we buying a car? Awesome, awesome. I'll transfer my money to you two. Let us go in on it together. At the mere mention of buying a car, ES eyes lit up. Finally, she could put an end to that miserable life where she'd get carsick the moment she stepped out of the car after a mission. Munching on cola-flavored chicken wings, the siblings discussed it thoroughly. They both agreed there was no need to buy a luxury car after all. They had no desire to show off and that an ordinary commuter car would suffice. He suggested buying a modified chili pepper fish head model, but Fong rejected the idea, pointing out that electric cars couldn't travel very far. It's a pity the gap between us isn't something that can be bridged so easily. Xingli would occasionally miss her naive yet beautiful first love, but in the end, it was no match for the cruel reality. Candidates, please enter the exam hall and prepare for the Don't you think our place is a little small? I noticed the repairmen standing in the living room. It looked like they bump into someone just by turning around. Nodded. She glanced at Fong, shrank her neck a bit, and said, We've only got 2 million left. Wouldn't moving be too extravagant? Money is just material stuff. You're so materialistic. Fong shook his head slightly. Do you think there is any chance someone might just give us a place? Froze for a moment. Bro, have you been reading any of those crooked-mouthed Dragon King novels lately? Cut back on that. Who in their right mind would just give them a house? Not even their own mother would do that. Were they counting on some kind-hearted stranger? You're thinking too small. Fong beckoned her over, motioning for her to lean in close. After a few whispered words, E's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and the look she gave her cousin was as if she were staring at a black-hearted white tofu. Bro, I never would guess that behind those thick eyebrows and big eyes, you'd be so scheming. But given your status, you'd at least need a villa, right? You're calling me scheming? You haven't let them off the hook either. The siblings exchanged a smile. Meanwhile, achoo! Su Qingying had just stepped out of the Ether Guild's main gate in Tai City when she let out a loud sneeze. She looked up at the sky, slightly puzzled. The sun was shining brightly, and it was a lovely, breezy day. Could it be that the air conditioning was set too high and she caught a cold? Without giving it much thought, Su Qingying flashed a cheerful smile, looked down to send the address to Fong, and then stood quietly in the shade of a tree by the entrance, waiting. She was in a good mood today. She just received word that her original mission had been cancelled. After all, Tai City had just gone through such a disaster, and all of them, the Ether Guild members, were swamped with work, each one busier than ever. The only reason she managed to escape this round of work was because she received a call she simply couldn't refuse. The sealer's cousin, had told her they bought a car and asked her to go for a drive. As soon as she reported this to the Ether Guild, they immediately granted her time off and insisted she spend quality time with the sealer. If one day wasn't enough, she could take another. Such is the influence of Tai City's current pioneer captain. The Ether Guild even seemed flattered by the request. After all, this was a great opportunity to get to know the sealer better. He was mysterious to the outside world, but wasn't he just as mysterious within the guild as well? He is incredibly powerful and will be the Ether Guild's greatest asset in the future. He is also Tai City's current poster child. Learning more about his personality and preferences will make it easier to plan operations around him in the future. Beep, beep. Her thoughts were snapped back to reality by the sound of a horn. Su Qingying saw a white SUV driving toward her. He was waving at her. The car didn't look cheap. Su Qingying got in and noticed Fong in the driver's seat. Brother Fong. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. I bought a new car, and he said she wanted to share the news with you right away, so I gave you a call. Not at all, not at all. Su Qingying smiled brightly, thinking to herself, the captain of the Tai City Brigade is personally driving me around for a spin. I wouldn't mind having this kind of paid time off every day. Fong drove smoothly, as if gliding across a calm lake. The gentle rocking was incredibly relaxing. There has been quite a bit of structural damage in Tai City this time. A lot of places will need to be rebuilt, right? Yeah, there were already plans to renovate the old city district anyway. This incident just gave us a chance to do it all at once. It saves us from having to tear it down. How are the injured pioneers in your unit doing? They're all in the best medical pods, waiting to be treated. Pioneers are naturally physically robust, and medical resources are unconditionally prioritized for them. They're expected to be discharged in a few days. That's good to hear. I saw on the forum that the Ether Guild released regulations to standardize the pioneers. It's definitely the right move. With the number of pioneers growing everywhere, if we don't stop them early on, some are bound to go astray. Yes, that is exactly what the Ether Guild thinks. Su Qingying and Yi chatted casually, with Fong chiming in now and then. The scene driving around in the gentle sunlight gave Su Qingying a slight sense of illusion. It felt as though she, brother Fong, and Yi had already become friends. Bro, we finally have a car. It's so great to have one. Hearing Yi's words, Su Qingying's lips curled into a smile. She felt a warm sense of comfort. This brother and sister had such a close bond. Yeah, we have a car now. I wonder when we'll be able to afford a house. That's right. Our place is way too small. It would be so nice if our place were a little bigger. Wait a minute. Why does this sound more and more off the more she listens?
Su Qingying sat up slightly, pricked up her ears, and realized the conversation was starting to repeat itself.
Too bad.
If I had money, I'd get my brother a bigger house, but I'm just a poor student. Even though I didn't go to college, your brother here is a student too.
Sigh. I really want a big house. These two siblings, it's almost as if they're talking specifically to her, isn't it? She was breaking out in a cold sweat.
But villas are so expensive.
If only someone would give us one. Oh my god. They're definitely talking to me. Alright then. She finally understood why these two siblings had asked her out today. Su Qingying couldn't help but smile wryly. She saved Tai City. What's a villa compared to that? Give it to them, give it to them, give it to them.
When it came down to it, they were the ones being unreasonable.
Fong saved Tai City. It was only fair and reasonable to give him a reward.
It was just that she'd been swamped with work recently, and she figured brother Fong wouldn't care about such a small sum, so she kept putting it off until she completely forgot about it.
But, in reality, it was also because the Ether Guild didn't understand Fong and his sister.
When it came to such powerful pioneers, the Ether Guild, logically, they should have been able to move in right away, but just as they were about to pack up, Galen's call came at just the right moment.
Well, Captain Fong. I hear the Ether Guild recently gifted you a villa. TSK, the Ether Guild's style is as consistent as ever, always handing out houses and perks.
Next time, I wouldn't be surprised if they even paid for your plane ticket to go on an overseas vacation. Fong looked at the property deed in his hand, valued at 27 million, and thought to himself, actually, I think this habit of the Ether Guild is pretty good.
They should keep it up. You don't need to speak up for them.
I know you look down on those material things, but for now, there is no better reward than this. Once those mana awakening spirit fruits take root and sprout, the Ether Guild should be able to give you one to try, Galen said. No, I really do think it's great. I suggest they give me a house in the divine market next time, preferably so I have properties all over the country, so I can live a life where I go out in flip-flops every day to collect rent.
Fong's wish was actually that simple, unadorned, and mundane. By the way, do you have any time lately? I've got a mission here, an internal one from the military district. It's a bit risky, but the pay is decent. You know that Tianbao Tower in Song City, right? Fong thought back for a moment. He seemed to have seen it while scrolling through the news.
The reports had mentioned it in passing. Tianbao Tower in Song City was famous, often referred to as Song City's Nanbuowan, but now it had been cordoned off for unknown reasons, causing quite a bit of grumbling among the public. A building being cordoned off isn't exactly a major event, but it's not minor either. Usually, even if it makes the news, it would only appear on Song City's local WeChat accounts. But the fact that Fong, all the way in Tai City, had come across it made the situation rather peculiar.
What's going on over there? There have been frequent anomalies across the region lately. Didn't Tai City just experience an A+ level anomaly invasion?
A similar situation has arisen in Song City, though it's not as severe as here.
The Tianbao Tower there was originally intended to be a landmark building, but it was invaded by an anomaly and is now under lockdown.
This was originally a mission for the Song City Ether Guild, but they've been short-staffed lately, so they requested assistance from the military district.
Now, the mission has been handed over to the military district. Galen sounded a bit resigned. It wasn't just the Ether Guild, in fact, the military district was also stretched thin.
Anomalies were breaking out everywhere, and since the total number of pioneers hadn't been fully tallied yet, it fell to people like them to run all over the place.
Song City? That's a bit far. Fong was about to refuse on the spot. The reason was simple, it was too far. Driving on the highway, even if they took turns at the wheel without stopping, would take a full 10 hours. And if he had to take a plane or the high-speed rail, what would be the point of owning a car?
But the compensation Galen offered was even more generous than what the Ether Guild had offered. It is a bit far, so the military district will cover all expenses, flights, hotels, and so on.
Your personal expenses there will also be reimbursed.
Once the job is done, you'll get 5 million in cash.
5 million. Fong replied without hesitation, "I'm in." The next morning, in the plane's first-class cabin, Fong took off his eye mask and walked toward the shuttle bus. Outside the airport, a black sedan had been waiting for quite some time. They arrived at the destination quickly, and to his surprise, Fong was the first to arrive. The rest trickled in over the next 5 minutes. Including Fong, there were 3 men and 2 women in total. It's worth noting that not a single one of them looked like a pushover. A woman with short hair and a man over 1.9 meters tall had arrived together. They exuded a heavy aura of menace and sat with their backs held perfectly straight. They must be from the military district. As for the man and woman on the other side, they gave off a vibe very similar to Su Qingying's. They must be from the Ether Guild. After introducing himself, Fong closed his eyes to rest and did not join their discussion. Following a brief round of introductions, everyone got to know each other a bit better. The main point of contact for this mission appeared to be the short-haired female military officer from the military district. She gave a brief overview of the situation at Tianbao Tower, which didn't differ much from what Fong already knew. "All right, everyone. We're going to be temporary teammates this time. Although I'm not entirely sure of your capabilities, I think we can all agree on one thing: once we're inside, we'll help each other out. Is that okay?" Naturally, no one objected. The group was quite diverse this time. It seemed they really pulled people from all over. Among them, Fong was the only one currently without an official position, since he didn't have an officially issued wristband. What's more, Fong's aura was subdued, making it impossible to gauge his exact strength, which immediately piqued the curiosity of the others. The 2 pioneers from the military district exchanged glances. "Didn't Sister Jia say she invited a big shot for us? Could it be him?" "Not sure. He looks a bit skinny, though." The military district office. Galen was busy handling matters. Recently, anomalous movement patterns across various regions had been highly unusual, and even she had been called in to manage the situation. She couldn't afford a moment's rest. And at that very moment, she received a phone call. It was, to her surprise, from the Ether Guild in Song City. The person on the other end sounded frantic and panicked. "Tianbao Tower has fallen. We've detected the appearance of a 7-star Dominion stage anomaly. Casualties are already at 30. Please take this very seriously." Galen knew that Tianbao Tower had been overrun by the anomaly, but she hadn't expected casualties to occur so quickly. However, the moment she thought of the person she sent there, she felt reassured. With the sealer there in person, nothing would go wrong at Tianbao Tower. "Rest assured, I don't take matters like this lightly. Besides, with him there, nothing will go wrong, I guarantee it." "Him? Who? Who's on this mission?" A strange thought crossed the mind of the person in charge in Song City. Could it be that a powerhouse from the military district had been deployed? "Since the mission has been entrusted to us, don't ask any more questions. That's the military district's policy." Galen's voice turned cold. Chapter 90, Tianbao Tower shrouded in black mist. Fong is team leader. The 2 from the military district had been observing their teammates the entire time. Before arriving, they received a message from Galen. It said a great master had been invited. Sister Galen hadn't described this outside reinforcement in detail, but the term great master left plenty of room for imagination. "I thought the big shot Sister Galen mentioned would be some tough, no-nonsense guy in his 40s or 50s. Why does he look so down to earth?" 2 pairs of eyes scanned Fong back and forth, bewildered and utterly perplexed. His appearance wasn't just nothing like a tough guy, it was completely at odds with the image. Summers in Song City are rainy. It's common to get caught in a downpour while walking down the street, so people on the streets mostly wear flip-flops. With that in mind, and since Fong had gotten up early to catch his flight, he was dressed simply, a casual t-shirt, white shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. He was clearly blending in with the locals. It was hard to reconcile the image of this college student heading out to use the internet with that of the legendary expert the military district had brought in. But the car that had just picked him up had 4 consecutive 6s in its license plate number. That was the Star God faction's official vehicle. Ordinary people without a certain level of status aren't even eligible to see that license plate.
The fact that the military district sent this car to pick him up was proof enough of Fong's extremely high status, even though he himself didn't seem to care. Maybe that's just how top-tier experts are so low-key. Now that you mention it, I'm reminded of someone, that squadron commander who caused quite a stir in Tai City a while. The strong reign supreme, strength is paramount.
The Sealer incident perfectly illustrates one point: in the face of absolute strength, all rumors and slander,
the casualties inside would certainly be significant and might even far exceed the figure provided by the military district.
What was even more terrifying was this: some anomalies evolve by devouring living beings.
The higher the casualty count, the stronger the anomalies they would face once inside,
and the more complicated the situation would become.
The somewhat relaxed atmosphere that had prevailed along the way vanished completely at that moment. Everyone adopted a look of grave readiness. What they were about to face was no longer something they could take lightly. Before they arrived, they'd been given basic floor plans of the building, but its internal layout was quite complex, with many interconnected areas.
Those hard-to-spot, shadowy corners could very well serve as ambush points for the anomalies right now.
After saying this, the short-haired girl, Songyu, turned her gaze toward Fong.
That's all the information I have. It's up to you from here.
Sister Galen said that once we're here, everyone must follow your commands.
Do you have any strategic plans?
As soon as she spoke, everyone's curious gaze turned toward her. The military personnel had been speculating about this all along and were now somewhat mentally prepared, but the representative from the Ether Guild cast a puzzled glance at Fong's wrist, which wasn't wearing any wristbands.
Can someone who isn't part of the official ranks really take command? Strategic plans? I'm in the dark right now.
Let us go in and assess the situation first, Fong said calmly. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere around him gradually grew tense. The others looked somewhat displeased.
Everyone present had extensive experience handling anomalies. Before undertaking any mission, they always carried out basic pre-mission planning. At the very least, they need to understand each person's capabilities, right?
Starting like this, completely unprepared, clearly showed a lack of official training and experience in this area.
However, no one said anything. They knew all too well that internal conflict before a mission was the worst thing that could happen.
At worst, they'd just have to play it by ear when the time came. Among the group, only Songyu from the military district remained expressionless. She cast a curious glance at Fong, her heart fluttering slightly. Galen was her friend. They were around the same age and had joined the military.